Chapter 141. Yu Fengqiu pushed open the door of the conference room, hurried to the second meeting, and leaned over to report. After many days of contact, the presidents of the major guilds have recognized the leader of the Dragon Breath Group 2, and the discussion stopped. The second meeting frowned his gray eyebrows and nodded. Yu Fengqiu stood up straight, looked around the conference room, and repeated the content of the report. 10 minutes ago, the joint team discovered that Yong'an Farm had an abnormal situation. A statue of a god appeared on the farm. He picked up the holographic projection remote control and pressed it twice. On the holographic screen, a slowly rotating 3D image of the farm appeared. When he saw the screen, even he was stunned. Not only the statues appeared on the farm, but other places were also changing. Erwi coughed lightly, bringing Yu Fengqiu back to his senses. Before Yu Fengqiu could speak, President Gao slammed the table and asked, "You have reproduced Yong'an Farm? Why did you bring it out now?" Erwi glanced at him. "Do you think it's so easy to reproduce the game offline? Or do you think that a person's memory can be so detailed that he can recall the whole picture of the farm in a few minutes?" The senior man was very rude. Yu Fengqiu explained, "All the presidents know that we have captured a player on the farm. He has been in a coma since the Lingyu incident and only woke up last night. The internal structure of Yong'an Farm has just been finalized, and the technicians have just completed the replica. Why explain so much?" Erwi was unhappy. "Let's talk about business." "Yes, President." Yu Fengqiu turned on the laser on the remote control and pointed it at the eye-catching golden statue in the center of the farm. In order to ensure the accuracy of the replica farm, the Longyan members of the joint team have been in contact with the logistics department. This statue suddenly appeared 10 minutes ago. As you can see, it is not only the statue that has changed, but also the farm buildings. The exterior walls of the buildings were originally blue bricks or tiles, but are now gradually turning gold and white. What we see is the real-time reproduction of the technicians. That is, the players on the farm are using the reshaping skills to change the appearance of the farm. President Oli, what do they want to do? The intention is obvious. President Yatin stroked his short beard. After leaving the spiritual realm, the farm has been moving westward. 2 days ago, it stopped 50 kilometers away from Konggu. Their target is Konggu. President Fei nodded. "Yes. I have been to Konggu. This statue is exactly the same as the main god of Konggu Duozhu." He looked at Yu Fengqiu in confusion. "Is the proportion wrong? The statue on the farm is too tall." Yu Fengqiu shook his head. "The proportion is correct. The joint team reported that the height of the statue is at least 100 meters. 100 meters? President Fei exclaimed. "It's taller than the main statue of Konggu. What exactly does Yan'an want to do?" The soft and smooth white paint wrapped around the outer wall of the courtyard like a surging wave. Pao Pao jumped up and smeared a handful of gold paint on the top, middle and bottom of the wall, and then clicked a light screen. 3 points of gold paint began to extend, forming parallel lines, and quickly surrounded the wall. And Ro nodded. "Don't mention it. White and gold match." Konggu's aesthetics are quite online. In history, countries with a unified political and religious system have always achieved the pinnacle of artistic attainments, Pao Pao said, and Ro suddenly realized that this seemed to be the case. What religion is Konggu? The strategy says it is Duohu religion, which worships Duozhu god. I haven't studied the details. But? Pao Pao looked puzzled. There is no Duozhu religion in real history. I suspect that it was established by the Duohu guild after entering the game. Duozhu guild? Duohu religion? Duozhu god? Judging from the names, it is indeed possible. And Ro thought for a while, and suddenly laughed. Fortunately you are back. Otherwise, I would have thought that there were only Buddha statues on the empty valley. But I didn't know there was a Duohu Lord God. She turned her head and looked at the towering statue in the pond. With the depth of the pond, the water only barely covered the statue's instep. In order to reshape this statue, the farm spent a total of 100 million gold. And Ro didn't have so much cash, so she could only use the trading tablet to sell the props in the warehouse. And now half of the warehouse has been emptied. It's not that there is too much money to burn, but she is worried that the statue is not realistic enough. So she raised the height of the statue. And it would be best if no one can see its face clearly. Many things look one way when they are small, and another way when they are large, which is a kind of visual deception. How similar is this thing to the real Duohu Lord God? This is not the first time Ro has asked this question, and she is still a little worried. It doesn't matter if Pao Pao is not here, but she has to pretend. Since Pow Pow is here, of course she has to minimize the flaws. Pow Pow pursed his lips and pretended to look at the reshaped exterior wall. I have specially looked at the illustrations in the guide, and it looks about 70% accurate. And Ro nodded, her eyes falling on the water. After all, it's made of mud. It won't be melted by water. Right? Don't worry, boss. I changed the material and soil moisture before enlarging it. It's just a little water. It won't be damaged. Pow Pow resisted the urge and didn't open the light screen to look at the props column. The statue made by Hung Bobeo lay quietly in the prop grid. After secretly replacing it, he softened his heart and didn't destroy the body. The boss can see the light screen, so he'd better find a chance to throw it away. Pow Pow changed the subject. Boss, what happened to Brother Baofu? I haven't seen him come out. And Ro retracted her gaze and called out Bao Bao. Baofu's big face appeared at his feet. His pupils swept over Pow Pow, moved half a circle along his eye sockets, and stopped at Ro. He looked the same as before, but he always made people feel a little dull. And Ro squatted down and gently stroked Baofu's forehead. Bao Bao's soul is dormant. Before he went into dormancy, he left a will in his body, just like a robot that can receive commands. She caught a glimpse of Pow Pow's surprised expression. What's so strange? When he was dormant in Zhongsu, he also instilled his will into Wangda. It's just that the body didn't disappear this time. Pow Pow thought, so Lao Wang is more human than other ghouls. Can Brother Baofu still use ghost magic? Entering the empty valley openly, the farm faces no less danger than other camps. Yes. And Ro used her consciousness to let Baofu open a crack in the ground, turned her head and smiled. Pseudo-hiding, swallowing elephant, night walking, and the source flame awakened in the spirit realm can all be used, just without the phoenix flame. From this, it can be inferred that the phoenix flame sword is likely hidden in the soul and sleeps with the soul. Brother Baofu is really reliable. Pow Pow raised his thumbs. With 4 kinds of ghost arts, we are not afraid of anyone except that pervert. And Rose swallowed back the words she had not finished. Ghost arts can be used, but Baofu said before he went into hibernation that the energy stored in the body is limited. The farm can only stay where it is used up. When the joint group is no longer afraid of Baofu, and Ro and all the residents on the farm will become living targets. The joint army is slowly approaching. Chi Xian walked in front, hesitant about whether to take action. Yong'an's intention was obvious, to disguise himself as Konggu Floating Island and sneak into Konggu. The Konggu camp was so xenophobic that if the farm succeeded, the joint team would no longer be able to control the farm. However, the higher-ups had not issued any orders yet, and it was obvious that they were hesitant like him. A black line shot from the direction of the farm and stopped 100 meters away. Chi Xian raised his hand hurriedly, and the entire army stopped instantly. The person who made everyone hesitate and timid came. The ink removal. It was already dark, and the Yochi sword was hovering in front of Chumo. With a faint flash of lightning, the united army was terrified and suddenly let out a suppressed cry. Behind Chumo, the magnificent farm rose from the ground and flew into the sky. Why didn't it fly before? Yes, if you can fly, why would you walk through the land of no life? Thousands of kilometers. Maybe it's waiting for disguise? The farm stayed here for 2 days, and the one called Pow Pow probably went to the empty valley to see what it looks like. What should we do? Should we chase them? Chi Xian heard the discussion behind him and gritted his teeth. There are few people in the Legion who have flying skills, but the players from Guidao brought a lot of thermal ships, so they can chase them. But this place is too close to Konggu, and we will invade Konggu's territory if we are not careful. Logistics said that the higher-ups had sent people to negotiate with Konggu a long time ago, and Konggu has not sent anyone to join the Joint Legion, which means that these frogs in the well don't want to get involved in the Yong'an mission. You don't even know when you are about to die. Chi Xian cursed in a low voice and raised his arm again. Retreat. Radius 50 kilometers. Surround Konggu. Seeing the army disperse, Chu Mo turned around, put on the thunder eye, and looked at the brilliant castle in the night sky. The farm took off very quickly, and it was not clear with the thunder eye. I guess the players in the Konggu camp would not be alert. That's good. But what is her purpose in going to Konggu? Just as Chu Mo was thinking, Jia Xian appeared beside him silently. The Ghost King raised his head and looked at the retrograde meteor with him, with a gloating smile. Have you ever thought that she and that little thing will take away all your luck sooner or later? Chu Mo's eyes were as cold as ice, and he sank straight into the night sky. Xie Xining smiled and snorted coldly. By then, it will be him instead of you who will be guarding her. You have brought this upon yourself. Zhang De flew to the top of Huaman Lu, and Ro glanced at him. Have you checked everything? Zhang De nodded. They are all in their respective rooms, reciting the words that the boss told them to say. And Ro nodded. You go. Zhang De did not leave. Mengzi will take my place. I will stay here to protect the boss. And Ro was startled and asked with a smile, Did Bao Bao tell you? Zhang De was silent, and Ro did not chase him away, and her eyes swept across the circular flower field. As soon as the sun sets, the rootless flowers will bloom and fully mature at 11 o'clock in the evening. The same is true for the other 3 potion raw materials. In order to avoid interference from the ghouls, and Ro deliberately arranged the departure time after 11 o'clock, waiting for the ghouls to breed and disappear, and then waiting for the residents to harvest the potion raw materials, before letting Bao Fu take off. After this period of exploration, she understood Bao Fu's ghost technique better than before. Take night travel for example. Flying and the independent space created by the black fog are 2 levels, and one can be used alone. The energy left by Bao Fu is limited, and it is better to save as much as possible. And Ro ordered it to only fly, without releasing the ghost space. Anyway, the farm is clearly going to the empty valley, so it doesn't matter whether it is discovered by the United Legion or not. As for the empty valley camp, and Ro has specially observed it in the past 2 days, the floating island that can be seen through Bao Fu's vision has always been empty, without any human figures. The location of the farm is not far from the empty valley. If the empty valley found the existence of the farm, it should have sent people out long ago. But Ro didn't wait, so she guessed that the empty valley, like the ghost island and the spirit realm, was wrapped in a barrier to block the inside and outside vision. This barrier is invisible, unlike the ghost island light cover and the spirit realm chaotic star array that can be seen at a glance. However, the barrier did not cover the entire empty valley. Boss, we're almost there, Pao Pao reminded, and Ro looked up. The rich man with wide eyes appeared at her feet, through her night vision ability, and Ro saw the silent dark clouds above her head. Yes, there is a vast cloud here, and it is the only place in the entire soul world covered by clouds. The valley of the sky is a towering tower, with the clouds spreading in all directions from the tower as the center, stretching for hundreds of miles. The place where the farm stagnated is the edge of the cloud. The tower is divided into 2 areas by the clouds. Under the clouds is called the lower city of the valley of the sky, and above the clouds is the upper city. There is also a floating city on the top of the tower, which is said to be the territory of the NPC management of the valley of the sky. Soul Song has experienced 3 copies online. The first time was the Spirit Realm copy, when the game was officially launched, which was also the only copy at that time. The second time was 2 years later, when the Ghost Island copy and the Empty Valley copy developed by foreign countries were launched at the same time. The third time was the 3rd year of the Soul Song's launch, when the super copy Cold Soldier City developed by China was launched. The Empty Valley and Ghost Island not only had the same launch time, but also had very similar structures, except that the main structure of Ghost Island was buried underwater, and hundreds of islands floated on the sea. In the Empty Valley, the entire tower stands on a lifeless land, 100 meters above the ground. The tower extends a huge bracket. The end of the bracket has a great suction force, firmly absorbing the islands floating in the air. So it is named Floating Island. Not only is the structure similar, the number of floating islands is the same as that of the Ghost Island, 678. The clouds just divide all the floating islands into 2 parts. The 339 below belong to the lower city, and the 339 above belong to the upper city, each with a number. It is said that the 2 major guilds in Konggu use the clouds as a boundary, and each controls the upper and lower cities. Andrew's eyes quickly swept over the cauliflower that exploded below, and said to Bao Fu, Bao Bao, use the night space. The invisible anti-peeping barrier is limited to the lower city below the clouds. The reason for this speculation is that when she and Pao Pao searched for information about Konggu on the forum, they saw a player describe the upper city like this. Konggu upper city is the most beautiful place in the entire Soul Song. Not only is the upper city itself floating in the clouds, like a fairyland in a fairy tale, but also because standing in the upper city, you can see the silent and desolate Lingbing city in the north, the silent and chaotic Ling Yuan Shan in the west, and the cold but turbulent Black Islands in the northwest. From the upper city of Konggu, you can see the three major camps thousands of miles away. And there is no prying. Dense black fog appeared around the farm, blending with the thick dark clouds. And Rose suddenly opened her eyes wide. Pow Pow noticed it and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong with the boss?" He saw the answer without Enro answering. The farm broke through the clouds and entered a world of stars. There were pure white streams everywhere, near and far. Between the streams, there were strings of snow-white bubbles growing, and it seemed that the wind was blowing in the sky, carrying all the bubbles in the same direction. Pow Pow looked up along the white track. Thousands of streams of light converged at the top of the empty valley. This scene was like a huge firework blooming. And then someone pressed the reverse button, and each bunch of fireworks converged back to the source of the bloom. Too beautiful. Too shocking. Too terrifying. Peopeo's voice was trembling. All ghouls? And Ro nodded silently. The moment she entered the cloud layer, she heard the soul-calling song. The song was countless times stronger than the mature rootless flowers in Fengyu Temple, and the mature red flame cotton in Huowu Temple. It was as if a choir of countless people were singing in unison in the deep night sky. Zhangde, call 3 of your brothers to appease the residents. The NPCs on the farm should have heard the singing. This time the singing was too strong, and Enro was afraid of causing chaos. Fortunately, she asked Baofu to open up a night travel space in advance to block all the ghouls outside. Enro connected with Mengziyu's consciousness. Mengziyu, take the 3 ghouls you trained, start the thermal boats, and prepare to deal with the ghouls. Zhang Si is going too? What about my parasite? Don't worry. We will definitely land in the upper city within an hour. Don't take an hour. Half an hour. Let's have some spare time, just in case we are too late. Mengziyu went on and on. And soon, the 4 thermal ships in front of the staff dormitory floated into the air. After making the arrangements, Enro breathed a sigh of relief and asked Pow Pow, "There are so many ghouls in the empty valley, but the guide didn't mention it?" Pow Pow hesitated. "No. Oh, there is a sunset curfew in the empty valley, and the upper city does not allow out-of-town players to stay overnight." That makes sense. However, the Kongyu camp has the ability to shut up all local players, which is indeed closed to the point of being outrageous. With the space opened up by Night Walk, no matter how many ghouls there are, they cannot threaten the farm. And Enro has time to observe carefully. The Kongyu Tower is like the handle of an umbrella, and the dense and surging ghouls are the open umbrella, and their target is the tip of the umbrella. So there is a dark and quiet space between the handle and the umbrella. "Boss, where are we going?" Pow Pow suggested. Anrid shook her head. "Take a closer look at the tower." Baofu took off straight into the sky, and the horizontal distance from the tower remained at about 50 kilometers. With Peopeo's night vision, he could only vaguely see the tower covered with flowing daylight. There are a large number of players on each floating island in the upper city, and they are destroying the ghouls, Andrew explained. Through Baofu's perspective, Andrew can see many details that Pow Pow missed. For example, the tower is not only visible to the naked eye. It is composed of a real tower support and a floating island surrounding it. The floating island is full of players, and outside the island and in the sky, there are flickering skill lights. Those players are destroying the ghouls rushing to the top of the tower. The skill light spreads around and then gathers diagonally upward, as if it extends from the handle of an umbrella to support the umbrella. The attack range of the player's skills is limited, so they choose to concentrate their strength and attack the ghouls closest to the top of the tower. Pow Pow imagined it according to Anra's description, and suddenly said, "It seems that the xenophobia in the valley is not just because of religious beliefs. We have to deal with so many ghouls every night, and no one has the energy to leave the camp to do tasks outside. Yes, ghouls are the seeds of ghosts, and there is no shortage of tasks in Konggu." And Rose said, "With so many ghouls, there are always some that slip through the net and scatter on the floating islands, and then parasitize on living people in some way and become ghosts. Boss, while they are focusing on the ghouls, we sneak over and replace a floating island? Just like the disguise of the number 7 Black Market Island." And Rose smiled. "If we are sneaky, why do we go to so much trouble to build the statue? It just so happens that the ghouls have built a big enough stage and attracted enough attention. So the farm will naturally make a grand appearance and become the focus of everyone's attention. Bow bow. Fly over among the ghouls. From the point of view of floating in the air, The floating island is somewhat similar to the Lingyuanshan, but the shape is completely different. The biggest difference is that the floating island is stationary. The distance between each layer of the island and between the upper and lower layers are very close. And there are many stairs for people on the island to travel. There is a white fence around the edge of each floating island. The players of Kongu stand by the fence and attack the ghouls with their weapons. Those who attack from a long distance will destroy the ghouls in the distance. The ghouls are light in size, and some are always swept under the umbrella by the aftermath of the attack, which is just right for the players with a short attack distance. Every 10 minutes, the players on the fence will retreat and be replaced by a group of players who have just replenished their energy. Everything is in order. Eliminating the ghouls that breed every night is the most cooperative matter between the two major guilds of Kongu. And it is also the only opportunity for the chief players of Duoju Guild and Xiangyang Guild to be alone. At the top of the empty valley tower, the brilliant rainbow in the daytime has gone out, and the colorful light seems to be wrapped in a thick eggshell, appearing and disappearing from time to time. At the Rainbow Bay, the goddess of Duoju Guild stood with a bow, shooting an arrow at the white ghouls rushing in front of her. Once the fourth on the destiny list, now the third on the list, the super god Mia. The long arrow sank into the ghoul, and the elemental power brewing in the arrow body suddenly erupted, and thousands of wind blades were like invisible thin blades, crushing all the ghouls within a radius of hundreds of meters. The rainbow in the empty valley is not like an ordinary rainbow, convex on the top and concave on the bottom. It looked more like an upright crescent moon. There was another figure above Hongwan. He was a man, unlike Mia, who was dressed in a pious and otherworldly goddess costume. He was dressed very modernly, like a soldier who had strayed into a game. But he was a little thin. The chief player of Xiangyang Guild, Bai Gu stretched out his arms, and the light in his palms changed from milky white to pitch black. Not far away, a group of scattered pigeons changed into crows with the light, spewing fire from their mouths, burning all the nearby ghouls. The light in Bai Ji's palm changed again. The crows turned into pigeons again, and split into 3 waves. The middle wave stayed in the original direction, and the other 2 flew to the sides and circled in front of Mia. A pigeon approached Mia and made a human voice. "I'll watch for a while. You replenish your energy." Mia stretched out her hand and waved, and the pigeon scattered into a ball of broken light. The light gathered again and flew to her relentlessly. Mia was silent for a moment, put away the longbow, and took out a bottle of energy potion from the prop column. She paused as she pulled out the cork. In front, the crows driven by the white doves just destroyed a group of ghouls, burning a hole in the umbrella through which the dark night sky could be seen. The hole was not filled by other ghouls as before, but became bigger and bigger. Something was coming. But what else could it be besides ghouls? Mia quickly drew her bow and arrow, and pinched an element card between her fingers that were holding the arrow feathers. The element card turned into a bright blue lightning and poured into the arrow body. The long arrow left the string and shot towards the black hole. Before seeing if it hit the target, the elemental power contained in the arrow was released instantly. The lightning wrapped around the invisible target. The target was too big, enough to destroy an A-level ghoul, and the lightning was pulled as thin as a spider web. However, this attack was not without any effect. It successfully broke the target's invisibility. An extremely majestic golden statue was reflected in Mia's amber eyes. She opened her lips slightly. "Dozu. Lord. Mia. Be careful." The crows spit out flames and flew straight towards the statue. Compared to the statue, they were too small. The crows didn't even get close to the statue before they were crushed by the huge outline that suddenly appeared below it. What is that? At this moment, everyone stopped attacking and looked up in shock. A magnificent temple appeared above the floating city. Is it the Lord God? The Lord God has descended. The Lord God has descended. Many players knelt down and burst into tears. The ghouls are coming. The Xiangyang Guild players were shocked, but they did not forget their duty. You have to kneel and kowtow until dawn. Kill the ghouls. The Xiangyang players' warnings fell on deaf ears. Many players put down their weapons, knelt on the ground, clenched their left fists, and pressed their foreheads. Great Lord God, your people have been waiting for a long time. They crawled down and touched their foreheads to the ground. The Xiangyang Guild panicked. Kill the ghouls. Too many ghouls will break out tomorrow. Can you make up for the losses? Replacement team, hurry up and fill up the defense line. In the night sky, Countless ghouls were like an avalanche, about to devour all the players in Konggu. Most of the attack skills suddenly disappeared, and many ghouls had already passed through the defense line and rushed straight to the top of the tower. Instead of helping, the Duovu players began to blame and pull the Xiangyang players. The Lord God will not tolerate any evil, but the Lord God will punish those who disrespect him. Kneel down. Everyone kneel down. Offer the most pious heart to the Lord God. The Xiangyang player struggled and cursed while trying to attack the ghouls. Your Lord God is really useful. Let him destroy the ghouls. Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the night sky. The wind was so fierce that the densely packed ghouls were stunned. The players noticed something strange and looked up at the same time. The chest of the huge statue, which was so tall that the face could not be seen clearly, opened a black hole at some point. The black hole gushed out with a powerful suction force, pulling countless ghouls to rush over and disappear into the black hole. A storm like a typhoon appeared on the top of the empty valley. The statue was the eye of the storm, and the pure white ghoul was the wind itself. But the storm did not spread outward from the statue, but shrank inward with it as the center. The ghouls that needed the combined strength of 100,000 players to strangle all sank into the black hole of the statue under the gaze of 100,000 players. No one could understand the scene, but this scene was enough to shock people. The Xiangyang players looked at each other and couldn't help but look at the Duowu players around them. After a brief moment of speechlessness, the Duowu players cried like rain and prostrated themselves on the ground. Welcome to the Lord. Welcome to the Lord. The sound waves appeared from somewhere, one wave after another, spreading throughout the upper city. Chapter 142. The United Corps sent out a team, led by Chi Xian, to fly 2 thermal ships to the edge of the clouds. With the support of the logistical intelligence of the 5 major guilds, they naturally knew that at night, as the elemental energy of the valley rainbow gradually extinguished, endless ghouls would breed above the clouds. As a high-level player, Chi Xian was naturally not afraid of small ghouls. He just avoided the area covered by the clouds because he was worried about causing unnecessary disputes with the valley camp. Through the telescope equipped by the thermal ship, they witnessed an amazing scene. Less than a minute after the golden statue of the farm appeared, all the ghouls within a range of at least 3 kilometers at the top of the empty valley disappeared. It seemed that they were all swallowed into the belly of the statue. Of course, this disappearance was only temporary. The ghouls in the mountains of the spiritual domain can only breed within a quarter of an hour after midnight. But the ghouls in the empty valley can continue until dawn, waiting for the rainbow of the empty valley to shine again. The side of the telescope was soon obscured by the reappearing white bubbles. However, the magnificent farm and the intimidating statue also disappeared. Chi Xian frowned and thought for a while, and ordered the team members, quickly notify the second association that the farm disguised as a temple has entered the empty valley. Duoju Guild. They won't be fooled so easily. Right? All floating islands are suspended around the tower, and only the floating city stands on the top of the tower. This description is not quite accurate, because the sharp spire pierces the central square of the floating city, holding up the rainbow of the empty valley at a height of dozens of meters. The square should be empty at night, but tonight it was packed with people. The Duoju Guild and Xiangyang Guild faced each other from a distance, with the spire as the midpoint. The only ones who were on edge were the 2 guild leaders, who hurriedly came online. Some of their members looked up at the golden temple that stood side by side with the rainbow of the valley, while others secretly looked at the woman standing next to the spire. The woman was more beautiful than the goddess Mia, wrapped in a white robe embroidered with gold, and called herself a messenger of God. The Xiangyang Guild member standing behind her could see clearly that the simple pattern embroidered with gold thread on the back of the woman's white robe was the main god Duoju. The goddess Mia has an aura that keeps strangers away, but the messenger in front of him has a gentle smile, and his curved eyes are shining with mercy and compassion. You can become the main god by destroying a wave of ghouls? Then everyone in our Konggu is a god. Intian, please be rational. Aouc, don't insult the main god again. Be careful of the punishment from the main god. The 2 people who confronted each other were Aouc, the president of Xiangyang Guild, and Intian, the president of Duowu Guild. The game pinches faces by itself, and the 2 people look less than 30 years old. But the expression and tone of their speech show that they are already middle-aged in reality. If Intian had some wrinkles and changed into a black and red outfit, he would be the Pope in Roseheart. Her eyes turned and slowly swept around. The Duo players met her gaze, their eyes excited and fanatical. Very good. Just like their president. The Duo Guild believed her fabricated identity. As for the Xiangyang players, some frowned and looked at her, while others avoided her eyes and dared not look at her. Most people were skeptical. The reason why Duozhu religion is called Duozhu religion, and the main god is also called Duozhu main god, is obvious that most of the believers are Duozhu players. The square seemed quiet, but the periphery was actually in chaos. The ghouls were not extinct, and most of the players on duty stayed at their posts to deal with the ghouls. And Ro lowered her eyes, and quietly connected with Bao Fu's consciousness. The farm floated above the square, and Enro looked at Kong Gu Zhihong through Bao Fu, Mia, Bai Gu, and Kong Gu. The two super gods dealt with the ghouls while paying attention to the movements in the square. Continuing to quarrel was not a solution. The longer the time dragged on, the easier it would be to expose the fact that the so-called temple was actually a task. And Rose smiled slightly, and let Bao Fu fly the farm to the other side of the square, and landed slowly. Mia noticed the unusual movement of the temple, quickly glanced at her own president, and did not stop it. The white pigeons paid attention to Mia's actions, and the flock of pigeons in front of her did not chase the temple, but turned to deal with the ghouls rushing in from the sky. Oh, Yusi noticed it, and shouted loudly, "Stop!" Yin Tian raised his hand in response, and all the players behind him showed their weapons. You want to interfere with the descent of the gods? The city lord did not object. There was a third wave of people in the square. Although the floating city was called a city, its structure was actually very simple, with only an empty circular square and a floating castle at the south end of the square. The owner of the castle, the supreme NPC of the valley, the floating city lord, was standing in front of the gate with a group of servants, watching the situation in the center of the square from afar. The place where Enro commanded the rich to land was just on the north side of the square, across the spire, and facing the castle from a distance. Aoyusi was furious and pointed at the castle. The city lord did not object. But did the city lord agree? Why didn't he object? You don't know what's going on? Such a huge thing appeared in the empty valley inexplicably. Aren't the NPCs afraid? Before he finished speaking, the marble square trembled slightly, and the temple landed completely. Yin Tian did not refute Aoyusi. He looked at the majestic statue not far away, and his joy was hard to hide. Aoyusi immediately realized that the place where the temple landed was the site of the statue of the main god Duozu, and that statue was moved to the lower city a year before the Xiangyang Guild took back the management of the upper city. Yin Tian, this is all your conspiracy, isn't it? Aoyusi strode forward and pointed at Yin Tian's nose. What temples and statues? They were all secretly built by you, Duozu. Outside, with the purpose of letting the dog shit statue return to the floating city. You are slandering me. Do you know that your behavior is blasphemous? Yin Tian. As soon as Yin Tian refuted, he was interrupted by a clear female voice. He was slightly startled, looking at the messenger of God a few steps away, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. The many players behind him quickly became excited. The messenger of God has spoken, and the messenger of God knows the name of the president. And Rose's smiling eyes paused on Yin Tian for a moment, and she walked towards Aoyusi without making a sound. Aoyusi, you can question me, but you can't question the Lord God. Under the white light of the ghoul in the sky, and Rose's smile exuded the radiance of the Virgin Mary. Tell me, what should I do to make you willing to be a child of God? Aoyusi took a step back involuntarily, frowning deeply. His brow bone and nose bridge were high, and his blue eyes seemed to be hidden in the shadows. Cautious and vigilant, he failed to activate the ghoul identification function. The divine messenger in front of him was not a ghoul. Could it be the woman named Enro? As the manager of the guild, Aoyusi naturally knew about the fifth copy, Yong'an Farm, which was making a lot of noise in the outside world. The letter sent by Long Yan clearly told him that Yong'an Farm was stationed outside the valley. So Aoyusi immediately determined that the so-called temple was Yong'an Farm. However, the other half of Konggu were religious lunatics, and Yin Tian was being unreasonable, and would not listen to him at all. That's why Aoyusi suspected that Yong'an Farm had already secretly colluded with Duozhu Guild and reached some kind of cooperation. God's messenger is not a ghoul, so the ghoul must be hiding in the temple. Aoyusi glanced at the temple in the distance and sneered. Want me to become a child of God? Sure, since you are a god, and the temple is a descent of God. There should be miracles, right? His voice was loud, and the Duo player on the opposite side heard it, and refuted loudly. The miracle has already happened. The Lord God devoured so many ghouls. Didn't you see it? Eliminating so many ghouls in one breath. Our goddess can't do it. Can you? The failed white pigeon. Do it? Ignorance has blinded your eyes. The crowd was surging, and Ro waited for a moment, but didn't get Intion's approval, and she already had a clue in her heart. It seems that this Duo president, who seems to defend the Lord God on the surface, actually doesn't believe in her identity as a God's messenger. Maybe like Aousi. Intion also suspected that the temple was young and farm. The reason why they had been in a stalemate with Aousi for so long had been revealed by Aousi, statue of God. And Ro smiled faintly. God is omnipresent and omniscient. The miracles in the eyes of mortals are just gimmicks for evil gods to show off. Duoju, the Lord God, disdains to use these means to attract attention. However, she changed her tone. As a servant of God, I have the responsibility to convey God's will and take care of God's people. A figure flew over from the direction of the temple. Pow pow, wearing the same white robe embroidered with gold, stopped beside Ro. He waved his hand, and a huge gold-painted wooden box appeared on the ground. In the wooden box, various potions were neatly stacked. Aousi sneered, "What do you mean? You want to bribe us with a little potion?" And Ro smiled but did not answer, and walked towards the Xiangyang player behind Aousi. By Gu, the player whose name was called by Ro froze. And Ro took a potion from Pow Pow and handed it over. "You were injured just now, while trying to eliminate the ghoul. Right? Nita. You too. Yavi. You have consumed too much energy, and need to replenish it. Nanwell. Mental exhaustion will affect your health. Bran. Your weapon is damaged. This sickle is similar to yours. Please accept it. The gods still need his people to eliminate evil." As Anra called out the names of the Xiangyang Guild players one by one, the scene gradually became weird. The Xiangyang players were all in disbelief, and the Duo players on the opposite side also widened their eyes, and the enthusiasm in their eyes almost condensed into flames. Aousi rushed to Ro and stretched out his hand to grab her collar, but he grabbed nothing, and Ro retreated a few steps away. "Aousi, tell me, who are you from the Duo Guild? You must have used a disguise card." And Ro asked him back, "There are no less than 100 people present. How long can the advanced disguise card last?" "Aousi, you want a miracle, and I will give it to you. Whether you are Duo or Xiangyang, you are all God's people, and God knows everything about you. You are seen by the gods and remembered by the gods. Shouldn't you feel honored for this?" Aousi was unable to refute for a moment. Even if, as he guessed, the god's messenger was a disguised Duo player, it was impossible for him to know everyone present, not to mention Duoju. Even the Xiangyang Guild players didn't dare to pat their chests and say that they knew everyone in their own guild. You know, there are millions of local players in Konggu, and Xiangyang Guild occupies half of them, which is enough for hundreds of thousands. The players gathered in the square were all temporary, and even he, the president, couldn't call out a few names. And Ro ignored him, walked back to the wooden box, and waved to many players. "This night is still long. To resist the invasion of the ghouls, everyone needs to replenish potions. God loves his people. Come and get them." Many players could no longer hold back, and even rushed over without asking for the consent of President Intion, in front of the envoy of God. No one scrambled for it, and they lined up honestly. And Ro used the same trick again, and called out his game ID every time he distributed potions to someone. Some people got their IDs casually, and were not presentable, and they would feel embarrassed and sorry when they were called. "Thank you, Lord God. Thank you, God's messenger." Every Duovu player who received the potion would point his left fist to his forehead and bow devoutly. Even Intion was dumbfounded. No matter where, the ignorant people are always the lower class. The upper level is in charge and fabricates one lie after another. Intion's eyes passed through the long line and looked at Aousi. And Ro quietly moved half a step to the side, intercepted his gaze, and smiled at him. "Lord Duovu loves all his people, and will give generous gifts to devout believers," she said. Aousi's eyes briefly met Intion's. He thought they had reached a consensus. When he heard this, he was walking towards Intion. Unexpectedly, Intion raised his left fist to his forehead and sang loudly, Thank God. Thank God. Thank Goddess. Thank Goddess. The golden door slowly closed, isolating the believers' burning gazes. And Ro hadn't moved yet. And Pow Pow breathed a sigh of relief first. Fortunately, the boss can see everyone's ID. Otherwise, in this virtual world with dazzling skills, what kind of miracle is considered a miracle? It is not so easy to get rid of the doubts of Xiangyang Guild. With the support of Duo Guild, Xiangyang should not dare to do anything reckless. Boss, why don't we stay in Konggu for a little longer and wait for Brother Baofu to wake up from hibernation? And Ro has this plan. This trip to Konggu. The goal is very clear. Konggu Rainbow. In addition to weapon skills, the soul-calling song also has the power of the 4 elements of water, fire, wind and thunder. And Ro is very curious. When she was in the spirit realm, she wanted to go to the miscellaneous arts gate after collecting the 4 major potions. While the miscellaneous arts sect was making teleportation arrays, it also produced auxiliary cards with water, fire, wind and thunder attributes. And Pow Pow said that after the auxiliary cards were activated, they appeared in the form of magic. Unfortunately, the joint team pressed too hard, and Chuemo came out to make trouble. So Ro had to give up the miscellaneous arts sect and go directly to the Empty Valley. The Empty Valley produced elemental cards, and the elemental power came from the rainbow of the Empty Valley. And the effect was similar to that of the auxiliary cards. This is a well-known game setting. In the case of sudden wealth dormancy, it is very difficult to directly rob the rainbow of the Empty Valley. And Rose saw clearly that one of the 2 people on the rainbow was Mia, the top player of Duozhu Guild, and the 3rd on the current Destiny ranking. If they really started fighting, even if they got the rainbow of the Empty Valley, and Ro was not sure whether the energy of Baofu's body was enough to kill him. Furthermore, even if they managed to kill Mia, Duozhu and Xiangyang Guild would definitely not let go. Baofu was dormant, and the Empty Valley was the only place where the farm could hide. And Ro did not want to take any risks. However, Ro frowned. We can't rely too much on the Duozhu Guild. There's something wrong with Yin Tian. President Duozhu? What's the problem? His reaction is the biggest problem. When the farm's disguised temple first entered the floating city, Yin Tian showed that he was trying his best to protect it. And after Ro really showed a miracle to convince Aouc, Yin Tian's attitude changed 180 degrees. And he even wanted to join forces with Aouc to expel the farm. If Ro hadn't noticed this and said, "Generous gifts. I'm afraid the farm has already started a fight with the 2 guilds." Yin Tian doesn't believe in Duozhu God at all. The so-called Duozhu religion may be created by them to overthrow the regime. The reason for his change of attitude is simple. I showed miracles in front of Duozhu believers, which is equivalent to competing with him for the control of Duozhu Guild. Once we turn against Duozhu, I'm afraid that quite a lot of believers will stand on our side. That's why I specifically pointed out that sentence, wanting him to understand that I have no interest in Duozhu Guild. The relationship between us is just a simple cooperation. If he helps to keep the temple, I can give him a generous reward. Pow Pow, what reward? And Ro thought for a while. No more than 2 points. You mentioned them to me. First, many guides mention the God competition. This annual competition determines the ownership of the upper and lower cities of the valley. Didn't you say that the Xiangyang Guild has been suppressed in the lower city for 20 years since the valley dungeon was launched? After winning the God competition last year, they were proud and moved to the upper city. To put it the other way around, the Duozhu Guild lost face and went from being a high-ranking resident of the upper city to a resident of the lower city. They couldn't stand this. When Yin Tian and Aouc were confronting each other, Andrew observed the entire floating city through Fu and found a stone foundation in the north square with 2 huge footprints on it. Obviously, that was where the main god of Duozhu was placed. Letting the statue reappear in the floating city was the reason why Yin Tian protected us in the beginning. We created the statue and inadvertently boosted the morale of the Duozhu Guild. This is the first reward. The second reward is potions. I don't know if you have noticed that we only distributed low-level potions worth 10 gold. But everyone accepted them. Even Xiangyang players. Xiangyang and Duozhu are rivals who fight to the death. Duozhu is naturally one of the most hated objects of Xiangyang Guild. But they all accepted the potions from me. The god's messenger. Why? Pow Pow scratched his head. I thought they were also intimidated by the boss's miracle and dared not refuse. And Rose smiled. It is possible. Religious atmosphere is contagious. The 2 families have been together for so many years. It is not ruled out that Duozhu has developed many believers in Xiangyang. But this is not the main reason. The main reason is the potion itself. The night sky of Konggu Shanqing breathes a huge number of ghouls every night. And the duration is not a quarter of an hour, but a whole night. Just destroying the ghouls is a very stressful and arduous task. Potion replenishment is essential. To put it more clearly, whether it is Duowu or Xiangyang, every player needs potions, even if it is just the cheapest low-level ones, in order to improve the persuasiveness of the miracle. And Ro chose to distribute potions, which happened to be an unexpected opportunity to make Yin Tian interested. Not to mention, and Ro distributed not only potions, but also a small amount of red and orange weapons. While analyzing, Meng Ziyu climbed over the wall and ran to the two of them. And Ro stopped talking and asked him, "What's the matter?" "The price is the same as other places. Low-level potions are sold for 10 gold. Meng Ziyu's expression was exaggerated. "The problem is that they are out of stock. I went to 3 stores in a row, and all of them were out of stock." Peopeo's expression was also exaggerated. "You've been to the Sky Store?" "Just now." Meng Ziyu pouted. "Your boss sent me to run errands." The Sky Store is the official store of the valley. There is no store in the floating city, but there is one on the floating island below. After Ro came up with this guess, she immediately notified Meng Ziyu to go there quietly. The edge of the farm just coincided with the edge of the square, and no one noticed that he climbed over the wall to go out. And Ro nodded. "Sure enough." "Pow pow. Do you still remember why CG took us to the number 7 Black Market Island? The imbalance between supply and demand of items has caused the official store to raise the recycling price." "Pow pow. Because the demand for potions from players in Konggu is too high. Even the official store is out of stock." And Ro laughed. "The reason for the out-of-stock situation may not be that simple. If I were doing business in Konggu, I would definitely buy all the potions at the original price as soon as they arrived in the official store, and then secretly trade with the players. The price doubled. Easily." Pow Pow was secretly shocked. And Ro has many extended analyses. The valley is secluded, and the number of players is far less than that of other camps. Logically speaking, since valuable element cards are produced here, the players should be very rich. But the fact that Ro saw was that not many of these players had high-level weapons. Gold players only used orange weapons. Silver players only used red weapons. And some even had the least valuable gray weapons. The word poor was clearly written on many people's faces. Of course, the main opponents of the valley players were not ghouls, but weak ghouls, and the attack power of gray weapons was enough. It's just that compared with the players of the same level in other camps, it's hard not to feel sad. I'm afraid that their money was spent on buying potions privately, and the people who have the power and ability to hoard potions are none other than the 2 major guilds. In short, the top leaders of the 2 major guilds are using the ghouls to exploit the players under their control to death. But this does not mean that the guilds are not short of potions. In order to deal with the ghouls, a large amount of potions are consumed. The only thing the guilds earn is the gold coins of the members. As for whether the gold coins fall into the pockets of certain people or are used to purchase potions outside, it is unknown. According to what you said, the Duozhu gang has bad intentions. Meng Ziyu opened his eyes wide. Then why let the farmland? Aren't you afraid that they will gather together to rob? Although the 4 buildings where the raw materials for the medicine are planted have their exterior walls remodeled in the style of white walls and gold lines, the walls are not sealed. Insufficient light or poor air circulation will lead to a reduction in the production of raw materials. The 4 buildings have 8 floors in total. Standing outside the farm, you can see the rootless red flame cotton inside, which is hard not to attract attention. And Rose smiled. I have let Bao Bao swallow up 4 pharmacies. Without the pharmacist in the pharmacy, what's the point of getting the raw materials? Next, it depends on when and how the Duowu Guild chooses to ask for the potion. The Duowu Guild's request came faster than Enro imagined. The next morning, Enro stood in front of the door of the magnificent temple of the other courtyard, and her eyes were withdrawn from the Duowu players, who were worshipping the statue not far away. And she turned to Yin Tian. She remained calm and smiled. God's competition? Yes. The God's envoy knows everything, so he naturally knows that tomorrow is the competition day. With the potion provided by the God's envoy, the Duozhu Guild will definitely win the competition and take back the upper city. Yin Tian's expression was meaningful. If Duozhu is in charge of the upper city, it can serve the Lord God better. The God's envoy will not refuse the request of the devout believers. Right? Chapter 143. And Ro was woken up by Jonda. There are a lot of people outside the door, Jonda said. And Ro looked out the window. The sun was rising. A lot of people? She called out Bao Fu, climbed up to Hua Man Lu and looked down. Jonda was still conservative. Not a lot of people, but a lot of people. A huge crowd, stretching from the farm to the opposite side of the square. People wrapped their clothes in gray-white cloaks, their faces buried in the hoods. And the emblem of the Duowu Guild was printed in the middle of the front of the hood. Some people had player IDs, and some did not. Obviously, the emblem was not only the guild emblem, but also the emblem of the Duowu religion. There were many people, but no one spoke, even from a distance. And Ro could feel the quiet atmosphere in the square. Suddenly, someone accidentally saw her and shouted, "Good day, goddess." Tens of thousands of eyes looked at her. In their eyes, the goddess in a white robe embroidered with gold stood on the top of the building, bathed in the morning light, surrounded by glory, sacred and inviolable. Looking over with them, there are also eyes in the sky. In the center of the square, the rainbow of the empty valley suspended on the top of the tower has been rejuvenated, and the colorful light flows slowly in a surging posture. And a gorgeous light circle appears under the sunlight. And each part of the light circle, the light of various colors, is like melted sugar water, dissipating in all directions. The power of elements. In the Rainbow Bay is the goddess of Duowu religion, Mia. She is barefoot, and her long and snow-white skirt and chestnut hair fall together, worthy of goddess, without the vision of sudden wealth. And Ro could not see the expression of the goddess Duowu, but she intuitively felt that Mia's gaze was confused, and Ro was looking at Mia from a distance. And all the people in the square turned around and knelt down to her. "Good day, goddess." Everyone prostrated on the ground, as if a thick layer of white snow had accumulated on the huge square. This scene was quite shocking. Not only was it a grand scene, but also the shock of the coexistence of technology and ignorance. Sure enough, the end of science is theology. The farm gate was open. Many believers did not rush in, but lined up in a long queue. Someone pulled out a unique team from the crowd. Hundreds of children around 10 years old came to the front of the team. After many adjustments, the soil layer of the farm was 20 meters thick. For this plan, Pao Pao trimmed the exposed edges of the soil and painted them with gold paint, making it look like the majestic stone foundation of a temple. The stone steps outside the farm gate were also rebuilt, all white marble. A total of 120 steps. Each step was nearly half a meter high, and even adults had difficulty walking, not to mention children. Moreover, those children were either carrying trays or leading cattle and sheep, so they had no free hands and had to use all their strength to take each step. None of the adults around came up to help, and Ro and Pao Pao were standing inside the door. And due to their limited perspective, they did not see the scene at first, until the first child climbed up with sweat on his forehead. There were only 3 steps left, and his legs were shaking. Pao Pao subconsciously stepped forward to help. However, the child dodged his hand, silent and stubborn. When he saw Ro, his eyes sparkled. "Good day, goddess." He wanted to salute, but the tray covered with gold-painted white cloth in his hand was shaking, so he had to bow. And Ro resisted frowning and smiled kindly. "Just give the things to the god servant. She is the god messenger, and Pao Pao and other people on the farm are the god servants." The child shook his head. "The tribute is for the Lord God. I will take it myself." "Good day, goddess. Can I go in?" "Go ahead." And Ro watched his back. Her eyebrows furrowed. The tribute must be offered by children. A detail missing from the Pao Pao guide. If these children hadn't come up alone and had simple minds, I'm afraid she would have been exposed. The problem is, these children are all NPCs. The illusory faith created by the Duowu Guild in the game has even been infiltrated by NPCs? And Ro gave Pao Pao a look, and the two followed the children to the Duowu statue. "Have you noticed that there are many children in the empty valley?" Pao Pao nodded. "According to the balance theory, newborns will only appear when the number of NPCs is lower than the balance value between NPCs and players." Andra pondered, is it possible that the NPC generation mechanism of the Empty Valley copy is the same as that of the Spirit Realm, and all NPCs can be infinitely regenerated? No. The Empty Valley and Ghost Island are online at the same time, and the NPC mechanism of the two copies is close to that of Linkbing City. Andra fell silent. Infinite regeneration. The possibility is ruled out. And the only thing left is a horrifying fact. The number of NPCs in the empty valley is far lower than the so-called equilibrium value. In other words, the NPCs in the empty valley died in large numbers. There are some differences in the height of this group of children. The child leading the sheep is the youngest, and looks to be only 6 or 7 years old. The child carrying the tray is older, in his early teens. The age difference means that they were not born at the same time. It can be inferred that the NPCs in the empty valley did not die in large numbers due to a specific event, but died continuously. Boss, Peopeo's eyes were somewhat gloomy. They are all very thin. They were pale and thin, and their newly made clothes were loose. But when they saw Enro, their eyes were frighteningly bright. This was what frightened Enro the most. After a full hour, 100 children finally put the offerings in place. Enro stood at the foot of the statue and watched quietly until the children reluctantly retreated to the door. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was really worried that the Duohu religion was so evil that it would use living people as sacrifices. If she really saw that kind of scene, she would not only run away, but she would also be tempted to fight. However, the children were fine, which ruled out the first reason for the death of the NPC in Kongdu. Human sacrifice. In this case, what was the cause of the NPC's death? Could it be that Konggu faced countless attacks from ghouls every night, which led to a large number of ghouls in the camp, causing many NPCs to die at the hands of ghouls? If this is the reason, then it is understandable. The only thing to blame is the game settings. Meeting Etion once overturned Andrew's guess. It's not the game settings that are sinning, but Duohu and Xiangyang Guild. She has retreated to the temple of the other courtyard. There is a pond in front of the other courtyard, and there is a statue in the pond. People come to worship the statue in an endless stream, including Duohu players, Kongdu NPC, and even some sneaky Xiangyang players. Pao Pao frowned after listening to her meeting with Etion. So Duohu wants us to supply him with potions to win the god competition? Boss, what exactly is the god contest? Are the two guilds competing against each other? Guild skill competition? Someone will get hurt, so a lot of potions are needed. In the information that Pao Pao found, someone mentioned the god contest, but only mentioned the result of the contest without any details. The two major guilds in Kongdu decided the ownership of the upper and lower cities through the victory or defeat of the god contest. A year ago, the upper city was the territory of the Duohu Guild, until last year's god contest, when the Duohu Guild unexpectedly lost and had to hand over the right to live in the upper city. At that time, more than 600 floating islands exchanged positions up and down, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Because of this, a trace of the god competition was left on the forum. And Rose sneered, "You will understand if I say 2 words, raising goo." The so-called god competition is no different from artificially creating a hunting ground. The two major guilds deliberately raise a batch of ghouls every year, and put them on the selected floating islands. Then let the contestants from both sides enter the venue. The one who strangles more ghouls will have the right to live in the upper city. The most important thing is that the NPCs on the floating islands will not be cleared in advance. That's why there are so many NPC deaths, and so many newborns every year. Pao Pao really understood, and his face turned pale. Boss, should we stop it? He remembered the reason why the farm came to the empty valley, and couldn't say these 2 words. And Rose shook her head. It's too late. The god competition is tomorrow, and the ghouls they raised are already ready. She glanced at the silent Pao Pao. I know you didn't say it. The ghouls are ready, but the competition hasn't started yet. We still have time to stop it. Pao Pao, look at them. Pao Pao followed Andrew's gaze. Beside the pond, a group of people prostrated themselves at the foot of the majestic statue, chanting devoutly. The followers of Duohu religion are not limited to Duohu players, but also include people from Xiangyang Guild, many NPCs, and even a few wild guests without guild emblems. Although they have not joined the guild, they must have stayed in the valley for a long time. A main god that even Etion himself does not believe in has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Do you know why the god competition is called the god competition? The tributes sent to the farm are only part of it. What you haven't seen yet are the people in the competition field. Whether it is the NPCs or players who died at the hands of the ghouls. They are all sacrifices. They are all human sacrifices. But even she is powerless to stop this cruel competition. Even Etion, knowing that the so-called heavenly temple is actually Yong'an Farm, has to call a deer a horse for the sake of the statue. And Ro originally thought that In Tion was just trying to boost the morale of the guild. But now she understands that In Tion is also afraid of the ignorant beliefs created by Duo Zhu. According to the original plan, the farm will stay in Konggu for a long time. And Ro did not want to put all residents under house arrest. So she set a few temporary employee rules in advance. Simple overview: all residents change their clothes, are not allowed to mention their names. And if someone asks about their identities, they should call themselves God's servants. They are not allowed to mention anything related to the farm. They are not allowed to receive anyone from Konggu into the farm buildings. Even if the other party is not a Destiny person, all the doors and windows of the buildings are closed, and people from outside can only visit from the outside, because the exterior walls of the buildings have been remodeled. The closed doors and windows add to the solemnity of the temple. Farm residents can go out and farm, but all shops are closed and everyone has to go to the other courtyard for meals. Lung Hanli led Tian Rui and others to deliver the tribute back to the other courtyard. And Yonyan was delighted when he saw it. Cattle and sheep are all livestock that the farm lacks. Previously, the beef and mutton on the farm were copied from the stock in the cold storage. But because CG left and Pao Pao had not been online for more than a week, there was little meat left. Although Pao Pao was replenished in time after going online. Who doesn't want to eat fresh meat? And Yonyan immediately asked Tian Rui to kill a sheep. Make mutton stew for everyone in the evening. Lung Hanli stopped him. The envoy of God said that these cattle and sheep cannot be killed before leaving the valley. And Yonyan was stunned. Meat, the envoy of God said? Then listen to the envoy of God. Don't kill them. Just put them in a circle first. Where to lock them up? Lung Hanli, the envoy of God, asked the servant of God to open up a small grassland next to the orchard and put them there first. Before leaving the valley, they could not call each other by their names. And Yonyan thought for a while before realizing that the divine servant she was talking about was Pao Pao. And Yonyan nodded repeatedly and happily followed Tian Rui. Hung Bobeo trotted to his mother. Mom, where's that guy? Hung Bobeo listened to Enro very much. Since he could not call Pao Pao by his name directly, he called Pao Pao that guy. Lung Hanli smiled and pinched her daughter's nose, admonishing her. Something big might happen in the next 2 days. He is busy. Don't bother him for now. Oh! Hung Bobeo stuck out his tongue. Can I go outside for a walk? Xiaoqing just told me that the valley is so beautiful. Lung Hanli smiled helplessly. Don't leave the farm. And don't talk to people outside. The farm is surrounded by walls. And you can't see outside from inside. Hung Bobeo looked around with great interest and came to Myanmarlu. The red flame cotton is red flame, passionate and unrestrained, which makes her love it the most. Although it is not ripe during the day, the blue cotton buds are cracked to reveal a line of fiery red, which is also very beautiful. She climbed to the top floor in one breath, panting. After climbing 8 floors, Hung Bobeo could finally see the outside. There was a busy square, a marble castle, and floating islands in the distance. The buildings on the floating islands were very exquisite, all in a gorgeous style of white pillars and red wall tiles. And even the glass was colorful. Maybe it was because of the high altitude and sufficient sunlight. The flowers and plants flourished, and there were red and white roses everywhere outside the wall. It was in line with Hung Bobeo's aesthetic. What a fairyland! She couldn't help but think of this unfamiliar word. Hung Bobeo's eyes were intoxicated, and when he turned halfway, he suddenly woke up. On the Huaman building next door, and Ro was looking at her with a smile. Hung Bobeo waved his arms, and was about to say he was going to find Enro. But Enro shook her head. She had something to do. Enro turned around, squinted at the figure on the rainbow of the valley, and waved. Mia hesitated for a moment, took out an element card, and put the bow on it. The element card turned into a green feather arrow, aiming at Enro. Hung Bobeo was startled when he saw this, and was about to open his mouth to remind her. But the feather arrow had already left the string, turned into a breeze, and floated over with the goddess. Hung Bobeo's eyes widened. So beautiful that she was speechless. What made Hung Bobeo even more speechless was that Mia landed on the Huaman building, facing Enro. And the white sunlight mixed with the colorful light of the rainbow in the empty valley hit the two women, as if the sun and the moon were shining together. It was so beautiful that she felt ashamed of herself. Hung Bobeo's interest in enjoying the scenery was ruined, and he pouted, snorted, and turned to go downstairs. Mia looked back when she heard the noise, and then turned her head again. Her eyes fell on the light screen in front of her. That was the notification of Hung Bobeo's favorability. Unknown NPC favorability plus 30%. Current favorability 80%. Favorite. You are not the messengers of God. The moment she saw the light screen, and Ro rolled her eyes in her heart. She had calculated everything, but she didn't expect Hung Bobeo to increase his favorability as soon as he saw Mia. You didn't believe it in the first place. So why are you surprised? And Ro smiled at Mia. Mia's game ID is actually Mia, with an extra dot in the middle, probably to avoid the game system's automatic translation. Mia and Mia. Of course the latter sounds better, and it fits the beauty and temperament of the goddess in front of her. I have to admit that Mia is the most elegant woman in Ro has ever seen in the game, and the highest ranked female player she has ever seen on the Destiny list, based on her temperament alone. And Ro dared to conclude that she couldn't be a man under this virtual skin. Moreover, the Duoju religion would not allow men to dress up as women to serve as goddesses. Otherwise it would be blasphemy. While Mia was examining her, and Ro's thoughts drifted away, she suddenly realized that among the top 3 players on the fate list, there were 2 female players, and Soul Song strictly restricted women from entering the game. It was really ironic. For this reason, and Ro didn't want to attack Mia. Of course, it was not just this reason. Mia's performance from last night to now was enough for Enro to conclude that the goddess was not a devout believer. If so, it might not be contrary to her interests. After a long silence, Mia finally spoke. What is your purpose here? If the temple is Yongin Farm, and if the messenger in front of her is an NPC named Enro, then everything about Yongin Farm is too different from what she saw in the forum, and what she had imagined before. It can even be said that there is no similarity at all. Imagined, Yongin Farm, which disrupted the 3 major camps, should be a den of ghouls. But she observed for a whole night, and did not find any ghouls in the farm. On the contrary, what appeared before her was comfort and prosperity. And Ro looked at the rainbow of the valley behind her. Mia became more alert. You want to steal the rainbow of the valley? And Ro smiled and asked, does Baigu like you? Mia's eyes flashed with surprise. Don't talk nonsense. We are only responsible for guarding the rainbow of the valley. Oh! He has been staring at you, looking very worried. Baigu is a member of the Xiangyang Guild, so he naturally does not believe in the Duozu Lord God. He had already guessed Enro's identity. Mia came to see Enro alone, and naturally she was worried. Mia didn't want to continue the topic, and said coldly, no matter what your purpose is, as long as you cause any harm to Konggu, I will not stand by and watch. The implication is that if the farm wants to leave, she will not stop it. Such people either live very clearly, and know clearly what they care about and what they want, or they are trapped in an unsolvable deadlock and unable to pay attention to other things. And Rose smiled and said, it's not me who caused harm to Konggu. You should know it very well. Of course, I can't avoid indirect damage. After all, it's your president's request. What request? Provide potions to your duo players in the god competition. And Rose said, observing the other party's expression. You have guessed it. In this case, are you, Duo, and I on the same front? I'm here. I don't need your potion. Mia still didn't let go of her hostility. She didn't even realize that Enro was trying to trick her. That's right. The cold and aloof people with high status are mostly simple and a little stupid. This sentence made Enro realize that even players of Mia's level would participate in the competition. And she still underestimated the cruelty of the god of having competition. Depend on you? And Ro's words were very sarcastic under her smile. With you. Didn't Duolu lose last year? Even if you climbed to the top of the Destiny list and became the first player in the valley. The white pigeons kept falling and fell out of the rankings. She slowed down her speech. When Mia heard this, she couldn't help but clench her hands hanging by her side. In the end, you only won the ranking. But Duovu Guild was forced to move to the lower city. Baigu lost the ranking, but became a great contributor to Xiangyang Guild. Isn't it? You want to irritate me. Mia loosened her hand and her expression returned to indifference. Anyway, the cooperation between the president and you is the guild's business. She turned around and an element card appeared in her hand. What about those innocent people? And Ro called her. They are NPCs. But they can cry and laugh, treat friends well, and love their families. Do they deserve to be the victims of the guild's struggle for power? Mia did not look back. They are not the only victims. The arrow shot out, bringing the goddess back to the altar. And Ro had seen many top players in the game. But this was the first time she had seen a top NPC. See Crocodile Shaylee, Lord of the Floating City, ruler of the valley. A middle-aged man in his 40s. A little fat, with a particularly thick mustache on his lips. The silver-white silk clothes made his skin look particularly dark. He was not born dark, but probably got tanned by the sun. In comparison, the farm disguised as a temple was far less impressive than the castle of the sea crocodile. It took a full 10 minutes to walk from the door to the central hall. This is an ancient Greek-style castle. And Ro recalled that the buildings on the floating island also had a strong ancient Greek style. She once again experienced the confusion of the game background. The Duowu Guild was the original ruler of the Empty Valley dungeon. As everyone knows, the country of Duoju has nothing to do with ancient Greece. And the mythology system is also very different. So the Duowu Guild created a strange religion in the game? The funny thing is that this strange religion really ruled the Kongdu camp. Along the way, statues and reliefs of Duozu Lord God can be seen everywhere in the castle, given that Duowu religion was created later than the launch of the dungeon. And Ro has reason to believe that these were put up later. In other words, the ruler of Kongdu has also prostrated himself at the feet of Duozu Lord God. Even though the Xiangyang Guild has been the ruling force in the upper city for the past year, High Crocodile did not have anyone remove the statue of the Lord God. And Ro's eyes fell on the statue's face, and she was distracted for a moment, and was awakened by the suppressed, excited voice. "Good morning, goddess." When High Crocodile saw her, he knelt down and performed the great ceremony of Duoju religion. "Good morning, goddess. It's my honor to visit my castle." And Ro met his excited eyes. Nothing. Was it the fear of the gods that hindered High Crocodile's invisible favorability towards her? Or was he also pretending? In order to maintain the relationship with Duoju Guild? It's easy to verify. NPCs won't lie. And Ro only needs to design a few questions that he can't avoid. However, there is no need. Besides, it's not the right time now. Intian and Ao, you see, are both here. The two presidents obviously had a quarrel, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Ao, you see, was too lazy to hide, and his hostility towards Ro was even stronger than last night. After a night, he finally figured it out. The reason why Intian left the temple was nothing more than because he was interested in the potion in Ro's hand. Intian put on a fake smile and put his left fist against his forehead. "Meet the envoy of God," including Ro. The 4 people present were all knowledgeable. And Ro simply got straight to the point. "What's the matter with calling me here?" Mengziyu said that the agricultural ecology on the floating island is very different from that of Lingbing City. There are grasslands, cattle and sheep, and a kind of sick cow with diseased black spots on its fur. Mengziyu secretly fed a bottle of life potion, but the black spots did not disappear. And Ro instantly realized that it was a dairy cow. She hadn't drunk milk for a long time. She was moved, and Ro wanted Mengziyu to take her to see it. But she didn't expect to meet someone who came to invite her as soon as she went out. Intian glanced at the city lord. High Crocodile got up from the ground and said respectfully, "The competition of the gods is just around the corner. But the venue has not been decided yet. It just so happens that the goddess Rian has come. I hope the goddess can ask the Lord God for his will, and designate a floating island as the venue for the competition." He waved his hand, and under the crystal chandelier, a virtual empty valley emerged on a marble platform. It turned out to be a holographic sand table. And Ro remained calm and observed the holographic image of the empty valley. The entire tower was miniaturized to half a person's height, and hundreds of floating islands were clearly visible. Each floating island is only half the size of a palm, but the details are clear when you look closely. On the grassland described by Mengziyu, cattle and sheep are leisurely eating grass, and a miniature man squats down and is milking a cow. And Ro immediately looked at the top of the sand table. Fortunately, the floating city at the top of the tower is not in the sand table, and the rainbow of the empty valley at the top of the tower is not virtualized. Otherwise, her and the residents' every move on the farm will be under the watchful eyes of others. This holographic image is actually real-time. "Good day, goddess?" Sea Crocodile urged gently, and Ro understood why he called her here. There was no respect. It was obviously a scapegoating. The upper city was the territory of Xiangyang Guild, and the lower city was the territory of Duowu Guild. The change between the upper and lower cities was not the migration of people. but the change of the location of the entire floating island. The competition of the gods would inevitably cause huge losses of people and property to the floating island. And no guild wanted the loss to occur in their own territory. With the relationship between Sea Crocodile and Duoju Guild, there was no need to worry too much about choosing the competition venue in the past. And the loss would inevitably be borne by Xiangyang Guild. But this time is different. The myth that Duoju Guild never loses has been broken. Xiangyang Guild has been managing Upper City for a year. Who knows if Xiangyang will win again this time? High Crocodile doesn't want to offend anyone. On the other hand, Amru has no choice. From the moment the farm landed, or even earlier, from the moment she decided to build the Duowu statue, she has already chosen a side. Rather than dragging her feet and losing the support of Duowu Guild, it is better to hold on to this ally. Amru pointed to the floating island at the bottom of Upper City. Here, that was the floating island closest to the clouds. Judging by the naked eye, it was smaller than the nearby islands. Perhaps there were fewer people. Sea Crocodile put his left fist against his forehead. Thank God for favoring the people on the floating island number 339 in the Upper City. The lowest people have the most sincere hearts. They will dedicate the purest souls to serve the Lord. And Ro's eyelashes trembled. The lowest people? It turned out that even in the Upper City, people's status changed with the change of altitude. And Ro turned her eyes unconsciously, her sight wandering in the luxurious palace. Golden furniture can be seen everywhere, and a window made of a whole piece of crystal reflects brilliant light under the sunlight. She suddenly understood. The wealth of Sky Island not only flows to the two guilds, but also to the ruler of the valley. It is the unscrupulous exploitation of players and NPCs by the Duoju cult that magnifies the setting of NPC greed to the extreme. This is the reason why the Sea Crocodile and the Duowu Guild NPC rulers and players have established a close relationship, far beyond other camps. Aousi had expected this result, and he could not stay even for a second. He glared at Enro and left. This was the objective situation, and he could not win the argument. Accompanied by Yin Tian, Enro went to the floating island number 339. Xiangyang Guild stipulated that no member of Duoju Guild could use mobile skills in the Upper City unless defending against the invasion of the ghouls. As long as the right to live in the Upper City did not change, this rule would remain in effect. What's more, among the entourage was the first player of Xiangyang Guild, Bai Gu. So no matter how far the road to number 339 is, and it takes dozens of stairs, Yin Tian has to hold his nose and walk down. And Ro has been looking at Bai Gu inadvertently. She and Pao Pao stayed up half the night, searching for information about Konggu on the forum. Among them was a post about Bai Ji's ranking dropping again and again, and finally falling off the fate list. The post was from last year. Many players who responded said that the reason Bai Gu failed to make the list was because he lost to Mia in the God of Heaven competition, which gave everyone the wrong impression that the God of Heaven competition was a contest for players. The truth of the matter is probably not that simple. Through the perspective of sudden wealth, and Ro made a very interesting discovery. When guarding the rainbow of the valley and resisting the invasion of the ghouls, Bai Gu and Mia were the core forces and teammates who cooperated with each other. Once they left the rainbow of the valley, they became strangers. To be precise, Mia ignored him at all, and Bai Ji's eyes following Mia. Love could not be hidden. Perhaps he didn't think about hiding, because he was not unrequited love. When Anna mentioned the white dove to Mia, Mia's expression of deliberately avoiding the topic said it all. She loved him. 2. The two lovers were locked in the same camp because of their positions, and were forced to separate because of their positions. This was a tormenting love. If the two top players of Konggu could be dealt with in this way, Konggu would no longer be a threat to the farm. Anra pondered and finally stepped onto floating island number 339. Someone had already notified the people on the island of the results of the site selection for the god competition. Everyone knelt on the grass, weeping. What was about to befall them was a cruel fate. Everyone was praying. The old man was crying. The parents were holding their malnourished children, and the children were chewing a piece of dry bread. Thank God. Thank God, his son. I am willing to contribute everything to God. They said the most pious words, and shed the most sincere tears. And Ro opened her lips slightly, and watched the incredible scene. Until the people of Duowu Guild dispersed the people. Dedicate everything you have to the god's birthday tonight. And Ro tilted her head to look at Yin Tian. God's birthday? Yin Tian smiled and nodded. The day before the god's competition is the god's birthday. The people of this floating island will do their best to prepare the most sumptuous dinner for the god. In the holographic command center, the entire conference room was waiting for someone to connect. The holographic projector finally turned on the green light. Erhui stroked his gray eyebrows and said with a thorn in his voice, "President Xiangyang, a rare guest." The other 4 guild leaders also looked unhappy. Ever since Yan'an Farm moved towards the empty valley, they have sent invitations to Xiangyang Guild in the name of the joint group and in the name of their respective countries, or have applied for visits. All were rejected. Everyone had to suppress their irritability and watch the changes in the empty valley with a cold eye. Sure enough, the farm had just entered the empty valley, and less than one night later, Xiangyang Guild couldn't sit still and repeatedly requested to connect. The second guild deliberately taught him a lesson, so it was dragged until daytime. President Xiangyang knew he was in the wrong, but he was still very tough. What's the situation in Konggu? You don't know it. If we hadn't pushed it secretly, how could the Konggu instance be merged with the Seoul Song? If we Xiangyang hadn't restrained them all these years, those crazy people of Duoju would have spread to all servers. The second association didn't intend to give him face. If the Konggu instance is not merged, will it be a loss for me or for you? I'm old, and I can't stand seeing people treat shit as gold and stick it on their faces. The simultaneous translation machine conveyed his words accurately and vividly. President Xiangyang looked embarrassed, but he understood that since they could connect online, it meant that everything could be negotiated. He simply made a request directly. "I need your support. Send a team of high-level players to assassinate Enro." The second guild laughed. "Are all the people in Xiangyang Guild dead?" The other guild leaders had the same reaction. "Sending people to kill ghouls is fine. But what about killing NPCs? President Xiangyang, don't forget that Yong'an is just a mission. If you want to assassinate, you can do it directly. Why are you looking for us?" President Xiangyang failed to control his temper again. "Our people should be kept to participate in the god competition. Can you forget the sacrifices of our country? The Duoju religion is crazy and barbaric. How many disputes have been stirred up offline? If our country had not opened its doors to give it space to develop, wouldn't it flow to your country?" Everyone fell silent. President Xiangyang glanced around and looked at the second association. "I know how important the Yan'an mission is, but the god competition is just around the corner, and we really don't have the energy to care about it. Besides, no matter how important a mission is, how important can it be? No matter how long it is valid, how long can it be? The soul guiding song has been running for more than 20 years. I can tell the difference between big and small. Do you think it's easy for me to come here to connect? Do you think I'm shirking my responsibility by asking you to send someone to assassinate me? If those lunatics in Duoju knew that I secretly let other high-level players in, wouldn't we be at great risk? Those lunatics have used nuclear weapons." Erhui even put away the sneer on his face. President Xiangyang calmed down, but his next words sounded calm, but were actually crazy. "Don't forget, our country also has nuclear weapons. The United Army was stationed in the land of no life. Many people looked up at the tower in the valley from time to time. With the clouds blocking the way, no one knew whether Yong'an Farm had caused chaos in the valley. For most places, when a major incident occurs, foreign posts will always appear in the first place. Unfortunately, the valley is not most places. No one noticed that 3 people quietly left the team and met Qixin at the bottom of a gentle slope. The 3 of them looked at each other for a few times, and finally looked at Qixin. "What's the matter?" Qixin shared the light screen. "Longyantaza, Olaman, Yadan Tanshi. The 3 of you form an assassination team to sneak into the empty valley. This is the order of the command group." Taoza was shocked. "Assassination group? Assassinate who? Yan'an Ghoul?" Tanshi sneered. "The Legion hasn't had any deaths for too long, so let us go to die." Min did not object, glanced at Taoza's cute bun, and said lightly, "I don't want to die with him." Tao Zhe is a typical male player in disguise, wearing a Lolita skin, but with an uncle's heart. From the joint group to the joint army, the more people there are, the more difficult it is to integrate. Even if Chi Xian deliberately broke up and reorganized the players of each guild, many small groups were inevitably formed in the army. Tao Zhe has a way of disgusting his own family, not to mention disgusting people in Ollie. He rubbed Min's arm with his shoulder. "Brother Min, don't say that about me. I want to share the same bed and grave with you, and be a pair of desperate mandarin ducks. I'm so sad when you say that." Min moved his feet and appeared on the other side of Taoza. with a thin but sharp silk blade slashing towards Tao's neck. Tao sneered and activated an auxiliary card, and a circle of array patterns appeared under his feet. However, the silk blade was grabbed by Qixin. "This is an order, not a joke," Qixin said solemnly. "I didn't ask you to die. The assassination target is not the ghoul, but Anru," Tanshi said coldly. "Is there a difference?" Qixin, "Of course there is a difference. Konggu will hold a god's birthday celebration tonight. The address is Floating Island number 339 in Shangqing. Yong'an Farm is currently disguised as a temple, staying in the floating city at the highest point. That is to say, by then Enro will be separated from Yong'an Ghoul, no matter how powerful she is. She is just an NPC, and the success rate of assassination is very high." "No, the success rate is very low. 10%, Tanshi retorted. Qixin was startled. He did not doubt the other party's judgment. Tanshi is a player of Ghost Island. Guns and weapons are extremely common on Ghost Island, so he is naturally good at assassination. Tanshi rubbed his fingers slowly, which was his usual action when planning an assassination. Where the farm is does not mean where Yong'an Ghoul is. The description of this point is very clear in the Spirit Domain Review Report. Yong'an Ghoul has a way to get rid of the territorial restrictions. The other three fell silent. This is an order from above, and even if Qixin is among the assassination members, he cannot disobey. Momozawa belongs to Lungyan, so naturally he is the same. As for men, the strength of the Oli Guild and managing members will only be more high pressure than Lungyan. Only Tanshi dared to say no. However, Tanshi suddenly laughed and asked, "When will we act?" Qixin was a little confused and replied, "Wait until dark. Xiangyang Guild will send someone to pick you up. Half a day." Tanshi looked at the light screen and nodded. "Then I'll go offline," seeing the smile on his lips that he couldn't suppress. Qixin understood. The national cause can't buy Tansha's loyalty and sacrifice, but money can. "I also need to go offline," Min said. Qi Xian did not stop him. Many people have died because of Yong'an, and this assassination trip is likely to be a one-way trip. They only have one afternoon left to see who they want to see and what they want to do. He looked at Tao Zhe. "Do you want to log off?" Tao Zhe nodded. "Not joking for once. I have to see my parents again. If I can die in the game, I'll be happy. If I die in real life dressed like this, it will be embarrassing for my parents." Qi Xian frowned. Before Tao Zhe left, he asked a question. "When it comes to assassination ability, Zhang Xingsa is the strongest. Brother Xian, is he still not well?" Qi Xian shook his head in silence. We only said that Zhang Xingsa was not feeling well, but no one knew what was wrong. The day ended, and the night sky above the clouds once again gave birth to dense white bubbles. Duowu sent an extra 50,000 people to resist the ghouls tonight, so it should be fine. If there are any fish that slip through the net and enter the farm, you try to kill them, and don't let Bao Bao do it. Every bit of energy that can be saved is a bit. After Enro finished explaining to Mingziyu, she walked out of the farm gate. She looked at the long stone steps below and took a slow breath. Before taking people's lives, the gods also took away all their property. The celebration of the birthday of the gods is more like a greedy dinner for the devil. And the person who chose the dining place was her. She was also the one who made everyone on the floating island number 339 grateful to the Lord God for his favor. What kind of magic power can deprive NPCs of their fear of death? The setting that NPCs are greedy for money was broken by Yong'an Farm. Now, in this weird and twisted valley, she witnessed with her own eyes that the setting that NPCs are afraid of death was also broken. I really want to destroy this place. Chapter 144. The floating island is staggered in height. If it is forcibly divided into layers, the upper city area has about 60 layers. In order to deal with the ghouls, different numbers of players are assigned to each layer. The two major guilds together dispatch 100,000 people every night. Today is the birthday of the gods. In order to ensure the normal progress of the god competition tomorrow, the Duoju Guild voluntarily dispatched 50,000 people, greatly reducing the defense pressure. On the rainbow of the empty valley, the white dove did not need to do much, and felt the tranquility for the first time in a long time. But his mood did not relax, but became heavier. White Dove lowered his eyes and looked at Rainbow Bay. It was empty there, as the goddess Duowu had gone to attend the birthday celebration. Tomorrow, there would be a competition for the gods. Uzi told him not to stand guard today. to rest early and prepare for tomorrow's competition. White Dove still came. He could not catch up with the celebration. Only the rainbow in the empty valley still lingered with her breath. Whenever he saw Rainbow Bay, he could imagine her figure. She was either drawing her bow and arrow, or frowning in meditation. Her long hair and long skirt falling together. People have seen cold and proud goddesses, indifferent and detached goddesses, and heroic goddesses. Only he has seen the goddesses who are happy and sad. She cannot leave the cage woven by the false divine light. And he cannot leave it either. Someone is watching him. The White Dove quickly discovered the gaze, looked back, and found a figure on the roof of a tall building in the temple in the distance. The other party was waving. He thought about it, and his body turned into a flock of pigeons and flew over. The pigeons circled on the roof, and he found a small flower emitting white light. As a super god, Baigu recognized it immediately. This is the rootless flower used to make physical potions. Baigu did not return to human form, but stayed in the air in the form of a pigeon. The next building is red flame cotton, and the next one is thunder wood. The last one is dark, and only emits a faint fluorescence. It should be the place where Ouroboros are raised. The people below laughed and said, "You want potions too? Don't look for it. There are only raw materials here. No pharmacy." Baigu landed in front of him and remained alert. "What did you say to Mia?" He saw with his own eyes that the god's messenger called Mia to the temple, and it was also in this place. Pao Pao was worrying about how to start the topic, but when he heard it, his eyes lit up. After all, he was young, and he had to talk to a stranger about the person the other person liked. He thought of many things in his mind, but none of them were appropriate. "You really like Mia. The boss told me that Mia likes you too." Pao Pao pretended to be familiar. "Dude, you two have a mutual crush. Congratulations." Beige immediately understood that the other party wanted to use his and Mia's feelings to do something. He said coldly, "Boss? Isn't it the god's messenger? Did the other party let it slip?" Pao Pao didn't care and gestured downstairs. "I asked you to come here. I didn't mean to pretend. Besides, you guessed that we are young and farm. Why bother?" Baigu realized that he was distracted by the potion raw materials and missed the scene in the temple. The president guessed last night that the reason why Duou Guild stayed in Yong'an Farm was because of the potion. So he assigned him a task to observe the source of the farm potion and grab it directly if he found an opportunity. Baigu did not take any action, having been scolded during the day. So when he found the raw materials for the medicine, he was inevitably distracted and did not observe Yong'an Farm carefully. Perhaps there were too many people worshipping the statue during the day, which gave Baigu a preconceived impression. He thought that in the temple during the day, the crowd surged silently and solemnly. It would be even quieter at night when no one was around. Unexpectedly, once the gate was closed, the temple at night was full of the atmosphere of the market. The servants of the gods in white robes all came out and strolled in the few but lively streets. The buildings on both sides of the street were all lit up with neon lights, and the doors were open. The heat and aroma of food mixed and blended, filling the air. Some of the gods rolled up their sleeves, preparing food or greeting others to take a seat. Some gathered in groups of 3 or 5, gathered around the table, served wine and tea, and chatted happily. This is Yong'an Farm? The Yong'an mission that caused a bloody storm in the 3 major camps? Pao Pao sighed at the right time. I have never seen this kind of life offline. Beige looked at him in confusion. Pao Pao smiled and said, I don't know what your hometown is like, but the night market in the city where I live disappeared several years ago. People who work or go to school go home as soon as it gets dark, as they always feel unsafe outside. Seeing that Beige didn't say anything, Pao Pao said, oh, and lit up the idea above his head. He stretched out his hand. I don't know if you have seen Pao Pao in the forum, the only player in Yong'an Farm. Beige didn't shake hands with him, but Pao Pao's identity as a player obviously eased his tense nerves. China is the country with the best public security. Somehow, he continued the previous topic. Pao Pao did not comment, and continued, Yong'an Farm is the place with the best public security in the Soul Realm. If I invite you and Mia to live in the farm, will you accept? Do you think I don't know the situation in Yong'an? The news about the 5th copy and the 5th camp are all smoke, fog and bombs you made up. Right? 50 kilometers away from the empty valley. The joint army of the 5 major guilds is eyeing you covetously. Are you trying to win me over now to get more combat power? Dude, you're really thinking too much. Pao Pao looked helpless and gestured below. Did you see her? NPC, my girlfriend. He turned his head and lowered his head slightly, his expression shrouded in a faint shadow. By Gu observed Hung Bobeo, who was lively and smart, and was indeed a lovable NPC. Peopeo's words carried a strong sense of guidance. Bai Gu couldn't believe it. You offended so many guilds just for her? Pao Pao didn't say yes or no. He was silent for a while, then suddenly turned his head and laughed. She stood there. I stood here, and I felt very lonely. Just like I saw you standing on the rainbow of the valley just now, looking at the empty rainbow bay. You were also very lonely. I don't know if we will have a result, but since the road ahead is not completely cut off, I can only go to the end. Even though the valley has to mobilize 100,000 players every night to fight against the invasion of the ghouls. That's all peripheral. It was very quiet inside the floating island. From the floating city to the lowest floating island number 339 in the upper city. And Rose saw many people along the way. After the sunset curfew, the NPCs hid at home and looked out through the windows. If they were not so thin, and Rose could even put herself in their shoes. And in the quiet night, through the colorful glass, she would appreciate the skills of the players in the distance as if they were fireworks. Every time you change the color of the glass, you can see different gorgeous fireworks. This kind of tranquility makes people especially want to talk. However, the people around her were cold and distant, and Ro tried to speak many times, but was stopped by Mia's aura of no strangers allowed. Speaking of feelings, Mia had frozen the white dove in her heart. Speaking of sympathy and pity, Mia had already accepted the sacrifice of everyone in Kongu, and Ro could easily see that her character was not cold and ruthless. Perhaps it was this acceptance that made her feel that her sacrifice should be ahead of everyone else's. This was an instinct to relieve guilt. After walking down the last stone step, and Rose stepped onto the floating island number 339 for the second time in one day. After tonight, the god competition will begin, and she will hardly have the chance to be alone with Mia again. The god birthday celebration is held in the center of the floating island, about half an hour away from here, and there is no time to delay. And Ro was about to force a topic. However, a series of dull knocking sounds attracted her attention. Not far away, several Duoju players were carrying a heavy iron box. In front of and behind them, there were also people carrying iron boxes. The knocking sound came from the iron box, followed by the angry roar of the ghoul. And Ro turned on her toes and walked over. Where are you going? Mia stepped to her side. The celebration is in the center of the floating island. And Ro looked at the iron box. Those multiplayer players didn't walk too far. They stopped and put the iron box on the ground. She realized that the island was full of large and small black boxes, like a flood control embankment, extending beyond the site. However, the flood control embankment is to save lives, and these boxes surrounding the floating island are life-threatening. Since there was no one else around, and Rose simply stopped pretending and asked directly, "These ghouls put into the competition field?" Mia would not answer even though she knew the answer. "And Ro, the celebration hasn't started yet. Can I go and take a look?" Asking for advice. Firstly, I don't want to conflict with the wrong person at the wrong time. And secondly, I want to give the third-rank super god the corresponding respect. If Mia had the bad temper of an ordinary high-level player, Jean De, who Enro brought with him, would not be able to stop her. Mia looked at her and didn't agree. This was the first time that Enro raised her favorability. She wasn't too surprised, but her impression of Enro became more complicated. The owner of Yong'an Farm was actually an NPC whose words, actions, and conversations were no different from a real person. No matter how realistic the NPCs in the holographic game were, they couldn't erase this difference. Mia subconsciously felt that this was the difference between whether a person had a soul or not. Enro had a soul, and was the spokesperson for those NPCs who were sacrificed. Mia made way, still without saying anything. Enro walked towards the iron box. The player in front put down the box and left. They were going to attend the celebration. The player behind carried the box over, saw the goddess and the messenger, and bowed respectfully. Seeing Enro was about to touch the iron box, a player hurriedly reminded, "Be careful, messenger. There is a devil inside." Then his companion pulled his clothes. "Is the messenger afraid of the devil? Is the Lord afraid of the devil? Don't talk nonsense." The player reacted, bowed again apologetically, and left with his companion. And Ro's fingertips fell on the iron box. The surface was rough and had a distinct grainy feel. Pressing hard, The iron sheet did not move at all. The material was very solid. This iron box was similar to the cage that the joint team had used to imprison Meng Ziyu. The only difference was that the cage was completely closed, enough to make Meng Ziyu lack oxygen. There were several vertical holes on the iron box, which were far apart from each other, which did not affect the firmness of the box and allow the ghoul to get oxygen. Konggu did not want to weaken the ghoul's strength, and Ro's eyes moved closer to the small hole. Mia saw it and subconsciously flew over. But on the way she remembered that the farm owner was not afraid of ghouls at all. In the temple of the floating city, there was a top-level ghoul that devoured the souls of countless high-level players. With a bang, the ghoul was attracted by the smell of souls and hit the door of the box through the small hole, and Ro successfully saw its wide eyes and connected with consciousness. She also saw the light screen that popped up in front of Mia through the ghoul's vision. It was the mission details, and Ro immediately caught the ghoul's level, S highest. This is Zhang Da's level. She was on guard, still staring at Mia's face through the ghoul's eyes. The other party seemed to be used to it, and did not look at Zhang Da, and put away the light screen. And Ro secretly breathed a sigh of relief, since the play has been performed. Of course it must be realistic. After the farm landed, she ordered all the ghoul employees to hide in the belly of the rich. First to avoid accidental exposure, and second to prevent Jia Xian from lurking in the dark and harming her employees. Only Zhang Da and Meng Ziyu can go out, but they also need to rely on Baofu to travel. If they are in the farm, Baofu will directly open a crack and send them to their destination. Therefore, whether it is Intian or Mia, up to now, they should not have found ghouls in the farm. This time, taking Zhang Da alone was a decision made by Anru after careful consideration. The competition venue was chosen in the territory of Xiangyang Guild, and the result was destined. But she was the one who announced the result. Xiangyang Guild must be resentful, whether it is revenge or sabotage. The best time to act is tonight before the competition begins. Because of the god's birthday, she had to separate from the farm tonight. There was a pharmacy on the farm, so Enro focused on defending the farm and only brought Zhang Da with her. After all, the god's birthday was an event of the Duo Guild, and with Yin Ti on there, she shouldn't have to worry too much about her safety. Back to the present. Mia had never seen a ghoul on the farm, so she didn't suspect Zhang Da at the first time. Now that she saw the details of the mission, she still had no doubts. There was only one reason. The ghouls raised by the two major guilds reached the highest level of S. I don't know whether it is good news or bad news. And Ro just thought that among the 20,000 people who participated in the god competition, there are a large number of low-level and mid-level players. Let them deal with S-level ghouls. What's the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? No wonder Mia said that it's not just the NPCs who are sacrificed. From Mia's point of view, this is more unbiased. Sending NPCs to the execution ground is equivalent to making players lose their game qualifications and virtual fighting virtual. In this process, only the kindness of the bystanders is destroyed, and the evil thoughts of the manipulators are encouraged. And Ro took a step and walked towards the second iron box. Then the third. The fourth. Time passed by, and the celebration was about to begin. Mia finally couldn't help it. What are you doing? Ghouls are also the people of the Lord God. I am praying for them. After saying this, and Ro activated the goose feather boots, and her speed suddenly increased. She found that through the consciousness of some ghouls, she could capture the consciousness of other ghouls. Among the large number of ghouls, there are many ghost mothers. It would take an ordinary person 1 or 2 hours to walk around the island. But with the speed of the goose feather boots at its maximum, it only takes 15 minutes. Cold sweat oozed from Enro's forehead, and her mental burden became increasingly heavy. She did not notice that Mia, who was following her, had a colder look in her eyes. They returned to the starting point. Before Mia could ask, Enro wiped the sweat off her face and said, I know about the changes in your country. She looked serious and earnest. Mia, the regime can be overthrown, and so can theocracy. Before she finished speaking, an icy arrow shot towards Enro's throat. Enro turned into a puff of white smoke, disappeared from the spot, and appeared behind Mia. Next to her was Zhang Da, who had been silent all the time. Mia held the bow in her left hand, quickly glanced at the light screen, and narrowed her eyes. S-level ghoul. Enro was not as calm as she looked. She had just said a word, and Mia was going to kill her. Mia was the goddess of Duoju, but not an unreasonable believer. Could it be that the other party was not the object of oppression at all, but the exploiting class itself, and the vested interests of the Kongdu camp? Or maybe she didn't see the wrong person, but the action of contacting the ghoul just now aroused the other party's murderous intention. Zhang De might be able to save her once in a sudden encounter with the top 3 super gods, but in a real duel, there is no chance of winning. Even the chance of escaping is very small. Mia and Ro only called out the name and didn't continue to explain. When a woman fights a woman, her tricks to deal with men are useless. Moreover, just by the way the other party looks at her, and Ro knows that nothing she says will work. And Ro's eyes are empty, and the nearby iron box trembles violently. Mia didn't look back. The element card on her fingertips turned into a flaming arrow and put it on the bowstring. Her sun-pecking bow is a purple weapon with 8 skill levels, and every 2 levels deal with a different elemental power. The 4th skill, the Arrow of Light, can break through all darkness and obstacles, leaving ghouls nowhere to hide. The attack power of the arrow itself is enough to kill the special NPC in front of her, and Ro's consciousness spread to the extreme, while letting Zhang De prepare ghost arts to dodge, while controlling the nearby ghouls to break through the iron box with all their strength. She suddenly heard a voice. Me? Yin Tian approached quickly and stopped in front of Ro. What are you doing? How dare you disrespect the messenger of God? And Ro instantly cut off all consciousness connections. The incident was urgent, and Yin Tian's attention was all on Mia's move to kill Ro, and he did not notice the strange sound of the iron box. Mia was obviously not good at speaking, and she directly exposed the lie that Yin Tian maintained. She is not a messenger of God at all. She is the owner of Yong'an Farm. President. Leaving her behind will only bring disaster to Konggu. Yin Tian was startled and quickly looked around. Seeing no one, he stepped forward and slapped him. I think you are the trouble. Do you think I am stupid? Do you think my brain is not as smart as a woman like you? How can you win the god competition without potions? Or do you still expect everyone to believe that you can help Duoju take back the upper city after disappointing everyone? Mia is too familiar with the arrogant attitude and unreasonable decision. So familiar that it does not arouse any reaction. She stared at Yin Tian quietly for a moment, put away her longbow, and turned away. When Yin Tian turned his head to look at Ro, he did not fade away the gloomy expression on his face. There is no need for hypocrisy and courtesy behind people. Since you cooperated in choosing the site, I will save you once. He raised a mocking smile. The farmer must also cooperate well next time. Otherwise, let alone staying in the empty valley, I am afraid you can't leave even if you want to. Yin Tian's mockery and contempt are easy to understand. No matter how high the level of Yong'an's mission is, he was still chased by the United Legion and had no way to escape. So he hid in the empty valley. No matter how special Ro is, she was still scared to death by the death threat of the super player. The descriptions of Yong'an in the forums and various news channels were too exaggerated. He believed that seeing is believing. And Ro adjusted her hair and nodded to him. Thank you, President Yin Tian. The conditions are not ripe, and it is not time to completely break up. And Ro followed Yin Tian to the celebration venue. The opening time was very close, and everyone on the island gathered in the center of the floating island. Although floating island number 339 belongs to the upper city, it is close to the clouds, and is far away from the ghouls swarming towards the valley rainbow, both horizontally and vertically. So there is no need to send people to defend it. The edge of the entire island quickly became quiet, with only the uniform prayers coming from the center of the island. A figure appeared behind the iron box. He quietly climbed onto the iron box, glanced around, and waved back, safe. Come up. 3 more figures climbed up from behind the box. The strong soul fragrance made the nearby ghouls agitated, and they knocked on the box wall frantically. Some boxes are too small, and the ghouls can't stretch their limbs, so they can only use their sharp nails and teeth to scratch the iron sheet, making a sound that makes your teeth ache. Tauza glanced at the tiny holes on the box door. Oh, be level. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. The Xiangyang player who led the assassination team into the valley sneered and said, these are the ghouls used in the god competition. Don't be afraid of Duoyu and Xiangyang chasing you and biting you. Just kill them. Min Keeling noticed his attitude when he spoke. Aren't you from the Xiangyang guild? The other party lit up his ID. Didn't I say no? Qian Air. With the Xiangyang guild emblem in front of his name. And the level behind his name was hidden. This ID looked neither Chinese nor Western, and it was hard to tell the country. The other party suddenly smiled. I didn't say yes. Did I? Whether it was his identity or the tone of his speech. It was hard not to arouse suspicion. Tanshi suddenly interrupted. Look at the light screen. The mission details are out. Task name. Would you feel honored to compete with the death race? Mission location. Floating island number 339. Kongu Upper City. Ghoul level, S highest. Ghoul number, 2387/2387. Time limit, 1 day. Difficulty rating, SSS. A huge ghoul wave. Min has a poker face and frowns rarely. Is this the God Contest? So the God Contest is a battle royale game. Momozawa was amazed. Tanshi smiled nonchalantly. I can see that you don't understand assassination. You can't even grasp the key point. The key point is the mission details. The ghoul level S. He concluded, Yanan Ghoul is not here. The assassination success rate has increased to 90%. The remaining 10%. Just give face to the special NPC. Min was very cautious. Maybe it is far away. Maybe it has not arrived yet. Your conclusion is too easy. All ghouls within 5 kilometers of the mission site will be counted. Do you think the diameter of this floating island can be 5 kilometers? As for whether it has arrived, the celebration starts at 8 o'clock in the evening. And it is now 8:05. How could it not have arrived? After refuting all the questions, Tanshi thought of a possibility and looked at Xian Air. Or is it possible that Enro might be absent from the celebration? Xian Air smiled and shook his head. I just received a message that the messenger has arrived. Tanshi, so? Yanan Ghoul did not come. Enro was careless. And the target was careless. Which is a reward for the killer. Xian Air joked. Isn't it an insult to the killer? Tanshi shrugged. You have watched too many movies. Right? A killer who doesn't want to survive can't be a good killer. Xian Air also shrugged like him. Min was still cautious. There is another problem. If Enro stays with Duozhu players, and is finally sent back to the floating city by Duozhu, how can we find an opportunity? Don't worry about this, Xian Air said. The god's birthday celebration has 3 parts. The god's birthday dance, the celebration dinner, and the god's sacrifice. You don't have to wait too long. I will take her out before the god's birthday dance begins. The 3 members of the assassination team were stunned. Tao Zhe's big eyes flickered. Take Enro away from the celebration? How to bring her? By tricking her? Or drugging her? Xian Air smiled, of course. We kidnapped her directly. Min frowned even more. You have the ability to kidnap Enro. Why do you need us to do it? It's simple. I can make money by kidnapping her. But I don't want to make money by killing her. Xian Air's smile became more and more weird. Is it hard to understand? The celebration of the god's birthday was arranged on a large lawn, with a 9-step stone altar in the middle. Everyone sat on the ground around the altar. A quick look showed that there were about 10,000 people. It was an honor to attend the god's birthday celebration. Not everyone could come. They were all lucky people who were selected from various branches of the Duozhu Guild. The main seat was on the north side of the altar. There was also a 2-meter-high stone base. On top of it was a long table made of pure gold, which was extremely exquisitely crafted. Enro was a messenger of God who came on the eve of the god's birthday. Attending the god's birthday celebration was a request from all believers, and could not be refused. She sat on the main seat. From this angle, she could look down on the crowd from a high position. And people could also admire the face of the messenger of God. Etian sat on her left. There was another seat on the right, which was vacant at the moment. Enra guessed that it was reserved for the goddess. But she glanced around and didn't find Mia. Etian had just lost his temper with Mia, and didn't care about her absence. With the presence of the envoy, the believers' minds were not on the goddess. As the drum sounded, Etian announced the start of the celebration. Amid the distant and low sound of the piano, everyone put their left fists on their foreheads, faced the sky, and began to pray spontaneously. Enra certainly didn't know the prayer words of the Duohu religion. I thought about it, but I resisted it in my heart, so I didn't bother to prepare. She keenly noticed that the melody of the piano sounded like a soul-calling song, but with some drum beats in the middle, making the overall style more heavy. Not everyone was sitting. In addition to the people sitting on the ground, there was a circle of people standing. They were NPCs of floating island number 339. And like many players, they were praying with their eyes closed. Their faces were filled with tears of emotion, just like when they saw them in the morning. Tomorrow is their death date. so they contributed all their supplies tonight for tens of thousands of players to enjoy. Before the celebration began, they spent the whole afternoon slaughtering cattle and sheep, cleaning fruits and vegetables, baking bread, and preparing everything needed for the celebration. After the celebration began, they also had to serve as servants, and slaves for all players, serving everyone well. I heard that even girls and boys had to sacrifice their virginity. They were not oppressed. They were full of joy. Words could not describe Unreasonable's mood at the moment. These NPCs born in the game, freed from the settings of greed and fear of death, should have become stronger. But in this empty valley, they fell into an abyss that they could not escape from both physically and mentally. After the prayer, Unreasonable was still in a trance. Unreasonable leaned over and whispered in her ear, "God's messenger, your people are watching you." Unreasonable came back to her senses and saw that all eyes were focused on her, and every look was full of eagerness. The goddess should have danced the god's birthday dance. Since the goddess is absent, how about the god's messenger doing it? Unreasonable had a mischievous smile in his eyes. Don't get me wrong. It's not my request. It's the believers who made the request. They are so pious. The god's messenger won't refuse. Right? And Rose's deliberately forced smile became extremely forced. She couldn't even recite the prayer, let alone the god's birthday dance. Wasn't Unreasonable afraid that she would be exposed? Or was it someone from below who was making trouble? Since Duoju's sect could infiltrate Xiangyang Guild, Xiangyang Guild would naturally have a way to reversely infiltrate. Revenge by embarrassing herself was too childish. And Unreasonable was more inclined to believe that it was Unreasonable. Although he looked like everything would be fine as long as he cooperated, he was actually still brooding over what happened last night. After landing last night, Unreasonable dominated the scene by showing miracles, which shook his trust in Duoju's sect. It was in his interest to damage her image among the followers in this way. Furthermore, her embarrassing behavior in public did not affect the cooperation, nor did it damage the benefits that Unreasonable obtained from her. It was harmless. Unreasonable closed her eyes and sighed silently. The hat of God's messenger put her at this height, and she was in a dilemma. But it was indeed harmless. At worst, she would not dance after going up, but would compose a prayer for them, or simply sing a song and curse them to vent her anger. Anyway, the potion is still in her hands. Unreasonable can't do anything to ruin this grand ceremony. Unreasonable smiled softly and met Unreasonable's eyes. Since I can't refuse your kindness, I'll show my ugliness. Her voice was very low, and the people below couldn't hear it clearly. The believers only saw her stand up. Her expression became more and more excited. Many people put their foreheads against hers and began to thank the Lord God again. Unreasonable didn't know that she guessed wrong. Unreasonable was the leader of the association after all. He always put the overall situation first, and would not easily vent his personal emotions. The request for the messenger to dance the god's birthday dance was indeed made by someone below. When he heard it, the voice was already very loud, and he couldn't find out who was the initiator, let alone guess the other party's purpose. However, Unreasonable believed that the other party had no ill intentions. Whether online or offline, Duo religion has been so detailed in educating believers that it has penetrated into their lives in all aspects. He is more inclined to believe that it is the heartfelt wish of the believers. Is there any more reasonable request than asking the messenger who brought the miracle to dance the god's birthday dance? Unreasonable took advantage of the situation and quietly vented his anger while considering the overall situation. Pretending to be a divine messenger? It would be nice to collect some interest before actually paying the price. Divine servants were not qualified to go on stage, so Zhang De stood below the main seat. When Unreasonable passed by, she shook her head gently at him. "It's okay," she said with her consciousness. The ghoul had good hearing and must have heard the conversation between her and Unreasonable. Zhang De watched Unreasonable walk away, and inadvertently, he looked up at the main seat. From this angle, he could just see the playful smile on Unreasonable's face. The believers took the initiative to make a path for Unreasonable to pass. On both sides of the path, they crawled down to kiss the footprints Unreasonable had walked on. Unreasonable tilted her head to take a look. This was probably the most despicable scene of players she had ever seen. Beliefs beyond one's own were indeed not something she could understand. Unreasonable didn't want to understand it either. Although the altar only had 9 levels, it was actually very high, estimated to be nearly 20 meters. It narrowed from bottom to top, like a small pyramid. However, the top of the tower was not sharp, but a small square platform. The platform was covered by a whole piece of white cloth, with a dim light in the middle. From a distance, it looked like a calming lantern. There were stone steps suitable for walking on all four sides of the altar, and Ro chose the nearest one and climbed up. The night wind blew her white robe embroidered with gold, and the warm yellow light hit her side face. Looking at her, she looked holy and beautiful beyond words. Intian narrowed his eyes, and couldn't help whispering, "See how long you can pretend." Zhangde heard this whisper, and looked up again. On his dull face, his eyes were filled with a tyrannical light. By the time all the believers came to their senses, and Ro had already reached the highest point of the altar, she stood on the top of the altar, and saw the ropes tied to the large calming lanterns on all four sides move. Many players stood under the altar, and lowered the height of the calming lanterns, until the four-sided curtains completely covered in Ro's figure. Her silhouette was reflected on the curtains. The drum sounded. The music of the god's birthday dance is different from the prayer music, but the style is similar. The altar is placed in the center of the believers, so that everyone can appreciate the dance of the gods from the curtains at four angles. It is said that as long as a person is chosen by God, no matter if he has learned to dance or not, as long as he stands on the top of the altar, he will dance the god's birth dance, because the person on top is no longer a human, but a god. God is born in her. The more pious a person is, the more he can communicate with God, and the more lively his dance is. In the past, the dance of the goddess was enough to make everyone feel that their souls were purified. This time it was the messenger of God. Is there anyone in the world who is more pious and closer to the Lord God than the messenger of God? No one dares to imagine how exciting and selfless it is to watch the messenger of God dancing the god's birth dance. On the contrary, those who are not pious enough will dance awkwardly and stiffly. Even if they can barely hold on, they will not be able to dance to the last step. Intian snorted and laughed. The figure on the curtain was indeed very stiff. After the drum beats, the string music had come in. Intian stared at the altar and shouted, "Why not?" Before he finished speaking, the black shadows suddenly moved. One foot touched the ground. One foot lifted up. The body leaned back, and the slender neck almost fell to the ground. The extremely flexible waist and extremely graceful movements through the curtain can make people feel the sacred and inviolable beauty. The timing of the dance was very precise. Intian's wineglass fell on the golden table and broke into pieces. But the crisp sound, like the words he had not finished speaking, did not attract anyone's attention. From the moment the dance began, all the believers entered into a state of ecstasy. No one cared what their president said. No one had time to look at Intian's sullen face, including Zhangde, before Enro's reflection made any move. Zhangde had already left, using his full mobility skills to chase after the darkness outside the crowd. Zhangde didn't chase for too long. At his speed, it would take less than 3 minutes to get from the celebration site to the edge of the floating island. He kept looking up at a certain spot in the night sky. There was another floating island above the floating island, with a dark brown rock base that blocked the faint light from the high-altitude ghouls. At first glance, it looked no different from the ordinary night sky. A figure suddenly appeared where he was staring. Enro fell from a height of about 10 meters, still some distance away from Zhangde. Zhangde disappeared on the spot, and a puff of white smoke appeared below Enro. The smoke seemed to have substance, wrapping Enro firmly. Enro didn't have time to catch her breath. "Don't stop. Expand the range of the fog city. Be careful of the attack." Enro was taken away by force, and she didn't even understand the situation. When she reacted, she could only see a face covered with a black cloth. The most important thing is that there was no light screen above the man's head. But it was definitely not the ghost King Jiaxian. Enro looked at him, and it couldn't be a ghoul. After playing the broken game until now, she had broadened her horizons, and quickly thought of the third possibility. The clone. The clone's skill is not rare, and the applicable scenarios and realistic levels are also varied. There are some weapons with clone effects in the farm warehouse, but none of them are as realistic as that person. Those eyes even smiled at her. White smoke enveloped the area of 100 meters. Enro and Zhangde stood back to back, already considering whether to summon the rich to support them. She hesitated. If the other party came with bad intentions, why did they bother to bring her out when they clearly had the ability to kill her on the altar? Worried that Duozhu Gong would counterattack. Then he could have taken action long ago after bringing her out. But not only did he not take action, he also let her go. "Didn't you smell it?" Zhangde, "No." With Zhangde's level, He can capture the scent of souls within a certain range. This range is even beyond the area covered by fog. Strange. Before falling from the sky, and Rose saw clearly that the other party disappeared out of thin air. Even if he didn't kill her, there must be a purpose for bringing her out. Right? There was no one nearby. It is also possible that the other party discovered Jean and saw Jean's ghost technique, so he did not dare to act rashly. The premise supporting this possibility is that the other party's strength is not as good as Jean. If we use the level frame, the level should be below gold. But Enro intuitively believes that the other party can perform such a realistic clone technique, so the level cannot be low. Be careful for a while, Enro said. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light, so we should remain unchanged in the face of all changes. Connecting Enro's position with the celebration site, and then extending to the other end of the floating island, there is a person standing in an almost symmetrical place. Next to him was a huge iron box, nearly 2 adults tall. Under the iron box, 3 people were lying. The assassination team. Tancha's arms were cut off, and he could no longer hold the gun. Min's legs were broken to the base of his thighs, and he could no longer use his proud whirlwind speed. Tao's eyes were blind, with only 2 bloody holes in her eye sockets. She came from the Ling Yuzashu sect, and her most difficult to defend against mind control technique was also scrapped. However, the 3 of them did not panic, especially Taoza and Tanshi, who sighed one after another. I actually forgot about this guy. If I had remembered earlier, the assassination success rate would have been 0. Tanshi said. Taoza agreed. Maybe it's been too long since the Legion has lost anyone. Compared to the 2 of them, Min took the assassination mission the most seriously. He pursed his lips tightly, unable to bear the humiliation, remove the ink. As soon as he opened his mouth, his tongue was cut off by a sword. Tanshi glanced at him, a little amused, and comforted him. Don't worry. There is no skill to remove the ink. Your tongue will grow back. Taoze blinked her bloody eyelids hard. Go ahead. Chuemo. I have already written my will this afternoon. I can't bear the pain. If you don't do it, I will have to drink the life potion. Just after she finished speaking, a bottle of potion fell into her hands. Taoze was startled. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid that we will do it to Enro again? Tanshi nodded. Although the success rate is only 0. We have to do the job after receiving the money. He looked at Chumo's dark eyes, and couldn't understand why someone would squeeze himself into a sickly person. What's infuriating is that the other party is the number 1 on the list. Chumo also looked at him. Do you think I can kill her without intervening? Tanshi said, as a matter of course, without you. The success rate is as high as 90%. What do you think? Chumo pulled the corners of his pale lips. From just now to now, what changes have occurred on the floating island that none of you 3 have noticed? The Yochi sword spun around and pierced into the iron box. With the length of the sword, it must have hurt the ghoul inside. But the box was quiet. Taoze lost her eyes and focused on her ears, reacting the fastest. Her voice was filled with horror. All the ghouls are quiet. Why? If you really do it, the ghoul tide will eat you to the bone. Chumo's hoarse voice was emotionless. Go back and tell your president that Enro doesn't need my protection. Don't send anyone to die. Chapter 145. Sitting and waiting for death is certainly not Enro's character. Letting Zhangde expand the scope of the fog city is to protect and paralyze the opponent. In fact, the moment she landed, she connected the consciousness of all the ghouls. It is no exaggeration to say that her ears and eyes are all over the floating island. The strange thing is that so many eyes and ears did not capture any human figures. She only heard the low music coming from the celebration site. Enro thought about it, and it was not strange. She almost forgot a person. No. A dog. Chumo. Maybe Chumo opened up a high-level martial arts space and solved all the people. Enro pursed her lips, wanting to scold him for being sentimental. But she didn't say it out loud. After all, detonating the ghoul tide in advance would disrupt all the subsequent plans. She was a pragmatic person. If she was really hungry, even if there was a fly floating in the porridge, she would drink it without hesitation, without frowning. Zhangde. Put it away, Enro said. The white smoke dissipated, and the place within sight was indeed empty, with no one in sight. Enro straightened her clothes, lowered her head and smelled it, and smiled. It smells like secondhand smoke. Who would have thought that your smoking habit could awaken ghost skills? The smell of cigarettes that others hate. Zhangde enjoys. This smell can suppress his instincts, stabilize his emotions, and give him a sense of security that even the ghost mother cannot bring. Blame him. Zhangde said these two words without any expression. But Enro was stunned for a moment. It has been so long that she almost forgot that it was Wangde who taught Zhangde to smoke. It wasn't just Pao Ao who was thinking about Wangde, but also Zhangde. Enro couldn't help but glance at Zhangde and saw the problem. Be careful. Enro suddenly pulled Zhangde up and rushed to one side. She didn't stand firmly, but Zhangde stood firmly and supported her in return. A beam of arrow light passed through the place where the two were originally. A familiar figure slowly walked out of the darkness. Enro narrowed her eyes. Is it you? Mia didn't answer, but stood still a few meters away, and the element card on her fingertips transformed into 3 feather arrows. Enro shook her head. No. It's not you. The clone who took her away was not Mia. Firstly, because she had no ID, and secondly, because she gave her a completely different feeling from Mia. Zhangde blocked Enro's way, but was gently pushed away by Enro. She suddenly laughed and looked directly into Mia's eyes. You are not afraid of being held accountable for doing something behind your president's back? Or are you not as stupid as you look? And you have already planned to put the blame for killing the envoy on the Xiangyang Guild? 3 feather arrows. Different colors. 3 colors of light appeared alternately in Mia's pupils. The higher the level of the weapon, the stronger the spiritual connection with the player. Enro couldn't see the light screen label on Mia's longbow, but she was sure that it was at least a blue weapon. The dilemma she had just faced not long ago was repeated. However, this time was different from the last time. The danger had stimulated Enro's nerves, causing some emotions in her body to rise. She walked up to Mia without any fear. Of course you can put the blame on the Xiangyang Guild. But if you kill me, you need to accept 2 results. When Enro laughed, her voice had a magical power to guide the other party. Mia asked unconsciously, what is the result? First, you stood up as a multiplayer to identify Xiangyang. And Xiangyang is likely to push Baigu to the stage. Maybe many people think that Baigu is unrequited love, but I believe that Usi can't be unaware that you two are in love. Baigu is the best bargaining chip to shake you. Second, you saw clearly my actions to contact the ghoul after I came to the island. Kill me. Enro's pupils dilated for a moment. At this moment, Mia inexplicably felt that she was enveloped by a biting cold. She looked at Enro and saw that the other party's friendly smile had turned visibly colder, and she spoke word by word. I will drag tens of thousands of people on the island to be buried with me. The arrows on the longbow fell. However, in the next moment, they were raised again and aimed at Enro's eyebrows. No matter what the result is, I can bear it. Mia's determination far exceeded Enro's imagination, because Enro's actions and abilities have far exceeded her imagination. This is a terrible NPC. Yong'an Farm is a terrible existence. The disaster must be ended before it happens. The 3-color skill light flows from the arrow feathers to the arrow head. A black light is faster than them, so fast that Enro can't blink, and Mia disappears in front of her. Enro was startled. Ink removal. The white smoke enveloped her again, and when Zhangde realized that Mia had disappeared, it gradually dissipated. Enro looked at the direction where the black light disappeared and frowned. Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about it. She didn't want to waste any more brain cells for that person. Even one. Let's go back. Enro said. If we leave the celebration for too long, Intian will get suspicious. Besides, I suddenly disappeared. No. I suddenly disappeared. Why didn't the music stop? The goose feather boots were too slow. Enro said to Zhangde Dao, take me back quickly. As fast as possible. There were ancient Greek courtyards scattered on the floating island. In less than a minute, Enro crossed the roof of a courtyard and saw the altar. On the top of the altar, within the square curtain, a graceful figure was dancing. It was her, the owner of the clone. She used the clone to forcibly take me away, leaving the real body at the altar, and replaced the pillars. So no one at the celebration site found out that it was not their messenger at all. Hurry! Enro urged Zhangde. Don't alarm anyone. She didn't think her guess was wrong, assuming that Xiangyang Guild sent someone to assassinate her. The assassin was solved by Chiemo at the last moment. Mia discovered the assassin in advance and wanted to go with the flow, but she didn't expect the assassin to show up, so she did it herself. But in this set of inferences, there's a most eye-catching mystery. Who was the person who took her away from the altar? He was very high level. But he didn't kill her directly. He used a clone to take her away. But the original body stayed. It seems that he is also proficient in the dance of the birth of the gods. The suspicious candidate once again pointed to the goddess of Duoju, Mia. It was just suspicious, because this option was immediately crossed out by Enro. She didn't think that Mia, who she saw a minute ago, was a clone. Similarly, Mia was only the third on the list. If the clone faced QMO, could the original body stay on the stage and dance safely? The god's birthday dance not only has music, but also simple lighting. The dance is divided into 3 stages. At each stage, the lights on the scene are partially turned off. At this time, it is nearing the end, and the celebration site is already dark. Only the calming lantern on the altar is lit, attracting everyone's attention. As the dancers make the last prostrate worship movement, the warm yellow light in the calming lantern also dims inch by inch, and the scene falls into darkness. Take advantage of now. Enro told Wanda with her consciousness. The ghost magic fog city can not only turn Wanda himself into smoke, but also assimilate people wrapped in smoke. It can be said that the fog city is John Dawes' ghost magic space. The smoke disappeared in the darkness and drifted towards the curtain on the altar. Just before entering the curtain, Enro suddenly opened her eyes. A woman and Jonda crossed each other. Enro could feel that Jonda stopped and seemed to want to turn around and chase. At this time, the other party looked back, revealing an extremely outstanding face and a smile so bright that it made all colors dim. Enro recognized those eyes. They were the clone who kidnapped her. But the other party was not a clone, but the real body, because there was a light screen above her head. Half Moon Princess LV99 Super God. In the darkness, cheers rang out. All the lights were lit and sprinkled on the believers' tearful faces. This was definitely the most shocking dance of the birth of the gods they had ever seen. There were no words to describe this dance, to describe their feelings. Only the coming of the gods could explain the miracle before their eyes. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Waves of sound pulled Enro back to the present. The curtain slowly rose, and she saw people crawling on the ground in all directions. A dance that lasted less than 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, she experienced waves of ups and downs and thrilling situations. Xiangyang Guild wanted to kill her. Duoju goddess Mia, who ranked 3rd, also wanted to kill her. And even the legendary Princess Banwe, who ranked 2nd, was part of the assassination. However, what happened has already happened, and what needs to be solved is always the problem in front of us. It is undeniable that the god's birthday dance performed by Princess Banwe herself created an excellent opportunity for her. Enro quickly calmed her breathing, put aside her distracting thoughts, looked at Intian in the main seat from a distance, and raised the corners of her lips. Looking at Intian, his expression was complicated. On the long gold table, 10 instructions were left at some point, which was the unsuppressible anger in the complex emotions. He saw Enro looking down at him, and spoke loudly. I am carrying the will of the Lord God Duou, and descending into the empty valley. I am here, and God is here. Seeing the goddess Rian is like seeing the Lord God. Everyone lost their minds. They shouted loudly, cried out in pain, and shouted wildly. Seeing the goddess Rian is like seeing the Lord God. Sure enough, the shorter the slogan, the more deeply it spreads. Not to mention this bunch of lunatics. Enro met Intian's angry gaze, and said, Intian, why don't you kneel when you see the Lord God? Brush. Tens of thousands of eyes focused on Intian at the same time. That is the pressure of faith. No matter what the object of faith is. Intian's molars were almost broken. It's not like he had never knelt before. He knelt thousands of times. But every time he knelt, the object was a pile of mud, a pile of stones, or a pile of metal. Not once. It was a person. His nails dug into the table, and as he stood up, they scratched the edge of the table inch by inch, and blood oozed out of every crack in his nails. He couldn't destroy his foundation. He knelt down. In his heart, he only wanted to summon Mia, who was dead and gone, and kill Enro, with Chu Mo around. Even if Intian wanted to call, he couldn't call Mia back. Mia was dying. Her health was less than 100 points, and her body was covered with bloodstains. The long dress designed for goddesses also lost its ethereal aura. However, no matter how serious the injury was, it could not shake her firm stance, Because Chumo said to her, "If you want to kill Enro, you have to get past me first." She only shot 2 arrows from beginning to end, and her active and passive defense system was defeated by Chumo. So no matter how low her health was, the other 3 attribute values were sufficient. Mia took out 4 element cards again: water, fire, wind and thunder. And the 4 cards were fused on the same arrow, and the light flowed. The arrowhead was aimed at Chumo. Chumo said calmly, "If you shoot this arrow, you will die. That is my destiny." Chumo's emotions remained calm throughout the fight, but Mia's words of only 6 words suddenly made him explode. Mia's eyes went dark, and before her fingers could even loosen the bowstring, the arrow on the bow had already broken, and the elemental power scattered everywhere. She was grabbed by the collar by Chumo and raised with one hand. "Destiny? You're talking to me about destiny in front of me?" This was not the first time Mia had seen Chumo. On the contrary, she had seen Chumo many times. She had always felt that this man, who had no trace of life in his body, was trapped in the same pain as her. That was why he used coldness and indifference to wrap himself in a thick cocoon, stubbornly and desperately resisting the invasion of all things and people from the outside world. The first time she saw Chumo's out-of-control emotions, even she, a dying person, had never erupted with such strong emotions. Chumo did not let himself lose control for too long. The light in his eyes dimmed quickly, and he threw Mia to the ground. "You don't understand fate at all." As he spoke, the sword flashed, and the purple longbow broke into 2 pieces. Perhaps it was Chumo's inexplicably heavy tone, or perhaps it was the destruction of her beloved weapon. A trace of confusion finally emerged in Mia's determined eyes. She looked at Chumo. Chumo turned around, and the Yochi sword sank into his feet. "You are not worthy of Juri," he said with his back to her. "Its owner once used it to kill gods." Even though he knew that the only ending that awaited him was a broken bow and a dead man. The god's birthday dance ended, and the next was the god's banquet. The floating island NPCs served a sumptuous dinner: stewed beef, roasted whole lamb, cheese, fruit, and a collection of red wine. The valley was well lit, and it was said that there were vineyards on many floating islands. When they couldn't even eat enough, each NPC would prepare a bottle of red wine and leave it at this moment. Life and death are constant, and everyone will eventually face death. But the NPCs in the empty valley have been preparing for their own death since their birth. Faith has tampered with their concept of death and defeated the game's definition of death. And Ro watched them serve the food quietly. Everyone looked at her with tears in their eyes. After putting down the food, they bowed respectfully and called out in a trembling voice, "Good day, goddess." In their eyes, there was no existence of Tion at all. Tion sneered, "Satisfied?" And Ro came back to her senses from her thoughts and squinted at him. "Do you think I'm enjoying it?" Tion did not hide the jealousy in his eyes. And Ro shook her head gently. "You were the one who wanted to embarrass me first. I just want to tell you that since you have chosen to be each other's partners, don't do anything behind your back. Don't you think it's childish? As I said, it's not time to tear each other apart, at least before the end of the celebration. Tion needs to be stabilized." Tion looked at her for a while, suddenly laughed, and raised his glass. "The farmer is right. The Lord God will not forgive betrayers." It was indeed his negligence. There was no point in making Enro embarrassed, and doing these little tricks would not have any effect. Since he chose to hide the blade, he naturally had to wait until the critical moment to give the opponent a fatal blow. Enro clinked glasses with him. According to the teachings of Duo religion, God does not allow people to indulge in their selfish desires, and the God-given dinner can only last half an hour. Half an hour passed quickly, and the celebration entered the last stage, the God's sacrifice. Enro did not know what the God's sacrifice was specifically about. Judging from the players' sights in the stands, the location was still at the altar. The drum beat sounded again, and the low piano sound was inserted. Still the soul-calling song adapted by Duoju religion. A light appeared outside the crowd. A little boy stepped onto the road vacated by people, holding a white candle in his left hand and a small red paint bucket in his right hand. He was wearing snow-white clothes, with a touch of bright red, revealing the freshness of life. Not only him. Behind him was another child, and behind the other child was another child. And Rose suddenly frowned. She recognized them. She had seen the first few children. In the morning, before the farm was open for believers to worship the statue, The first team to bring in offerings was this team of 100 people. 100 children. The oldest was in their early teens, and the youngest was only 5 or 6 years old. She had a bad feeling and couldn't help looking at Euntion. What are they going to do? Euntion seemed to have heard nothing, and focused on watching the children walk up to the altar from 4 directions. He waited until the people around him turned their eyes away before looking at Enro. The resentment in his eyes was gone, replaced by a hint of teasing ridicule, implying expectation. Only naive people would think that so-called faith is just prayer, music and dance. True faith is born in blood, strengthened in sacrifice, and can only be passed down forever when the evil of human nature is fully exposed to the sun and is sincerely praised by people. Today, he wants to let this NPC, who doesn't know what it means to be a duoju. The last child climbed up the altar. On the 9th level altar, sparks were swaying. The first boy to step onto the altar was also the child who had a brief conversation with Enro in the morning. Standing high on the top of the altar, he began to pray. And as his voice drifted, all the children began to pray. The children's voices gathered together, giving Enro a strange and terrifying feeling, as if she saw the most vivid life praising the darkest death. Enro frequently observed the red buckets in their hands. The distance was too far, and there was no clue at all. She connected with Zhang Da's consciousness. What's in the bucket? Do you smell it? Zhang Da's answer made her heart skip a beat. Kerosene. Just at this moment, the children's prayers came to an end, and everyone held up candles and pressed them against their foreheads. Thank God. This was the only word that Enro heard clearly in their prayers. Thank God. Everyone at the celebration site shouted together. Through her widened vision, Enro could see clearly that everyone showed an expression of emotion. Why were they moved? Could it be that the lives of so many children were about to be destroyed? No one could answer her question, and Enro did not have time to think of the answer herself, because the children put down the candles, picked up the buckets, and poured kerosene on their heads. The candle in the other hand was raised again, and as the candle began to tilt, the candle flame began to jump. Wait a minute. A voice broke the sacred silence. Everyone looked at the source of the voice. Enro realized that she had stood up, and she caught a glimpse of Euntion's smiling face. He seemed to have expected that she would stop him. Why? Enro did not have time to think deeply, took a deep breath, and said loudly, I have accepted the will of the Lord God. The Lord God said that no human sacrifice is needed for this God's birthday celebration. In addition, all residents of number 339 Floating Island need to be relocated before the God competition begins. When he said no human sacrifice is needed, the audience had already opened their eyes wide in disbelief. When Enro said that the residents of the Floating Island should be relocated, many players stood up. Before they expressed their opinions, the NPCs serving the celebration inside and outside the crowd had already cried bitterly. Some NPCs knelt down on the spot, and some rushed to the front of the main seat and prostrated themselves before Enro. Why? Why would Goddess Rian say that? Has the Lord God abandoned us? Are we not pious enough? It must be that our hearts are not pure enough to serve the Lord God. Goddess Rian, we can purify our souls. Yes, we can purify our souls too. Please God take back his will. Goddess Rian take back his revelation. Purify the soul, what is that? Enro had just heard their mixed cry-inducing requests when she saw the NPCs turn around and rush to the altar. They squeezed into the children, took their hands, and then held each other's hands. Let the fire of heaven purify our dirty souls. Let us wander in the glory of the Lord God and regain a holy and pure heart. In this situation, Enro didn't understand that the so-called purification of the soul meant being burned to death with the children. Cans of kerosene were thrown onto the altar, and the skills of many players hit the oil tanks, and the kerosene poured down. The clay oil tank fragments hit the NPCs' heads, and blood covered their faces. They felt no pain, and everyone looked at Enro with pleading eyes. Enro was speechless for a moment. She saw the Duo players light torches and walk towards the altar. Stop! Stop it! Are you going to disobey the will of the Lord God? This sentence made the players pause for a moment. Enro had just demonstrated the miracle at the God's birthday dance, and they did not dare to question the God's messenger. But they did not listen to the God's messenger, but looked at Euntion for instructions. In the absence of the goddess, the highest position under the God's messenger was naturally Euntion, the president of the Duo Guild, and one of the founding elders of the Duo religion. Enro also looked down at him, and happened to see the sneer on Euntion's face. When a person breaks through the bottom line of being a human being, he will naturally awaken a kind of ability to grasp the weaknesses of others. Ever since Tion stepped into Enro's so-called temple and saw those NPCs pretending to be servants of the gods, he knew that this farmer, who stirred up the 3 major camps, had weaknesses. NPC is her biggest weakness. Originally, he thought that even if Enro was a special NPC, she would be divided into close and distant in character, and only value the NPCs in the farm. Judging from the current situation, he greatly underestimated the lethality of this weakness. She couldn't even stand the NPC suicide in the empty valley. Enro said in a voice that only Tion could hear clearly, "If you still want to cooperate, our cooperation has nothing to do with others." "Right?" Tion interrupted Enro, suddenly stood up, and performed a divine ceremony for Enro. He said loudly, "Even if the Lord God refuses the service of his people, we, as his people, cannot stay away from the Lord God. Goddess Rian, the sky fire guides our souls to the palace of the Lord God. This is the Lord God's gift to us. Now that the Lord God has taken back his gift, we are willing to dedicate our souls and go outside the Lord God's palace to protect him. Yes, we are willing to protect the Lord God. We are willing to dedicate our souls. Please give the Lord God the gift again." The NPCs on the altar were easily moved by Tion's words. They responded while crying bitterly, like children abandoned by their parents. I don't know who started it, but many players began to say one sentence in unison. "Please ask the goddess Rian to send down the sky fire to purify our souls." They said we, but their eyes were looking at the NPCs on the altar. And Ro had a strong urge to ask, if that's the case, why don't you players go on stage and pour oil on your own heads? She held back. She finally realized that it takes time to penetrate people's hearts. Even though she was praised as the sun goddess by all the believers in Kongu, and even though she had repeatedly demonstrated miracles, her weight was still not enough to fight against the Duoju doctrine that had eroded people's hearts for many years. She needed to destroy their faith from the root. And Ro didn't believe in religion, nor did she understand it. To be honest, this was her first time to get close to the so-called followers. As an outsider, how could she destroy the foundation of a religion? If Tion knew, he would definitely laugh at her and say, "You don't know your own abilities." Unfortunately, as an outsider, Enro just had this ability. Chapter 146. At the celebration site, amidst the thunderous prayers, Enro's penetrating voice rang out. "Arrogant!" These 2 words contained a surging anger, which immediately silenced everyone. Both NPCs and players looked at her in disbelief. Her face was cold and pale, and her expression was majestic. Is this still the gentle and holy goddess of the sun, who brings abundance to the empty valley? Tion narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. "What do you want to do?" Enro didn't even look at him, and her serious and determined eyes swept across the faces under the stage. "What makes you think that you are the only people of the Lord God? What makes you think that what you offer to the Lord God is good, and what the Lord God likes? Who gave you the courage to speculate on the Lord God's will?" 3 questions in a row. Many people were confused, but their bodies shrank involuntarily. No matter what Enro meant, as the closest messenger to God, she was qualified to question and even judge. Enro saw their reactions and felt ridiculous in her heart. These people would rather believe that the messenger of the Lord God will bring blood and killing than believe that she will bring mercy and forgiveness. Moreover, the more the former, the crazier their belief. No one dared to answer her, and Enro did not need them to answer. These 3 questions served to bring out the hastily prepared draft. The Lord God needs people to serve him, and it can be you or not. Dirty souls need to be purified, and it can be you or not. Because the Lord God's people are not only you, but also ghouls. In this competition of gods, the Lord God does not need human blood. He wants to summon the souls of ghouls. Does even this small request need your approval? Countless people dropped their jaws. After a short silence, the discussion quickly grew. Like a group of hornets, they came from far away. How is it possible? How can those demons be the Lord God's people? The ghouls covet our human souls, which means they covet the Lord God's treasure. Such cunning and shameless demons cannot be the Lord God's people. The Lord God is in heaven. The devil is in the ground. Strangling the devil is our mission as the Lord God's people. No one accepted Enro's statement. These fundamentally violated the doctrine. Tion's face was full of anger, and after hearing the discussion, his face turned sarcastic. You are misleading people with your lies. Do you think anyone will believe it? And Ro glanced at him coldly. Could it be that he naively thought that he would have a debate with him on the doctrine of duozu? Sorry. I am not interested and I don't have time. And Ro once again drowned out the discussion. Do you all think that the devil is on par with the Lord God? The ghoul is an existence that can defeat the Lord God? The Lord God is supreme and rules over everything. Will the Lord God need your help to defeat the devil and stabilize his throne? Again, no one could respond to Enro's question. Again, Enro didn't need their answer. She suddenly raised her arms, leaned back, her long hair fell behind her, and looked up at the sky. A puff of white smoke appeared under her feet, carrying her to the sky above the crowd. Everyone looked up. No one noticed that her pupils were dilated, but everyone felt that her posture was full of power. The whole place was silent. There was a sound coming from a distant place. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if countless people were using all their strength to hit the metal. Tian was startled and looked into the dark distance. A darker shadow rushed over at an unparalleled speed. They came from all directions, running either lightly and silently, or as heavy as an elephant, causing the earth to tremble. The celebration light suddenly went out, and then suddenly lit up, illuminating a pale and angry face. Ghouls? Some that were mutating crazily, some that were not, some that looked like humans, some that had long lost their human form. Ghouls stopped outside the crowd and surrounded the entire celebration site. Panic broke out instantly. It's the ghouls from the competition. They're out. Gather, gather, and form a defense line. However, most of the players participating in the celebration were selected from various divisions, and it was unknown whether they knew each other. So how could they form a tacit understanding of the battle? Many people commanded together. Many people rushed in the same direction. They themselves also noticed the chaos, and could only grit their teeth, use weapons or element cards to send out attack skills, and fight randomly. Soon, the panic began to disappear. What's going on? They are all standing still. Can't see us? Can't smell us? That ghoul completely ate my skills and started to change wildly. Who used the high-level martial arts space to cover this place? God's messenger. It's the goddess of the sun who is controlling them. The first person to discover this was not the player who revealed the truth. It was Tian. When the strange noise came, he intuitively guessed what Enro was doing. He subconsciously took out his weapon and identified the white smoke as an S-level ghoul. With the habit of raising ghouls, Tian's level would naturally not be low, but not too high either. A low-level great god. According to common sense, it would not be difficult for a player of this level to fight an S-level ghoul alone. He was not in line with common sense, because he had no combat experience at all. So he naturally did not dare to act rashly. After Tian, the NPCs on the altar also discovered the situation earlier than the players. They stood high and could see many deformed and terrifying silhouettes from afar. Fear made them lose their minds. And as the players began to attack, whispers spread among them. Devil? Did the messenger of God summon the devil? How is it possible? How could Goddess Rian stand with the devil? And Ro connected the consciousness of more than 2,000 ghouls at the same time. And all the sounds at the scene could not escape her ears. Yes, they are all ghouls. All devils. It is the power of the Lord God that allows me to summon them. Because they are also the people of the Lord God like you. The Lord God needs you to live. To create a richer land for him. To build a more prosperous and vibrant country. So the Lord God does not need you to sacrifice your souls, but to let the ghouls sacrifice their dirty, broken souls. The Lord God gave me power. And the Lord God's power comes from you. From everyone's breath. From everyone's prayer. Only if you live and keep praying. The Lord God will purify the souls of the ghouls and let the devil rest in peace. The discussion became smaller and smaller. And the celebration site became quieter and quieter. And Ro's full-bodied words and her sacred posture floating in the air made even the duo players below dare not question how she flew up. Was it a skill? Or was the strange white smoke possibly a ghost technique of the ghoul? No one thought about this question. Everyone was shocked by her words. Because the duo doctrine was clearly written. And they recited it word for word. Ghouls are evil demons and the eternal enemies of the Lord God. But the messenger said that ghouls are also the people of the Lord God? A moment ago, they could come up with many reasons to deny it. A moment later, thousands of ghouls stood quietly outside the crowd, without making angry roars, showing no greed for souls. and even killing their parasites without any resistance. The facts are in front of us. The devils obey the gods, and the gods obey the Lord God. Ghouls are really the people of the Lord God. Eun finally understood Enro's intention. This woman, this NPC made of data, and without any value, is stealing his power. She wants to subvert the entire Duoju religion. He should really kill her. Last night, he shouldn't have been obsessed with the statue reappearing on the top of the empty valley. Because after the competition of the gods, Duoju could have rebuilt the statue in the floating city. He shouldn't have coveted the potion in her hand. At least, he should have expelled her and the fake temple together. It's meaningless to regret now. The most urgent task is to break the miracle performed by Enro. Eun quickly scanned the Duowu players under the stage, and it seemed that no one would obey his command at this moment. He had to use some action. Some phenomenon that could wake people up. To pull back the believer's sanity. Eun secretly clenched his fist, and when he opened his 5 fingers, a fire element card quietly fell to the ground. Creator. Second stage skill. Eden Serpent. The element card transformed into a thin snake as long as a palm and sank into the ground. No one knew that the finger-thick fire snake was drilling at high speed under their feet. And after a moment, it drilled into the altar from the ground. The believers were still digesting the miracle revealed by the messenger of God, when suddenly, with a bang, a burst of fire broke out on the altar. The fire source came from nowhere and ignited the altar. The NPCs were already covered with kerosene, and the flames were so fierce that they engulfed all the NPCs at a speed that others could not react in time. Eun took the opportunity to shout, "Heavenly fire! The Lord God has accepted your gift." And the Lord God does not need the hypocritical submission of the devil. At the critical moment, when the believers were struggling with their thoughts, the inexplicable flames ignited the offerings they offered to the Lord God. In the eyes of many people, it was no different from a miracle. The shocked expressions on their faces began to twist into ecstasy. However, before they could cheer, the ghouls outside the crowd started to move at the same time. The living dead used their movement skills, and the crazy ghouls used their deformed bodies to force the crowd away. They rushed forward and took all the NPCs down from the altar at lightning speed. When they were ready to sacrifice their souls, the NPCs might be able to endure the burning pain for a while. But when they were suddenly ignited, everyone couldn't control their screams. The ghouls wrapped them with their bodies, especially the crazy ghouls, whose huge bodies and tentacles could wrap them tightly. The flames went out. Jongda was not idle either. Under Enro's command, he quickly put Enro on the ground. White smoke rushed to the highest point of the altar and saved the boy. Jongda raised his hand and sprinkled the life potion he carried with him into the group of ghouls, and then fed the remaining potion in his hand to the boy. Some living dead ghouls also had potions, and under the invisible command, they took them out like Jongda. The number of potions was not enough, but it didn't matter. The potion itself had the effect of relieving pain and accelerating healing. Every NPC took a sip and regained their sanity from the pain and panic, and the burns healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the devil who saved them. The NPCs wanted to run, but for some reason, they froze in place and did not run. The believers were also shocked by this scene. With so many delicious souls in front of them, the ghouls did not show any desire to devour. They still looked ferocious, but they really saved everyone. At the place closest to the believers, Jongda waited for the boy to finish drinking the life potion and put a piece of sesame candy in his hand. This was a habit he had left over from taking care of Zisha. The boy took it hesitantly and licked it carefully. Under his half-burned eyebrows, his eyes lit up. He looked up at Jongda, and his childish instinct made him reach out his hand. Jongda took it naturally. This time, he stood with the ghouls, and finally made the believers realize his identity. Ghouls? S-level ghouls. But when he stood with the boy, the picture was like a silent father holding his son's hand. And the shock it brought was no less than that of a ghoul saving someone. And Rose saw this scene through countless eyes. And for the first time in tonight's celebration, she smiled easily. Children seemed to be naturally close to Jongda. The time was ripe, and Ro walked to Jongda's side, with her back to the fire on the towering altar and facing the believers. Her pupils were still unfocused. The believers met her unfocused eyes and knelt down. "Thank God." And Rose said, "Thank God." The believers repeated in unison, and the sound echoed in the night sky. The Lord God has proved with his actions that today's celebration and tomorrow's competition do not require human beings to sacrifice their souls. And Ro turned to the main seat. Intion, do you still want to disobey the Lord God's will? The pressure from believers once again came to President Duozhu. No one noticed that his hand, hidden behind the long gold table, was tightly holding a stack of element cards. Failed. In this contest of miracles, he was completely defeated by this woman, who had just entered the empty valley for a day. Intion bowed his head slightly, hiding his sullen and resentful face, and knelt again. Thank you, Lord God, he said in a barely audible voice. Many people probably didn't hear it, but everyone understood that the president's kneeling gesture showed his submission, since the goal had been achieved, and Ro would not embarrass Intion on such a small matter. She said loudly, tonight's God's birthday celebration has ended successfully, and the Lord God has received your piety. I hope you remember that ghouls are also the Lord God's people. Thank you, Lord God. The celebration ended, and the crowd dispersed. Zhangde used Fog City to carry Ro to the main seat. Want to kill me? Since you know my identity, you should know that Yong'an is a double SSS level mission. Before you do it, think clearly whether you can afford the price. Intion raised his eyes from the light screen, not hiding his killing intent. And Ro smiled and said, yes, Konggu is the territory of your Duo sect. I believe you are confident that you can mobilize enough players to kill the god's envoy. But you have to think clearly, whether you succeed or not. Doing so means you lose the god's competition. Intion had a weak spot on Anru. And so did Anru. Duo believed in the gods. So how could the gods be suppressed by the mortals of the Xiangyang Guild? Intian's pressure came not only from the believers in the game, but also from his superiors in reality. It took Intion a long time to suppress his hatred, and he gritted his teeth and said, Anru, you crossed the line. Anru did not comment. It's not me who crossed the line. It's you who crossed the line. I originally had no interest and no time to care about your superstitious things, such as the site selection for the god competition and the sacrifice to the gods. You did it without telling me. Intion, you are the one who insisted on dragging me into this. Don't worry. I don't have a compassionate heart. On the contrary, I am very selfish. So selfish that I only care about myself. As long as I feel comfortable, everything can be discussed. It is you who insisted on doing this to make me uncomfortable. Intion narrowed his eyes, not quite understanding. And Ro landed on the main platform, picked up the wine glass, and tapped it lightly on Intian's glass. Furthermore, since you guessed that I need to stay in Konggu, you should understand that neither Yandan nor I can leave. You know my identity. How could Xiangyang Guild not know? If you don't want the potion, someone will. You want to cooperate with Uzi? If you terminate our cooperation. And Ro raised her glass. After the god competition, I will give you the statue on the farm and promise not to interfere in your Duozhu religion affairs. How about it? Mia is not on floating island number 339. She was taken to the next door by Chima. Floating island number 338 is only one line higher than number 339. At the edge of the island, the scene of the god's birthday celebration can be vaguely seen. Under the sunset curfew, the residents of the island stayed at home, and no one came to join in the fun. It was very quiet around. So quiet that Mia could vaguely hear the music from the celebration. It was the first time she missed the god's birthday celebration. She left quietly before the celebration started, and she was uneasy. But she thought that even if she was blamed by the president afterwards, it was worth it as long as the powerful time bomb of Yandan Farm was eliminated. However, she failed. Strangely, Mia did not feel a bit frustrated. And even because she did not have to dance the god's birthday dance, did not have to eat the luxurious food cooked by the sacrifices at the last moment of their lives, and did not have to watch the children sacrifice their tender souls to the Lord God. Relieved, Mia knew she was escaping. But she found a brief peace from escaping. As the goddess of Duo religion and the first player of Duo Guild, she believed that she had no right to escape, and others did not allow her to escape. But Chuma was right. She had been escaping. The former owner of the Sun-Pecking Bao used it to kill gods, and its current owner has been using it to defend the false glory of gods for many years. After an unknown period of time, the music stopped. The jubilation and the noise returned to silence. A group of white pigeons landed beside Mia and formed a familiar human shape. Me? The white pigeon saw the broken sun-pecking bow and the scars on her body, and hurriedly took out the life potion. What's going on? Who is it? Mia stared at him for a while, and pushed the potion away. Is the celebration over? Yes. In order to find her, the white pigeon first went to the floating island number 339. Mia then had the courage to turn around and look at the celebration site diagonally below. She saw the dark altar, like a dark tombstone burying countless souls. She had no expression, only tears falling. Baigu hesitated, and finally mustered up the courage to hug her. Don't be sad, Mia. Don't be sad. The sacrifice was not completed this time, and those children are not dead. The body in his arms stiffened for a moment. You said, what? I said, they are not dead. Baigu gently wiped her tears. It was the messenger of God who saved them. As for the people on floating island number 339, the messenger of God ordered them to move out of the floating island before the competition began. No innocent people will be sacrificed in this year's celebration and competition. Mia looked at him, unable to believe what she heard. And Ro, not long ago, and Ro, whom she would rather die with, saved everyone? Tears blurred her beautiful eyes again. At this moment, Baigu saw unprecedented fragility in her. He hugged her tightly again, and the conversation with Pao Pao emerged in his mind. I don't know if we will have any results, but since the road ahead is not completely cut off, I can only go to the end. What if I reach the end? Pao Pao was silent for a while and said, I have tried hard and worked hard. If I still can't find a way out, I may be sad and regretful, but I will never regret it. Near the top of the cloud layer in the empty valley, the floating island number 1 in the lower city, the headquarters of the Duozhu Guild is set in a building similar to a temple. Yin Tian paced back and forth in the temple. He still chose to cooperate in the end, but he was still uneasy. Unro. When he thought of this woman, every cell in his body was shrouded in a sense of crisis. After thinking about it, there were only 3 options left. First, mobilize the online Duozhu members to encircle the farm at night and grab the medicine. Second, do not encircle and destroy. Just send people to surround the farm to prevent Enro from making any unusual moves before the competition begins. Third, connect with China to obtain as much information as possible about Yong'an Farm and find out the fatal weakness of the farm. The premise of these 3 paths is to successfully obtain the potion in Enro's hands and support Duozhu to win the God of Heaven competition. Yin Tian does not think there is anything wrong with this premise. Last year's failure in the competition caused Duozhu to lose the management rights of the upper city, and even the statue of the main god on the floating island was demolished. He, the president, was almost executed for this. Not the death in the game, but the death in reality. Fortunately, although Mia lost the competition, she became the first player in the valley because of Baiji's failure. Because of this, the elders meeting voted to execute him, and was rejected by 1 vote. However, the feasibility of all 3 routes is very poor. To siege the farm or surround the farm, a large number of Duozhu players need to be sent to the floating city. Now Duozhu Guild is in the lower city, and does not have this authority. Or simply withdraw Duozhu members from the upper city to resist the ghouls. But if the action is too big, Xiangyang Guild will definitely find out. Or, join forces with Xiangyang Guild to act together? No. It will only make and return to Xiangyang Guild faster. The arrival of Yong'an Farm has created a 3-legged situation in Konggu. The triangle relationship seems stable, but it is actually the most unstable. Either party could become a betrayer, and the betrayed party would have no choice but to die. Yin Tian was extremely distressed, and he could not ask for help from the Council of Elders, throwing such a big problem to the Council of Elders on the eve of the competition. Even if he didn't die, could he continue to be the president of Duozhu? Only China was left. Yin Tian called a confidant. How is it? The confidant was planning to come over to report, and his expression was apprehensive. We have asked someone to bypass the Council of Elders and secretly send a virtual visit application offline. But China replied that unless the Council of Elders officially sends an application, the visit will be rejected. Yin Tian took a deep breath. Is Huagui trying to kill him? Although the presidents of the major guilds are busy, they have never been as tired as they are during this period. They waited until late at night, and as expected, they were disappointed again. The assassination team was interfered with by the ink removal and failed. However, the ink removal did not kill them this time, and their lives are not in danger. Yu Fengqiu meant to emphasize, although the assassination failed, the joint army did not suffer any losses. However, No one bought his account. The presidents of the 4 major guilds could no longer tolerate it, and even ignored the face of the second guild, and scolded him. Every word he scolded was directed at Yufengqiu. But the real target was the second guild, who made Chu Mo a member of Lungyan. After the meeting, the second guild's face was livid, and he burst into anger that was inconsistent with his age. Report. Report immediately. Execute Chu Mo. What's the point of keeping that broken brain? Yufengqiu had expected it, and waited until he finished yelling before he said carefully, the higher-ups have told us that Chu Mo cannot die. If he died, there would be no Dragon Flame player in the top 3 of the Destiny ranking, which is inappropriate. Erhui was stunned and sneered. Inappropriate? Is this what the higher-ups would say? It must be that little bastard Shishijin who is behind this. I already knew that Chu Mo is the kid's golden ticket to avoid death. If one of them doesn't die, no one will die. It was just a lip service. The higher-ups were firm in their attitude, and even if he got a heart attack, there was nothing they could do. Erhui was helpless in the office until late at night, and was about to go back to his room to rest when Yufengqiu hurried in. Second meeting. Duoju Guild requests a virtual visit. He had a look of surprise on his face. Before that, the various guilds of the United Corps had sent countless letters to Duoju, but were all rejected. Now the other party took the initiative to open the door, indicating that there was hope for the United Corps to enter Konggu. Unexpectedly, every wrinkle of the second meeting was sneering. Are you anxious now? Leave it alone, he told Yufengqiu. Keep this matter to yourself. Don't let other guilds know. The 3 major camps suffered heavy losses, so how could Konggu be immune to it? Besides, he did give them a chance. Chapter 147. On the floating island number 5 in the upper city. Standing here and looking up, you can see the brand new temple on the floating city. At the edge of the island, players from the 2 major guilds are still resisting the ghouls. The number of people is half more than before, so the pressure is not great. Mia glanced at it, and her eyes fell back on the light screen. The president has sent many messages, and the wording is more severe each time, but she didn't reply to any of them. Mia put away the light screen and pinched out an element card. As a goddess and the first player of the valley, she certainly can't have only one weapon. The newly bound longbow in her hand was not as good as the one in Juri, and it was also a blue weapon. This longbow had the skill to pass through barriers. The element card turned into a wind arrow and sank into the high temple wall. Her figure turned into a wisp of wind, crossed a height of dozens of meters, and then penetrated into the wall. Mia was startled. Inside the wall, Amra looked at her with a smile. At Amra's feet, there was a huge terrified face, half hidden in the ground. No wonder the SSS-level ghoul was not found on the farm. It turned out to be hiding underground. Don't get me wrong. And Ro noticed her gaze and explained with a smile. With it, I can hurry up. Otherwise I'd still be wondering which direction you'd come from. Mia put away her longbow. You knew I'd come? And Ro didn't answer, and asked Bao Fu to open his mouth. A wooden coffee table appeared in his mouth, and the water in the stove was already boiling on the coffee table, and Ro sat cross-legged on the mat. If the Duo believers saw this posture, they would be surprised. The messenger of God would actually do such an indecent action. But she exuded a contented temperament. I heard that you like to drink black tea in your hometown, but unfortunately the farm only has green tea. Can you make do with it? Mia hesitated for a moment, and sat down opposite her. The goddess's posture was much more subtle. Kneeling, with a straight waist and a graceful posture. You are a player, so it should be okay to drink green tea late at night. I can't do that. After drinking this pot of tea, I will probably have to stay awake until dawn. You haven't answered my question yet. And Ro glanced at her. What a persistent person. She shook her head while making tea, and said helplessly, It seems that you still misunderstood. Do you think that I saved those NPCs to win you over? Based on the results, this speculation is not wrong. But the fact is that after the celebration began, you did not hesitate to hide it from your superiors to kill me. At the end of the celebration, Yin Tian wanted you to kill me, but you never showed up. Originally, I thought you might die in the hands of Chu Mo. After returning, I looked at the destiny list, and your ranking did not change. Then your next move is obvious. No matter what the purpose or result, you have to come to see me. Tomorrow is the God competition again. You don't have time, and you are worried about leaving me with this time bomb. So come to me tonight. It's your last chance. Clear and accurate. Mia lowered her eyes and watched the dark green tea leaves being washed out by boiling water, and whispered, "You are really smart. Are you mocking me?" And Rose smiled. "Are you trying to say that I am good at controlling people's hearts?" "That's not what I meant. I've been tense all night. Now I'm relaxed. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. You came here specially. You must have a lot of questions. Ask them. I know everything." Mia is not good at socializing, especially in front of someone like Enro who is good at speaking. If she doesn't get straight to the point, she may never be able to say what she wants to say in her life. So she got straight to the point. "Are you the Ghost King?" An expected question. Enro remained calm. "So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" Mia looked at her. "Yes. Even if Chima stops me, I will kill you and end the game." After speaking, behind Anru, Baofu's big face emerged from the ground. His face was big, and naturally thicker than the average person's height, with a white neck exposed. He was already a giant compared to Mia sitting on the ground. Mia was unmoved. Anru touched Baofu's neck with her backhand and smiled at Mia. "You were 4th on the list before, and it was because I, your partner, ate the 3rd place that you were promoted. Do you think you have the ability to kill me?" "It doesn't matter," Mia said. And Ro understood the prefix of this sentence, success or failure. It doesn't matter. For Mia, it would be best to successfully end the game. But failure would help her untie the knot in her heart. She sacrificed, not only in the game, but also in reality. And Ro patted the rich, let it sink to the ground, and sipped the tea. The green tea was fragrant, but it had a bitter taste, which she didn't like. She shook her head gently. People muster up the courage to survive, but you muster up the courage to die to escape your predicament. I said it directly. Don't mind it. Mia didn't care. She was stunned. This woman, whom she had only known for one day, revealed the most shameful hope in her heart. At this moment, even if the other party was indeed the Ghost King, she didn't have the strength to resist, and just wanted to flee. Mia, you are actually braver than most people. But people don't need to be brave every day and every second. You know that? Right? Mia didn't know how to answer, and passively took the teacup handed over by Enro. Enro said, just like when you were a kid walking on the road and encountered a fierce dog, you could hide behind your parents. You grow up and become an adult citizen of a country. In many cases, the country should stand in front of the citizens, rather than the citizens rushing in front of the country. Isn't it? Mia took a sip of tea in silence, and the bitter taste spread between her lips and teeth. She shook her head. That is my motherland. And it is my mission to protect my motherland. If everyone hides behind the country, who will protect our territory? And Rose sneered, yes. We can rush ahead of the country, but we can't be forced to the front by the country and unable to retreat. They force you to become a tool, a weapon. And what's the result? Aren't you living in pain and determined to die? The truth is right, Mia asked herself. This truth has always been hovering in her heart. But that's my hometown, she still said. This was the first time that Enro used 100% sincerity to persuade people. But she didn't expect that her heart was almost exposed. But there was no effect. She looked at the goddess, who seemed to be perfect. She had to admit that she was disappointed. I'm not lying to you. I'm not the Ghost King. And Rose's tone gradually became weaker. Although I'm not. I can be the Ghost King who dominates the entire game. Or I can be the illusory Lord of Duoju. Mia didn't understand what she meant. She only heard Enro continue. Since you can't let go of your identity as a goddess, and I'm the Lord of Duozu, shouldn't you obey my orders? Instead of being a tool of Ian Tion's gang, you might as well be my tool. I can save the people you don't want to kill, and let you close your eyes and continue to escape. You? Mia opened her mouth. This remark, which sounded like a sophistry, left her speechless. After a short silence, she suddenly stood up, shot an arrow into the night sky, and disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the sudden wealth lost the smell of her soul, and Rose sighed sincerely and tilted her head to look somewhere. Did I miss the point of what I said just now? How would you untie her knot if it were you? It was pitch black there, and no one was there. But as Enro finished asking, the darkness came alive, like a sudden wealth gathering souls, condensing into a human form. It was a man. How did you know I was here? The other party asked with interest, and then answered himself. Oh, yes. You can control ghouls. Maybe you can capture the souls sent through them. The other party stood up. And Enro also stood up, giving him enough respect. Enro smiled and said, "A grown man with the ID of Half Moon Princess. Don't you think it's awkward?" The other party was extremely surprised. Controlling ghouls? This ability is enough to make people drop their jaws. But she didn't expect that the other party could see through the ID at a glance. Fortunately, her jaw did not drop. When the altars intersected, the ghouls that wrapped Enro gave up chasing her, which was obviously Enro's order. Why did Enro give up? It is likely that she felt that it was useless to catch up. At that time, she guessed that Enro saw through her identity, but she didn't expect it to be in such a rough way as seeing the ID light screen. Princess Benyu put away her disguise card. A few meters away from Enro, a barefoot dancer appeared. Her lower body was wrapped in a long skirt with colorful ribbons. Her upper body was only a brightly colored tube top, revealing her smooth waist, her ankles, forearms, neck, forehead, hair. She was covered with shining ornaments, from gold and silver to gems. So many jewels appeared on the same person, but they did not look crowded at all. Instead, they made her look more slender and agile. She was covered with dazzling ornaments, but she walked silently. Princess Benyu sat down in Mia's original position, sitting in a more casual posture than Enro. One leg was straight on the ground. The other leg was bent, and the elbow was on the knee. A very masculine posture. Not to mention that she poured herself a cup of tea, and she also did not dislike the teacup that Mia used at that time. Enro could not help but start to suspect that this second place on the list was a fake. But Pao Pao said categorically that Princess Benyu was a female player. Princess Benyu finished her tea, picked up a name change card, and the ID above her head changed accordingly. "What is my current ID?" Enro glanced at it. She and air. "You can really see it? Can you also see my game panel? If you don't mind showing me all the attributes." Princess Benyu paused and put her finger down. Of course she minded. Although, I have to ask a question that Mia asked just now. How did you know I would come? Finding her there, and knowing she would come are two different things. Enro poured her another cup of tea and said lightly, "You put me in danger. You owe me a favor. I completed the task you assigned me, and you are doing me a favor. You didn't even come to thank me, which only shows that you are not worth making friends with." The princess was speechless for a moment. "I owe you. I admit it. Receive from you? Aren't you doing me a favor to help you save those NPCs?" Enro smiled confidently. "Don't reverse the order. Before saving people, it was because you danced so well." The princess stared at her for a long time, and said a few words. "You are so cunning at such a young age. Do you know there is a saying called too much wisdom will lead to harm? Aren't you alive and well, and have been the second on the list for so long? I suspect you are mocking me. On the contrary, I admire you very much. If you hadn't understood the connection between destiny and luck, you would have died in the ghost ruins long ago." The brief exchange of words made the princess stare at Enro for a long time. She laughed loudly, looking very comfortable. "Just because you are so ruthless, I believe you are not the Ghost King." Enro followed the topic and said, "Really, don't try. Maybe you can end the game? Forget it." The princess waved her hand and frowned at the teacup. "No wine. Drinking this crap so late at night." Enro thought about it, and took her to the dance hall. Along the way, the princess kept exclaiming at the farm buildings, and even couldn't help touching the gold paint lines on the wall. "Is it real gold? Do you melt it with gold coins?" "Gold coins can't be melted," Enro explained lightly. When she reached the door of the dance hall, Enro pushed it open and looked back. But the princess was gone. She floated above the pond and took a bite of the statue's calf. "Enro, is this real gold? Even if it's just a layer of gold paint, how much does it cost?" Like Granny Lou entering the Grandview Garden. "Stop pretending," Enro said. "You've been to the farm since you're targeting me? I'm afraid you've been to every room, except for the ghoul staff dormitory, because no one reported anything unusual. Bao Fu should have smelled the scent of Princess Banyu. But unfortunately in his current state, he would only follow Enro's orders, and would not attack even if the destiny stood in front of him. In addition, his soul hibernation caused him to lose the ability to communicate, and he could not tell Enro whether this person had visited the farm. The princess gave Enro a glare from a distance. She flew over and landed beside Enro. "Last time we were sneaky. This time we are open and above board. Can it be the same? I was afraid of being discovered by you. so I didn't dare to make a sound when I came. She had to endure the wealth in front of her. And she couldn't even exclaim. God knows how hard it was for her to endure. And Ro laughed in anger. The lights in the dance hall were on. And there was a bottle of wine and a glass on the bar, with wine stains on the bottom of the glass. You're afraid of being discovered? No wonder Princess Half Moon was clamoring for a drink. It turns out she'd been a rat before. Princess Half Moon blushed, but spoke confidently. She picked up a gold coin on the bar, looked carefully. I didn't drink your wine in vain. And I only drank a little at the bottom of the cup. 1 gold coin is enough to pay the bill. Sorry. The farm and the dance hall are membership-based. And the daily membership fee is 10,000 gold. And Ro didn't even blink. Princess Half Moon's eyes almost fell to the ground. 10,000 gold? Or is it the daily membership fee? Seeing that Ro didn't seem to be lying, she said earnestly. Ro, you can't do business like this. The pricing is too unreasonable. The business will fail. I'm sorry. Although there are fewer customers, the farm business is getting bigger and bigger. You know, it's spread across the 4 major camps in the server. Princess Banyu was stuck. The fact seems to be so. She looked at Ro, then at the wine on the table, gritted her teeth again and again, walked to the treasure bowl in the corner of the bar, and put down a pile of gold coins. 10,000 gold. Not a penny less. I'll buy a 1-day membership. She poured herself a glass of wine. After spending the money, she poured it generously, and the wine almost overflowed the edge of the glass. And Ro joked, I thought you were so poor, but you were so generous. The princess drank the whole glass of foreign wine in one breath, burping and winking at Ro. If Uzi hadn't given me half of the advance payment, I wouldn't be able to afford it. Her expression and tone didn't sound like she was lying, and Ro was really surprised. A princess? How could she be so miserable? You are the second on the list, and you are a wild guest. You don't have to hand in the task reward to the guild. But you can't afford 10,000 gold. If it were someone else, he would be the richest man in the region. Right? And Ro couldn't help but think of someone who couldn't afford the ink removal with real money. The first and second on the list are both poor. It's hard to describe. After burping, the princess started to pour wine again. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at her. Why? Do you look down on the poor? She didn't want to explain the reason, and Ro didn't ask any more questions, but went around the counter and took out a bottle of Lotus White and placed it in front of her. The princess was happy. Mixed drinks? That's great. It's exciting. And Ro asked with a smile, Oyas paid you in advance? Asked you to kill me? You panted when I said you were fat. Don't flatter yourself. The princess was very familiar, and she would fight back no matter how Ro scolded her. You are just a bonus at best. I am responsible for tying you out, not for killing you. That guy was stingy and only added 100,000. And Ro followed up and asked, then why did he invite you? Of course. The princess stopped talking and smiled slyly. Want to buy information from me? Sure. 100,000. Her face was beautiful, and even if she made indecent movements and expressions, she still exuded a stunning beauty. And Ro grabbed her hand without hesitation and handed her 100,000 gold. Deal? She smiled at the stunned princess. You are really rich. The princess sighed with envy. Okay. I said it myself. I accept this deal. Oyas paid me to pretend to be a Xiangyang player and participate in the god competition. And Ro pressed the back of her hand and transferred another 100,000 gold. Kill the ghouls. Or kill the multiplayer players? The princess looked at the balance in surprise and said with a smile, Smart? Kill the players. And Ro transferred 100,000 gold for the third time. Are you short of money? The princess didn't need to answer this question. The princess saw that Ro spent 300,000 gold to buy 3 pieces of information whose answers she already knew. The intention was clear. Just when Ro touched the princess's hand for the 4th time, the princess moved away in advance and shook her head. Ro, you are 99% not like the Ghost King. But there is also a 1% possibility that you are the Ghost King. That 1% naturally refers to Ro's ability to control ghouls and see through light screens. She would never sell her soul. Fair enough. And Ro stared into the princess' eyes. You're worried that I'm him. And I'm worried that you're him. Do you want to verify it? The princess's careless smile faded, and she narrowed her eyes. Have you seen the Ghost King? And Ro did not answer, but pulled out a fruit knife from under the stage, turned the handle, and pushed it towards the princess. I can't explain my ability clearly, and if I force an explanation, you won't believe it. The Ghost King is a member of the game, and is restricted by the rules. He cannot directly harm players and NPCs outside the Ghost Ruins. This is my current speculation. Do you believe it or not? The princess became more cautious, seeing that she was still hesitant to express her opinion. And Rose stretched out her hand, and the gold coins in her account rushed out. Soon, they filled the space between the bar and the wine cabinet and buried most of her body. Money. I have plenty. Here is 10 million gold. Use it to buy whether you bet on the rules I mentioned. Take 10 million, believe the rules, and bet that I am not the Ghost King. If you don't believe it, we will say goodbye now, and see each other again in the future, fighting for life and death. It would be a lie to say that the princess is not tempted by such a huge amount of wealth. After all, Uzi only gave her 5 million gold when he hired her. However, this bet involves the Ghost King, a character that the princess has been avoiding for many years. Princess, I am the one who pays the money. To put it bluntly, this money is just a way to buy your trust and verify it once. The princess was the only player Enro had ever met who knew the secret of destiny, and therefore refused to strangle the ghoul. She understood how cautious the other party was under his carefree appearance. The princess needed enough time to consider. Enro waited quietly for a while and said, "How about this? You can come to me anytime before dawn." "No need." The princess interrupted her and smiled brightly. "We are all women. And I also believe in my intuition." She pressed the handle of the knife with her index finger. "According to your logic, as long as we stab each other, we can get rid of the suspicion of the Ghost King. Do you know how many people out there want to kill you? If you are not the Ghost King, how dare you be so bold? Could it be that Enro, like the NPCs in the spirit realm, has the ability to regenerate infinitely? This is not in the intelligence she collected." The princess was right. Enro was taking a risk. It can be said that the risk of letting the princess take the first move is far greater than all the previous dangers. The opponent is a top super god of level 99. And she is just an NPC with 100 health points. Even if the fruit knife is not a weapon, with the princess' own attribute bonus, killing her is easier than crushing an ant. However, Enro had to make this bet. The second-ranked princess Banyu was elusive, and few people had seen her true face. Enro saw her the second day after arriving in Kongdu. It was too coincidental. It was so coincidental that if Enro could not completely rule out that the other party was the Ghost King, she would not be able to win her over. If she could not win her over, she could only find a way to kill her. Otherwise, Princess Banyu would be the biggest threat in Kongdu's plan. The sun in the soul world really looked fake. It was not like in reality, slowly emerging from the eastern horizon, but like a group of scattered light spots, condensing into a circle little by little. After dawn, the crazy ghouls in the sky died at the same time, and the exhausted players put away their weapons. Usually, this is the time for them to log off and rest. But today no one chose to log off. All the floating islands around the tower were slightly adjusted to make a wide area for the floating island number 339 in the upper city. 10 floating islands from the upper city and the lower city surrounded number 399. And they were crowded with players from the two major guilds. They were the audience of the god competition. These tired players, who had defended all night, also rushed over in groups. Enro retracted her gaze from the square and looked at Zhangde. "Are you sure everyone on the island has moved away?" "Yes. There are only ghouls left." Enro nodded. "Settle the farm residents and go get ready." Zhangde left Huaman Lu and ran into Pao Pao, who was coming up before going downstairs. "Old John." "Leader." The man and the ghost greeted each other as usual. Pao Pao was about to go to the roof when he saw Enro coming down. "Have they all been shipped out?" "Yes. Except for the necessary amount left in the pharmacy. There are 13 boxes in total, all of which have been picked up by many players." Enro nodded, looked at Pao Pao for a few times, and smiled. "You are getting calmer and calmer now. Not nervous at all? I have been following the boss for so long. I must have made some progress." Pao Pao laughed. Enro suddenly realized that he didn't scratch his head much recently. Does this disappearance of habit mean that Pao Pao has grown up? It's obviously a good thing. But Enro always feels that she can't be happy. "Boss, let's go." The two left the farm gate together, crossed the empty square, and walked towards the floating castle at the other end. Enro looked back at the towering golden statue. The guillotine she carefully polished was already hanging high above the god's head. Chapter 148. The rainbow light of the empty valley flows. Under the spire, some guild players half-activated their weapon skills, attracted the elemental energy in the rainbow, and made up for the energy consumed in resisting the ghouls last night, and then hurried to the viewing island. Good day, goddess. Good morning. When they passed by, they stopped and greeted respectfully. Good morning. And Rose smiled and nodded. At the majestic gate of the floating castle, Tian waited and looked from afar, and Ro could imagine his torment over the past night. Not making any rash moves means that Tian has chosen to continue the cooperation. Too few potions. After meeting, Tian was dissatisfied. There are 20,000 players participating in the competition, and the 4 potions add up to less than 4,000. How much do you think I can give? Of course I have everything. And Rose smiled. Tian, do you hope that I am the real goddess of peace? And I can provide unlimited potions. And you can really rest assured? Tian's face was gloomy. And Rose said, I have some skills that others don't have. But I am just an NPC. 4,000 potions are all I can take out. Compared to the number of participants, it is indeed a little less. But if you count the potions you have stockpiled, it will be of some use. Right? How do you know we are stockpiling potions? Tian was shocked. The potions sold in the Sky Store are always out of stock. Is it hard to guess? And Rose said firmly, the high consumption of resisting the ghouls is one aspect, and hoarding potions to try to gain an advantage in the god competition is another aspect. Isn't that right? Duo Zhu and Xiangyang each manage half of the empty valley. The number of floating islands in the upper city and the lower city is the same. And the number of Sky Stores is also the same. The number of members sent out by the 2 families to fight against the ghouls every day is 50 to 50. And the number of potions consumed is also about the same. The amount of potions secretly hoarded by the 2 guilds would not differ much. The total amount of potions provided by Enro was not impressive, but it could undoubtedly give Duo Zhu a first-line advantage. Tian was just taking advantage of the topic, and seeing that Enro was not buying it at all, he did not speak again and led her into the castle in silence. It was still the hall in the center of the castle. Many luxurious furnishings were removed from the hall today, but it was not empty, because the entire ground was covered with holographic images of the floating island. The floating island number 339 in the upper city was enlarged, like a huge sand table, and even the trees and green land on the island were clearly visible. The city lord Haiisi came across half of the sand table, exchanged a few words as usual, and invited Enro to take a seat. The seats were near the wall of the hall. There was a 5-meter-high platform at the base of each wall, in a trapezoidal shape, with a stone staircase on both sides. On the high platform were placed a long table of pure gold and gilded leather chairs, with all kinds of fine wine and food on the table. Tian, Aouc, Haiisi, and she each occupied a high platform, overlooking the floating island sand table below, becoming the supreme audience of the competition of the gods. The people below the stage fought for their lives, and the people on the stage accompanied them with fine wine. But there were more than just the 4 of them on the platform. There was an NPC on each edge of the platform. According to Aouc, they were responsible for counting the number and level of ghouls strangled by the 2 guilds in the competition. NPCs could not identify the level of ghouls, so Tian and Aouc also brought a trusted subordinate each. Players shared the light screen throughout the whole process, and the light screen stayed on the competition channel. Before strangling ghouls, the contestants would forward the results of ghoul level identification to the channel, and the 2 players would inform the NPC in charge of counting. The city lord High Crocodile naturally had no players under his command, but he also brought 2 NPCs with him. One of them counted, and the other was responsible for calculating and updating the number of surviving ghouls and writing them on the whiteboard on the wall. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, all NPCs came from the floating castle and were not residents of the upper or lower city. The 2 people behind Enro, the counting NPC a little further to the left, and the god servant Pao Pao on the right. She and Pao Pao each observed the situation in the hall and exchanged glances without revealing their expressions. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the competition began. At both ends of the floating island number 339, on the stairs connecting other floating islands, players from the 2 major guilds entered one after another. The Duovu guild believed in the main god and valued white. All players wore pure white clothes, which seemed to mean that they were offering sacrifices to the main god. The Xiangyang guild adopted the color of the national flag, and all players wore dark blue clothes. When entering the venue, it seemed as if low pressure was hovering above their heads. The scale of the god competition was huge, and each guild sent 20,000 people to participate, and the levels were in a pyramid structure. Each of them sent out one super god, 10 great gods, 1,000 golds, 5,000 silvers, and the rest were all bronze. With so many players competing to kill more than 2,000 ghouls, it was clear how fierce the fight between players was. There were so many contestants that it took half an hour just to enter the venue. High Crocodile rubbed his hands, looking like he was waiting to see the show. Intion and Ao, you see, suppressed their excitement while exchanging glances. From time to time, the two glanced at Enro, and saw the goddess Rian wrapped in a white robe covering her mouth with her slender white hands and yawning in boredom. The two guild leaders sneered at the same time. Like the farm, the floating castle is located at the edge of the square, with its back against the cliff. Thick rivets were hammered into the base of the back wall, with ropes tied to the rivets. On each rope, there were many players hanging on the edge of the cliff, each holding their breath. A rough count showed that there were as many as 200 people. They were all members carefully selected by Intion. They had not been online for 2 days due to various reasons. They had only heard of Enro's miracles, but had not seen the goddess Rian with their own eyes. Of course, Intion told them that the miracles were all fake. It was the bold pagans who were using the name of the Lord God to shake the faith of the people of Duoju. Their mission was to surround the floating city and strangle the pagans when the competition of the gods was coming to an end. Holographic Command Center. The guild bosses had been listless for many days and were in high spirits, because the spies of the Longyan Guild who were ambushed in Duoju and Xiangyang guilds finally brought accurate information. Enro, in the name of the goddess of the sun, seemed to have secretly reached a cooperation with the Duoju Guild. Today is the Sky Valley God competition, and Enro was invited to the floating city to watch the competition. No more. No more. Several presidents became depressed again. I thought it was some big news. The second president looked angry and tapped the table twice with his fingers, instead of sighing. Why not analyze the purpose of Yondon entering the Sky Valley? In terms of analytical ability, President Yatan is somewhat like Shishijang. Hearing this, he said, I stick to my opinion. Yondon entered the Ghost Island, cut off the pillar of the number 7 Black Market Island, entered the Spirit Realm, and robbed the 4 major medicine raw materials and pharmacies. Now he goes to the Sky Valley. Naturally, he is going to the Sky Valley Rainbow. President Oli also insisted on his own opinion. I have said it long ago. If you really want to grab the rainbow of the valley, you can start at the night Yondon enters the valley. The energy of the rainbow of the valley goes out at night and reignites at sunrise. If you were in Ro, when would you choose to start it? President Yatan frowned. Although the tone of the other party's words was unpleasant, it was the truth. The rainbow of the valley looks like a rainbow, but it actually breathes endless elemental power. The elemental power hides at night and emerges during the day. The rainbow of the valley looks harmless during the day, but in fact, the energy and temperature inside are extremely high, like a small sun covering the valley. If Enro really wanted to rob, with the strength of Yong and Ghoul, she could have chosen to raid on the night she entered the valley. But the farm chose to stay in the floating city for 2 days, which had already aroused the vigilance of the Xiangyang Guild. After missing the opportunity, it would only be more difficult to attack the Valley Rainbow. If the reason could not be analyzed, the judgment that the farm's target was the Valley Rainbow could not convince everyone, let alone the 2 major guilds in the valley. In silence, Yu Fengqiu, who brought the news, quietly looked at Erwi. A cold light appeared in Erwi's slightly turbid eyes. Of course, the intelligence sent by the undercover agent is not only this, but also that Enro publicly refuted Intion's face, disrupted the god's birthday celebration, and stopped the god's sacrifice. The Longyan Guild has already vaguely sensed what Enro's purpose is. However, Erhui has explained that Duoju's private visit application must not be known to anyone. Even though Yu Fengqiu disagreed with his cold-eyed approach, he had to shut up. Erhui nodded his cane. That's enough. Today is the Konggu God celebration, and it is also the time when Duoju and Xiangyang's attention is most distracted. Whatever Yong'an's purpose is, it should be revealed today. Let the United Army be prepared to respond. Outside number 399 in Upper City, on the floating island where people were watching the game, cheers and cheers from Xiangyang players rang out alternately. On the other hand, When many players saw their players successfully strangle the ghoul, they chanted in unison, "Thank you, Lord God." And when they saw their players temporarily lose, they chanted, "Lord God bless you." If someone died at the hands of the opponent, or died at the hands of the ghoul, and was completely offline, it would trigger a 10-second prayer. The competition was in full swing. Every time the contestants had a break, they activated half of their skills to summon elemental power. Rays of colorful light fell from the sky, covering the entire battlefield. As if an endless rainbow rain fell in the empty valley. The two major guilds were each led by a super god, with the same number of players and level structure, so they were naturally evenly matched at the beginning. The losses on both sides were not too much, and the cumulative number of strangled ghosts remained at a tie. As time went on, the potion provided by Enro began to show its power. Needless to say, the Duoju Guild distributed all the extra potions to their own high-level players. If the recovery time of each attribute, such as health, energy, spirit, and stamina, is a little faster, it will be enough to make the small advantage snowball. Near noon, the total number of strangled ghouls killed by Duoju players has already pulled out an advantage of 100. And the level of strangled ghouls is also higher than Xiangyang on the whole. Uzi finally got nervous. Duoju has the potions provided by Anru as external aid. So does he. It can even be said that the foreign aid he invited cannot be compared with him even if he has unlimited potions. The second on the destiny list, Princess Half Moon. If she really fights, she can kill half of the Duoju players by herself. Even if she cannot reveal her identity. With her ability, it should be easy to secretly kill some Duoju players. Right? But Duoju was unstoppable in the competition without any obstacles. Uzi gritted his teeth and searched for a long time in the holographic sandbox. But he couldn't find Xian Air. He couldn't sit still anymore. So he turned on the light screen and sent a message to Princess Half Moon. "AOUC, what are you waiting for? AOUC, if we don't take action, we will lose. AOUC, Princess Banwa. I have said long ago that if Xiangyang Guild loses the God of Heaven competition, not only will the advance payment to you be recovered, but you will also have to pay 5 million gold in compensation." However, the other party never replied a word. AOUC was about to continue sending messages when an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He was startled and turned his head to look at Enro. The goddess Rian made quite a commotion at the god's birthday celebration. Now most of the empty valley knows that she issued a divine decree to let the NPC sacrifice go. Could it be that not only did the assassination attempt fail last night, but she also knew about the existence of Princess Banyu, clearing the way for Yin Tian? That was Princess Banyu, ranked second in the server list. If that was the case, Enro must not be allowed to stay. AOUC retracted his gaze and switched the light screen. The team channel that came into view was formed last night, with 500 members, and the name was God Killer. AOUC, get started. On the floating island number 1 in Upper City, which is closest to the floating city, a large number of Xiangyang players suddenly poured out of the buildings. The few people who stayed on the island were surprised. They were cold and stern, and moved quickly. They deliberately avoided the stairs closest to Yong'an Farm, and climbed up the floating city from the other side. The moment they stepped onto the floating city square, everyone stepped lightly. The team changed into a half-moon formation and surrounded the castle. Ever since the temple fell from the sky, Uzi had been holding his breath. After sending the message, he was angry. But he couldn't help but be excited, and glanced at Enro. Unexpectedly, the other party was looking at him steadily, and his dark but deep eyes seemed to know all the secrets. AOUC shuddered for no reason, and quickly put away the light screen and shifted his sight. When he looked at her with the corner of his eye, he saw Enro laughing, with a smile of gloating. AOUC, Xiangyang Guild is already behind more than 100 ghouls. And you still want to use ignorance and arrogance to blind your eyes, and try to fight against the Lord God? AOUC was instantly angry. I also accept that your cooperation with Duoju has caused Xiangyang to be at a disadvantage. Who are you pretending to be a divine messenger in such a high-handed manner? Is there anyone in this hall who truly believes in Duozuism? Oyas forgot his fleeting palpitation and sneered. The divine messenger has just arrived and naturally does not know the rules of the competition. The number of ghouls strangled is only one aspect. The level of the ghouls is the key to the final score calculation. And Ro knew the rules. C. B. A. S. Strangling ghouls of different levels will result in different scores. Among them, the score of S-level ghouls is as high as 1,000 points, judging from the current stranglehold records of both sides. As long as Xiangyang Guild can stabilize and stop being left behind, and strangle the S-level ghouls at the same time, it can use a slight advantage to turn defeat into victory. Of course, the number of players at the competition site is more than 10 times that of ghouls, and low-level players account for the majority. If the S-level ghoul devours too many low-level players' souls and is promoted to SS level, the score can be increased tenfold. 10,000 points is enough to reverse any decline. And Ro's eyes fell on the center of the sand table and smiled. Then it depends on the goddess and the white pigeon, who will send the S-level to see the Lord God first. In the center of the sand table, where the god's birthday celebration was held yesterday, there was a huge, wildly transformed ghoul. And Ro knew very well that it was the highest level S-level prey among all the prey. Before the game started, when she saw it crawl out of the iron box, and Ro's eyes dimmed for a moment, because this ghoul, even though its body was deformed due to wild transformation, looked too much like a baby from a distance. Because Ro was looking at the sand table, she could see its full appearance at a glance. Its head was half the size of its body. Its limbs were short, and it crawled on the ground, and its skin was a strange deep red. The skin on his face had the wrinkled feeling of a newborn baby, and his eyelids were swollen like blisters, even when his eyes were wide open. Only a line of red pupils was exposed. Undoubtedly, his size was overwhelming. If a low-level player was accidentally pinched by him, he would be crushed to pieces with a light squeeze. In the half-day of the game, many players had died in his hands and disintegrated into light spots. However, it was still a long way from upgrading to SS. What Ro cared about was not his level, but his origin. It is a ghoul raised by the Kongdu Guild. But who would choose to parasitize a baby? And which player would turn himself into a baby? So there is only one reason why it became a ghoul. The Kongdu Guild forced the ghoul to parasitize the NPC's newly born baby. Why choose a baby? The answer is also obvious. The baby has a low IQ. So there is no need to worry about the threat of ghouls during the breeding process. Wait until the IQ increases with the level, and then kill the parasite, and finally become the crazy ghoul that has lost its mind now. And Ro even suspected that the ghouls put into the competition showed strong aggression towards the players from the beginning because they had never tasted the souls of the players during their feeding process. In other words, those feeds were all NPCs. How many NPCs are needed to raise the level of a ghoul to S level? No wonder the number of residents on the floating island of Kongdu is far less than expected. And the number of children is far beyond imagination. And Ro smiled and said, "Have you named this ghoul?" Aoyusi subconsciously thought about it. In Tianza immediately answered, "There is a nickname. Reptile. Is it appropriate?" He knew that Ro had seen through the origin of the ghost, and deliberately put on a smile to disgust her. After all, the goddess Rian risked a quarrel with Duo Zhu last night, and saved so many NPCs. And Ro pretended not to hear it, and nodded. Its ghost magic can make people lose their minds for a short time. If Mia and Baigu don't take action, I'm afraid they will send more contestants to serve the Lord God. Is this considered reaping what one has sown? Aoyusi frowned. In Tian didn't care. It is said that the previous Tianshan competition could last until sunset. This time, because the NPC residents on the scene were cleared, the progress was much faster. In just half a day, the low-level ghouls were almost wiped out, and only A and S level were left. It was a tacit agreement between the two families to leave the S level ghouls alone. Only by strangling the most ghouls in the shortest time can the situation of the contestants being scattered and fighting on their own be changed. And small teams can be formed to fight against high-level ghouls. This strategy can minimize the death rate of contestants and keep their game qualifications. The game has entered the second half, and the top players from the two guilds have all pointed their spearheads at the S-level ghouls. The reptiles. Seeing Mia and Baigu each using their skills to run towards the reptiles, the two guild leaders looked solemn. It can be seen that neither side is careless, and neither has an absolute chance of winning. It can be seen that although Baigu has fallen out of the fate list, his level and strength are not inferior to Mia. According to the old posts that Pao Pao dug out in the forum, Bei's ranking had been consistently higher than Mia's for a long time. I just don't know what happened in the God of Heaven competition last year that made Bei's fail to make the list but win the competition. Mia became the top player in Konggu, but lost the competition. And Rose smiled and said, Beige has been rising for 5 or 6 years, and his ranking has always been higher than the goddess. Although he failed to make the list last year, he helped Xiangyang Guild win once. I'm afraid I won't have such good luck this year. After all, the Lord God sent me to come to favor the devout people of Duozhou. Halfway through her words, she saw Haiyu's winking at her secretly. And Ro naturally didn't care. She said this just to stimulate the other two. Sure enough, Aoyusi said angrily, luck? Do you think we Xiangyang lost because of luck? You're wrong. We lost because of Baiji's selfishness. If Baigu hadn't let her off before, would that woman have been able to strangle S-level ghouls every time? Would she have been able to sit on the position of the goddess of their Duo sect? It's so funny. Yin Tian was afraid of Enro, and was originally wondering what her intention was in bringing up the topic. But when he heard what his mortal enemy said, he couldn't help it. Over the past year, Duo has been suppressed by the Xiangyang Guild in the lower city, and he has long reached the limit of his patience. Yin Tian sneered, think about it. Aoyusi, who is giving whom a break? The white pigeon in your guild is a shameful little white face. He knows that he can't compete with Mia, so he uses the self-torture trick. One self-torture trick is not enough, and he uses it twice. Distorting the facts, Aoyusi pointed at his nose. Is it true that Mia gave up the competition? Yin Tian slammed the table. They are indeed mortal enemies. When they quarrel, you say one thing and I say another, and no one is willing to back down. This helped Enro figure out what happened in the competition last year, when the two super gods were competing for the S-level ghoul. Baigu accidentally got into danger. In order to save him, Mia chose to fight fast and use the skill with the highest damage to attack the ghoul, forcing the ghoul to give up attacking Baigu. Unexpectedly, when the skill was about to fall on the ghoul, Baigu moved his position and happened to block the ghoul. He was pierced through the heart by Mia's arrow and immediately went offline. Before Mia could react, Baigu came online immediately, pretending that nothing had happened and continued to attack the ghoul. Unexpectedly, due to negligence, she was in danger again. Mia shot another arrow to force the ghoul away, and the white dove appeared in front of the arrow again. The white dove died twice, and this time, it did not come online again. Among the Xiangyang players on the field, no one had the strength to compete with Mia. Logically speaking, it was a foregone conclusion that Duozhou would win the championship again. Unexpectedly, Mia was stunned on the spot and did not continue to strangle the ghoul. As a result, the S level that determined the outcome was picked up by the great player of the Xiangyang Guild. The relationship between Mia and Beige was unknown to others, but the two guild leaders knew it. Duowu and Xiangyang had been hostile for 20 years, and no one wanted to see them together. Not to mention that Mia was a goddess of Duowu religion. How could a goddess marry a pagan? According to the doctrine, a goddess should remain chaste until death and sacrifice herself completely to the Lord God. So in public, Yin Tian had to swallow his anger and could only accuse Aoyusi of using Beige to torture her. Aoyusi felt wrong, but he also believed that if Baigu had not let him win, Xiangyang Guild would have won the god contest long ago. So when the matter was mentioned, the two quarreled fiercely. Although Enro understood the twists and turns for the first time, she also grasped the secret that the two presidents did not know. Pao Pao and Baigu had a deep relationship, which was quite effective. Baigu did not explain the situation in detail, but he talked about his plan before stepping into the competition last year. Pao Pao repeated Baiji's original words. Why would I steal something she needed? I will give her whatever she wants. The reason why I changed to this way. Don't laugh at me. I hope to make her feel guilty, and then use this guilt to make her agree to go with me. I am too naive. It's not that Baigu is too naive. Enro thought that his love for Mia was not enough to get her out of the dead end. No matter if someone loves you or not, you must love yourself first, so that you can get out of the abyss of pain and have the ability to love others. Mia knew this very well, but she couldn't do it. Today, this pair of lovers once again stood on the field, facing the dilemma that had been repeated countless times. What was waiting for them? A repeat of history? Or a clearing of the clouds to reveal the moon? As the figures on the sand table stopped at the same time, the quarrels in the hall also quieted down. Although the players of Duowu had the advantage, Yin Tian was nervous after all when facing the S-level ghoul that could overturn the situation. He turned his head and said to Haos, Sound. Let out their voices. Chapter 149. It turns out that the holographic sand table can also capture sounds in real time. As High Crocodile raised his hand, The hall was instantly filled with the roars and killing sounds of the ghouls. His two hands slid in the air, and the two figures hovering above the S-level ghouls enlarged. And the words they spoke became clear. Mia stood on an ice blue feather arrow, and Baigu stepped on two black crows, a few meters apart, looking at each other quietly. Mia's voice was very cold. Do you want to do the same as last time? Bai Ji's face slowly slid across a trace of heartache, and the infatuation in his eyes faded away. He said calmly, I'm not that stupid anymore. After so many years, I should have recognized the reality and given up my cowardice. Mia, just figure it out. Baigu laughed. Mia, we've known each other for many years, but we haven't really competed. Mia's indifference remained consistent. I'm the top player in Kongu now. Just then, the reptile below suddenly stood up and swooped down, smashing the two with its two huge palms. Mia and Baigu didn't blink, and each used their skills to cut off the reptile's palms. Blood gushed out, as if a red rain was rising around them. But not a single drop of rain could touch them at all. The reptile fell down with a roar, and its huge body hit the ground, stirring up a gust of wind. Around, several players who were carefully keeping their distance lost their balance for a moment, and the reptile's broken arm swept over. A feather arrow sank into the left arm, and the wind element contained in it suddenly bloomed, like the fastest invisible blade in the world, cutting off another part of the reptile's arm. Its right arm was not much better. A black crow swooped down, spitting out a purple lightning from its mouth, instantly splitting the entire arm into a charred black. The players thus escaped a disaster, and seeing that their top players had already made a move, they hurriedly scattered and retreated, as expected of the people kissed by the Lord God. And Rose smiled, and glanced at Yin Tian and Aouc. The two of them were obviously relieved, and looked at each other with the tension of the battlefield. Yin Tian narrowed his eyes. Do you think Baigu can win over Mia just by pretending? Don't dream. He has always been defeated by Mia. Aouc sneered. If you are capable, don't look for a goddess. Try a son of God. If Mia wasn't a woman, Shangqing would have been our Xiangyang's territory. Before he finished speaking, and Ro interrupted again, her voice rising with confusion. What's wrong with Baigu? Bai Ji's holographic image was falling, but Mia was still hovering in the air. She opened her lips slightly. Her eyes followed Bai Ji's body, and seemed full of surprise and confusion. Uzi stood up suddenly, staring at Bai Ji's figure. The black crow under his feet was gone, and there was no pigeon around him. His body gradually turned over as he fell. It was obvious that he was not actively adjusting his position to attack the ghoul. Baigu suddenly went offline. Aouc hurriedly turned on the light screen, but before he could send a message, he saw Baigu had already fallen on a messy grass. The S-level ghoul not far away didn't even look at him. It was obvious that Baigu went offline, and the ghoul didn't smell the soul fragrance from his body. After a brief shock, Yin Tian laughed. Give up. Yu Xiangyang's #1 player gave up. Aouc gritted his teeth and sent a message to the logistics. Go see what happened to Baigu. At the critical moment, he did not forget the S-level ghoul on the field, and continued to send a message to Princess Bangue. Add 2 million to you. Go and deal with the S-level ghoul. Everyone is paying attention to the S-level ghoul. If the princess really takes action, I am afraid that the Xiangyang Guild's search for external aid will be exposed. But Uzi had no time to consider the consequences at the moment. Unless Beige came back immediately, Princess Bangue was his only hope. Princess Bangue still did not respond. Logistics needed to confirm Beige's status offline, and they did not respond so quickly. Aouc watched Yin Tian send a message to Mia, who even deliberately read it out loud. Mia, seize the opportunity and kill the beast immediately. A minute later, Aouc's hope was shattered. The top super god shot only 3 arrows to make the S-level ghoul unable to move. In a few seconds, the ghoul exploded into a large piece of corpse fluid. But the gold coin reward was unexpectedly small. Of course, it was because it devoured the souls of NPCs and only ate the assets of some players in this arena. Yin Tian didn't care about the reward at all. He cared about winning or losing the competition. Duoju Guild already had an advantage, and now Mia easily strangled the S-level ghoul and earned 1,000 points, completely establishing the victory. After being suppressed by Xiangyang in the lower city for a year, and being blamed openly and secretly by the elders and believers in the church for a year, he finally raised his head and regained his face. Yin Tian was so excited that tears flowed down his face, and he kept slamming the table. Okay. Okay. The upper city is ours. And the Lord God can rule the upper city again. Really? A cold female voice with mockery floated into Etienne's ears. And Ro tilted her head and looked at him. Smiling, are you sure? Not only Etienne, but even Aousi was stunned for a moment. It was High EC who had nothing to do with it, who was the most sober, and saw the black cracks in the hall at the first time. He retreated again and again, but there was only a wall behind him. So he hurriedly climbed up the long gold table and pointed at the ground with trembling fingers. For people appeared in the crack. Mengziu, Zhangde, Zhang'er, Zhangsan, 2 S-level ghouls, 2 A-level ghouls. Their unusual appearance instantly activated the mission details. Mission name, in the Kingdom of Faith. The devil finally ascended the throne. Mission location, Konggu Floating City. Yan'an Farm. Ghoul level, SSS highest. Number of ghouls, 9 out of 9. Time limit, none. Difficulty rating, SSS. And Ro glanced at the light screen of Pow Pow and couldn't help curling her lips. Who wants to ascend the throne? Besides, is she a devil? The game system really can't talk. However, Etienne and Aousi's eyes were already wide open, and they were slow to react, until Mengziu brought Zhang'er, and Zhangde brought Zhangsan, and blocked them separately. Etienne was just a fake god, and it was difficult to deal with Zhangde. Not to mention that Zhangde also brought an A-level ghoul. His legs were trembling, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Aousi was better. A mid-level god who had gone through many missions. If they really started fighting, Mengziu might not be his opponent. Aou immediately took out his weapon and glared at Ro. What do you mean? And Ro stared at his other hand and smiled. I advise you not to rashly inform the people outside. They are still useful if they are alive. Aousi suddenly reacted. That's right. This special NPC can see other people's light screens, so it can call out everyone's ID on the night of landing. In other words, everything he thought he had planned secretly was actually exposed under her nose. The only way now is to join forces with Etienne to besiege Yong'an. However, before Aousi could exchange glances with Etienne, and Rose suddenly jumped into the crack in the ground. And when she reappeared, she was already next to the city lord High Crocodile. You can control the volume, right? Amplify the sound of the stadium. High Crocodile was so scared that his legs went limp. How dare he not do it? In the holographic sandbox, the faint voices suddenly became noisy, because everyone was talking about the same topic. It was not difficult to hear clearly. What's going on? There is another S-level ghoul? Wasn't it killed by the goddess? Is there something wrong with the mission details? Impossible. I've never heard of such a bug. Did 2 S-class monsters enter the competition? What you said is even more impossible. How can 2 S-class monsters decide the winner? If there really is an S-class ghoul, where is it? I can't recognize it at all. It's not a living dead. Right? It hasn't transformed wildly. Over there. It's always been a mess over there. It must be over there. The words of the contestants once again impacted the minds of the 2 presidents. And Ro glanced at Sea Crocodile. Look at the overall situation. Crocodile was busy operating, and the holographic sand table in the hall returned to its initial state. Everyone soon understood where the player was referring to when he said over there. Floating island number 339. The residential area with the most densely populated houses. Being on the island, you may not be able to find too much due to the distance and perspective. But the holographic sand table is a god's perspective, and you can see every corner clearly. In the residential area, a zombie has a collar around its neck, and the collar is connected to a rope, and the other end of the rope is in the hands of a player. Judging from the player's clothes, it was obviously Xiangyang. He moved through the building at a very fast speed, and even from a bird's eye view, he couldn't see his appearance clearly. The zombies dragged behind him were very embarrassed, but wherever he passed, he always ran into injured players who had no resistance. Those injured players were all wearing white clothes, and they were all duo players. Everyone could understand the actions of Xiangyang. He was using Xiangyang's soul to feed the ghoul. Obviously, this zombie that was being dragged around like a dog was a new S-level ghoul. After a short time, the discussion of the players on the scene began to turn to another direction. There is still hope. We Xiangyang still have hope to win. Yes, as long as we kill that S-level, the score will not be much different. But Beige is offline. Duo still has Mia. What can we use to compete with her? Doubt, shock, ecstasy, loss. Aoyusi's face can be said to be colorful. Yes, there is still hope. But the hope is extremely slim. He remembered that Princess Banwei clearly said that Xiangyang could buy her to kill people, but not ghosts. In other words, the only player on the field who has the ability and willingness to quickly deal with the S-level ghoul is Mia from the Duozhu Guild. Even if the God-level player Xiangyang fights for his life, it is unlikely that he can win. On the other side, the cunning Yin Tian finally figured out the current situation, secretly opened the light screen, and sent out 2 words, "Do it." Behind the castle, the duo players hanging on the cliff moved at the same time and climbed up, and Rose smiled with a fake smile, and glanced at Yin Tian. The coldness in her eyes made the other party tremble. And Rose looked back at Aoyusi. "I just want to ask one question. Does Xiangyang still want to win the God contest?" Aoyusi felt that she suddenly jumped to his side, but he couldn't figure out the reason. As he was hesitating, a message popped up on the screen. "Qian Heir, I will complete the transaction. This is Princess Banyu's join Xiangyang Guild. A temporary game ID." Although it was only 6 words, it was the promise of the 2nd place on the destiny list. Aoyusi was ecstatic and quickly switched to the God-killing channel. He quickly clicked on the light screen and read out the order like Yin Tian did before. "Everyone, block the castle. Kill anyone who trespasses." Outside the castle, the Xiangyang army, which had been ready for a long time, quickly dispersed. The so-called blockade was not only on the ground. Many players climbed up to the roof of the castle and found the many players who climbed up at the first time. The 2 sides met and felt that this mission was unusual, especially the Xiangyang players. At this moment, finally understood why the president named the mission God-killing, meaning new and old grudges. No need to start fighting immediately without saying anything. Yin Tian took a step back, his back against the cold marble wall. Zhang De took a step forward. His feet had already turned into white smoke. The meaning was very clear: running away. There was no way. The situation in the hall was clear as day. The partner that Yin Tian thought of had already become the partner of the opponent. But Aoyusi still pretended to know nothing. He had prepared people to ambush the people he had ambushed. And no one would believe that the bastard had not discussed the cooperation with Enro in advance. According to Yin Tian's judgment, his life was not in Enro's hands, but in Aoyusi's. As long as he could hold Aoyusi, the other party would not dare to do anything to him. Yin Tian made up his mind and glared at Aoyusi. "You violated the rules of the God competition and hired foreign aid privately. If this matter is exposed offline, you can't bear the consequences. Once the dispute between guilds turns into a conflict between countries, no one can bear the consequences." Aoyusi's ecstasy was diluted. Seeing this, Enro smiled and said, "Who said Xiangyang hired foreign aid? Isn't that a contestant from Xiangyang Guild? Don't you have eyes?" Yin Tian sneered, "Except by Gu, who under Usi can easily manipulate an S-level ghoul. Do you think I'm blind? Who said the ghoul was manipulated? It was obviously willing. If you don't believe me, take a look again." Yin Tian was stunned and looked at the sand table. Sure enough, the rope around the neck of the living dead broke. But it was still chasing Qian Heir in front of it. And it was still devouring the souls of the injured contestants wherever it passed. No, it was much more active than the passive devouring of souls just now. It burst out with extremely high speed, and while chasing Qian Heir, it even had time to go around and eat 1 or 2 low-level players. Yin Tian looked at Enro in disbelief, and his heart trembled violently. Enro's eyes looked at him, and her pupils were dilated. The dark and lifeless pupils almost occupied most of her eye sockets, which was extremely weird. He understood. "It's you. You are controlling the ghoul. You are also the foreign aid of Oyas." Yin Tian was angry and terrified, and trembled all over. "You betrayed our cooperation. You tore up the treaty, and the Lord God will judge those who betrayed their faith." Enro was innocent. "I am a messenger of God, whispering to the Lord God every day. Do you think the Lord God will judge me or you? As for our deal, Aoyusi, I believe that after winning the competition of the gods, you can also let me stay in the valley. Right? In the news last night, there was a description that the goddess Rian could control the ghouls. Aoyusi did not see it with his own eyes, but he was skeptical. Now, this horrible fact is in front of him. when he touched those strange eyes. He shuddered involuntarily. Usi nodded subconsciously. Yes. You and the farm can stay. Usi! Etion cursed in extreme fear. Just wait for the two countries to go to war. You will become a war criminal. The sinner who caused the war. In fact, Etion's fear was just instinct. At this moment, he still thought that Anru and Usi's goal was to win the god competition. Fear made him lose the ability to think. And he was unable to think about why they let Mia strangle the reptiles if this was the goal. Usi's silence calmed Etion down a bit. Worried about his own safety, he had to suppress his anger. No matter what the result of the god contest is, I can accept it. This is what you want, right? Well, if Mia kills the second S-level ghoul and Duozu wins the contest, you should accept it anyway, right? He turned on the light screen and sent a message to Mia. Zhangde. Kill him. And Ro's cold words made his body stiffen. Etion suspected that he had heard it wrong. Aousi also suspected that he had heard wrongly. And his eyes widened. Kill Etion? President Duozu? No. Have you considered the consequences? And Ro glanced coldly. Are you teaching me how to do things? Aousi opened his mouth wide. And finally remembered that it was not only Etion who was surrounded by ghouls, but also himself. So you are not here for the competition. You are here to kill me. Kill me? Etion was wrapped in fear from the inside out. And he activated his weapon skills with the last bit of resistance. The weapon had been taken out long ago. A wooden scepter, with a huge diamond inlaid on the top. And there were light spots in the diamond representing the power of the four elements of water, fire, wind and thunder. It fits the identity of a church elder. 4 dots of light, 4 elements, swirled in the diamond. However, before they could flow out of the diamond, a thick white smoke enveloped his palm. Etion screamed. His right wrist was torn off by Zhangde. The white smoke condensed into a big face, half of which was stained with blood, and violent anger was beating in his eyes, which was extremely terrifying. He did not touch Etion's soul, because it was not the time yet, and Ro was at ease, looking at Etion with a smile. God scepter? TSK. Where's the purple weapon? You should have other purple weapons in your pocket. Right? No. You must have a blue weapon. Right? No. You still don't dare to take it out? Look at your screaming face. It's just a game qualification. But you're really trying to kill you. I don't understand you. How about this? I'll give you a chance to find help. Aren't you going to notify Mia? Keep notifying. As for whether to let her win the game or rush to save you, it depends on how selfless and pious you are. The severe pain made Etion unable to help but take out the life potion. But the white smoke came up, and the potion disappeared in his hand. And Ro gestured to the sand table. Did you hear that? The ghoul has been upgraded to SS. Whoever takes it down will win the game. Aren't you tempted? Etion regretted it to death when he heard Ro's voice. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have left her in the empty valley. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have given her the title of the goddess of the sun. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have kept it secret from the Elders' Council. I should have let the Elders' Council mediate the joint army and wipe out Yong'an Farm together. If I had known earlier. The fear of death brought all the regrets together. But it didn't last for more than a few seconds. You will really die. Not just for the game qualification, nor for the so-called divine revelation. If you make a serious mistake, even if you leave the game intact, you will be executed by the elders. The cold sweat on Etion's face flowed as much and as fast as the blood on his broken wrist. In the end, he lost to the death of his senses. Even if everything in front of him was just virtual data. Etion gritted his teeth and sent a message to Mia, floating castle. Save me. On the sand table, Mia, who was flying in the air chasing the SS ghoul, stopped and paused for a short while. She used the wind element card to transform an ice blue long arrow and shot it into the sky. The arrow feather left the string with a clang. The arrow was cut off by a fast-spinning weapon, and the elemental power burst out. The turbulent airflow swept Mia down. She landed on the ground and quickly stabilized her body. She looked up and saw Xiangyang, who was wrapped in dark blue clothes. Qian Air narrowed his eyes and smiled. Want to leave? Have you asked me? Who are you? Mia's expression became more and more serious. Me? Qian Air tilted his head and smiled wickedly. A nobody from the Xiangyang Guild? An ordinary person who wants to drag the goddess in the sky into the mud? His arrogant words were heard by everyone in the hall. Tian was so angry that he shouted hoarsely, "Kill him! Kill him!" Qian seemed to have heard his words, and he pressed his shoulder and gently wiped it down. A circle of light slid across his body from top to bottom. The hem of the dark blue dress extended with the aperture, and countless streamers appeared. At the end of each streamer, there was a half-moon-shaped blade. The cloth strips seemed to come alive like tentacles, and they rushed towards Mia, wanting to tear her into pieces. Mia immediately shot a long arrow of fire, but before the arrow hit the target, Qian voice came from behind. "Too slow. Too slow." In front of Mia, the dazzling streamers and sharp blades disappeared, and she subconsciously covered her throat. Hot blood spurted out of her fingers. There was more than one wound. Trachea, carotid artery, cervical vertebra. Every vital part had a deep and fatal knife wound. The opponent seemed frivolous, but he was extremely cautious in combat. Before Mia took out the life potion, he used a ribbon to wrap around the back of her hand. It looked like an ordinary piece of cloth, but it contained unparalleled power, and even the power of the super god could not break free. Mia's life value was rapidly fading. Tian was completely dumbfounded. His third place on the fate list, his duo goddess, his number one player in Konggu, was defeated in one move? How is it possible? Tian suddenly reacted. The skirt kills Princess Banyu. She is Princess Banyu. The foreign aide you secretly found is Princess Banyu. He yelled at AOUC. Princess Banyu ranked second. A legend among Yika players. A lawless existence second only to Chuemo. No wonder she had the courage to stop Mia. No wonder she could defeat Mia. Mia was defeated in one move. Not just defeated, but dying. From the perspective of God in the hall, Tian didn't see clearly when and how Banyu ran behind Mia. The killing power of the half-moon princess is terrifying. And Ro caught AOUC's momentary hesitation and spoke in front of him. Laughing, "What half-moon princess? I happen to know this contestant. Qian, a member of Xiangyang Guild. Isn't it? AOUC?" AOUC came back to his senses and nodded repeatedly. Yes. He is Qian, from our Xiangyang. At this point, he can only deny it to death, and cannot let Tian get any solid evidence or handle. You, Tian. Why are you in such a hurry? Mia is the third on the destiny list. With her destiny value, it shouldn't be difficult to revive 8 or 10 times. Right? You won't lose level if you die once. And Ro raised her chin towards the sand table. Look, isn't she resurrected and online soon? Tian's heart rekindled a glimmer of hope, and he looked over hurriedly. But hope turned into despair. Wild guests are a synonym for no bottom line. And Princess Banyu is the representative of wild guests, who have no concept of fair duel at all. From the time Mia died and went offline to the time she resurrected and went online, the cloth strips wrapped around her arms did not loosen, but continued to stretch like a snake, completely wrapping Mia's limbs and waist. Mia just opened her eyes, and the wound on her neck that had not yet healed immediately started bleeding. After she was resurrected, her health was already low, and she died in less than 10 seconds the second time. Then the third, fourth, fifth. Death came too quickly, and the same scene was repeated over and over again. After seeing this, Tian was numb and felt hopeless. At this time, the other players on the field finally noticed the situation here, and as soon as the discussion started, Mia lost her voice again, and Ro exclaimed, "She has died 20 times. Is Mia's destiny so high? The destiny is cut in half every time she dies. She has not lost her qualification after dying 20 times. Her destiny must be over 100 million. This really surprised Ro. Tian ignored Ro's words and focused on the discussions of other players in the sandbox. As long as many players unite, Mia has a chance to escape, and he still has a chance to survive. However, a pure white figure rose from somewhere, instantly attracting the attention of the whole audience. Baigu is online. He's going for the SS level ghoul. Go find the goddess quickly. Where is she? It's too late. The ghoul was killed instantly by Baigu. The castle hall and the competition site fell into silence at the same time. Oyusi never thought that Baigu would suddenly go offline. Nor did he think that he would suddenly come online at a critical moment. In fact, when Princess Banyu was killing Mia, he had completely forgotten the existence of Baigu. He came back to his senses from the shock, his face full of ecstasy. and shouted to the NPC behind him, "Don't you remember? Xiangyang Guild strangled an SS-level ghoul." Intian was awakened by Uzi's words. He looked at Mia's position. Mia disappeared at that position. Only Qian Air stood there, with dark blue cloth strips hovering beside him, and blood dripping from a half-moon blade. As if noticing the gaze of the gods, Qian Air raised his head and smiled slightly. Chapter 150. No one could have imagined that this time the competition of the gods would be full of twists and turns. The losers lost inexplicably, and the winners also won inexplicably. At this point, Intian could only swallow this bitter pill. After all, Enro didn't want only Duo Zhu to lose this game. Do you think that Xiangyang Guild can rule the valley just by winning once? Do you think that by killing me, you can destroy Duo Zhu's sect? Intian was not stupid enough to die, and guessed Enro's intention. He should have seen it earlier. He should have guessed that things would develop to this point, when Enro insisted on saving those children last night. Enro shook her head and smiled. Killing you alone will certainly not destroy the Duo Zhu sect. The Duo Zhu sect may be founded by you, but the roots of its development to this day are no longer with you. I don't know how much influence you Duo Zhu have in reality, but in the soul-guiding song, you have begun to collapse. Intian gritted his teeth. Is it up to you to kill me and some Duo Zhu members? Don't be naive. Naive? And Rose sneered and nudged High Crocodile with her elbow. Enlarged floating island number 338. High Crocodile is worthy of being the lord of the floating city. After the initial shock, he has calmed down. After all, the lord of the city is permanent. But the gangs are changing. Kongdu can lose Duo and Xiangyang, but his floating city cannot be lost. Looking at the expression he showed to Enro, he seemed like one of the people who set up the game. High Crocodile did not ask any reason. Called up floating island number 338, and then enlarged it. Floating island number 338 was originally next to number 339, but because it had to make room for the viewing island, it was now a little further away from the competition site. The NPCs who moved out of number 339 were temporarily placed here. In the hall, the holographic image of the competition site disappeared, and it turned into the green, peaceful and tranquil floating island number 338. Peace and tranquility are just an illusion. Enro commanded the sea crocodile to enlarge the residential area, and everyone immediately heard prayers and curses. On the street, the NPCs of number 339 knelt on the white stone slabs, with their left hands against their foreheads, praying. The aborigines of number 338 stood on both sides of the street, all of them with angry faces, pointing at the people who were praying and cursing. Some people clasped their hands together, looked up at the sky, and cried bitterly. The crowd was too dense, and the voices were too noisy, as if countless flies gathered together, and it was hard to hear a complete sentence. Enro glanced at Intian. Do you know who they are praying for? Ghouls. Ghouls are also the people of the gods, and they become sacrifices for the gods' competition on their behalf. They envy the ghouls, are grateful to the ghouls, and swear to treat the ghouls well in the future. Intian was stunned, and after a moment he retorted, even if they believed your lies, others would not believe it. Look at the others. They are scolding these stupid guys. Yes, maybe some people don't believe it, but there will be people who believe it. Didn't you see someone crying? Besides, in the world, it is often the most unsteady people who jump out and scold the most fiercely. As an elder of Duo's sect, you should understand this principle very well. Right? Intian didn't want to admit it, but he was speechless. And Rose stopped smiling and her voice became indifferent. The paper faith. As long as a fire is ignited, the end of Duo's sect is not far away. More and more people are wavering in their faith. It's up to you. Aouc. Aouc's reaction was just like Intian's a moment ago. Dumbfounded. Intian heard the danger in Enro's words and couldn't help but step forward. Enro, do you think you can destroy the entire Duo Zhu guild by killing me? There are hundreds of thousands of members in Duo Zhu guild. Even if the 20,000 people who participated in the competition were wiped out, you can't shake the foundation of Duo Zhu. 20,000 people? Do you think I? Enro, look down on 20,000 of you. Enro suddenly raised her voice. High Crocodile, the viewing island, Intian, High Crocodile, and Aouc, the three supreme rulers of Kongdu, were frightened by Enro's burst of momentum and took a step back. High Crocodile nodded repeatedly and switched the holographic image in the hall to the 10 viewing islands. Intian's bloodshot eyes widened to the extreme. and he knelt down with a plop. Even Aousi couldn't help but gasp. On the viewing islands arranged in a circle, the crowd fled in all directions. What was chasing them was not in the sky, not on the ground, but underground? A dark abyss. Every time it opened, every time it jumped, countless people were buried in the mouth of Baofu. Some players tried to resist, but ordinary skills hitting Baofu's body and mouth had no effect at all. Relying on the ghoul level recognition function, they could recognize that this was a top-level ghoul, SSS level. But the ghoul level recognition function could not further tell them that this was a top-level ghoul among top-level ghouls, and had already surpassed a certain limit. The sudden wealth was like a swimming whale, sweeping an island quickly, without chasing the few remaining people, and directly emerged from the ground and jumped to another floating island. Continued to devour. And Unro. Aousi was terrified. Even though he realized that Unro was unlikely to harm Xiangyang Guild, he still couldn't help but want to confirm. Don't worry. You are useful. I won't touch the people of Xiangyang Guild for the time being. Unro said coldly, staring at Intian with a fierce look. As for how many of you there are, I wish I could kill you all. Whether it is the surviving Duo players, or the Xiangyang players, who watched from afar. They will remember this day. The news of the Hollow Valley Rebellion reached the holographic command center at an unprecedented speed. The 5 major guilds were shocked and took advantage of the opportunity to gather together to report the news of the Hollow Valley Rebellion to their respective countries as soon as possible. Then they started to have a headache. We thought her target was the Hollow Valley Rainbow, but she disrupted the god competition. We thought her target was the god competition, but she used thundering means to deal with the Duovu Guild? Why? Faced with this question, everyone was puzzled. Does Yan'an want to replace Duozu? Want to place the 5th largest copy in Kongu? Wrong. A voice was heard by everyone as the office door was pushed open. Erwi stood up immediately. Shi Shizhen. What are you doing here? Shi Shizhen glanced at him lightly, and his eyes fell on Yufengqiu beside him. Erwi realized it, and immediately looked at Yufengqiu. The other party avoided his gaze, lowered his head to greet Shi Shizhen, and pulled out a chair at the conference table. Shi Shizhen sat down, crossed his slender fingers, and looked at the people at the table one by one. After all, he had set up the joint team, and they were all familiar faces. Shi Shizhen smiled slightly. Your initial guess was correct. Yonan's target was indeed the Rainbow of the Valley. The reason why he didn't act immediately after arriving at the valley was probably because he didn't understand the situation of the valley, and didn't dare to act rashly. 2 days later, that is, today's god competition, he took action in order to use the god competition to weaken the energy of the Valley Rainbow, and then steal the Valley Rainbow. We couldn't hear a word, Shi Shizhen. You have no right to speak here. Come on. Take Shi Shizhen out. A team of people came in from outside the meeting room. But they were not the special police from the command center. On their shoulders, chests and hats were military badges. They quickly dispersed and turned off all the holographic projectors. The light in the office quickly dimmed. While Erwi was stunned, the leading officer had already stood in front of him. Mr. Wan is a senior. I don't need to say more. Right? Please come with us. Erwi's throat was a little dry. What's the reason? Mr. Wan, this is boring. The other party's momentum suddenly changed. The concealment of intelligence caused the joint army to be unable to support Duozhu in the first time. Duozhu suffered heavy losses, and a large number of players lost their game qualifications. The Bishop of Duozhu has already clamored about the conspiracy theory led by our China, and threatened to use nuclear weapons. Mr. Wan, is this reason enough? Erwi's gray eyebrows trembled uncontrollably, and his finger pointed at Shi Shizhen, and then slowly slid to Yufengqiu next to Shi Shizhen. It was you who secretly reported me. Yufengqiu subconsciously glanced at Shi Shizhen, then looked into Erwi's eyes. Erwi, I am only considering the interests of the country. Erwi's old body, which had been forcing itself to stay strong, finally softened. But he was unable to sit back in his chair, and was lifted up by 2 soldiers in time and carried out of the meeting room. Before the leading officer followed him out, he paused slightly behind Shi Shizhen. I hope President Shi Shizhen will not forget his original intention, and will not disappoint the trust of the leaders. Of course. After the others left, Yufengqiu could no longer hold on, and sat down on the chair next to him, wiping his cold sweat. In a moment, he quickly changed his words. President. Shi Shizhen smiled slightly. Don't worry. I said Wei Gang's position is yours. It's yours. What about team leader Wei? Don't waste time. Let the presidents of each family connect. The holographic image of the floating island has disappeared. Blood flowed down from the high platform where Intion was, staining the snow-white marble floor red. There was no corpse on the stage, but the screams of pain and the tragic scenes were still imprinted in everyone's mind. Intion was completely offline, sensing the movement of the people around him. High Crocodile subconsciously stepped back. However, the cold weapons and the wall trapped him, leaving him with no way to escape. It's all Intion. It's all their Duoju church who did it. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. The dagger sank into his throat, and the words he hadn't finished turned into blood foam from coughing. And Aoyusi had no time to stop him, and watched High Crocodile slide down the wall and fall to the ground. And Ro glanced back at him. Don't you think that High Crocodile is unforgivable for the current situation in Konggu? But he is the lord of the floating city, the highest NPC manager of Konggu. And Ro snorted and wiped the blood off the dagger with High Crocodile's clothes. Is the game short of NPCs? Without High Crocodile, there is another High Crocodile. Before he finished speaking, the NPC in charge of counting behind Aoyusi suddenly spoke up and smiled. Hello. I am High Crocodile, the lord of the floating city, the highest ruler of Konggu. This is not a performance, nor is it empty talk, because the notification of favorability that popped up in front of Aoyusi clearly stated the other party's identity. A brand new High Crocodile. High Crocodile moved his eyes and cast his gaze on Enro. And Ro asked, is there a church in Konggu? High Crocodile looked puzzled. Church? There is no such organization in Konggu. NPCs will not lie. This is a brand new floating city lord who does not know what the Duoju church is. The plan of destroying Duowu and killing High Crocodile has been successfully completed so far. Aoyusi was still in a daze, and saw Enro walking down the platform. She looked up at him, but it felt like she was looking down at him. Aoyusi, although Duoju lost its top player Mia and half of its members, the remnants are still there. It's up to you to seize the opportunity to suppress and clean up. You shouldn't be able to even do such a simple thing, right? Aoyusi swallowed his saliva involuntarily and didn't dare to respond. He had confidence, but the matter was not limited to the online, but also involved the offline. It can even be said that the offline international conflict is the fundamental factor that determines the online situation. Therefore, he did not dare to give Enro a confirmation. Enro did not wait any longer, and was surrounded by Pow Pow and 4 ghouls, and walked out of the castle. This was all she could do. If Xiangyang Guild still could not seize the opportunity, it could only be said that both the real world and the Konggu camp were hopeless. Aoyusi looked at her back and finally remembered something. Aren't you going to stay? Yeoman Farm? And Ro looked back and smiled. In a few minutes? I guess you won't want me to stay. Usi didn't understand what was going on until the group disappeared from his sight. Then he realized what Enra meant. It's not over yet. At this time, a deep and long roar passed through the dome of the castle and the thick walls and reached his ears. Floating City Square. The Xiangyang army and the Duowu army didn't know what happened in the castle, and neither dared to kill the other. 500 people against 200 people. The blood was all over the ground and it looked tragic. But the fight has not ended yet. The roar of the ghoul made everyone stop at the same time and look at the center of the square in shock. That top-level ghoul, whose size was incomparable, appeared there at some point. Its hind legs stood up, and its flat and broad body rose up. In comparison, the spire of the empty valley tower in the center of the square looked like a thin needle. The wide bone knife, which was 100 meters long, slashed at the spire. Colorful light burst out, like a gorgeous firework. The high heat energy of the empty valley rainbow angered the ghoul, and it raised the bone knife high again and chopped with all its strength. The empty valley rainbow burst out with extremely dazzling light, blinding everyone in an instant. No one noticed that a group of people walked out of the castle gate leisurely, and Ro walked in the front. Her pupils dilated. After connecting with the consciousness of sudden wealth, her eyes were completely unaffected by the strong light. Half of the rainbow fell from the sky, and the bone knife quickly probed down, crossed, and held the rainbow steadily. The elemental energy that burst out from the fracture blended into scorching hot air. Unlike the burning wind in the desert, this heat was filled with the wild breath of life, starting from the floating city and sinking all the way Wherever they passed, flowers bloomed, wheat matured, and the green grass eaten by cattle and sheep quickly sprouted tender green leaves. The NPCs who were anxious because of the competition of the gods were inexplicably calmed down. Even the anger that Enro couldn't let go of dissipated invisibly. She looked back at the ghouls. Meng Ziyu's disguise as a human was very good, so it was hard to tell. But Zhang De and the two ghoul employees were very obvious, even when they were disguised as players. Their eyes were filled with hidden anger. But now, after being baptized by the energy of the Hollow Valley Rainbow, that anger was gone. Their eyes were more peaceful than ever before. The Hollow Valley Rainbow really had a miraculous effect, and Ro had already discovered it. When she connected with the consciousness of some Konggu NPCs who had reached the invisible favorability standard, she did not hear their background sounds. When she returned to the farm and connected with the consciousness of an Yonyan and Hung Bobeo, she did not hear. It's so cold again. It was the energy of the Konggu rainbow that silently penetrated into the depths of their souls, warming them invisibly. This time when she came to Konggu, and Ro's goal was indeed the Konggu rainbow. But the initial reason was simple, to get something unique to Konggu. With this discovery, she was even more determined to obtain the rainbow of the valley. Destroying the Duovu cult was both a goal and a process. In the process of supporting the Duovu guild to participate in the god competition, she also used the competition to weaken the energy of the rainbow of the valley. In a short period of time, 20,000 people frequently used skills, and most of the players in the valley used elemental weapons, so they needed to collect elemental energy from the rainbow of the valley at all times. Her guess was right. The reason why the rainbow of the valley went out at night was to breed and replenish energy for the day. Simply put, the energy value in the rainbow is constant. If it is frequently consumed in a short period of time, the energy will decrease, and it will be easier for Baofu to cut it. With this half of the rainbow, the farm residents will no longer be cold. And Rose smiled and said consciously, "Bao Bao. You can go." Baofu sank into the ground, and the crossbone knives supported the rainbow of the valley and swam across half of the square. The marble was like tofu in front of the bone knife, and two very long and deep grooves were easily cut out. But he failed to swim to the farm. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of him. The rainbow of the valley is a gift from God. You can't take it away. It was Mia. She didn't look at Baofu's big face floating on the ground, and looked directly at Anru, who was walking over. "Anru, what if I must take it away?" "Mia, unless you kill me." Anru pulled the corner of her lips. "Bao Bao. Eat her." A dark abyss suddenly appeared under Mia's feet. She hurriedly grabbed an arrow, but Baofu didn't give her any time to react. His thick neck jumped out of the sea like a hunting killer whale. "Me?" A lung-piercing scream came from the sky, and Ro raised her eyes slightly, and saw a group of white pigeons, which swooped down like a rain of arrows, and turned into black crows halfway. But he was too late. The abyss swallowed Mia's figure in an instant, and disappeared on the ground. The elemental energy sprayed from the crow's mouth smashed deep pits in the square. But it didn't help. The crows merged into the shape of white pigeons. Perhaps because they didn't turn back into pigeons first. The white pigeons' clothes were pure black, and with his anxious expression, they looked like a precursor to blackening. He yelled at Enro, "Let her go." If Enro hadn't had Pao Pao by her side, Bai Gu would have probably taken action right away. Enro smiled, which startled Bai Gu, because her smile had no malice at all, and even revealed a kind of genuine happiness. A dark crack appeared at Bai Ji's feet. "Mia is waiting for you offline. Here's the address." And Rose stepped forward and handed over a note. Bai Gu didn't react. "Don't want it? Then forget it." And Rose's fingers loosened, and the note fell into the crack. It's a pity that she was brave for herself once. The words were so clear. How could Bai Gu not understand? He chased the note and jumped into the crack without saying a word. The crack closed. No wonder Bai Gu needed time to digest it. After all, he was kept in the dark about the plan reached by the three women from beginning to end. He took the initiative to log off the field and gave up the fight for the S-level ghoul. But Bai Gu once again expressed his feelings to Mia. He thought Mia had killed the S-level ghoul. But he suddenly found that Mia's name was missing from the third place on the fate list. Not only that, the ID of his beloved could not be found in the entire destiny list. Bai Gu hurriedly went online. At that time, Mia had been killed 20 times and disappeared. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the SS level ghoul. It was just a matter of convenience for the top super god to strangle the SS level. As for the plan of the three women, it was achieved after Mia broke into the farm for the second time last night. At that time, Enro and Princess Banyu stabbed each other with a knife, and blood flowed all over their bodies. The fruit knife is not a weapon prop. Princess Banyu is naturally not afraid of a small injury, but Enro is not. So she immediately starts to drink the life potion. After discovering Mia had broken into the farm, Enro drank the life potion while welcoming the guests with blood. The three of them each took what they needed. Enro wanted the rainbow of the valley. Princess Half Moon wanted money. Mia wanted freedom. At the same time, the three of them had the same goal, to destroy the Duo sect. Let the Xiangyang Guild win the god competition, and complete the deal reached between Princess Half Moon and Oyas. The twists and turns in the competition were to allow Mia to fulfill her responsibilities as a goddess in public. In the end, stopping Enro from taking the rainbow of the valley was also a show to the end. Otherwise, who knows if the crazy people in the offline Duozhu church will chase her to the ends of the earth, stripping off the skin of the first player of Konggu. Mia is just an ordinary woman in reality. In the end, Tian has to thank Mia. Otherwise Enro would kill him as soon as they met. So how could he say so much nonsense? The dazzling light in the square has dimmed. In front of the castle, Xiangyang and Duozhu members witnessed the two super gods being devoured by the ghouls. And they dared not act rashly. Enro squatted down and touched Bao Fu's forehead, whispering, "You've eaten so much. Can I wake you up earlier?" Bao Fu looked at her dully, not even making the usual gurgle sound. "Boss, AOUC," Pao Pao reminded. Enro looked up and saw AOUC rushing out of the castle in a panic, looking at the half-missing Kong Gu Zhihong in a daze. At this moment, he must have understood Enro's last sentence. "I guess you don't want me to stay." Enro smiled silently and said to Bao Fu, "Let's go. We've finished playing here." The crack opened again, swallowing her, Pao Pao, and the ghoul employees. In the blink of an eye, the temple facing the castle rose from the ground. Through Bao Fu's ears, Enro heard AOUC's angry shout, "What are you still standing there for? Chase! Bring back the rainbow of the valley." AOUC said people to chase us. Enro smiled. "What should we do? All the players in the valley are Xiangyang." Pao Pao was shocked. Why did this guy turn against us after getting the advantage? Didn't we leave him half of the rainbow of the valley? "Boss, it's daytime now. Bao Fu can't use night walking or flying. Don't you have feet?" Enro walked out of the crack, stepped onto the farmland, and pointed at the towering statue. "Bao Bao. Cut it." Two bone knives taller than the statue were raised, and once again crossed into a cross, hanging above the statue's head. It really became a guillotine on the god's neck. The bone knife fell, shining with white light, which was overwhelming. After a blink of an eye, the bone knife was retracted. The huge statue of Duozhu Lord God began to collapse from top to bottom. The head cracked into countless pieces and slowly slid in all directions. In a crack somewhere on the farm, two pairs of eyes looked up at the sky, witnessing this scene, and unconsciously held their breath. Mia held the sun-pecking bow tightly, closed her eyes, and crystal tears hung under her thick eyelashes. This Duo goddess, the goddess of war in the valley, has never been so fragile on the outside, but has never been so brave on the inside. Bai Ge held her hand. "Let's go! Wait for me. I'll find you." "Yes," Mia answered in a barely audible voice, and her tone gradually became firm. "I'll wait for you." The statue broke into large pieces of golden meteorites and fell down. Before landing, Bao Fu had already carried the farm on his back and moved to another location. The golden meteorites hit the white jade square one after another, and the rumble was endless. The entire floating city was shaking violently. The Xiangyang Legion, who were already timid, suddenly became a mess. Everyone thought that the floating city was going to collapse, and they scattered in a panic, looking for ways to survive. Through Bao Fu's eyes, Enru looked at the rolling rocks on the square. It turned out that the base of the statue had been buried. Even if the square collapses, it won't take much effort to rebuild it with gold coins. I just don't know if Xiangyang will repair the deep pit created by the statue. After all, it is the mark of the god's fall. And Rose suddenly narrowed her eyes and focused on the nearest piece of rubble. It was stone, not soil. It was not the dark brown soil on the farm. She cut off the connection with consciousness, turned around and looked at the square, her eyelashes suddenly trembling. There was no statue of the main god in the center of the pond, but there was a pure white stone statue. much smaller in size. At most 20 meters. Raise your arms. Fold your hands in front of your chest. Palms facing up. Her figure and posture reveal a feminine and graceful look, yet also a dashing one. What are you doing? And Ro activated her goose feather boots and ran forward. Well, I saw 2 broken legs in the pond, so I made use of them. We just happened to need a place to house the rainbow of the valley. Pao Pao hurriedly explained, and then called out, Brother Baofu. He forgot that after Baofu's soul went into hibernation, he could no longer communicate as before. However, this time, Baofu seemed to understand what he meant. He crossed a distance of several dozen meters and placed the hollow rainbow on the folded hands of the stone statue. The white stone statue was dyed with some bright colors by the rainbow. It looked not high and mighty, but kind and gentle. The farm residents were huddled in various buildings, seeing this scene through the glass. One after another, they opened the windows involuntarily. It's so beautiful, someone said loudly, and everyone echoed. However, due to the farmer's previous instructions, no one dared to leave the house and come up to admire. And Ro frowned and scanned their faces one by one. Her eyes fell on the stone statue again, and after a moment, her brows relaxed. She noticed that the stone statue had no facial features. The residents' eyes and tone did not reveal religious worship, but simply appreciated a beautiful thing. This made Ro breathe a sigh of relief. And she glared at Pao Pao. Don't act on your own in the future. Oh! Pao Pao felt a little wronged, and his response was naturally a little perfunctory, and his eyes were glimpsed. They glared at each other and suddenly pointed to the sky. Boss! A group of thermal ships appeared in the distance, black and approaching rapidly. The United Army has entered the empty valley. Chapter 151. The whole office was shrouded in an atmosphere of disbelief. President Gar's face gradually turned green. President Liu. What did you say? Shi Shijing said calmly. I said that the Longyang Guild decided to acknowledge the existence of the 5th copy and cancel the siege mission on Yandon Farm. Everyone here. Didn't you all do this? That was what you instructed. President Gar slammed his fist on the table. That was a stopgap measure. A stopgap measure. Do you want us to accept all the losses and pretend that nothing happened? Only Gar suffered losses. Only you suffered losses? Lingbing City and Lingyu combined. Longyan lost nearly 20 high-ranking players. So why did you give up? The presidents of all the guilds had the same question, and their eyes were focused on Shi Shijing. Shi Shijing was silent for a moment, and said quietly, We have been chasing Yandon for so long. Why have we not completed the task? Haven't you thought about it carefully? Does everyone assume that the guild is incompetent? Don't forget, the most core indicator of the soul song is the destiny ranking. Or in other words, luck. Yomon's existence and growth in the game world have an inevitability that we have not faced up to, no matter how much we obstruct it. At best it will add some twists and turns, and it cannot change the result. This is a fact that everyone can see, even if we don't want to admit it. Now is the time to accept reality. In the suffocating silence, President Yatin hesitated and said, But Yomon's mission is very likely to contain the secret of divine revelation. So we have to accept the existence of the 5th copy. Shi Shijing took over the conversation. Shinchi will not run away. The opening of the dungeon is equivalent to giving us the opportunity to explore in depth, taking off the label of enemy from Yandon and thinking rationally. Everyone had to admit that Shi Shijing's view was right. It's just that the initial investment and losses are too heartbreaking. Just when the presidents of the major guilds looked at each other and were about to compromise, Yu Fengqiu suddenly rushed in. President, the joint army launched an attack. Shi Shijing stood up suddenly. Who gave the order? The Second Association? Yu Fengqiu shook his head vigorously. The 2 meetings have been watching the fight. No one has given any orders. The Legion player forwarded the message to the logistics department, and the sender of the message was you. And the time was 5 minutes ago. Shi Shijing was stunned. Everyone in the conference room looked at him questioningly, but soon realized that something was wrong. Shi Shijing had been sitting here all the time. How could he have sent a message? Shi Shijing, notify Qixin to retreat immediately. Yu Fengqiu, I immediately notified the logistics department after receiving the news. But Qixin did not respond. Not only him. No one in the Legion responded. The message was blocked. President Yatin and Shi Shijing realized this at the same time and blurted out, Yanan Ghoul? No. It's not Yanan Ghoul. It's Shinchi. Shi Shijing shook his head to deny it. It was the invisible hand that had been following the joint group since its operation. During the period of dismissal, Shijing repeatedly thought about it and confirmed the existence of this hand. Only it can tamper with memory, block forums, and fabricate messages, because the soul-calling song is its world, and to some extent, it is in opposition to Yan'an and Anru. At present, because of the intervention of this hand, the 500-man joint army has become an isolated army that cannot contact the outside world. Thinking that he had received orders from his superiors, he launched a fierce attack on Yan'an, completely destroying Shijing's intention to live in peace with Yan'an. Shijing raised his head suddenly. Chumo stood on Anru's side, facing the attack of the army. Immediately cut off Chumo's spiritual connection and let him go offline. If Chumo kills the Legion, this knot will never be solved. The light from the thermal ship makes it look like a burning cloud, rapidly approaching the floating city. This scene is very strange, and it is out of Anru's imagination. According to Peopeo's description of Duoju, this country really poses such a great threat to the world in reality, and each country should take advantage of the heavy damage to Duoju Guild to attack it. But looking at the posture of the United Legion, it seems that they want to vent their anger for Duoju. Baofu cannot fly during the day, no matter how fast he runs. He can't outrun the flying thermal ship. And Ro thought quickly, and saw a black line falling from the sky. When it fell to the same height as the thermal ship, the lightning pattern suddenly exploded, as if a huge blue electric net was opened, forcing the thermal ship to stop. Pao Pao breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Imo is here, boss. While he stops the army, we quickly. Before he finished speaking, Chu Imo fell in midair. The kind of falling posture that loses consciousness. What's going on? Pao Pao opened his mouth wide, unable to understand the scene he saw. Chumo had just arrived, and the thermal ship and the players on board had not launched any attacks. How did Chumo fall? He's offline. And Rose said, frowning. It's okay. We still have a trick. What trick? Just as the thermal ship started again, another thin line came out from a certain direction and landed on a thermal ship. Unlike Chumo, that thin line was colorful and as hot as fire. At the end of the thin line was a figure that leaped rapidly. The figure jumped above the ship formation, and after 2 flips, it rushed to the front of the thermal ship, forcing the Legion to stop again. The ship that the thin line first touched suddenly fell down, through the vision of the rich, and Rose saw clearly that the 5 players on the ship were all dead, with a knife in the throat. Ban? Princess Ban Yu? Pao Pao saw the legendary idol for the first time. The princess he had seen in the holographic sandbox before used a disguise card and looked like a male player. And Ro nodded, yes. At this time, Princess Ban Yu had restored her original appearance, and the colorful silk that served as the hem of her skirt was extended to 100 meters long, with a crescent-shaped blade at the end shining with cold light. Just like the first place winner, Chu Imo. The second place winner, Ban Yu Wangfei, stopped the entire joint team by herself. She tilted her head slightly and looked at the farm on the floating city. Her charming voice spread far away. Are you still not leaving? Then, her sight fell on Chi Xian, who was on the thermal ship in front of her. And she smiled. I don't kill ghosts. I only kill people. Do you believe it? Bao Bao. Let's go. The Xiangyang players surrounded them and saw the farm suddenly move. So they retreated in a commotion. Bao Fu carried the farm and jumped down from the floating city, landing very lightly on a floating island in the upper city. Without stopping, he jumped up again. Each jump can cross several floating islands. Steady and stable. All the floating islands are stairs for him to climb down. This is what Enro called. Cannot fly, but can run. Pao Pao, there are still many Xiangyang Guild members in the lower city. Lao Zhang and I will go to the edge of the farm to defend. No need. Enro said. Konggu lost half of Konggu Rainbow. Although Aoyusi is heartbroken, he will not stop us. He is just pretending. No matter how other countries react, Xiangyang Guild must make a gesture to get rid of the suspicion of conspiring with Yan'an Farm to attack Duoju. Otherwise, the first person that Duoju Guild would bite would be Xiangyang. Sure enough, the Xiangyang members that they met along the way retreated as soon as they saw the farm. From a personal point of view, no one wanted to fight against an SSS-level ghoul. Besides, their top player Beige was gone. The farm landed steadily, but it did not get rid of the tracking of the United Legion. The United Legion was obviously divided into two groups in advance. One group followed the thermal ship in the sky, and the other group was deployed on the ground. As soon as the farm landed, they rushed over. A thermal ship was thrown in front of them and exploded. The thermal ship broke a big hole in the clouds in the sky, and Enro looked up at the hole. Princess Banyu was beautiful and dressed luxuriously. 2 silks were fixed on the tower behind her, hanging her in the air. Other silks were scattered in all directions, fighting against the anti-aircraft guns fired by the thermal ship at a dazzling speed, like a mutant thousand-handed guanine. To some extent, it is similar to the crazy variant of the rich. Pow Pow saw it and exclaimed sincerely, "So handsome." Another thermal ship crashed under the drag of the princess, blocking the attack of the ground army. And Ro touched Bao Fu's neck. "Bao Bao. Let's go!" The farm ran to the northeast, and the thermal ship in the sky began to turn around. But Ling Luo suddenly pierced into the hull, and the princess rushed into the fleet like a gorgeous spider with long limbs. The thermal ships crashed one after another. The surviving thermal ship had no intention of continuing to confront the princess, and dived down. Before landing, the people on the ship used their mobility skills to jump down and join the ground army. After losing the first battle, Chi Xian did not give up and led everyone to chase behind the farm. There was a roar of the explosion of the thermal ship behind him. Chi Xian glanced back and narrowed his eyes. Above the tattered clouds, the princess's silk was shrinking. "Captain, are you still chasing? All of us together are no match for Princess Banyu." "Chase," Chi Xian sneered. Her weapon, the 1,000 flying blade, consumes a lot of energy. In a war of attrition, we have the advantage, he said and looked back again. There was a trace of resentment and greed in his eyes. There were still 5 hours before sunset. And before that, Bao Fu could not perform night travel. He was carrying a heavy farm, and for the residents and buildings on the farm, he could not run at full speed, and his speed was hindered. The joint army behind him soon approached, and they were divided into 3 teams, chasing in a straight line in the middle, and flanking on the left and right. Presumably, after so long, they also reacted, and the Yan'an Ghoul at this time seemed to have lost its previous deterrent power. The encirclement formation was getting closer and closer. The princess had not appeared yet, and Ro had no intention of blaming the other party. It was her mistake to misjudge the joint army. Princess Banyu helped to block the enemy at a critical moment in addition to the transaction, which was considered kind. There was no other way. On the farm, and Ro squatted down and touched the neck of the rich man, Source Flame. The horrified face disappeared and appeared in the soil behind the farm in an instant. With his mouth wide open, a bright yellow column of fire gushed out, sweeping across the entire army from left to right. Even though the army was prepared, many people were still pierced by the fire column and went offline on the spot. They only died temporarily, and immediately struggled to go online, drank life potions, and continued to chase. Others were also forced to retreat outside the fire column, and were pulled away by the farm. Chi Xian was the fastest to react, and was not injured. He quickly selected a group of players in good condition, and continued to track. Others replenished potions on the spot, and followed after they recovered. At the current speed of Yong'an Farm, there is no need to worry about losing. A chase and tug-of-war began. Whenever the united army approached, Bao Fu would use Yuan Yin to force them to retreat. Yuan Yin's damage was extremely high, comparable to the skills of high-level purple warriors. At the beginning, every time the army players were caught off guard, they died and went offline. With the National Will standing behind them, the players had no way to retreat in fear of death. Moreover, the attack of Yan'an Ghoul did not really take anyone's life. The players gradually became bolder. As long as they died, they would immediately activate the resurrection card and go online. After repeating it several times, the army roughly figured out the attack range of the ghost technique. The pillar of fire was extremely thick, but its length was no longer than 500 meters. As long as the distance of 500 meters was controlled, the ghoul could not hurt anyone. After chasing for most of the afternoon, Chi Xian keenly discovered that the farm's running speed had slowed down. Yan'an Ghoul's energy is running out. Everyone, get ready. Wait for the ghoul to stop and surround him at any time. His shouting was loud, and was heard by Bao Fu completely. Bao Fu heard it, which meant Andra heard it. Andra felt a little strange. After leaving the spirit realm, the united army followed the farm all the way and launched several sieges. But none of them were as resolute as now. even if they saw through the lack of threat of sudden wealth. Aren't they afraid that the farm will be destroyed and eat a few people to replenish energy? Even if Duoju puts pressure offline, can it force so many countries to this point? Moreover, Oyusi has not sent Xianyang Guild to join the United Army, which means that Duoju is unlikely to put pressure. Very strange. Pao Pao observed the map on the side and asked without raising his head, "Boss, is the direction given by Princess Banwei really correct? Is it possible that the Nightmare Forest turned halfway and missed us?" And Rose shook her head. The princess is very sure that the Nightmare Forest's path is a straight line. According to the princess, there is an unprecedented Nightmare Forest in the land of no life that is moving slowly. When she discovered it, the forest was moving in the direction of Ghost Island, and then suddenly turned southeast, which was the direction of the spirit realm. Not long after walking, it turned again and headed for the empty valley. And Ro immediately thought of that forest. In order to get rid of the pursuit of Wit and the joint group, Pao Pao reshaped the Nightmare Forest. It cost her a full 50 million gold. The forest track described by the princess, the Ghost Island, the Spirit Realm, and the empty valley are exactly the same as the farm track. But it is much slower due to the speed. And Rose suspected that there was some secret connection between the Nightmare Forest and the farm. Unfortunately, the soul of the rich man was dormant and could not communicate anything other than instructions. Otherwise, he might be able to sense the location of the forest. The princess mentioned the Nightmare Forest to provide a suitable place for Enro's fifth copy. The Nightmare Tree has a strong hallucinogenic effect on people, and it is a natural hunting ground for ghouls. Enro can control ghouls, so she can use ghouls to create a copy boundary to isolate players who trespass. To put it more recently, before Baofu woke up, Nightmare Forest was also a perfect place for him to hibernate. And Rose suspected that there was an invisible connection between the forest and the farm. After a little consideration, she made up her mind and went to Nightmare Forest immediately after leaving the valley. She thought she could go there slowly, but she didn't expect to be chased by the United Army with a changed mind. Fortunately, she had been saving Baofu's energy, and Baofu happened to devour a lot of souls before leaving the valley. Otherwise Baofu would not be able to use the source flame so many times. However, judging from Baofu's current speed, he is afraid that his energy is almost exhausted, and the Nightmare Forest is still nowhere to be seen. Baofu cannot be exhausted. Otherwise the farm will be difficult to move. He can no longer use Yuanyan. The next time the army approaches, he can only send out the ghoul employees. And Ro made up her mind and immediately told Meng Ziyu to start the thermal ship and prepare to use anti-aircraft guns to force the army back. There are 4 thermal ships and only 4 anti-aircraft guns. This attack power is not enough. And Ro was about to take Zhang Da's consciousness and suddenly found that the army stopped in Baofu's vision. 2 figures stood on some flying weapons and landed in front of the Legion. The Legion did not use any attack skills, so they must be from the guild. And Ro focused her attention and caught a flash of a face. Her expression was startled. Pao Pao. Pao Pao looked over when he heard it. And Ro pointed to the back of the farm. "Your brother." "My brother?" Pao Pao was also stunned for a moment. Shishijing? Pepeo's sight was blocked by the farm wall, and he could not see the outside scene at all. He flew towards Meng Ziyu, jumped onto the low-altitude thermal ship, and looked at the Legion through the telescope on the thermal ship. As expected, Shishijing's figure was seen. Shishijing was facing the leading player of the Legion, and no one knew what they were talking about. As he spoke, he glanced over. Pao Pao suddenly moved his eyes away. He thought to himself, "He is back?" But he said, "Why is he here?" "President, didn't you send me the order?" Qixing glanced at the other players with his peripheral vision and lowered his voice. "Not only me. Everyone received it." He noticed Shishijing's solemn expression and said in astonishment, "Didn't you send it? What happened?" No wonder it wasn't posted directly in the team channel. Shishijing had a question. "You couldn't have not known that I was dismissed. The second council was leading the command group. Why did you obey my orders?" Chi Xian shared the light screen. "Team leader, you came online at noon today and sent me a private message saying that you will be back soon to guide the joint army." On the light screen, it was indeed a message sent by Yu Fengqiu's game ID. He then switched to lose chat history, and in the order to completely encircle and suppress Yong'an Farm at any cost. A few words, extremely eye-catching. Sure, she was frowning and thinking for a while, and had to take the blame. "I didn't think it through. You and the Legion all followed me to retreat. President, Chi Xian suddenly grabbed his hand. Yan'an Gul's energy is almost exhausted. Yonan's mission will be completed soon. Sure, she was wearing thin rope gloves, but working in Lingbing City for a long time made him develop the habit of rolling up his shirt sleeves. One section of his forearm was exposed. Chi Xian's fingers just touched his slightly pale skin. Sure, Shijing didn't notice anything unusual and was about to comfort Chi Xian. But suddenly he realized that he couldn't make a sound. He opened his mouth and heard a frivolous laugh in his mind. Finally, you're here. Sure, Shijing. At the same time, Chi Xian's face became ferocious. His eye socket shrank painfully, and he took a few steps back and fell to the ground. Ghoul. Ghoul. He pointed at Sure Shijing. Ghoul parasitized me. And now it's parasitized on the president. Sure Shijing said coldly. What nonsense are you talking about? Chi Xian. You failed to do your job well, which caused heavy losses to the United Army. After discussion, the guild decided to severely punish you. Lung Xiuxia. Wanduwang. Arrest him before the end of Yonan's mission. 2 people came out of the army. They hesitated and did not approach. Why? You also treat the country's orders as a joke? Sure Shijing said sternly. The 2 came over, and Chi Xian wanted to resist in panic, but he failed to show the strength that his level should have, and was injured instead. Qixin. Stop yelling. Wanduwang whispered in his ear. Wanduwang had come into contact with Sure Shijing in the spirit realm, and felt that the temperament of the current President Lu was very different from that of the person at that time. But when he thought about the ups and downs that Sure Shijing had just experienced, it was normal for his temperament to change. As for Qixin's statement that Sure Shijing was parasitized by a ghoul, Wanduwang was shocked and quickly ruled out this possibility. If it was really a ghoul, it would be easy to eat Qixin's soul or split him before transferring the parasite. How could it be possible to transfer the parasite to Sure Shijing in public? Besides, Sure Shijing was sending a message right in front of him. If it was a ghoul, it would be impossible to see the light screen, let alone operate the game panel. Everyone in the Legion received Sure Shijing's message. Just like before, it was a one-on-one private message, not sent to the channel. Law, everyone listen carefully. Yan'an Ghoul is already at the end of its strength, and this time it must complete the mission. Support is on the way, and there are plenty of manpower and potions. Yan'an Ghoul has devoured many high-level players, and the hidden rewards are rich. What you get in your hands will definitely exceed your imagination. The members of Longyan were fine, but the eyes of the members of the other 4 guilds all lit up. Wanduwang read the meaning of by any means necessary from these lines, and frowned slightly. He didn't dare to ask directly, so he picked one point. President, is there any support? Sure Shijing looked at the Nong'an farm, which was getting farther and farther away, and raised the corners of his lips. All members of the 5 major guilds above gold level. All dispatched. Wanduwang was shocked. How many people would that be? No less than 100,000. Taking advantage of the army's stop, the farm took the opportunity to pull away a long distance. With the excellent hearing of the rich, it was difficult to catch the conversation between Sure Shijing and Qixin, including this time. And Ro had only seen Sure Shijing twice, both times through the eyes of a ghoul. The feeling he gave her was silent, calm and sharp last time, but this time, he felt familiar. The army gradually shrank in the field of vision. Pao Pao jumped off the thermal ship with his shoulders slumped, lowered his head, and saw the boss's goose feather boots. He stopped Ro from saying anything before she could speak. I won't log off unless the boss kills me. And Ro was speechless and had to forcefully rub his head. Pao Pao didn't hide either. The 2 leaned against the farm wall in silence for a while, and Andrew suddenly stood up straight. I saw the nightmare forest. Peopeo's worried look disappeared. How far is it? Andrew's pupils were dilated. Not far. It should be less than 10 kilometers. Unexpectedly, Meng Ziyu's voice came from above. The dog-raised army is catching up again. Andrew hurriedly asked Baofu to turn his sight back to the back of the farm. A line of black shadows approached rapidly, and the speed of the army seemed particularly fast when Baofu's speed was constantly decreasing. The one rushing in the front was Peopeo's brother, Sure Shijing. Bao Bao accelerates. Full speed. Andrew hurriedly commanded Baofu. At this point, all hope can be placed on the nightmare forest. Even if Baofu enters the forest and is completely finished, there is no way. Chapter 152. I am Sure Shiming, the younger brother of Sure Shijing, the president of Longyan. Do you want to destroy Yan'an? Okay. Kill me first. The loudspeaker's hoarse voice echoed in the black wasteland. And Ro raised her head, her empty eyes looking at the thermal ship above her head. On the ship, Meng Ziyu stared at Pow Pow in amazement. The latter held the communicator of the thermal ship in his hand and turned on the speaker on the hull. What the hell? You are the younger brother of the leader of Longyan? Sensitive words did not prevent Meng Ziyu from absorbing the meaning of the words. Meng Ziyu did not look down on Pow Pow. On the contrary, he liked this Destiny person who had no prejudice against ghouls. It was just that he always thought that Pow Pow was a poor and downtrodden one who was lucky enough to get together with Enro. Unexpectedly, a man named Pow Pow actually had such a valuable identity? Meng Ziyu's first reaction was disbelief. And his second reaction was to go and see the United Army. A few hundred meters away, the United Army really slowed down. Meng Ziyu moved the telescope and found the person in the middle of the army. That was Shishijin. Right? His face was livid and looked very distorted. No wonder Pow Pow concealed his family background and wanted to be a wandering Destiny person no matter how hard or tired he was. Meng Ziyu had no idea what Shishijin was thinking at the moment. Ever since he saw Pow Pow popping out from the wall, Shishijin wanted to kill Pow Pow. He was ready to give the order to let the players with long-range attack skills use their skills. But he didn't expect Pow Pow to reveal his identity directly, and carried him up. Except for a few people in the command center, no one in the joint army knew Pow Pow's true identity. At this moment, he was shocked and naturally slowed down. A trace of resentment appeared in Shishijin's eyes. Without saying a word, he took out his weapon, activated the highest skill, and threw it at Pow Pow. Xingwu Benlei Spear. 6th skill. Thunder Arrowhead. The tip of the spear cut through the air at high speed and turned into a lightning. Meng Ziyu reacted very quickly. Pulled Pow Pow. Aimed at the same time. Fired an anti-aircraft gun. And accurately hit the Benlei spear. Artillery fire and lightning exploded, obscuring the vision of both sides. The thunder gun was a green weapon after all, and was not damaged. It was reversed by the shock wave and turned back to Shishijin's hand. He glanced coldly at the army around him, still standing there. Attack! But isn't that President Lu's brother? Someone hesitated to express everyone's concerns. Shishijin snorted and laughed. I'm not worried that he will die. What are you worried about? Don't forget, you are in the game. It's a pity that the one who killed that kid was a player, not a ghoul. Otherwise, if he ruined his business again and again, his luck would be taken away sooner or later. Shishijin's attitude made the players of the Legion understand. The other party was the younger brother of President Longyan. But President Longyan did not want him to play games. Or, he wanted everyone to kill Pow Pow offline. After figuring this out, the Legion's movement speed increased suddenly. On the other side, Meng Ziyu squinted his eyes to observe the rolling fireworks in front of him, and said to Pow Pow, "What kind of brother is your brother? He can even kill his own brother? Don't be sad. Pow, that thing is not your brother. I am your brother. Wait, watch your brother avenge you." Pow Pow's eyes were wide open. The thunder gun was coming at a very fast speed, and when it was hit by the anti-aircraft gun, it was already very close to him. From that lightning, he saw the surging murderous intent. The game is fake. The weapons and skills are also fake. But the murderous intent contained in it is real. My brother really wants to kill him. Not long ago, when Shishijin was dismissed, he clearly felt unprecedented honesty and concern in that phone call. But today the other party came back online and wanted to kill him. Why? He didn't forgive Shishijin. So why did Shishijin change so much? Behind the farm, the smoke from the anti-aircraft guns was dispersed by the army. And Meng Ziyu suddenly shouted, "Brothers, take action. Some players have already attacked with skills." Beside Meng Ziyu, the ghoul employees he personally trained drove the thermal ship up a little, quickly fired anti-aircraft guns, and shot down those skills one by one. The distance between the two sides is still a bit far, and few can actually reach the farm. Meng Ziyu felt something in his heart, turned his head suddenly, and looked past the farm buildings and looked in the direction of the farm. "Unro?" he shouted. This shout woke Pow Pow up. Pow Pow leaned out of the boat and looked down, only to see the boss with his face upturned, his teeth clenched, and veins bulging on his forehead. This was a sign of great mental stress. Pow Pow jumped off the boat, quickly took out a mental potion, fed it to Enro, and then asked, "Boss, what's going on?" Enro didn't answer him, but loudly informed Meng Ziyu, Don't stop the anti-aircraft guns. Lower the aiming position. And don't let the Legion find anything unusual. Okay. Meng Ziyu laughed. Brothers, let's shoot together. Four anti-aircraft guns fired continuously. Fireworks exploded, and thick smoke completely obscured the army's vision. Psychotropic drugs greatly relieved the pain caused by mental stress. And Enro had the energy to explain to Pow Pow, a large number of ghouls are pouring out of the nightmare forest. And they are coming for us at a very fast speed. Pow Pow suddenly realized. The nightmare forest on the land of no life is the best hunting ground for ghouls. The scale of this nightmare forest is unprecedentedly large. So there are naturally many ghouls hiding in it. Were they attracted by the United Army? How high level must these ghouls be to be able to smell the souls of the chosen from a few kilometers away? And Rose shook her head. No. The nose of the rich doesn't smell that far. I guess it's the rainbow of the valley. But the reason why they came here is not important. I have already controlled them. Pow Pow breathed a sigh of relief. Using the ghoul tide to deal with players is an old trick he and his boss often use. However, the United Army is full of high-level players. Not the mob they used to be. There is a key problem with the boss's trick. How many ghouls are there? 100? 1,000? If the level is too low, I'm afraid 1,000 ghouls can't stop the army. And Ro pursed her lips and smiled. Tens of thousands. As the ghouls got closer and closer, the attraction of the valley rainbow to the ghouls was gradually increasing. And her mental burden became stronger again. It's not easy to control ghouls. The explosion of the anti-aircraft guns was getting closer and closer. Deafening. Meng Ziyu shouted with consciousness. The thermal ship is running out of fuel. How long will it take? Unrow now. If there was only one person, the Legion players would probably get lost in the smoke. Fortunately, there were hundreds of people tracking together. Although the visibility was only 1 or 2 meters, it was enough to see the companions around them. The most important thing was that Shishijin, who was running in the front, was always leading the direction. Some players were casting skills to try to disperse the smoke. But the anti-aircraft guns never stopped from the beginning and kept bombing intensively. The disparity in firepower suppression made some people secretly blame the Ghost Island players in the Legion. Even the thermal ship was robbed by Yondan? Very close. Get your weapons ready. Shishijin's shout reached everyone's ears. The army stared at the smoke ahead with wide eyes, as if there was a wind blowing towards them, sweeping the hot air onto their faces. The smoke was dissipating. Finally, they saw the huge outline of the farm again. Just as they were about to activate their weapon skills, the farm suddenly rose in height. Some people were startled, and their skills were sent out, but they missed. Some people hesitated a little, and this hesitation saved them. A black shadow suddenly appeared in the gray smoke ahead. The next second, thousands of ghosts roared. Ghouls? Ghouls tide. Someone shouted. And those players who had prepared their skills, but didn't use them immediately used their weapons, and killed the ghouls in the front with great difficulty. But those ghouls were like a tide, and the back waves swallowed up the fallen front waves in an instant and flew over. Those who were madly transformed. Those who were not madly transformed. C level. A level. There was even an S level madly transformed ghoul. The army of several hundred people was like an isolated island, surrounded by the surging ghost tide. In the ghost tide, only the bone knife that was as high as 100 meters carried the farm and waded forward without any obstacles. Shirshi, who was in the front, was the first to suffer. A crazy ghoul suddenly rushed in front of him, with sharp fangs emitting a foul smell, and bit his arm that tried to block. Passive defense was activated, and the ghoul failed to bite through. Shirshi was taking the opportunity to insert the thunder gun into the opponent's brain, but he felt a pain in his leg. This crazy ghoul only had an upper body. Or rather, its lower body was an inverted upper body, with 2 extra arms acting as legs, and a head between the 2 legs. The head took advantage of his passive defense to bite through his trouser leg. A huge anger swept through Shishijin's body, and a figure flashed on his body very quickly. The figure pinched the ghoul's neck, and with a little force from his 5 fingers, the ghoul exploded into a pile of gold coins and corpse fluid. This process was very short, and it didn't even take a blink of an eye. The figure returned to Shishijin. Shishijin's body tensed for a moment, but soon relaxed, waving the thunder gun and slashing off the head of another ghoul. Damn it. The fragile human body restricted his ability to do anything, and he couldn't even discover the existence of this group of ghouls in advance. let alone compete with Unreasonable in controlling them. But right now, he needs this body, and the power held by its owner. The smoke from the entire craft guns was dispersed by the ghoul tide. Wando Huang rushed to Shi Shijing's side, and saw his bloody calf at a glance. President, are you okay? Wando Huang's concern was mixed with a hint of vigilance. After being bitten by a ghoul, the soul cannot be intact. Shi Shijing resisted the urge to tear the other party apart and said coldly, "It's okay. I used the soul card to complete it. Gather everyone to follow me to charge and escape from the ghoul tide." As the ghouls passed under Baofu, Andre's mental load was approaching the limit. She bled from all 7 orifices again. Fortunately, it succeeded. As the distance between the farm and the ghouls increased, the ghouls finally focused on the strong soul fragrance around them. Ahead, the nightmare forest was within reach. It was like an oasis in the desert, with densely packed towering trees, dense branches and leaves, and the light coming through the gaps in the trunks was deep and dark. At a glance, the scale was much larger than I remembered. Unreasonable cut off control over the ghoul tide, and through Bao Fu's vision, she focused on the nightmare forest. Ready. 3, 2, 1, jump! Bao Fu's 4 limbs and bow and knives suddenly folded down, and then quickly bounced up, carrying the entire farm on his back and leaping into the air. Then, it was like a piece of earth falling from the sky, smashing into the center of the nightmare forest. The sound of trees breaking crackled, and then was covered by a loud bang. The farm landed. The air below was squeezed into a forest wind that spread in all directions. The treetops shook, and the green leaves fell like snow. On the farm, all residents felt the violent shaking of the house at the same time, and they were inevitably panicked. Some people were afraid that the house would collapse, so they rushed to the door, and some people didn't know what happened outside, so they opened the curtains and looked out. The horn of the thermal ship sounded in time, stopping all residents from moving. Close the doors and windows. Don't come out. Close the doors and windows. Don't come out. For thermal ships flew over the farm alternately, and Meng Ziyu led 3 ghoul employees to warn everyone. The breath of the nightmare tree had a strong hallucinogenic effect. Even if the residents were asked to close the doors and windows in advance, they could not hold out for too long. Unreasonable and Pao Pao also entered Baofu's body in advance and moved from Baofu to the central pond. Behind the stone statue, there was a gold-coated cylinder. Pao Pao held his breath and sprinkled a handful of gold coins on the cylinder. The gold paint disappeared, revealing the dark cylinder. On the surface of the cylinder, there were 3 etched numbers, 007. Unreasonable had personally experienced the power of the nightmare tree's hallucinogenic gas, and decided to move the farm to the nightmare forest. Naturally, she considered how to defend against the hallucinogenic gas. She thought of the pillar of Black Market Island number 7. Although the pillar had never been used, Unreasonable did not forget it. In the spirit realm, she took the time to experiment with Pao Pao for a long time, trying to find a way to activate the light shield of Black Market Island. The pillar of Black Market Island is not a weapon, or even a prop. It cannot be included in the prop column, and there is no prop description. However, Unreasonable still successfully figured out how to activate it. The logic is hidden in the words. Black Market Island number 7. The core function of Black Market Island is trading, and the key features are trading tablets and traders. Unreasonable has a tablet. A trader can act as a trader by just having an NPC stand on a pillar. Unreasonable stood on the cylinder. A little blue light appeared under the water surface, followed the pillar and emerged from the surface, disappearing into the air. Unreasonable tried to breathe. Under Pao Pao's nervous gaze, she spoke after nearly a minute. No problem. The farm is a large entity. A sudden fall will inevitably clear the surrounding hallucinogenic gas. The light shield will open in time to cover the entire farm, and the gas outside will not have time to invade. However, this step is also a bit risky. According to the settings of the Black Market Island, no player can enter during non-trading hours, and the light shield is a visible and tangible physical barrier. This barrier can block people, but it may not block air circulation. Unreasonable thought about it, and felt that it was okay, because the light shield can block sound. According to the game, a piece of grass can be used to reshape the urine of anthracite, so it must be very scientific in some aspects. Air can transmit sound, and the light shield can block sound. What else can it do if it is not blocking air circulation? As it turned out, she was right. Pao Pao felt relieved, jumped onto the pillar, and took a deep breath. Don't be happy too soon. We still have a problem, Andrew said. Pow Pow nodded, knowing what she meant, and looked up at the sky. The nightmare forest was densely wooded, and Bafu could sneak in. But the buildings on the farm couldn't, so he could only jump to the center of the forest. In this way, there was an empty space in the middle of the forest. The nightmare trees outside the farm might be able to block the United Army, but the sky couldn't. If you jump higher, you can find the location of the farm at a glance. The farm needs to be covered up. Peopeo's suggestion is to use the reshaping skill to install a huge dome for the entire farm, and then cut down some nightmare tree crowns and put them on the dome. Undoubtedly, to build such a large dome, the gold coins required are also huge, probably not less than that of the statue. But this is the only way out of the way. The light cover during the day has the property of not going out or coming in, and can also support the tree crown. At 8 o'clock in the evening when the trading time comes, the tree crown will fall down. The consequences are disastrous. I'll go to the warehouse to get the trading tablet, and ask Lao Zhang and the others to bring some props over, Pow Pow said, and Ro was about to nod, but suddenly pulled him. Look! Pow Pow followed her line of sight, and saw an incredible scene. Not only him, but also the ghoul employees on the 4 scattered thermal ships, and in some corners of the farm noticed something unusual. Nightmare trees were growing wildly around the farm, because the soil layer of the farm itself was more than 10 meters thick, far higher than the height of the nightmare tree. And Ro deliberately asked Baofu to hit it hard, forcing more than half of the farm's soil layer to be embedded under the forest. Even so, the crowns of the nightmare trees were barely flush with the farm wall. However, at this time, the crowns were rising little by little. The main trunks below were visibly growing longer and thicker, and the branches on the top of the trunks continued to grow, differentiate, and grow. In just a few minutes, so many pairs of eyes witnessed what a real towering tree is. According to the height of the farm buildings, these nightmare trees will stop growing when they grow to hundreds of meters, shrinking the sky that can be seen in the farm into a huge wellhead. They didn't stop completely. The nightmare trees near the farm were still growing, but they had changed from vertical to horizontal. The branches that rushed towards the farm extended all the way, overlapping each other, like welcoming pines with tilted crowns. They enveloped the entire farm, and not even a ray of sunlight could penetrate. The farm fell into darkness, and soon, colorful rainbow lights spread in all directions, like a gorgeous and dreamy aurora. Pow Pow was already stunned. He stared at the boss in a daze. What is going on? And Ro had already digested the shock. She asked Zhang De to bring Mei Hong over to take over her duty of guarding the column. And then she and Pow Pow went around to the front of the stone statue. The stone statue held its hands on its chest, quietly suspending the rainbow of the empty valley. In this dark and quiet environment, the rainbow light and the stone statue exuded a shocking, mysterious beauty. It's the rainbow of the empty valley, and Ro said, when Baofu cut off the rainbow of the empty valley. Did you notice the situation under the spire? Pow Pow shook his head. At that time, he only felt that the light was dazzling, and he couldn't open his eyes. Every morning, NPCs would bring flowers and place them in a circle under the spire to express gratitude to the rainbow of the valley for bringing prosperity and wealth to the valley. After noon, the flowers began to wither. When Fu Fu cut off the rainbow of the valley, the rainbow burst out with strong energy, and the flowers came back to life. So, the rainbow of the valley not only contains the power of water, fire, wind and thunder elements, but also has the power to breathe life. That's why it attracts ghouls and ghosts, and can accelerate the growth of nightmare trees. Maybe the nightmare trees here are too dense. Or in the game setting, these hallucinogenic trees are also greedy to some extent. In order to compete for the life force emitted by the rainbow of the valley, they simply cover the forest with light, because the farm itself is covered by a light shield. It isolates them from invading, which allows them to grow the dome we need. In short, and Ro wanted to say, the goddess of luck favors us. But she swallowed the words back. Lucky. The word is not a good word in the game. In short what? Pow Pow asked. And Ro smiled and said, in short, if you want to verify my guess, it's very simple. Follow me. The two of them quickly circled around the farm building. The pond trees, flower beds, vegetable fields, all the plants on the farm are particularly vibrant. And even the fruit trees in the orchard are suddenly covered with new fruits. It's not just the plants that are infused with the power of life. The chicken coops and duck sheds in the orchard are quacking. The fish in the fish pond occasionally flip out of the water. And the cattle and sheep on the newly reclaimed grassland are much more energetic than when they were in the empty valley. Also, you are a player, so you may not have noticed. But I am an NPC, and I feel it very clearly. And Rose smiled and said, when I was in the floating city, my spirit was stronger than ever before. Even when he made a bet with the princess and got stabbed, he didn't feel like he was going to die. That was a vigorous vitality. Pow Pow shook his head, then suddenly nodded vigorously. He recalled the night he chatted with Bai Ge, standing on the roof of Hua Man Lu overlooking the farm streets. And it was indeed more lively than before. At that time, he thought that the residents had to pretend to be gods during the day and were too bored. The two stopped at the gate of the courtyard, and Ro pushed the door open and walked in. Dad? And Yonyan came out quickly and stamped his feet in pain when he saw the blood stains on his daughter's face that had not yet dried. And Ro stared into his eyes. In the valley of Yonyan's consciousness, the background sound of "It's so cold," disappeared. She smiled, her eyebrows and eyes curved. And Yonyan carefully wiped her face with a handkerchief, and complained, still laughing. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. It's all fake. To deceive the enemy. And Rose said, Dad, you and Xiao Jia are not injured. We just landed in a hurry. As she was asking, Xiao Jia came out and brought in Yonyan a wet handkerchief. You can't help it all in the room. How can you get injured? And Yonyan changed the wet handkerchief to wipe the blood from Enro, muttering with red eyes, wishing that it was his own blood, before it was completely wiped clean. Meng Ziyu's voice came from outside. Enro, this woman said she was looking for you. It was Princess Banyu. The princess used 2 silks to wrap around the eaves of the business, and confronted Meng Ziyu on the thermal boat. Meng Ziyu was as if facing a formidable enemy, staring at her intently, and shouted, Enro, she'd better be your friend. Otherwise I can't beat her. No one can beat her except my elder brother. But my elder brother was in hibernation, leaving only an empty shell. And Rose smiled and nodded. I know her. Meng Ziyu didn't dare to release the anti-aircraft gun button. Do you really know her? The princess giggled for a while, and a piece of silk shook lightly, throwing a person onto the thermal boat. Meng Ziyu was shocked. Chu Mo? He soon realized that Chu Mo had no soul fragrance. This guy, did you kill him? Meng Ziyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Sister, you're awesome. Oh, you're so sweet. The princess recognized Meng Ziyu as a ghoul. Of course. She was high level and experienced, so she wasn't too surprised by Meng Ziyu's words and deeds. She drove Ling Luo to Enro, and Enro realized that she not only brought the ink remover, but also an NPC. The identity information of the NPC is Daytime Priest. Chapter 153. The man on the ground was in a coma. Princess Half Moon used a silk to turn him over, revealing a very pale face. Pale and thin, like a vampire who has not seen the sun for many years. But he was the Daylight Priest in the words of Princess Half Moon, who could collect elemental power and make high-value elemental cards. The rainbow of the valley was the raw material, and the Daylight Priest was the production line. Collecting the two was like Enro collecting the 4 major potions, giving the farm an extra lucrative business. Princess Half Moon said with a smile, Daytime Priests are not easy to find. There are only 2 in the whole valley, hidden deep in the tower of the valley. It took me a long time to find them. I'm sorry for your absence. You didn't encounter any difficulties when you came to the forest? They are all smart people who pursue profit. And Ro was too lazy to beat around the bush. Don't be polite. It's boring. The princess agreed with him and made it clear, you want to negotiate with the major guilds, if you don't even have the ability to protect yourself. I dare not bet on you. Of course, controlling ghouls is a great strength. The princess had seen this ability once in the empty valley. But the number of ghouls on the 339th floating island was completely different from that in the Nightmare Forest this time. The princess encouraged Enro to choose the Nightmare Forest as the base for the 5th copy. She had a selfish motive, and wanted to see how strong Enro's ability to control ghouls was. Facts proved that she was able to control all the ghouls in the forest. But this sentence gave her away. When the joint army launched the final charge, she hid in the dark and watched. The princess also realized it and smiled. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to trick you. You have the ability to control all the ghouls in the Nightmare Forest. On the one hand, you can trigger a ghoul tide to stop the attack of the joint army. On the other hand, you can use the ghouls to build a natural moat around the farm in the future, making the teleportation array the only entrance and exit to the 5th copy. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Right? When you are in a good mood, you can entertain guests. When you are in a bad mood, you can turn off the teleportation array. It's really not bad to open your own store and be the boss. And Rose smiled noncommittally. You are so meticulous in planning for the farm. You deserve to be the second boss. Of course I should, the princess said. It's not that she is thick-skinned, but she has always believed that, as long as you make money, you can do anything. The first step of the plan was a complete success. Let's have a drink. She was drunk. And Ro looked back outside the farm. The nightmare tree blocked the sky. And now even the vision of getting rich was confined to this space. And she didn't know what was happening outside. The princess stepped to Ro's side and patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry. The army has been swept away by the ghoul tide. And they don't have the energy to take care of this place for a while, let alone attack. And Ro was not used to physical contact with people she was not familiar with. So she subconsciously wanted to hide. But in front of the second place, she had no way to hide, even with the passive speed of the goose feather boots. Strangely, when the princess's hand really landed on her shoulder, she did not feel disgusted. Maybe she was not disgusted with this second place. While thinking, the princess burst into laughter and pointed at the light screen in front of her. You are really an NPC? And Ro's favorability towards her increased by 5%. And Ro was a little surprised herself. The princess was the first player who made her unconsciously improve her favorability. Zhang Wu. Turn on the light. And Ro said this with her mind and words at the same time, diffusing a little embarrassment. Colorful neon lights lit up on the surrounding buildings and streets. And Ro took the lead and walked towards the dance hall. The princess followed behind, not forgetting to roll up the daytime priest with silk. Where's that guy? The princess asked. He can't die, so I don't care. Since he can't die, and you think he's an eyesore, throw him outside? Throw. A silk thread quickly extended towards Chumo, rolled him up, and threw him hard. And Chumo disappeared outside the farm wall. And Ro watched coldly, and found that the princess could actually break the light shield barrier. Did you rush in just now? The princess blinked. Yes. The nightmare tree is growing wildly, and I will definitely get lost if I walk inside. I can only hold my breath and rush in, so I don't have time to knock on the door. And Ro frowned. The princess smiled and said, Are you worried that I will bring in hallucinogenic gas? Don't worry. I have done experiments before, bringing a nightmare sapling to the empty valley. Guess what? And Ro didn't even need to guess, and immediately cast her eyes towards the statue. Can the rainbow of the valley eliminate hallucinogenic gases? As expected of you. You're smart. Is it also effective at night? After sunset, the elemental power in the rainbow will be extinguished. The princess paused, but the life force won't. And Ro couldn't help but look at the princess a few more times, since the two sides came into contact. Although the princess occasionally played some tricks, she didn't hide anything in general. At first, and Ro thought she was very familiar with the valley. But now she felt that maybe Princess Banyu knew the whole game well. How did you come up with this experiment? Nightmare Tree and Valley Rainbow. Most people wouldn't connect them together. Right? I've been playing for more than 20 years. I'm just bored. The princess's answer made Rose stunned for a long time. And then she looked at the princess from head to toe again. More than 20 years. Soul Summoning Song has only been around for 23 years. Isn't it possible that the princess is one of the first gamers? What about her age? Little girl, you can appreciate my beauty, but it's not polite to guess my age secretly. Sorry. And Ro pushed open the door of the dance hall. And the two sat at the bar, clinked glasses of wine. And the princess herself started talking. But Ro remained silent. The princess glanced at her and smiled. Aren't you very curious? Why don't you ask? It's not that Ro doesn't want to ask, but there are too many questions, and she doesn't know where to start. The only person who has played the Soul Calling song from beginning to end, and played it through the entire server, is probably the princess. She is still a wandering wild guest, and her knowledge and experience are far beyond the guild players. It can be said that Princess Banyu is a humanoid database. Ask. Age. Gender. You are a girl anyway. I have nothing to keep secret. The princess laughed. Why doesn't Soul Song shut down the server? When the question came out, even Ro was stunned. The princess' words were like a switch, and the question came out of her mouth subconsciously. The princess was also surprised. She carefully observed Enro's expression, and after a long while she asked back, "What do you know? The sudden death of the player? Or the divine revelation?" Divine revelation? Enro heard this word for the first time. She had just left the valley today, and these two words made her feel physically sick. The two of them exchanged glances, trying to figure out what was hidden in each other's eyes. The princess was rarely serious. "Enro, you are not an NPC, right? An artificial intelligence that has awakened self-awareness?" In her heart, she certainly guessed that Enro was a real person like herself. But this was too far-fetched. Not as reasonable as AI. Enro was AI, so she could control ghouls, see through light screens, and find bugs in games that had never had bugs before. This explanation is reasonable. But there are also unreasonable parts. If it is really AI, it should know all the server settings in detail, no matter how hidden the settings are. They are all codes and data. Enro hesitated again and again, and finally drank the wine in the glass. The sound of the glass hitting the table sounded at the same time as her answer. "I am a human." The princess' expression was normal, but she took a sip of wine, and some of the wine flowed down her beautiful chin. "Are you kidding?" she said in her heart. "Are you kidding?" she asked, and Rose silently shook her head. "What the hell?" the princess muttered, then shook her head. It seems normal for weird things to happen in a weird game, and Rose thought she would ask questions like pow pow. But the princess didn't. The princess rested her elbows on the bar, supported her cheek with her left hand, and stretched out her right index finger to press the edge of the cup and turn the empty cup. In her laziness, a hint of melancholy was revealed. She took the initiative to bring the topic back to Enro's question. "Why don't you shut down the server?" "I've asked this question many times. I've asked myself and some friends in the guild. I don't have an answer, and neither do my friends." However, they didn't have an answer, but they gave me an answer. "You just came out of the empty valley, so you should know what the answer is." The princess' words were a bit confusing, but Enro seemed to understand. But she was missing a lot of details. The princess filled in the details. "You should know the launch time of the 4 copies of Soul Song. Right? Spirit Realm was the first. Ghost Island and Empty Valley were the second. And Linkbing City was the last. What if I told you that they were developed at the same time? The 3 countries, without knowing each other, came up with game ideas at the same time and decided to promote development at the same time. It's just that China's holographic technology was developed the fastest, so it got ahead. What if I tell you that Ghost Island was not a copy at the beginning, but was launched as an independent game, and Ghost Island players suddenly discovered that there was a spirit realm in the far south? It's not just Onigashima. It's the same with Hollow Valley. When the 2 independent games were first launched, Soul Song had already been out for 2 years. That day, the 3 games merged into a virtual world through the vast land of no life. In reality, their servers have no intersection. I was already a Soul Song player at the time, but I happened to be busy for those 2 days and didn't go online. So I missed this miracle. I heard about it later and checked it online. But guess what? There was no news. Not even a word. Then on the 3rd day, I remember it very clearly, at 8 o'clock in the morning, led by our Chinese Lu group, the game officials of the 3 countries simultaneously issued a statement saying that Soul Song was a holographic game developed in cooperation. And in order to ensure the stability of the game, it was put online for testing without disclosure. The test was very successful, so it was officially merged. They deceived everyone, including me. After all, no matter how many gods and ghosts are said, when it really happens in front of you, everyone will choose to believe in science. Until later, a good friend of mine was promoted to a legend and died in the ghost ruins. I found out about the sudden death of the player. I'm a high-level player, and I know a lot of guild leaders. I found clues quickly. Not only the players died suddenly, but also the creators of 3 copies of the game. One of them had never made a game, never studied art, and never even logged into the game. She was just an ordinary middle school teacher, and even she died. So Enro, tell me, why don't you shut down the server? The princess stared into Enro's eyes, waiting for her to give an answer. Enro closed her eyes. Divine revelation. The supernatural phenomena are presented in the form of science and technology, like a mysterious and delicious carrot. luring the top leaders of various countries to pursue them. On the surface, this is a great and exciting exploration. In reality, it is a competition in which no country is willing to fall behind, no matter how many people die or how much negative impact it has on society. As long as the divine revelation is not cracked, they are dragged by each other and can only move forward. The worst and most vicious thing is that they package the divine revelation into an ordinary but highly playable game, luring the whole society to participate and pursue it. Maybe it's not just them who are bad. There's also Shinchi himself. And Ro thought of Jia Xian's disgusting hypocritical behavior. Shinchi's purpose of depriving luck is extremely sinister. And Ro knows the Ghost King. But the princess doesn't. The two have different information about the secrets of the soul world. In fact, this is a good opportunity to exchange information and complete the puzzle. But Enro chose to conceal it. The princess is a living person after all. And she is different from her who has no way out. Now the princess feels that she can't change the overall situation. So she keeps herself out of trouble. And everything she does is for money. If she realized that the game could really end, and the real world could be put back on track, would money still be important? Because for so many years, the princess didn't earn so much money for herself. Princess Banwe was a hardcore player of Soul Song, and had long been promoted to Super God and climbed to the top of the Destiny list. Of course, she used another game ID at that time. Just when she was fighting for the promotion to Legend, she happened to discover the sudden death of players, and the existence of divine revelation. The woman's keen intuition saved her life. She once gave up the game, and shifted the focus of her life back to reality. With money and free time, she began to travel around the world to get rid of the troubles of the soul-calling song. The princess suddenly found that there were signs of unrest all over the world. Terrorists, armed violence, border disputes, hyperinflation, chaotic public security in various countries, the shrinking and collapse of normal industries. Everything originated from the soul-calling song. The new social form began to quietly reshape with the soul-calling song as the center. The princess did not know whether these were negative phenomena associated with the pursuit of divine revelation by various countries, or the ultimate purpose of divine revelation. She stopped at the border of a country in Central Asia, not by choice, but by force. The local armed organization overthrew the regime and reorganized a country with a unified political and religious system. That was the country where the Kongdu dungeon originated. The Duo religion was born quickly, and the Duo Guild was established to clear all the guilds in the Kongdu dungeon. The illusory faith infiltrated the game, and the high-pressure rule made everyone online and offline lose their freedom and reason. Misfortune befell the princess. The Duoju Church discovered her identity, and through a series of means, tampered with her nationality, forcing her to change her appearance and become the first generation of the goddess of the Duoju Church. The princess graduated from a famous dance academy, and the god's birthday dance was created under such circumstances. She is a smart person, with top gaming experience and level. In order to protect herself and wait for opportunities, she quickly gained the trust of the church elders and became the biggest card and the most relied on weapon of the Duo Guild. 2 years later, when the time was right, the princess escaped as planned. But she stopped at the edge of the border again. This time not because she was forced to stay, but because she stayed on her own initiative. Because of the children in the war. The Duoju Church is not satisfied with the current territory. To the northeast is China. They dare not move. But other directions are different. Everyone will be afraid when religious lunatics start a war. For 20 years, the border war has never stopped. There are displaced orphans everywhere. They have experienced the baptism of fire and blood. But they are far from growing up to the age of independent survival. The princess looked at them and felt that she had found her position. In the confused and chaotic journey, she found the meaning of survival. She simply stayed in the neighboring country as a donation to the war, and founded a school with the nature of an orphanage to take in these orphans. All the funds came from her gains in the game. She changed her appearance and climbed to the second place on the Destiny list with the ID of Princess Banwe. Worried about being targeted, she took the initiative to commit suicide in order to fail the list, and frequently changed the game ID. The princess did not forget the player who died suddenly in the Ghost Ruins. After failing the list several times and rushing back to the front of the Destiny list several times, she realized that strangling the ghouls was no longer sustainable. If you are not careful, the attribute experience will break through the bottleneck of level 99 and become a legend. So, she began to accept tasks other than strangling ghouls under various identities. This idea is correct. And she soon succeeded with her strength. As the soul-calling song became more and more popular, the number of players increased. And various sovereign and commercial guilds and interest groups emerged like mushrooms after rain. The competition for game tasks became a competition for territory and to bring down opponents. For example, this time she helped Xiangyang Guild win the God competition. This allowed the princess to earn an astonishingly generous reward every year. Since then, her level has remained at level 99 for 15 years. She has rescued tens of thousands of children. To be honest, this is why I help you deal with Duozhu. The princess smiled and said. However, motives are motives. Transactions are transactions. And I will not give up on the reward I deserve. And Ro nodded, of course. 40% of the farm's profits in the future will be yours. But this is not the reason why you helped me deal with Duovu. The princess looked puzzled. And Ro said, the real reason is that you can't fight anymore. You are very kind, and will help those children instead of letting them take over your job. Ban you. You are already 50 years old. You have been fighting and killing for 20 years. Even if the game is fake, you will always feel tired. You need a stable and generous income. This is why you help me. Besides, whether I can destroy Duozhu is an unknown. Even if I do this, whether the Duozhu church will come back or not is another unknown. No matter from which aspect. You are gambling by helping me. You choose to gamble, which means you are desperate. The princess's expression gradually turned into a helpless smile. TSK. Little girl. Your heart is really hard enough. Is this hard-hearted? If Princess Banwen knew that there was a possibility that this game would be ended, and she chose to stand by and watch, I'm afraid she would be said to be cold-blooded. Right? And Ro was silent for a moment, and continued, you have attacked the United Legion, and they probably guessed your identity, which is equivalent to you offending the major guilds in the game. Now we are grasshoppers tied to the same rope. And we are all related. I want to give you a suggestion. Princess Banwe pulled herself away from the past and said with interest, tell me about it. And Ro, one suicide will give up half of your destiny value. The princess was a little surprised. Why? And Ro thought for a while. Let me first tell you why you have been ranked second on the destiny list for nearly a year. You feel tired and exhausted. And you are unable to do it. So you want to use the title of second on the list to get a good price for private transactions. Right? The princess did not deny it. And Ro continued, since you have become the second boss of the farm, this reason is no longer valid. I don't need your second place on the list. I only need your super god. And I need it for a long time. You will be the top player in charge of the fifth copy. Everyone will not look down on you just because your ranking is dropped. Your status as a wild guest is enough to make everyone remember your achievements, and will not shake your deterrence. The fifth copy is located in the Nightmare Forest. The Nightmare Forest and the Rainbow of the Valley naturally attract ghouls. There will be no shortage of tasks here in the future. I believe that with your ability, you have the ability to avoid gaining mission experience, and will not be promoted to legend by accident. But I don't believe in destiny. Destiny is luck. You are too lucky. No one can predict how mission experience will fall on you. So in my opinion, it is not enough for you to commit suicide once. It is best to commit suicide until you fail the exam completely. You are very familiar with this kind of thing. So I don't need to say more. The princess smiled unpredictably and glanced at the ground inadvertently. She said, I could die a few times before. But now, I have to think about it. You know, destiny is not just luck. And luck is not just good luck. To some extent, it is also strength. You don't believe me, and think I will let the rich deal with you in order to break the contract? And Ro easily heard the hidden meaning of her words. The princess did not comment. One hand is money, and the other hand is goods. Get enough advance payment before the transaction. This kind of behavior logic has been deeply rooted in her bones. And Ro can understand her worries. But she feels helpless. Ban you. I will not do anything to you even if I have no bottom line. And Ro can use many tricks or methods to control others. But she can't use them when facing a good person like the princess. And using sincerity to persuade others is what she is least good at. The princess stared at her for a while, and said softly, I'll think about it. Let's go back to the fifth copy. How do you plan to negotiate with the guild? The Legion has just been hit hard by a wave of ghouls. I'm afraid no one can listen to your conditions calmly. They asked for it. And Rose said, whether we can be calm or not, it's useless for us to sit here and guess. Try sending a message first. The game communication setting does not have a friend system. If players want to keep in touch for a long time, they will set up a temporary team channel, which will not be affected by ID changes. Everyone's ID is unique. As long as you know the ID, you can send private messages point to point. And Ro originally wanted to send the negotiation invitation to Chi Xian, but later Shishijin came, so she sent it to Shishijin. She had already seen clearly that the other party's ID was Lu. After Ro finished speaking, she looked up without waiting for the princess' response. The princess frowned, lost in thought. Ro, what's wrong? I suddenly remembered something. The princess said, that President Long Yin seems to be a little strange. And Ro's heart moved. When she saw Shishijin, she also felt something was wrong. A sense of abnormal familiarity. You controlled the ghoul tide to attack the army, and I kept a distance to avoid the experience. And I happened to see Shishijin killing a ghoul. The princess carefully recalled the scene shrouded in gunpowder and smoke at that time. Crushing a ghoul with bare hands. No gloves? The princess shook her head. No. I did. The problem is not whether there are gloves or not, but the skills. He didn't activate any skills. But he killed a ghoul. Isn't he only at the level of a great god? The vague guess finally showed a clear outline. And Ro narrowed her eyes. Yes. But he was parasitized. It's not a ghoul, but a ghost king. Chapter 154. The decision came faster than Ro expected. She had just made up her mind to hide the ghost king Jie Xian from Princess Banyu. And Jie Xian declared his presence in this way. Admittedly, it was not 100% certain whether Shishijin was parasitized by Jie Xian. But in order to confirm this, the fact that Jie Xian was the ghost king could not be concealed. Because Ro needed the princess to take her to find Shishijin to confirm. The last leap of the farm into the nightmare forest made Baofu use up the last bit of energy left in his body. He lay dormant underground and could not move. All he could do was to open the void crack to let Ro in. He wanted to use a false ambush to spy on the news, but he had no intention or ability. After several farms, I was afraid that only the princess could break the light barrier and get out of the forest. Asking the princess to help meant that Ro could not continue to hide it. Hiding it further would only damage the princess's trust in him. Before Baofu woke up, the plan for the fifth copy could not be separated from the princess. Even before Baofu woke up and the negotiations were successful, the fight against the joint army could not be separated from the princess. In addition, there is another potential problem, which is even more heartbreaking. Pow pow. If Shishijin is really parasitized by the Ghost King, it can be said that his life is hanging by a thread. He is Peopeo's biological brother. Will Pow Pow sit back and do nothing? Even if he can, it is for her, the boss. And Ro asked herself that even if she had no bottom line, she would still feel guilty. At that time, how to rescue Shishijin would inevitably be put on the table. There is no end to the ghost game. After years of playing games with various forces alone, the princess's sensitivity is no less than Ro. She quickly caught the other party's surging emotions from Ro's silence. Are you hiding something from me? The princess did not make any move, but the psychological distance was obviously widened. And Ro stopped her and said, "Follow me." A black crack appeared on the ground. And Ro stepped into it and looked up at the princess. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. The princess was obviously hesitant. She was experienced in games. After recalling Shishijin's abnormal scene, she guessed that the other party was parasitized by a ghoul. At first, she didn't think too deeply about it. Seeing Ro's abnormal reaction, she had to think about it carefully. And soon she realized where the problem was. The ghoul parasitized Shishijin. And there were so many high-level players around him. But he was able to suppress his instincts and not devour his soul. The most important thing is that he pointed the finger at the farm and in Ro. Is this something a ghoul can do? The princess drew a big cross in her heart. And at the same time, she ticked another possibility. Shishijin. What he wanted to deal with was Ro and the Yanan ghoul under her command, who made people shudder when they talked about it. It was the owner of the crack in front of her. Obviously, these two ghouls were very unusual. And now, Ro invited her to enter the body of Yongning ghoul. The princess did not hesitate for too long. The stakes were already on Ro, and she had to go on. She followed Ro into the crack and entered a dark environment. The princess was secretly shocked. She had good eyesight and could recognize the surroundings at a glance. There were tentacles above and below her head, and the dim light spots at the end of the tentacles were all little people. Those little people had all their limbs, and their facial features were small, but very clear. They closed their eyes and curled up, like babies in the womb. Very peaceful. The princess quickly recalled the scene when the farm landed in the empty valley, and asked in astonishment, "Are these ghosts?" And Ro nodded. Without opening the topic, "It's convenient to talk here. Ban Yu, I tell you frankly that Baofu has actually been dormant, and the power stored in the body has been exhausted. With your strength, you can kill me at any time, or capture me and send me to the Legion to cleanse yourself." The princess observed her expression and said, "But?" And Rose smiled slightly. It was indeed very labor-saving to talk to a smart person. But sure, she is being parasitized. You are probably shooting yourself in the foot by doing this. And it is possible that he will make you disappear from the fate list and the entire game. Princess Banyu understood it immediately and showed a shocked look. The one who parasitized him was the Ghost King? The last layer of window paper was broken, and Enro felt relieved and exhaled a breath. It's not completely confirmed yet, so I need you to take me there. Of course, I'm 90% sure that the other party is the Ghost King. If you refuse, I can understand. Half an hour later, a crack in the void appeared outside the farm wall. Princess Ben were wrapped in Ro with silk, and the two looked at each other quietly. You don't have a direct conflict, and you still have a chance to withdraw, and Ro said. The princess shook her head slowly and smiled. Do you think my ranking on the destiny list is for nothing? Leaving the void? You must be very cautious when mentioning the topic of the Ghost King. The princess's meaning was very clear. With such a high destiny value, and the luck accumulated for 20 years, she might have been targeted by the Ghost King. The safest place is Yong'an Farm. After all, there is a top-level ghoul in the farm who hopes to compete with the Ghost King. The princess glared at Ro with resentment. If you had said it earlier, I wouldn't have said so much. Not killing the ghoul, committing suicide to reduce the destiny value. These conversations took place in the dance hall. If the Ghost King heard it, who knows if that petty thing would turn around and target her. Miscalculated, and Ro was helpless. Before she had established enough trust, how could she dare to bring Bang Air into the void in Baofu's body? Sorry, she said. Princess Banyu did not pursue the matter. She drove a silk gauze to the outside of the farm. The moon blade easily penetrated the light shield and pierced into the nightmare tree. And Ro quickly held her breath. The princess did not enter the forest directly. After swinging up with the force, she threw out another silk gauze to wrap around the tree canopy. At lightning speed, she took Ro out of the light shield from above. The place where the two left was remote, and the hallucinogenic gas that poured in would not harm the residents of the farm. Once the gas diffuses into the farm, it will be easily purified by the rainbow of the valley. The princess and Ro rushed out of the tree canopy and discovered something unusual at the same time. Heavy crashing sounds continued, as if a landslide had occurred somewhere. The sound was not deafening, but with the intensive vibration and friction between the tree canopies, it was very scary. And Ro hurriedly looked at the princess, who shook her head at her. The hallucinogenic gas here is too thick to speak. Ling Luo was as flexible as a tentacle, and quickly pulled them to the edge of the tree canopy. Nourished by the rainbow of the valley, the entire nightmare forest grew wildly to a height of 100 meters. Standing on the edge and looking down, it was like facing a cliff. This height was naturally not a problem for the princess. She landed steadily within Ro and activated the high-level martial arts space. The colorful silk was like a fairy's sleeves, shuttling through the sky, like colorful bamboo strips, weaving a dazzling bamboo cage in the blink of an eye, with petals floating in the cage. The princess took a breath first and said, "It looks sparse, but it is actually an independent space, and you can breathe." And Ro opened her mouth and nose and gasped violently. She walked to the edge of the space and looked outside through the gap in the silk. It was already dark. On the barren land, the nightmare forest was like a huge tiller. Its roots went through the ground and returned to the ground, leaving a very wide ridge of soil on the lifeless land. It moved very fast, and it could be described as running. In a short time, it had already traveled a kilometer. I'm afraid that ordinary gold can't catch up with its speed. The princess frowned and stared. What's going on? Is it also the rainbow of the valley? And Ro asked. With the princess here, she is not worried about not being able to catch up with the nightmare forest later. It's just that the scene in front of her is too shocking. Before the farm entered the forest was crawling at a turtle's pace. At best just moving. The current situation can be described as running wildly. A vast forest with each tree 100 meters high is running wildly in a certain direction. Fortunately, it is a deserted and lifeless place. If it encounters a residential area, it will definitely be a crushing destructive force. When I broke in, its speed hadn't changed. The princess was also confused. She looked back in the direction where the earth ridge extended, but didn't find any figures, and didn't even hear the roar of the ghouls. This means that the nightmare forest has been running wildly for a long time. Maybe it started to speed up after she entered. Maybe it's because the nightmare tree has grown up, and the quantitative change has caused a qualitative change? The princess guessed. After all, it's the first time I've seen a moving nightmare forest. When I found it, I happened to meet the logistics of the Dragon Flame Guild following the forest to study it. They guessed that it was because the forest was too large, which triggered some kind of secret setting. That makes sense. After a while, the princess estimated that the hallucinogenic gas had almost dissipated, so she withdrew from the high-level martial arts space. Let's go and check on the situation of the army first. The original wasteland was endless, and it was necessary to consider hiding our tracks to avoid being discovered by the army. Now that there are several meters high earth ridges, it is much easier. The princess flew along with Enro, and soon heard the roar of the ghouls. Enro glanced at the light screen in front of the princess. There were less than 1,000 ghouls left, and it was unknown whether they were all strangled or left the mission site. They are all high-level players, and there are many people and eyes. I will find Sir Shijing's position first, and you can confirm it. The princess lowered her voice, and Rose shook her head. My method is faster. She carefully poked her head out and squinted her eyes to look into the distance. All ghouls have had a consciousness connection with her, but this connection is very special. The key is that she did not look directly at the ghouls. In the afternoon, when she found tens of thousands of ghouls running towards her, and Ro looked at them through Bao Fu's vision, it should be impossible to establish a consciousness connection. But strangely it succeeded. The reason should be Bao Fu. When Enro wanted to confirm whether Sir Shijing was parasitized, she first thought of these ghouls. However, as Bao Fu fell into complete dormancy, she was indeed unable to connect with their consciousness. So she needed the princess to take her on this trip. Enro was already very familiar with this ability, and she could quickly meet the eyes of several ghouls from a distance. Coincidentally, one of them was a ghost mother, and she transmitted her consciousness to 5 ghouls. In the chaotic battlefield, she instantly had 9 pairs of eyes that she could command. After a day, the joint team suffered heavy losses. First, hundreds of people were consumed by the princess's resurrection opportunity, and then 500 people were trapped in the ghoul tide. Judging from the number of people on the battlefield, more than half of them must have died by this moment. But there were also gains. With a rough scan, Enro found no less than 10 super gods. Although they were all low-level super gods, they had undoubtedly climbed to the top of the destiny list. The more brutal the battlefield, the more experience and money the survivors earned. It seems that the missing ghouls have all died in the hands of the army, and Ro's secret plan to return to the Nightmare Forest to serve as a moat has failed. Beside her, the princess looked at Enro's dilated pupils. She could see that Enro's eyes were dilated, but the dilated pupils became darker and darker. Staring for a long time, she couldn't help but feel like she was falling into the abyss. The princess hurriedly looked away, subconsciously wanting to say something to divert her attention. But she couldn't find the words when she opened her mouth. At this time, Enro said, "Found it." In her mind, a certain picture was magnified. In the picture, Sir Shijing was in a corner of the battlefield, with no other players around. He took advantage of this, and a faint figure flashed from time to time in his body. It was this figure that quickly killed the ghoul that was running over, and then quickly returned to Sir Shijing's body. Ghost King Jiaxian. It must be him. Enro controlled a ghoul to rush over, and as the distance got closer, she clearly distinguished the light screen above Sir Shijing's head. LV91 Super God. Sir Shijing has also been upgraded to Super God. The ghoul rushed to Sir Shijing's front, and the faint figure flashed again, and Enro felt a sharp pain in her mind. The ghoul was crushed to death. At the last moment when consciousness was forced to be cut off, Enro heard half a familiar frivolous tone. "Thank me, Sir Shijing." "Thank you for what?" "Thank him for letting Sir Shijing be promoted to Super God, increasing his destiny value, and then being harvested by him?" Another sharp pain came, and another ghoul connected to consciousness was strangled by the Legion. and Ro cut off all consciousness and pressed her forehead. The princess was waiting for her conclusion with eyes wide open. And Ro's eyes were dark. Let's talk about it when we get back. 15 minutes later. The princess took Ro to catch up with the nightmare forest. It was already dark. Under the dark night sky, the nightmare forest was like a sleepy beast, and its speed slowed down significantly. It seems that it is indeed the influence of the rainbow of the valley. After sunset, the elemental power is extinguished, causing the speed to decrease. But it is still faster than at the beginning. The princess smiled and said, after all, the height of the nightmare tree has increased by more than 10 times. With long legs, can't it walk faster? She meant to joke, but Ro didn't. The princess also stopped smiling. Hold your breath. The silk wrapped around Ro, and after a sprint, the princess jumped high, and with the silk pulled alternately, she jumped to the center of the forest and dived down. She didn't find the right position, and landed on a cow. I don't know if it was the effect of the hallucinogenic gas, but the cow raised its leg and kicked, but the princess held it firmly. Hello. Hello. You are so enthusiastic to shake hands with me? Then I will drink your milk tomorrow morning. The cow mooed long and hard, and Ro finally smiled. The rift opened, and the two of them came to the void again. The princess had been holding back all the way, and finally she could speak openly, and asked directly, "Is it the Ghost King?" And Ro's faint smile disappeared, and she lowered her eyes and remained silent for a moment, then met the princess' eyes. Yes. The princess patted her thigh and sighed heavily. After a gamble in the 5th dungeon, she finally got the rainbow of the valley, and was finally able to negotiate with the guild. But the president of the largest guild in the game, the highest commander of the United Army, became the Ghost King? All efforts have been in vain. What should we do next? Are there other candidates for negotiation? Ali, Gao, Fei, Yadin. They are all members of the joint army. No. Forget about Duozhu. Xiangyang's most important thing right now is to deal with the trouble caused by Duozhu Guild. I guess he doesn't have the energy to do that. And Ro interrupted the princess's rambling analysis. It must be Longyan. Other guilds are not important enough. That's the problem. The princess said. You said that Shi Shijing was dismissed before, and it was okay to change Longyan's boss. Now he is back and took over the command of the army right away. What does that mean? This means that he won the internal struggle of the Longyan Guild during this period. If you want to negotiate with Longyan, who else can you find besides him? Can a ghoul parasitize an offline player? The princess was stunned by Ro's question and answered, of course not. The prerequisite for parasitism is that there is a soul in the parasite. And Ro thought, the Ghost King seems to be omnipotent. But in fact, he is also bound by certain rules. You mean, find a way to get Shi Shijing offline? The princess reacted and shook her head. According to the rules of the game, a player cannot go offline after being parasitized by a ghoul, unless the parasitism lasts for more than 24 hours, or the soul is devoured by the ghoul during this period. And Ro said, the rules you mentioned are based on the player's personal wishes. What if an external force forcibly shuts down the holographic cabin and wakes up the person inside? When a player is parasitized by a ghoul, it is definitely rare for the player to be woken up in reality. But it can't be considered rare. Right? It is not rare. The rules include this situation. As a result, the player will lose the game qualification directly, and the body in the game will completely become a parasite of the ghoul. But the player himself will not die, and he has the opportunity to tell his experience. And Ro said, don't forget. At this moment, Shi Shijing's personal consciousness is clear, but he has lost control of his body. The princess clapped her hands suddenly. Yes. And Ro, you are too smart. However, and Ro was in a very low mood. The princess thought about the consequences of doing this, and soon understood why she couldn't be happy. Rescuing Shi Shijing from the Ghost King meant that the Ghost King, the supreme boss in the game, was likely to be exposed to the sun. Shi is the president of the Longyan Guild, and the entire country is behind him. It is too difficult to predict what judgment and choice he will make. One possibility: shut down the server and let everyone say goodbye to the game. To be fair, the princess is in favor of a clean separation between the real world and the game world. The soul-calling song has already caused unrest in the world. As time goes by, she dare not imagine what the world situation will become. Over the years, she has only done her best to do what she thinks is right. But what about Ro? The princess walked up to Ro and asked softly, You can't go offline? And Rose smiled silently. Does NPC have an offline mechanism? Sure enough, this was the answer. If Shishijin really did this, not only would the plan for the fifth copy fail, but even in Rose's most basic desire to live in this virtual world would become a bubble. The biggest problem is that no one who knows the situation would think that Shishijin did something wrong, including Enro herself. When Mengziyu found Pao Pao, Pao Pao was also looking for him with Hung Bobeo. Finally I found you. Hurry up and start the thermal boat. I want to take Bobeo to the top to have a look. Enro is looking for you. Oh, what do you know? How should I know? Anyway, I asked you to go right away. Pao Pao looked at Hung Bobeo apologetically. And Hung Bobeo pushed him. Go ahead. It must be urgent if I asked you to go right away. Don't make Enro anxious. When it comes to business, Miss Hung is still very sensible. 10 minutes later, the emptiness in Baofu's body finally came back to his senses from the shock. He stumbled out a few syllables, and a burst of air suddenly rushed to his throat. I won't go. No one knows the risks of playing games better than him. Shishijin should have been prepared for it. Peopeo's reaction was expected. And Rose said seriously, think about it. Shishijin is your brother. Your only living relative in the world. Pao Pao gritted his teeth and still said stubbornly, this is my own business. Boss, can you respect my decision? The structure of the question and the tone of the statement. And Ro understood his current state of mind very well. Young people who have not experienced hardships are especially likely to get stuck in a dead end. When his parents died, Pao Pao was still too young. Strictly speaking, he did not deeply experience the pain of losing his loved ones. If he had experienced it, he would understand that living is more important than anything else. However, time does not allow Enro to guide him step by step. Enro frowned. Sure, she is being parasitized by the Ghost King. It is not just your problem. With him, the plan for the fifth copy is a dead end. Besides, I am not trying to persuade you. I am assigning you a task based on your status as a farm partner. Pao Pao was silent for a while, still very resistant to this task, and said in a muffled voice, didn't Princess Banwei bring Chumo here? Let Chumo go. Before he finished speaking, he heard the boss's sneer. Chumo? You accepted the statue of the main god from Chumo without my knowledge. And it's not enough for me to owe him a favor. But you want me to owe him a second time? Pao Pao opened his eyes wide. You know? In shock. He forgot the fact that the ink removal was still offline. He told you? I knew this guy had bad intentions. He was beating around the bush. Did he want the boss to return the favor? I'll go find him. Stop. And Ro had a blank expression on her face. Are you still a man? You made a mistake. But you don't even have the courage to atone for it. You just put the blame on others? If that's the case, I'm blind, and I've made a mistake. Pao Pao couldn't help but hear that the boss was deliberately provoking him. His whole face wrinkled, and he lowered his head. Boss, I really don't want to go. Please don't force me. Neither soft nor hard means work. So the only way left is to use the last method. And Ro gave Mengziyu a look. Mengziyu also frowned. And after a moment of hesitation, he suddenly rushed towards Pao Pao. Peopeo's body stiffened, and he felt that he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. The invisible coldness enveloped his whole body. He tried his best to open his eyes, and everything he saw became clearer than before. The sounds he heard became chaotic and noisy. He even heard the sound of his heartbeat, and the sound of blood flowing in his blood vessels. But his feeling was completely the opposite. He felt like he was locked in a cold and small dark room, passively receiving everything from the outside world, but abandoned by everything from the outside world. A person died alone in an ancient and cold place. He saw the boss coming over. Try to experience what it feels like to be parasitized by a ghoul. Think carefully about what decision you want to make. The boss's voice came into his ears very clearly, but at the same time it seemed far away in the sky, ethereal and empty. The boss? Pao Pao couldn't utter a single syllable. And then he realized what was happening. In the motionless vision, the boss's expression softened, and he seemed to sigh. If you could accept the pain your brother experienced before his death and insist on not saving him, I respect you. Chapter 155. After going offline, Pao Pao sat in the holographic cabin for half an hour. The holographic sensor on his body had cooled down, and it was bone-chillingly cold. He felt like he was still trapped in that small, dark space. Everything was as unreal as a short nightmare, and yet so real that it made people tremble in their hearts. Brother, are you experiencing the same fear? Or rather, the fear that brother experienced was deeper and more desperate. Because the one parasitic in his body was the Ghost King. Pow Pow couldn't help but think of the documentary he had watched, which filmed the current situation of children's support. Many people in the comments said that the mood of the elderly in the nursing home before they passed away was unbearable to think about. Lonely, helpless, even if full of hope for life. They can only curl up in a cold quilt and wait for death to come. What's the difference between him and Shishijin? From the moment Enro told him that Shishijin was parasitized, Peopeo's smart head realized that another crucial and painful choice fell on him. He is a wanted criminal hidden under the table by the country. Saving Shishijin means that he must leave the game and expose himself. Abandoning the farm. Abandoning the boss. Abandoning Hunbobeo. He abandoned everything he cherished during this period of time. But in return, he only got a possibility. Maybe he could save Shishijin. Or maybe he couldn't save him. After all, the one parasitic in his body was the Ghost King. Pow Pow slapped himself twice for his cowardice and selfishness. Nodding and pressing the offline button, he realized that he was as hypocritical as Shishijin. And the boss was still persuading him at the last moment. Since you have paid the price, try to get the result you want. Even if you regret it, it should be meaningful. The boss is right. Pow Pow raised his flushed cheeks and took a deep breath. He jumped out of the holographic cabin, took out the mobile phone he found at Qinshan Farm, and turned it on. He knew the number of the holographic command center by heart, and the extension number of his brother's office by heart. The moment the call was connected, Peopeo's heart almost jumped out, and he hoped that it was his brother's voice on the other end. However, the voice was unfamiliar. Hello. President Long Yan's office. Sure, she is being parasitized by a ghoul. Force him to log off immediately. Pow Pow said quickly, and was about to hang up when the other party replied with 3 words. Sure Shiming? Peopeo's hands, which were stained with the sensor, shook and the phone fell to the ground. He picked it up in a hurry and turned it off directly. His mind was in a mess. So messy that he couldn't think at all why the other party called out his name in the first place. But Pow Pow intuitively sensed the danger, smashed the phone into the holographic cabin, picked up his clothes and ran out. It's too late. Stop. Don't move. Raise your hands. Target found. Target found. At the gate, several black gun muzzles were pointed at Pow Pow, and the dazzling red laser dots fell on him. Then, a strong flashlight covered his eyes. Confirmed to be Shishiming. Holographic command center. Interrogation room. Peopeo's hands were handcuffed to the back of the chair, and the steel chair was welded to the ground. He shook his legs nervously, and finally waited for someone to push the door in. He told you? The Ghost King told you that I was in Qinshan. Right. Pow Pow jumped up from the chair with a shout. His wrist hurt, and he fell back to the seat. Yu Fengqiu sat down opposite him, put down the tablet in his hand, and stared into his eyes quietly. Ghost King? Pow Pow swallowed his saliva and nodded desperately. Shishijin is parasitized by the Ghost King. He is not Shishijin at all now. You must cut off the power supply immediately and force him to go offline. Otherwise not only will he die, but your entire Longyan will be destroyed. Oh! Have you seen the Ghost King? Yu Fengqiu didn't look anxious at all. Tell me, what does the ultimate boss of the game look like? What do you look like? Looks like a human. Looks like a dog. Looks like a human. You don't believe me at all? If you want me to believe, you can. But answer me a few questions first. Pow Pow tried to calm himself down. You say. Yu Fengqiu, what is your real level? Pow Pow, high level gold. Yu Fengqiu, have you been to the ghost ruins? Pow Pow understood what he meant. And the handcuffs clanged from struggling. I'm telling the truth. Who stipulated that the Ghost King can only hide in the ghost ruins? He can parasitize anyone. He is hiding in your Longyan. And his current identity is Shishijin, the president of Longyan. Why don't you trust me? Yu Fengqiu sneered. You should answer this question. Shishiming, you have been secretly raising poison for the Yondon mission, causing heavy losses to various countries. Now that the president has seized the opportunity to clear out Yondon, you come and say that the president is parasitic? Tell me, why should I trust you? Pow Pow opened his mouth. Speechless, Yu Fengqiu opened the tablet and pushed it in front of him. The president notified us of your hiding place. He had discovered it a long time ago and deliberately concealed it, just to play along. Now that Yonan's mission is at the end of its rope, he is worried that you will be desperate. So he ordered us to arrest you in advance. Sure, Shiming. You have to thank your brother. When the president successfully solves Yongan, he may still be able to save you. Otherwise, do you think you can sit in the interrogation room intact, instead of lying like a dead dog in the torture room? Oh yes. The president specifically asked me to tell you that he is already a super god on the destiny list, and has the ability to protect himself. So you don't have to worry. On the tablet, the content of the communication was reproduced by Longyan Logistics. The sender was Lu, and the recipient was obviously a senior member of the logistics department. Pao Pao scanned the entire message, and his eyes fell on one of the sentences. Temporarily take Sure Shiming to the interrogation room. I know this is not in accordance with the procedures. I will be responsible for any consequences. Between the lines, the concern of a brother was revealed. Pao Pao was momentarily distracted. What happened? Did the boss make a mistake? My brother was not parasitized. Was it because he shouted out his identity in public this afternoon and caused trouble for the boss? Or the boss just took this opportunity to let him leave the game? Yu Fengqiu picked up the tablet and stood up. When he passed by Pao Pao, he paused. You are still young and have a long way to go. If you want to go on well, just take me with you. If not for yourself, you should also think about your brother. Pao Pao trembled all over. He suddenly realized something, twisted his body desperately, and shouted at Yu Fengqiu's back. Fake. These messages are all fake. The Ghost King can hear the conversations of everyone in the game, and he can read the memory of the parasite. These are not sent by Sure Shijing, but by the Ghost King. The Ghost King? This kid is really crazy. Yu Fengqiu shook his head helplessly, and pushed the door to leave. And Rose simply took the wine back to the void and drank with Princess Banyu. In the dim fluorescent light, there was only the occasional sound of clinking glasses, and both of them were very silent. After an unknown amount of time, Princess Banyu suddenly patted the coffee table. I know. And Ro looked up at her, only to see the princess raised an index finger, squinting her eyes, and looking at herself with a scrutinizing look. You're so cunning. And Ro, you knew that Pao Pao wouldn't work, right? You just found an opportunity to get him out of the game, so that he wouldn't follow in Sure Shijing's footsteps. Am I right? And Ro rolled her eyes, and took a sip of wine. The princess leaned over and looked very close. Really? And Ro was also stunned for a moment. Are you cheating me? She also realized that the princess's accusation was sudden and false. Just a trick. The princess laughed and clinked her glass with her. I just feel uneasy. Don't mind. In this way, I will punish myself with 3 cups. 3 cups are not enough? Then I will drink a whole bottle. This is my wine. You are taking advantage of me no matter how much you drink. The princess put down the bottle in dismay. Her expression and behavior did not look like a 50-year-old at all. Of course, the characters created by players will not age. Having been a stunning beauty for more than 20 years, her mentality is indeed much younger than her peers. And Rose said, but you guessed right. My judgment is that Pao Pao has a chance of success. But the probability of success is very low. Are you really trying to fool me? The princess stared. Don't you think so? And Ro asked back. With your qualifications, you must know a lot of guild leaders. But you didn't pass on the alarm through these channels, and chose to agree to my plan. Letting Pao Pao fall into the trap just because he is Sure Shijing's brother? Impossible. The princess was able to stay in the game for so long with a high destiny value, just based on this point. And Ro determined that the other party was the smartest player she had ever seen. And Ro had carefully explained Pao Pao's identity and situation to the princess in advance. The princess naturally knew Pao Pao's awkward situation. He was not only the brother of President Long Yen, but also a wanted criminal in reality. Apart from these 2 points, in terms of rank alone, Pao Pao was equivalent to the most ordinary believer of Duoju religion. How could he easily meet the church's top leaders? Even if he did, who would easily believe his words? What's more, his opponent was the Ghost King. The princess was silent for a while, picked up the bottle of wine again and drank it down, wiping the wine off her chin. From the first time I entered the soul-guiding song to now, more than 20 years ago, I often think about a question, the princess said, without any regret on her face. The holographic cabin can digitize our neural fluctuations. So are the human nature and human hearts in the game also digitized? And Ro had never thought about this question before, and frowned slightly. If you hadn't said you were a human, not an AI, I would have really found the answer. What a pity. Ah, the princess said, and took another sip of wine. The two sentences were a bit jumpy, and Enro didn't understand. What do you mean? The princess laughed. I mean to praise you. Enro, hurry up and say that you are an AI. Otherwise, how can you know what others are thinking? It's terrible. Before Enro rolled her eyes for the second time, the princess suddenly stopped smiling. She sighed. You are right. I want to end the game. But I don't believe that anyone from any guild can end the game. A country is made up of people, and people are separated by their hearts. The distance between countries will only be greater. When I am offline, I often pay attention to the news. Many people around the world envy our motherland. After all, it is the place with the most stable public security in the world. But as time goes by, I don't want to go back at all. So what if the public security is good? Even if I live in my hometown, I can only hope to live a peaceful life without war. Besides that, can I hope for more? Spirit Realm. The earliest copy of Soul Calling Song. Lungbing City. The largest copy of Soul Calling Song. Where were they born? The princess drank one cup after another. This argument is exactly the same as what Enro said to Pow Pow. It's just that Enro said it more directly, while the princess was relatively implicit because of her patriotism. The princess herself noticed it and laughed at herself. What a jerk. I can't get enough of scolding. She looked at Enro. In short, the situation faced in ending the game and advancing to the fifth copy is actually the same. Longyan is the largest guild. If they don't believe or accept it, both roads will be blocked. The turbulent international situation and the competition between the big guilds can only make them choose not to believe or accept it. So you don't have to worry. My original intention has not changed. I want money. A stable and large amount of money. And I won't force you to find a way to end the game. If the guild doesn't agree, then we will just seduce you to do the task. Of course, let me be frank. If the opportunity to end the game is really in front of me, I will not hesitate at all. You can kill me for this, and I will accept it with pleasure. She said this more openly than anyone else. And Roaching couldn't help but raise her favorability by 5%. The princess joked, why? Pretending to be pitiful and using the beauty trap. Wanting to soften my heart? I tell you, it's no use. And Rose shook her head and changed the subject. How long has it been? The princess glanced at the screen. 3 hours. How about, try it? Okay. Although she didn't hold out much hope. And Ro also became nervous. The princess activated the message card, switched to the message page, and entered Lu in the recipient column. If the message was successful, the other party would not reply. Princess Banyu, hello. Hello. Are you there? The two of them waited for a while, but no reply came. The princess glanced at Enro and continued to tap the screen. Princess Banyu, what's the point of both sides being hurt? Let's talk about the fifth dungeon together. LV, okay. The princess jumped up like a madman. If the message was sent from a mobile phone, she would have thrown it away long ago. She quickly calmed down and looked at Enro with her eyes down. It seems to have failed. The result was expected, but Enro still caught the disappointment in her eyes. Enro poured her a glass of wine and said, there is one thing I have always wanted to ask. Chu Imo is the #1 player in Longyan, so he naturally has a close relationship with the top management. It is not unreasonable for Pow Pow to ask him to sound the alarm. Have you never thought about it? The princess was quite surprised. That guy fought so hard for you. I thought you two knew each other well. Don't you know? Enro frowned. What should I know? Chu Imo has been in a long-term coma. The bottom of the bottle touched the coffee table and froze with Enro's movement. Long-term coma? But I'm not sure. I heard from a friend that he was once a super god of Longyan, and then he went into the ghost ruins and never came out. The princess thought of the past, was silent for a while, and brought the topic back. In short, although my friend has never seen Chu Imo in person, his wife is a member of the medical team of the command center, and I think the source of the information is reliable. According to the princess's friend, Chumo's holographic cabin was placed in a heavily guarded place. His wife once accidentally let slip that the people in the holographic cabin were dead people soaked in formalin, which was scary to look at. It was said that they had been soaked for many years. For a moment, Enro found it difficult to explain what she felt in her heart. She suppressed her messy emotions and asked, so Chumo will stay in the game for a long time and will not log off? Then this time, that's not the case. The princess gently shook the wine in her glass. I have had contact with this guy for a long time. He followed me secretly. After I found him, he didn't say a word even if I asked him 800 questions. He acted as if I owed him 5 million. Once I was in the spirit realm and met an SS-level ghoul. He squatted beside and watched. You know I don't kill ghouls. So I just walked around. I didn't expect the guy to tie a ghoul with a chain to chase me. He is simply a psychopath. As I was chasing him, he suddenly fell down. If I hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been crushed by the ghoul. After a few hours, he came online again. After knowing that I only saved people, but didn't kill the ghoul, he left without saying a word. He didn't follow me again. Later, I started asking others about him, and only got a little information from my friend. I privately thought that maybe he had some health problems in real life. So he suddenly went offline. After the princess finished speaking, she cast an inquiring look. So he helped you block Mia? I was quite curious. You don't know? I was caught by him the first time I sneaked into the farm. Maybe because she has been alone for too long. Once the princess lets down her guard, she becomes a bit talkative. Her eyes flickered and she took a sip of wine. I'm telling you the truth. Don't mind. If I hadn't discovered his relationship with you in advance, I might not be interested in cooperating with you. And Rose's reaction was very calm. She had guessed it long ago. Mia wanted to kill her. And Chumo came so timely. Princess Banyu, who ranked higher than Mia, sneaked into the farm. And Chumo couldn't have been unaware of it. But what can Enro do? Even if Baofu didn't go into hibernation, he couldn't beat Chumo. This guy is like a dogskin plaster. And he can't be scolded away. Is Enro going to draw a clear line with everyone who has come into contact with Chumo? Princess Banyu, Mia, or even Pao Pao? She is an adult. And she can't do such frivolous and emotional things. As soon as the Duo statue was reshaped, Enro began to doubt. 2 consecutive questions. Pao Pao thought he was hiding well. But in Enro's eyes, he was lying. The 2 words were almost printed on his forehead. However, it was also the real Duo statue that made Enro realize how irrational it was to refuse Chumo before. She knew too little about Duoju, and rushed into the empty valley with a dark eye? Not to mention snatching the rainbow of the empty valley. I am afraid that the entire Yongnan farm will be put in danger. Enro did not think that Chumo owed her anything. But it was the disappearance of Yan Shou that made her realize that the most solid support in life can only be herself. She just didn't want to have any relationship with this person anymore. Since the situation forced her to accept the other party's help, she had to recognize this favor. Princess Banyua's words increased the weight of this little favor. And Enro felt uncomfortable. Princess Banwe was an experienced person after all. And she could tell at a glance that Enro was in an abnormal mood. Just as she was about to speak to ease the atmosphere, the light screen popped up again. Law, it seems that you didn't take the bait. Law, that's right. If you were so easily hooked, Enro would not be Enro. And you are not worthy of being my opponent. Law, now that you've discovered it, aren't you worried that your dog's head might be removed accidentally? The princess looked at Enro, whose expression had turned cold. Is he threatening you with Shiming? Enro took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the murderous intent in her eyes had been hidden deep inside. Enro shook her head. No. He can't do it. No matter how terrible the reality is. It is still a society ruled by law. No matter how powerful President Long Yen is, he can't bypass the procedures to kill people. The worst result is that the Ghost King uses Shijing's identity to accuse his brother and let Pao Pao spend the rest of his life in prison. For a young man who just turned 18. This ending is naturally unfortunate. But no matter how you think about it, it is better than dying in the game. The princess agreed with Enro's judgment and breathed a sigh of relief. She had an impulse to send a long-unused national treasure to scold the insidious Ghost King. But she held back. Not for anything else. Just for 2 words, lose face. There is no need to lose face for a person who is not even a human being. Throw away her dignity and beauty. And become a shrew. If the Ghost King is right in front of her, even if she is destined to die, the princess wants to die arrogantly and coldly. However, the princess is still getting angrier and angrier, and slaps the coffee table. This is my number. Why does he always mention you? Does he think I am nothing? While cursing, Shijing's message came again. Law, if you knew you were going to be a coward, why did you go against me in the first place? Won't you come to me? It's okay. I'm here to find you. And Ro. The princess was startled. He's caught up again? And Ro, go out and have a look. Late at night, the farm's voices had stopped. And after the trading time, the light shield of the Black Market Island became real again. Ling Luo once forcibly broke through the light shield and rushed out of the treetops with the two of them. This time, the princess did not leave the nightmare forest, but continued to stretch Ling Luo, allowing the two of them to move higher until they were out of the range of the hallucinogenic gas. From a high point, they could see the bright light behind the forest, cars, flashlights, and dense crowds of people. Compared with the dense forest 100 meters high, they looked like a small but huge ant colony, almost covering half of the forest. Damn! The princess couldn't help but swear. Did he transfer the entire dragon flame here? I'm afraid it's more than that. And Ro turned her head and looked behind her. Look at that. In the direction of the nightmare forest, there was a large group of thermal ships. Fortunately, the forest was vast, and the two flew high, hiding in the dark sky, and were not easily discovered. And Ro narrowed her eyes. All the people from the 5 major guilds have been dispatched. The princess was stunned for a moment. Slapped her thighs. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped the army earlier, so that there would still be tens of thousands of ghouls in the forest. And they would have been stopped at least. After she said that, she immediately realized that this was not the void, and perhaps the insidious Ghost King was eavesdropping on her conversation. So she quickly shut up. Then she thought, anyway, the communication just now had already torn the face, so there was no need to hide it anymore. The princess gritted her teeth. And Ro, there are ghouls on the farm. Can you use them to stir up another wave of ghouls? And Ro shook her head. We caught Shi Shijing off guard in the afternoon. Now Shi Shijing is well prepared. They have so many people, so it's hard to succeed. The Ghost King's ability to distinguish and control ghouls is not necessarily weaker than hers. The princess calmed down and nodded. It's okay. We chose the forest as the address of the 5th copy because we considered that the forest would be surrounded by the guild. As far as I know, no matter what props, they can't completely block the hallucinogenic gas, no matter how many people they have. It's not easy to find the farm in the deep forest. Wait for them to come in. It's convenient for us to start. Chapter 156. The farm ghouls run out of the forest to create a ghoul tide, and the latter is naturally 100 times easier than waiting for players to come in and get lost in the nightmare. But Rose still shook her head. He won't be so stupid. Ban you. You have good eyesight. Can you see what they are doing? The distance is too far, and the light is dim, so the princess can't see clearly. Don't move here. I'll get closer to see. The princess let the silk wrapped around Ro continue to extend, keeping her in place, and she cast other silks and approached silently. After a while, she quickly retreated. It's over. Those bastards are cutting down trees, and there's a damned one setting fire. And Ro's heart sank. The Ghost King is serious this time. Perhaps Pao Pao sent an alarm to Long Yin offline, but he easily fooled him, so that the Ghost King completely relieved his worries. In fact, after Shi Shijing was parasitized, and Ro was once puzzled, doesn't the other party worry at all that she will expose the secrets of the soul world? It's not enough for him to trip her up and sabotage her secretly, so he has to mobilize a large army to put her and Yan gone to death. You know, from the point of view of maintaining the operation of the game. And Ro and he are on the same side. And Ro has a terrifying guess. Has the luck of the real world been almost completely deprived by the soul world? Destroying the game is not an unacceptable loss for the Ghost King. According to the logic of the Ghost King, the reason why she was able to enter the game is because she was infected with the soul world luck of Chu Mo. In other words, if the middle area of the soul calling song disappears, she is very likely to belong to the soul world. In the eyes of the Ghost King, as long as she is alive, she is always competing with him for luck. And Ro, why don't you just fight them? Once the fire starts, the nightmare forest can't be saved at all. Princess Banyu thought hard, but she had no idea. And Ro came back to her senses, and heard the princess sighing. It's just that the energy of the Hollow Valley Rainbow is extinguished. Otherwise the forest will move at high speed, and it will not be easy for them to succeed even if they want to destroy it. Half Moon. The princess was startled and looked over. And Ro asked thoughtfully, you are very familiar with the Hollow Valley. You must know that the ghouls that breed at night are heading for the Hollow Valley Rainbow. Do you know what would happen if a ghoul touched the rainbow of the valley? The 4 major potions can also give birth to ghouls. And Ro has seen with her own eyes the result of a ghoul touching the rootless flower, which turned into an evolved ghoul, and then into a ghoul. Could it be that a ghoul touching the rainbow of the valley would also turn into a ghoul? The princess was stunned by this inexplicable question. It has been more than 10 years since she served as the goddess guarding the rainbow of the valley, and she really couldn't remember it for a moment. In the distance, a fire suddenly burst out at the edge of the forest, and the fire had grown bigger. Judging from the speed of the flames, the guild players may have poured fuel into the forest. The Ghost King's move was very powerful, and with the sudden wealth energy exhausted, the farm couldn't escape even if it wanted to. When the forest fire spread to the entire Nightmare Forest, I'm afraid that the people and things on the entire farm will be roasted alive. The more times like this, the less anxious you can be. And Ro is still thinking. Princess Banyu has searched her mind thoroughly, but found nothing. I really don't know what will happen. Why were you so stupid at that time? Not catching a few ghouls to try. The princess was inevitably frustrated. If she had not been so intent on escaping when she was young, she would have had the current state of mind, and would have definitely had this kind of leisure and ease. And Rose said softly, I seem to know. Then tell me quickly. Can you solve the current problem? Try it. Let's go back to the farm first. When the two landed at the rootless flower field, the time was just right. 2 minutes to 11 o'clock at night. Mengziyu and 3 ghoul employees each drove a thermal boat, floating in the air, ready to deal with the ghouls stimulated by the raw materials of the medicine. Seeing Princess Banyu, Mengziyu waved his arm and said hello, Sister Princess. He was now parasitic in the Khan's body. He looked tall and mighty, but his words and actions were like a child, which was awkward no matter how you looked at him. The princess was not in the mood to joke with him. So Ling Luo swung and directly pulled his thermal boat over. Mengziyu hurriedly controlled the panel and turned the compass, while screaming, Be careful. This guy is not a wooden toy. It's very dangerous. By the time the thermal boat was stable next to the princess, 2 minutes had passed. Above the 4 pharmacy buildings, white bubbles quickly multiplied and formed into dense strings. The 4 thermal ships quickly turned the turrets and prepared the anti-aircraft guns. Just as the ghouls were about to press the launch button, and Ro's voice rang in their minds at the same time. Don't move yet. Mengziyu cast a surprised look at Ro. Before he asked, the first batch of ghouls had already hatched. He opened his mouth in astonishment. A large number of ghouls rushed to the mature rootless flowers. Halfway through, they seemed to be attracted by something and suddenly changed their route, passing the courtyard and rushing towards the pond like locusts. In the pond, on the folded hands of the stone statue that had just been remodeled today, the hollow rainbow was quietly suspended, and the dim colorful light slowly flowed. The first batch of ghouls rushed in. The princess opened her eyes wide. She knew the hollow rainbow, and knew that the rainbow would lose its high temperature at night, and the surface would feel extremely hard. But those ghouls got in easily. Where the two touched, it was like paper being burned by a cigarette butt, leaving a small colorful halo. The change was very small, but everyone who witnessed this scene noticed that the color flowing in the hollow rainbow became brighter. Does the ghoul provide energy to the rainbow of the valley? The princess was so shocked that she kept rubbing her eyes, and accidentally got some eyeshadow on her hands. Mengziyu was not too surprised, but the princess's harlequin cat look made him want to laugh. He held back his laughter because Enro looked very serious. Enro boarded the thermal boat and flew over the pond. She was enduring the soul-inducing song of the grinding nerves, and her eyes followed the cloud formed by the white ghouls and looked towards the pharmacy building. The ghouls that grew above the 4 buildings, Hua Manlu, Mian Manlu, Yu Manlu, and Mu Manlu, were all attracted by the rainbow of the valley. Enro, have you discovered this setting a long time ago? The princess blinked her eyelids. No, I'm just guessing. There's one thing I haven't told you yet. I can connect to the consciousness of some NPCs. In the Valley of Consciousness of ghouls and NPCs, there is a same background sound. Do you know what it is? The princess didn't know, and continued to blink curiously. It's so cold. So cold. So cold. I'm almost freezing to death. It's really too cold. Just the 2 words so cold don't sound very impressive. But Enro put together several descriptions she had heard. It was a bit weird to listen to it again. The princess felt a chill on her back, and subconsciously glanced at Mengziyu. Are you cold? Mengziyu was blocked from sensitive words, so he didn't quite understand. and rolled his eyes when he heard it. I have an anti-aircraft gun. How can I be afraid of the cold? No wonder Rose said it was background noise. It seems that the ghouls and NPCs didn't know the cry in their subconscious. The princess looked back at Rose. Then what? And Rose's eyes fell on the increasingly bright rainbow of the valley. And then she gestured to the princess at the ground. The void crack is opened. And Rose is not sure whether the Ghost King, who is parasitic in Shishijing's body, still has the wind-hearing ability. To be on the safe side, some things can only be said in the void. The two entered the void, and the crack closed. Then the farm came to the valley, and I suddenly found that the farm residents no longer complained about the cold subconsciously. It was the energy of the rainbow of the valley that warmed them. What does this have to do with the ghouls replenishing the energy of the hollow rainbow? After the princess asked, she came up with the answer. I know. Ghouls are also NPCs. And so are ghouls. They are all afraid of the cold. So they flock to the hollow rainbow. And Ro nodded, I think. Ghouls don't have parasites. Maybe their fear of the cold is stronger than ghouls. No. I still don't understand. This can only explain why the hollow rainbow attracts ghouls. But it can't explain why ghouls can become the energy of the hollow rainbow. Are they different forms of the same thing? The princess was able to follow Rose's train of thought, since she had already found the answer. And Rose simply confessed all her guesses. Banyu, have you ever thought about why the destiny value has become the core list of the soul-calling song? Didn't you say that the destiny value represents luck, allowing the Ghost King to quickly lock onto the target of harvesting? And Rose shook her head. This is just one of the reasons. I think that the destiny value represents strength. And the thing that measures strength in the soul world is luck. If players with high levels but low rankings lose to players with higher rankings, everyone will think that luck is also a part of strength and that they are just unlucky. Isn't it? The princess also thinks so. After all, the right time, right place, and right people can determine the victory or defeat of a battle. Unro, no. It's just a roundabout cover-up. A trick to explain luck as luck. The game world is just a layer of skin between the soul world and the real world. How can the level in the game represent the real soul world? In the soul realm, it is very likely that the strongest are determined by their luck. 8 weapon levels. The power of the 4 elements of water, fire, wind and thunder. Potion props and skills. Everything we see is the evolution of luck. There is only one purpose for making simple things complicated. To deceive people. Players. NPCs. Ghouls. Ghouls. We are also one of the carriers of luck. Perhaps in the eyes of the soul realm, our skin is not important at all. And the luck wrapped in the skin is the core of the core. And Rose's eyes were filled with an inexplicable light, which seemed to be excitement, but also like some deep and suppressed emotions. The princess took a step back involuntarily. So Banyu, you are right. The elemental energy of the ghoul and the rainbow of the valley are different forms of the same thing. They can be transformed. Seeing is believing. After the ghoul entered the rainbow of the valley, the elemental energy was obviously rising. The same is true for the 4 major potions. Perhaps the rainbow of the valley and the raw materials of the potions are the things that are closest to the essence of luck, so they can attract the ghoul the most. But the ingredients of the potion are too scattered. Every flower, every fish, and every thunder tree is an independent individual, which makes them unable to assimilate the ghouls. But instead, they are assimilated by the ghouls. The rainbow of the valley is different. The rainbow of the valley is very powerful. So powerful that it can absorb the luck carried by a huge amount of ghouls. During the day, these lucks are transformed into other forms, in the form of elemental power and life force. And Rose's tone was so firm that the princess was convinced. The princess asked the last question in her heart. According to you, the person who made the rules for this game is to bury the existence of luck, so that the valley has to fight against the ghouls every night? And Rose thought about it and nodded slowly. It is also possible that the form of ghouls, like ghouls, is inherently on the opposite side of the players. The two naturally form a confrontational relationship. The princess was silent for a while and forced a smile. Should I say it? And Rose, after listening to your analysis, I really have the urge to give up everything and end the game. She has already digested the purpose of the soul world depriving her of luck. But for some reason, the theory of luck makes her feel uneasy. And Rose is not surprised, because she feels the same way. It was as if in just a few minutes, she had experienced Yanshou's disappearance again, and the whole world fell into the abyss, with no end in sight. It was an extremely tormenting mental weightlessness. If you can find anyone who believes in this theory and helps you end the game, I will not object or stop you. And Rose's tone was very calm. But it made the princess feel like her heart was stabbed by a needle. Having lived to the age of 50 and experienced the baptism of war and blood, the princess thought she had seen a lot of suffering and had let go of many things. She realized belatedly that she had intentionally or unintentionally forced the other party to consider the overall situation and sacrifice himself. Such shamelessness. Such righteousness. What is the difference between those countries and those guilds? She imagined more than once that if a disaster came one day, she would definitely say to the Duozhu army that captured the school, "Let the children go. I will kill or chop them up. Whatever you want." Now, the situation has changed. The Duozhu army gave another choice: either sacrifice a child to the gods, or execute the whole school together. What should she choose? And Rose's voice broke the princess's wild thoughts. It was dark a long time ago, and the ghouls didn't appear until the raw materials of the potion were mature. I suspect that the nightmare tree sealed the farm into an independent space, isolating the effect of the Hollow Valley rainbow and giving birth to ghouls. The moment the crack above her head opened, and Rose observed the state of the Hollow Valley rainbow. The brightness of the rainbow has obviously increased by one level, but it is obviously not enough. During the day, the rainbow will emit a colorful light that seems to be in form and substance, which is the characteristic of the Hollow Valley rainbow's abundant energy. The number of ghouls generated by the potion raw materials is not enough, and they can only last for 15 minutes. Time is running out, and we need more ghouls to completely restore the energy of the rainbow of the valley. Princess Banyu stared at Rose's face for a long time, and her stagnant thoughts came to life. Restore the energy of the rainbow of the valley, and increase the speed of the nightmare forest to get rid of Shishijing's threat to destroy the forest. She said seriously, "Leave it to me." Chapter 157. Since his parents passed away suddenly, Shishijing has never been so calm. No sight, no hearing, no thought, no imagination. Just like an old monk in meditation. The moment his body was parasitized, he immediately realized that it was not an ordinary ghoul who took his body. When the light screen was turned on, and he saw his fingers sending out messages one by one, Shishijing was sure that it was the existence hidden under the appearance of the game. The invisible hand that released divine inspiration. The other party even read his memory, and knew about his previous conversation and transaction with Mo. In order not to arouse other people's suspicion, he even deliberately expressed his concern for his brother between the lines. Of course, there is a huge contradiction in the other party's approach. Before Shishijing went online, he had updated the latest strategy to all guilds, accepting Yong'an Farm as the 5th largest copy, and the other party mobilized all Lungyan members to launch a final siege on Yong'an. Shishijing originally still had a glimmer of hope that no one offline would question his decision, until he saw the content of one of the messages. Law, it has been confirmed that Yan'an Ghoul is at the end of his strength and has to hide in the Nightmare Forest. Now is the best time to eliminate Yonan's mission. This message was sent to the command channel. The presidents of the various guilds did not fully accept the decision to coexist peacefully with Yan'an, and they all expressed their approval. The senior players of the 5 major guilds came out in full force. Cold Soldier City has cars, and Ghost Island has thermal boats. Both non-prop type transportation tools are suitable for long-distance travel, and they soon arrived at the Nightmare Forest. They surrounded the forest, which was equivalent to surrounding Yan'an Farm. If Yan'an Ghoul really runs out of energy, only death awaits it. Shishijing is not panicked at all. People who make many decisions can often develop extremely sharp intuition. He believes in his intuition, and Ro is the one who ends the game. Pushing the god hidden behind the game, and Ro into a desperate situation of life and death, is exactly what Shishijing wants to see. After making up his mind, Shishijing heard his own voice, with a slight mockery and teasing. "Do you really think that Ro can kill me and end the game? Ghost King? Promote to legend? Enter the Ghost Ruins? Kill the Ghost King and end the game." Shishijing has heard this sentence pattern countless times. The mysterious shell of the other party peeled off again, which made him immediately think of his true identity. The Ghost King. The most mysterious existence in the game. The last existence seen by more than 20 legendary players before their sudden death. Heh. Shishijing. You have enough brains. But you are just unlucky. From the first time I saw you, I was sure that with your ability, no matter how long you spend, you will not be able to open the Ghost Ruins. Shishijing saw himself taking off his gloves, stretching and shaking his 5 fingers, and finally clenching them into fists. But, with me here, your luck has changed. Now you are a super god in the top 10 of the destiny list. Are you excited? Sure, Shijing simply stopped thinking. He even gave up his brother's life and death after struggling in vain. His own life was no longer a consideration. This is the awareness that should be possessed after discovering the existence of divine revelation. In the mind, the rolling consciousness suddenly stopped. Like a cloud of settling fog. Lifeless. Outside the forest, Shershi squinted his eyes. Interesting. He had underestimated this President Long Yin in the past. The senior managers standing at the top of the pyramid of human society are not all self-righteous fools. The night had already enveloped the wasteland, and the twilight was dispelled by the fire. 1 kilometer ahead, the fire had already enveloped the vast nightmare forest, gradually spreading from the edge to the inside. He didn't want to set the fire. After all, Chu Mo suddenly went offline, and there was a possibility that he would suddenly go online. If Chu Mo set fire to Enro himself, who knows what kind of temper he would get into. However, the hallucinogenic gas in the nightmare forest is too strong. It is unknown when it will be successful to cut a path through the dense forest by logging. It is better to cut the Gordian knot quickly. Sure, Shijing retracted his gaze, turned around, and fell on the high earth ridge behind him. After dealing with the ghoul tide, the army actually crossed hundreds of kilometers to find the nightmare forest. For such a long distance, how could it be possible that the speed of the nightmare forest has not increased significantly? The strange thing is that after the army found the nightmare forest, they found that the speed of the forest was much faster, but it was far from reaching a high speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour. Just like the nightmare tree suddenly rising to a height of 100 meters. This strange speed is really worrying. He can't delay any longer. Otherwise, more and more things in the soul world will be out of his control. Sure, she was standing on the roof of the car, following the car under his feet behind the forest, always keeping a distance of 1 kilometer from the edge of the forest. The members of Longyan were busy all around, wearing helmets with the characteristics of Ghost Island, and continuously delivering fuel and kerosene to the forest. Wanduwang ran closer, used the movement skill, and ran with the car. President, the fire line has advanced 200 meters. Do you want to shrink the blockade line? Sure, Shijing nodded. If the forest is burned by 1 inch, the hallucinogenic gas will shrink by 1 inch, and the army can encircle Yondon 1 inch closer. President, Chi Xian. He's fine. If you don't believe me, you can go offline and see for yourself after completing the task. That's not what I meant. Wanduwang explained hurriedly. Chi Xian was originally under the joint care of him and Lung Xixia. But the ghoul tide suddenly broke out, and the 3 of them were separated. When Wanduwang fought his way out and found Qixin, he saw Qixin being pierced by a claw from a ghoul, and he was shattered into a light spot with a look of fear in his eyes. From the player's perspective, he could not detect that the invisible luck that flowed from the light spot condensed into strands of silk and extended to Sher Shijing's palm. Seeing that Sher Shijing did not want to listen to his explanation, Wanduwang stopped talking consciously and was about to leave when his eyes swept over the forest. He was stunned. The tall and dense nightmare trees were like a majestic castle, surrounded by flames. Above the castle, the roof suddenly flew up. The jumping flames illuminated the tangled veins of the roof. It was a huge tree canopy. Under the tree canopy, a tiny figure flew into the air, with the figure as the center, extending countless slender ribbons. Most of the ribbons were pierced into the tree canopy, stretched into a straight line. Thousand-handed flying blades. Princess Half Moon. Wanduwang suddenly shouted, "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" The trees were too high, and the players close to the forest were blocked by the shadows of the trees, and could not see the strange phenomenon above. Only players like Wanduwang who were at a distance could witness it with their own eyes, and become alert instantly. Retreat! Princess Half Moon is coming out. Everyone be careful. Suddenly, Wanduwang's attention was attracted by the rising tree canopy, and he didn't realize that Sher Shijing was glaring at him fiercely at the moment he shouted. However, Wanduwang was not the only one who reminded his companions to retreat. Sher Shijing couldn't show that he regarded human life as worthless, so he could only suppress his displeasure and observe gloomily. The flames enveloped the huge trees, and the crackling sound of the fierce burning was deafening. Wearing helmets, the players approaching the forest could not hear what their companions behind them were shouting, until someone sent them a message. The players immediately threw away the supplies and fuel in their hands and fled like ants. However, no one expected that it was the escape that led them to death. The huge tree canopy above the forest suddenly exploded. The heavy branches shot in all directions at the speed of an arrow. The players, who were several hundred meters away from the forest, just lost the cover of the trees on the edge and were baptized by the feather arrows. The nightmare tree was 100 meters high, and even the branches at the top were as thick as a human leg. Caught off guard, no one could dodge the sweep of these branches. In the blink of an eye, the outside of the forest was full of broken limbs, either dead or injured. Shishijin raised a very faint sneer. The Ghost King's parasitism strengthened his various attributes. From the moment Princess Banwa appeared, he saw clearly that the treetops were woven together with silk. The short period of floating in the air was when Princess Half Moon was waiting for the opportunity to attack. The players fled in all directions, exposing themselves to the attack range. Of course, Shishijin also understood that the main purpose of Princess Half Moon's operation was not to hurt people, but to put out the fire. Most of the branches with great power fell into the inner circle of the forest fire, smashing a circular deep pit. She was putting out the fire in this way. Too naive. Shishijin gave an order to the sluggish P-Yellow, notify them to continue to light the fire. Wando Huang looked at him blankly, but the combat power of Princess Half Moon, who is ranked second on the list, is too strong. The high players on the Destiny list seem to be crowded together, all in the top 100 of the server. But in fact, every time they move up one place, their strength can be greatly improved. Princess Half Moon is second only to Chuimo. And like Chuimo, she has stayed at the top of the list for a long time, and is almost regarded as a legend by wild guests. But since she is a player, a person living in the real world, shouldn't the priority strategy of the guild be to conquer offline? Shishijin's cold eyes fell on his face. But what? Even if she can do it again, will there still be a tree canopy above her head? A good cook cannot cook without rice. Such a simple truth. Do you need me to teach you? Wando Huang subconsciously felt unhappy. As the minister of the spiritual domain, he was used to being lazy and had many slick means. But the strength and pressure shown by Shishijin made everything useless. He had to admit that Shishijin's analysis made sense. Large-scale AoE attacks require a high amount of energy consumption, especially the attack method of the princess, which also requires a large amount of tree canopy. Just now, a large area of the treetops in the forest had been cleared. Even if there were a few more waves, at most some players would lose a chance to revive, which could even be called no damage consumption. Wando Huang was about to agree, but then he realized that it was too late. Shishijin raised his hand and quickly clicked in front of him. The light screen of Wando Huang popped up, and it was the order issued by Shishijin himself in the channel. It's over. This time I offended my boss. Wando Huang couldn't help but sneak a glance at Shishijin, but saw that the other party suddenly jumped up, and the momentum was fast and fierce. With a bang, the car's roof shrank a lot, scaring the players inside to slam on the brakes. Wando Huang's eyes followed Shishijin's figure involuntarily, and suddenly, he saw an even more shocking scene. Above the forest, in the dark night sky that even the forest fire could not illuminate, a surging white cloud appeared. It was centered on the forest and spread in all directions at the speed of a blink of an eye. When he came to his senses, the area within a few kilometers was covered by the glowing cloud. Ghoul. It's Ghoul. On the night when Yondon Farm flew into the empty valley, he and Chishi were on the same thermal boat and witnessed the exact same scene. Everyone prepared to resist the ghouls. Wando Huang roared, and at the same time looked at Shishijin's rapidly receding back. Gritted his teeth. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Shishijin heard Wando Huang's roar. He wanted to crush this cowardly human to death, but he didn't have time. All the players near the forest were resurrected and online, retreating in panic, and only he went upstream, crossed the trench made by the princess, and sank into the forest. In the blink of an eye, the Ghost King's true body appeared on the top of the forest. At this height, he finally saw Yong'an Farm hidden in the center of the forest, and the dim colorful light on the farm. The Ghost King immediately understood what Enro was going to do. She actually saw through the destiny. The soul-calling song sounded in his ears, and the first batch of ghouls came to life. They came from all directions, stirring up all the white bubbles, making the clouds look like a huge vortex. The ghouls gathered into a thick pure white tornado, and pounced on the hollow rainbow in the farm. The Ghost King stared at the tornado, his eyes flashing with a strange light. It was useless. The attraction of the hollow rainbow to the ghouls was too great, and he could not control the ghouls at all. He gritted his teeth, and his body turned into a piece of water light, like a large net that continued to expand, covering the entire tornado. The tornado's descent speed stagnated, but it was only a stagnation. He transformed into thousands of ghouls, and could clearly feel that there was an invisible force from bottom to top, tearing the ghouls apart. At the bottom of the tornado, the water light condensed into a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes as dark as the sun, hundreds of meters away, stared at him from afar. Unro. And Ro. In terms of controlling ghouls, Enro's power was no match for his. But now, Enro was only using her power to assist the rainbow of the valley, which was another matter. A slight difference made him lose control of the ghouls. The white tornado sank suddenly, dispersing the pair of watery ghost eyes, and roared into the rainbow of the valley. The power of the element surged, and the colorful streamers bloomed like flowers in an instant, filling every corner of the farm. The rainbow of the valley finally recovered the energy it had during the day, and the life force suddenly burst out. At the top of the forest, the missing tree canopy grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the forest, the dense and thick roots seemed to be injected with the highest grade fuel. Twitching rapidly, the nightmare forest began to run at high speed again. At the top of the forest, the Ghost King's figure condensed again, and the place where he stood turned into the edge of the tree canopy in the blink of an eye. His eyes were full of resentment, but he did not forget to go into the forest. And the moment when the nightmare forest took away Shi Jing's body, he parasitized his body again. Sure, Shi Jing had already fallen into a nightmare, and suddenly woke up. The first picture he saw was a light screen map. His hand dragged the map downwards, and his sight stayed in the northeast direction of the upper right corner of the map. On the map, a winding coastline appeared. On the opposite side of the coastline, in the densely packed archipelago, 2 words were marked: Ghost Island. From the empty valley in the southwest to the Ghost Island in the northeast. In just one day, Yong'an Farm had actually run so far? Sure, Shi Jing couldn't control his thoughts for a moment. Then, he felt himself squint his eyes, and his vision was dim. The map slid to a place that was even further back than the Ghost Island. A pure black area without a boundary line and any text markings. Would you see? He heard his own voice, and gritted his teeth. Chapter 158. Even in the daytime of the floating island, the rainbow of the empty valley has never exuded such magnificent colors. With the rainbow as the center, 7 colors of light circles spread out, and each layer of light circles was as thick as liquid, like the syrup after the rainbow candy melted, flowing slowly along the circular trajectory of the light circle. Countless water droplets overflowed from the light circle, floating to every corner of the farm like flowers scattered by fairies, emitting dazzling glare under the illumination of the rainbow light and the farm lights. And Rose stretched out her hand, and several raindrops that looked like gems passed through her palm, fell down little by little, and sank into the ground. There was a slight sound in the sky, and Princess Half Moon broke through the light shield and landed in front of her. And the princess had no time to marvel at the dreamy scene. The forest started running again, faster than in the afternoon. I suddenly realized a problem. The moving track of the nightmare forest? You know? The princess was surprised. And Rose shook her head. I don't know. I just vaguely felt that it had some connection with the farm. To be precise, it had a secret connection with getting rich. But she subconsciously blurred her statement. When you told me about the nightmare forest, didn't you say it was moving towards the empty valley? After the farm entered the forest, it didn't stop, but started moving in the opposite direction. The princess couldn't help but pat her thigh. Yes. How could I forget this? It's not her fault. Since the princess found the farm in the forest, sure, she was being parasitized by the Ghost King, and the ghoul was the fuel for the empty valley rainbow. Everything was shocking, enough to consume all her attention. To be honest, this nightmare forest should be recreated by us. At that time, the farm had just left Lingbing City, and the joint team was chasing them closely. So we were forced to recreate a forest to intercept them. The connection between the forest and the farm should have been planted at that time. The princess quickly recalled the trajectory of Yan'an Farm and the forest, and the overlap was not much. But if the forest is regarded as the pursuer of the farm, the trajectory is very consistent. After all, before today, the forest moved very slowly. This is a strange phenomenon that the princess has never seen in the game for more than 20 years. Similarly, the farm owner in row in front of her is also an NPC she has never seen before. And Row ignored the princess's speculative gaze and said, "The northeast is the ghost island. You can check the map for location. According to the current speed of the forest, I am afraid it is not far from the ghost island." The princess turned on the light screen and patted her leg again. "What do you mean it is not far? It will soon reach the ghost island. I saw it clearly just now. The forest has been speeding up. The speed at this time has surpassed the master players." The two looked at each other, and horror emerged in each other's eyes at the same time. If the nightmare forest did not change its route and went straight forward, it would either cross the coastline and sink into the sea, or crush the archipelago and destroy the world. What? Shut down the server? If it weren't for the holographic connection, President Faley would have slammed the table loudly. Do you know how high the GDP of Ghost Island is in an hour? How many black technology equipment can it produce? Shut down the server? The Yatin Guild frowned and looked at him, without saying a word. Although President Faley is not very smart, what he said is correct. Let's hear how Long Yin responds first. Yu Fengqiu opened the message reproduced by the logistics department on the holographic projection screen. It was the message that Shi Shijing sent to the command channel. The presidents of all the guilds were offline, and no one saw the order at the first time. However, no one suspected that Yu Fengqiu had falsely conveyed the imperial edict. After all, as long as they logged into the game, they would know whether Shi Shijing had sent a message. What they questioned was Shi Shijing's decision. Seeing that everyone had seen almost everything, Yu Fengqiu turned to call up a map. I've told you all the guild leaders earlier that the Nightmare Forest has been moving. The direction of movement is northeast. Draw a straight line, and the end is right at Onigashima. President Faley, do you want the Nightmare Forest to land on Onigashima again with Yongin Farm? The Nightmare Forest has hallucinogenic properties and is a hunting ground for ghouls. It is a big problem in itself. Not to mention that Yongin Farm hidden in the forest has already caused a heavy blow to Onigashima. The two major guilds on Onigashima are naturally unwilling. Didn't you say before that according to the speed of the Nightmare Forest, it would take at least 2 or 3 days to reach the Ghost Island? President Faley questioned. 2 or 3 days. Hundreds of thousands of people are not enough to destroy the forest and get rid of Yangon? Yu Fengqiu did not feel guilty at all. According to the Dragon Flame Research Institute, the energy of the Valley Rainbow can catalyze the growth rate of the Nightmare Tree to a certain extent and speed up the entire forest. At this moment, the speed of the Nightmare Forest is as high as 500 kilometers per hour. And it is still accelerating. Everyone was shocked. 500 kilometers? The top speed of the latest warship of Guidao is only 100 kilometers per hour. How is it possible? Even the top super gods don't have such a terrifying speed? There are some. Chu Imo. His weapon is a flying sword. But Chu Imo is offline. What's the point of mentioning him? Even if he is online, will he stop Yangon? I'm afraid he will run to the front to clear the way. The chaotic discussion was interrupted by Yu Fengqiu. President Faley. President Yatin. A nightmare forest of 1 million square meters colliding with the Ghost Island archipelago at high speed. What a disaster that would be. Can you imagine? So, temporarily shutting down the Ghost Island dungeon is the most feasible solution at the moment. If the two of you insist on not agreeing, our Chinese country can only forcibly shut down the main server controller in accordance with the guild agreement. President Faley hesitated to speak, and finally swallowed his resentment. President Yatin thought, even if the service is temporarily suspended, it will only delay the crisis. When the server is opened, the Nightmare Forest will still hit the Ghost Island, which is only a temporary solution. After the server is shut down, all scenes and characters in the Ghost Island dungeon will disappear. In the minds of most players, the Ghost Island dungeon is limited to the sea. But it is not. The real dungeon dividing line is actually on the land of no life. The United Corps has already entered the Ghost Island area in pursuit of the Nightmare Forest. If the United Corps disappears, who else can solve Yangon during the server shutdown? Even if they don't disappear, they can't even find Yong'an Shadow in the disappeared Ghost Island dungeon. So what's the point of the mission to eliminate Yangon? It doesn't matter whether we treat the symptoms or the root cause at the moment. The most urgent thing is to prevent the Ghost Island from being destroyed by the forest. Isn't it? Yu Fengqiu said, hiding his uneasiness with a determined smile. Besides, since President Liu has made this decision, he should have had specific countermeasures long ago. At this point, besides trusting President Liu. Do you have any better way? Just now, team leader, you hurriedly asked me to check the ink removal situation. Alas, that can't be helped. Too many players have been in trouble recently, and the command center is short of medical personnel. Before the people transferred in from outside arrive, we can only grit our teeth and hold on. Is this the point? Do you think I'm afraid of being tired? Just for the fact that the world's first human brain separation was successful. I wish I could be transferred to the special medical team. Shh. Keep your voice down. Are you afraid that no one will know that you violated the confidentiality agreement? Then what is your point? I accidentally heard team leader you calling the technical team. And it seems that he is going to shut down the server again. Another shutdown? It's only been a few days. Is this the second time? Otherwise I would have told you. I've never seen anything like this before. I wonder how much people will scold me online this time. Through a wall, the patient's ears were filled with high and low voices. The vague consciousness could not assemble the meaning of the words until he heard the two words shutdown. John Shinksa suddenly opened his eyes. The voice next door became clearer, and he returned to the previous topic. By the way, what is the current status of Chu Mo? Not very good. Didn't you say yesterday that the brain was very active, and the brain waves were very active? Hey, I'm telling you. Don't tell anyone. The situation was indeed very stable yesterday, until after lunch today, when all the indicators suddenly began to weaken. The special medical team discussed it for an afternoon and concluded that it was because the game was cut off, resulting in insufficient stimulation of nerve impulses. What did you say? The ink removal was offline? It's really... I've never seen anything like this before. Who said it wasn't? I always thought that he would die in the game with his physical condition. But he went offline to have his brain separated. And just a few days after he came back online, his nerve connection was inexplicably cut off again. Command Center Building, 4th floor underground. The special medical team worked until late at night, and finally half of them dispersed to rest. The remaining half of the team stayed behind, also feeling dizzy and drowsy. A medical member took a last look at the specially made, surprisingly small holographic cabin. Although all indicators were one level weaker, they finally stabilized. It shouldn't be a problem to get through tonight. Right? He thought so, and closed his eyelids. At the same time, the indicator light outside the holographic cabin suddenly lit up. A bright green. In a place that the human eye cannot penetrate. The most sophisticated instrument parts in the world are shrouded by a trace of electric light. Nerve impulses should be sent by the instrument and transmitted to the brain in the special container. At this moment, the process is reversed. On the light screen of Princess Half Moon, the cursor representing her own location almost overlaps with the coastline. She looked at Enro. Let's start. Enro made the decision. Extinguishing the energy of the valley rainbow can slow down the forest. When the farm is dormant and cannot move, it is only a matter of time before it is surrounded by the United Army again. It is better to use the Nightmare Forest as a protective shell and go wherever the forest wants to go. After all, they are also very curious about where the destination of the Nightmare Forest is. Enro met the princess's eyes and nodded silently. At the moment when the cursor crossed the coastline, the two of them tensed their nerves at the same time. The first challenge faced by Nightmare Forest is the high-voltage electricity in the seawater of Ghost Island. However, their eyes went dark at the same time. The princess suddenly disappeared in front of her, and Enro subconsciously reached out and touched nothing. A thick fog broke into her brain, making her lose her ability to think for a short time. After she came to her senses, everything around her disappeared. Ghost ruins. Enro thought of this term at the first time. The real soul world hidden under the game's skin is called Ghost Ruins by players. Is the game shut down again? The last time I entered the Ghost Ruins, it was because the spirit realm was temporarily shut down. Enro was startled and looked in a certain direction. Her sight followed her mind, rising and moving further. Across the charred hills, she saw the white figure. The Ghost King. It turned out that the Ghost King was using Shishijing's power to do something tricky. Seeing that he couldn't stop the Nightmare Forest, he chose to shut down the server. She found him, and he easily found her. The Ghost King's face quickly approached, so fast that Enro couldn't tell who was approaching whom. A cold and playful smile hung on the corner of his lips. You didn't expect it. Enro. Chapter 159. Enro lowered her eyes, and the yellow mist was condensing into her body. It was exactly the same as the last time she entered the Ghost Ruins. But unlike the last time, this time, even though she knew she had a pair of eyes that could see far away, she did not find the existence of Chuimo. Thanks to Chuimo, she was blessed with the luck of the soul world, and she intuitively felt that she had the ability to fight against the Ghost King, but she had no idea how to use it. The Ghost King did not take action immediately, so she could only use static to control dynamic, and Ro's eyes fell on the Ghost King opposite her, and she decisively chose to taunt him back. Hey, isn't this the Ghost King? How come he has changed his appearance? Does the soul world also have the concept of infringing on the right of portrait? The Ghost King in front of him is wearing Shijing's face, no longer looking like Jia Xian. Shijing is elegant and fair-skinned, perhaps because he has been at the helm of the Longyan Guild for too long. His eyes behind the glasses always make people feel cold and mean. The resentment in the depths of the Ghost King's eyes just magnified this temperament. No wonder the one-to-one restoration of the face of the rich man can only be a copy of Jia Xian. The Ghost King was not angry, but smiled coldly. It seems that you really think you have a loyal dog. His sight fell on Enro. Come out. Why are you still hiding? Enro was startled and looked with her peripheral vision. A white figure appeared less than a meter away from her. The soul of Bao Fu. Bao Bao has awakened? How could she not feel anything? Bao Fu's facial features were still pure white, and there seemed to be no pupils in his eyes. But Enro caught his firm sight. Master, don't be afraid. I'm here, he said. The Ghost King suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he fell forward and backward. Interesting. So interesting. One by one. I am for you. You are for him. Does anyone know who is the real winner? He suddenly took off his glasses, and his figure rose sharply, like a god looking down at the people on the ground. After so many years, you are dead and gone, and you still dare to say you are here? A white light came out from Bao Fu's forehead, circling and turning into a long sword. I have Phoenix Flame, he said in a low voice. There are many departments in the holographic command center, all of which are called Technical Team. The equipment maintenance team responsible for maintaining the server is also one of them. However, no matter how much everyone calls them, almost no one knows where the equipment maintenance team is. Some people guess that the game room is located on the snowy mountain. Some guess that it is in the desert in the northwest known as the Devil City. And some guess that the computer room is located in the hinterland of the most powerful military region to prevent any irrational country from sending people to fight for it. They are all wrong. John Shingsa has been the deputy of the Second Council for many years, and only learned by chance that the computer room is in the holographic command center. It is not on the ground, but underground, deeper than the fourth underground floor where the ink removal device is located. John Shingsa? Are you awake? Yes. President Liu notified me to go online for an important mission. You have just finished such a big operation, and you have to go online. Your body? It's fine. The special police outside the door are all familiar faces. And John Shingsa enters Erwi's office smoothly. Erwi is old, and since he is his deputy, the holographic cabin is placed in Erwi's office. And he and Erwi share a medical team. By the way, the matter of the second meeting. Before closing the door, the special police suddenly said, Oh, President Liu has informed you. You should know. No. Know what? Did something happen in the second meeting? John Shingsa did not ask the question out loud. Compared to closing the server, these are not important. He hummed and closed the door. His back immediately pressed against the door, suppressing his breathing. Pain. There is no part of my body that does not hurt, especially the back. The tingling and burning feeling seems to be covered by the burning wind and cold wind at the same time. But he knew that the real pain was not on the surface, but in the bone marrow that could not be touched by fingers, and the heart that was missing a large piece. Cold sweat slid down his eyelashes. John Shingsa took a few seconds to calm his breathing and opened his eyes. Late at night, only some equipment in the huge office was lit with dim lights. On the desk, the documents were messy. Through a glass inner door, he saw his extra-large holographic cabin. He walked over with the help of the wall and pushed open another door next to it. Inside was the suite of Erwi, and there was a secret door hidden in the closet. At the door, there was an elevator, directly to the underground machine room. There was a metal handrail in the elevator. John Shingsa held it tightly, and the dark blue veins on the back of his pale hand were slightly bulging. As soon as the elevator stopped, John Shingsa stood up straight. He had never been here before. as one of the secret entrances to the machine room. There should be special police on duty outside the elevator. But as the elevator door opened, he didn't see anyone. Only chaotic voices poured in. Quickly check what's going on. Is it the Ghost Island copy server that is affected? I've never seen this situation before. First conduct a comprehensive investigation. If it still doesn't stabilize, notify Ghost Island to open the server. In front of him was a long and narrow corridor, and voices came from the end of the corridor. John Shinksa leaned against the wall and slowly moved over. As he got closer, he saw the crazy flashing lights projected on the wall. That was the light from the server. Here. There is abnormal data here. As if a virus has invaded. But I don't understand it. Are there not enough incomprehensible game data? Don't look at it. Just cut off the line. It's better to have a problem somewhere than to have a problem in the whole server. Got it. Soon. The light on the wall softened. Turning and turning. Becoming very regular. Everyone inside breathed a sigh of relief. Do we still need to notify Guidao? Someone asked. Forget it. Team leader, you said that Yongan's mission is on Guidao. Now that it's stable, don't disrupt their actions. When will it be? What if there are abnormal data again? Who knows when Ghost Island will stop serving? Let's cover it up, and we'll talk about it later. Yongan. On Ghost Island? John Shinksa closed his eyes and breathed, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. He slid down slowly against the wall, and suddenly opened his eyes. It doesn't matter if the other party is a dummy made by data, or a god hidden behind Shinji. It's the same to him. One life for another. Phoenix Flame. Happy to meet. Phoenix Flame. Unpredictable anger. Phoenix Flame. Worry never forgotten. Phoenix Flame. Endless thoughts. In the Dark Soul world, the white long sword brought up a burst of devouring fire, trying to strangle the gods in the sky. However, no matter which part of the Ghost King it attacked, there would always be a hole in that place at the critical moment for the flying sword to pass through. The Ghost King's voice was like thunder, rolling down. Do you really think that you can hurt me if it is not a sneak attack? Do you really think that you can resist the way of heaven with just the little luck you have gathered? Sia Xian, you are still wishful thinking. The Ghost King's boundless body was already riddled with holes. Just as he finished his last word, a white flying sword shot out from all the holes at the same time. He copied all the attacks of the Phoenix Flame Sword and chose this moment to return them in full. Thousands of flying swords were like meteors, and the white flames they dragged out were like comet tails, covering the sky and the earth, covering the two people on the ground. Suddenly, a burst of red light emerged from the black earth, condensing into deep red lightning at lightning speed, facing the white sword rain. One was imitating the sword moves of the Phoenix Flame Sword, and the other had only half the attack power of the Yoshi sword. The two were tit for tat, and evenly matched. All the energy exploded at the same time, dissipating into a violent gust of wind, making the huge figure of the Ghost King flicker. The black fog rose from the ground, condensed into a thin human figure, suspended above Enro and Baofu's heads, and confronted the Ghost King from a distance. Chu Mo. The Ghost King roared like thunder. Open your eyes, and see who that is. You still want to go against me now? Chu Mo's eyes were dim, and he stayed on Baofu's face for a moment, and finally looked at Enro. Enro frowned, and did not avoid his sight. This guy looks like nothing has changed. But Enro sensed a sense of vulnerability. Chu Mo looked away, and looked at the Ghost King. His voice still hoarse. Don't worry. I won't kill you. I just want her to live. Won't kill me. Don't talk like you have the ability to kill me. The Ghost King raised his hand. Do you know where she's going? The Wuji Sea. Chu Mo's body obviously stiffened for a moment, but he still repeated, I just want her to live. The world was silent for a moment. The Ghost King burst into laughter again, and every syllable of his laughter was like thunder rolling in the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. Enro ignored Chu Mo's meaningless words and focused on the place the Ghost King mentioned. The Wuji Sea. The destination of the Nightmare Forest is called the Wuji Sea. She had never heard of this place. While thinking, Baofu flew to Chu Mo's side on his sword. My recovered power is insufficient. You and I can protect the master by merging. Chu Mo's eyes fell on the Phoenix Flame Sword. The Ghost King's big face suddenly descended and looked at the two of them closely. His face had abandoned the appearance of Shishijin. The hollowness on his face could only be barely called facial features, and the elongated corners of his lips were as sharp as a knife. He was laughing. Phoenix Flame and Yoshi, the two most powerful flying swords in the world. were once your swords. Now that you have found Phoenix Flame, you must want to take Yoshi back. Right? What a pity. It's a pity that Chumo, this stubborn guy, secretly merged his luck with Yoshi in order to kill me. Except for him. No one can control Yoshi now. Unless you devour Chumo? Hee. Devouring souls. Isn't that what you have been doing all along? What are you waiting for? Isn't it your favorite thing to deprive millions of people of their luck in order to improve your own realm? The roar of the Ghost King exploded beside his ears. Chumo's eyes fell on Baofu's pure white eyes. He couldn't understand Baofu's eyes, but he could tell that Baofu had a faint but sincere smile on his lips. I just want to protect the master, and I don't care about other things. He repeated the words twice with the same meaning as Chumo. Baofu's words obviously angered the Ghost King, and his huge head suddenly tilted back. Hypocrisy. Stupid. Every word was like thunder, bringing with it lightning that was ready to move. How dare you speak nonsense in front of me and the heavenly Tao? Since you have come to my door, let's die together and accept the punishment of the heavenly Tao's endless reincarnation together. The Ghost King's figure suddenly spread out, as if someone poured a bucket of white paint on the dome, covering the entire night. He tried to swallow up the only 3 people in the soul world in one breath. 3 unprecedented rich fortunes. Phoenix and Yoshi. The 2 swords rang. At this moment, white paint also surged from the ground and instantly climbed onto Enro's feet. Enro wanted to lift her legs, but the huge suction force generated from the ground made it difficult for her to move. Master, Baofu whispered, looking at Chumo. If we don't merge, the master will be in danger. Chumo dived towards Enro. Baofu hurriedly chased after her. My strength has not recovered yet, and you only have half of your true body. You can't hide by hiding. His body suddenly stagnated, and then there was a terrifying thunderclap above his head. A big hole broke in the white sky, and lightning containing the power of destiny fell from it, striking Enro directly. Chumo had already rushed to Amber's side and pulled her, but failed to free her from the suction force under her feet. He also noticed the lightning falling from the sky, and in a moment of desperation, he used his body to block Andrew in front of him. The lightning came in an instant. The silent but fierce wind spread in all directions. Andrew squinted her eyes, and after a while, she realized that it was Baofu who used his body to block Chumo again. The pure white figure melted in the strong light. Bao bao. The strong light dissipated, and everything in the field of vision became messy and complicated. Colorful rainbow lights, neon lights, farm buildings, glowing pools, and dense and tangled treetops on all sides. In the chaos, there is an indescribable silence. She is back, getting rid of the ghost ruins, and returning to the soul world in the game. The Yong'an farm in the soul world. After realizing this, her eyes went dark, and the messy picture became clear and orderly. She returned to her body and opened her eyes. And Rose suddenly thought of Baofu, and hurriedly looked away. Bao bao. Where are you? Before she got a response, she felt that she was pulled up by someone. When she looked carefully, it was Chumo. Be careful, Chumo said. Outside the farm, above the lush forest, a huge teleportation array suddenly lit up. The spirit tower fell rapidly from the array, like a seal falling from the sky, smashing into the nightmare forest. Chapter 160. As soon as the Ghost Island copy was restored, the princess immediately logged into the game, and saw Enro as soon as she opened her eyes. Why? Before she finished asking, her eyes were cast towards the sky above the farm. There, a black figure wrapped in a blue lightning pattern easily broke through the light shield. Through the tiny hole, the princess glimpsed a shadow flashing above the forest, and her eyes widened. Spirit Tower. Enro looked back and said, What Spirit Tower? The Spirit Tower of the Spirit Realm is hidden in the core of the Spirit Realm Wanshan. It is said that the entire Chaos Star Array is controlled by it. The princess murmured, shocked and puzzled. How could the Spirit Tower appear here? Outside, the Nightmare Forest was running wildly, recovering at the same time as the Ghost Island copy. The behemoth under the night passed the coast and plunged into the dark sea, with a circle of dazzling lightning exploding around the edge. The tree roots began to twist wildly under the high-energy voltage, and thick smoke surged from the bottom of the forest and spread rapidly along the sea surface. The energy of the valley rainbow gave the nightmare tree a powerful regeneration ability. The tree roots were constantly burned by high-voltage electricity, and they continued to struggle to grow. The forbidden area, that even the top super gods dared not to violate only slowed down the speed of the forest's madness. It still had unparalleled destructive power, instantly breaking through the light shield of the ghost island and crushing the outermost Tua island. However, this slight slowdown also brought it a fatal threat. The huge spiritual tower that fell from the array pattern could just hit the center of the forest. The bright blue sword light shot out from the top of the forest and reached the base of the tower, bearing the tremendous force brought by the spiritual tower. John Shinksa stood on the top of the spiritual tower and recognized the sword light at the first time. He opened his mouth, and a square array appeared in front of him, spreading the sound in all directions. Chu-mo, don't stop me. In return, Chu-mo struck an unstoppable sword. No matter how special the material of the spirit tower is, it can't compare to the Sword of Abandonment. The Sword of Abandonment pierced through 18 floors and brought Chu-mo to the top of the tower. There was a deafening sound of crackling, and under the feet of the two, the spirit tower broke into pieces and fell on the islands. Chu-mo's interception slowed down the speed of the spirit tower's fall, and the nightmare forest had already run forward. The bottom pillars of the island crushed by the forest were severely damaged, and the falling spirit tower became the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the support to break completely. The island, along with the panicked people on it, sank into the abyss of death little by little. Fortunately, there were many thermal ships on several islands, and the players ran to the nearest ship to escape. Chu-mo glanced at the person in front of him with his peripheral vision. John Shinksa, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is not John Shinksa's character. The Second Association took great pains to train him to be the deputy of the spirit realm, precisely because they believed that John Shinksa had the potential to fight against Shirshishin. But John Shinksa could not suppress his hatred no matter what. Don't be impulsive? Yongin killed my brother. You want me to be impulsive? Chu-mo, who the hell do you think you are? Chu-mo was speechless. The handsome young man in front of him was not John Shinksa, but a medium. But the fourth place on the destiny list had changed from medium to John Shinksa. And the skills displayed by the man in front of him were also skills that only John Shinksa had. The Wanling Formation? If it weren't for the power of the Wanling Formation, the other party would not have been able to forcibly teleport the spirit tower here. The medium didn't care what Chuma was thinking. At this moment, she only had one thing in mind: revenge. Taking advantage of Chumo's rare moment of distraction, she quickly activated the Wanling magic array, and a magic array appeared out of thin air under her feet, and she was instantly teleported to a very far place behind Chumo. With every step she took, the magic array spread like ripples, and the distance between her and the nightmare forest was shortened by a lot. Chumo looked at her figure, and suddenly a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Why? Aren't you so soft-hearted that you can kill everyone in the world just for Anru? Chumo's heart sank, and he chased after the medium without even looking at the person in front of him. But he was a step too late. A pure white sword light suddenly shot out from the forest, and the target was exactly the medium who took a step forward. The Wanling formation was extremely fast, but it was not without flaws. The biggest flaw was the moment when the user disappeared and reappeared. At that moment, the medium had not yet gotten rid of the teleportation state and could not see the outside scene. Calculated in time, it might be less than half a second, but this extremely fast sword light was just within this half second. It pierced the psychic's forehead. Medium. This call was stuck in Chumo's throat. He turned back suddenly to look for the Ghost King, but the Ghost King had already appeared in front of him, with the 5 fingers of his right hand open, greedily absorbing the luck of the psychic. Ah! This power comes at the right time, doesn't it? The Ghost King glanced back at Chumo. Once the twins die, the Zhan family will lose their heirs, and there will be chaos. Right? By then, I'm afraid that half of China's transportation system will collapse. He noticed the rare look of confusion on Chumo's face, and pretended to be in a daze. Are you curious why she is a medium and not John Shinksa? Chumo, this human skin really makes you dull and stupid. The Ghost King stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the medium's body floated in front of him. He lifted the chin of the body and rushed towards Chumo. A line of blood flowed down from the center of the eyebrows, and it was indeed John Shinksa's face. The Ghost King smiled, because of the incompleteness. There are countless changes. Isn't it just like you and me? Chumo. As the last word came out, the body collapsed into light spots. The holographic command center office was in chaos. Fortunately, it was a holographic projection. Otherwise the 2 guild masters of Ghost Island would have smashed the conference table. You are the ones who said that Ghost Island should be shut down. And you are the ones who secretly let the dungeon go online. You asked Shishijin to come out. And everyone must give an explanation today. Yu Fengqiu was almost going crazy. But he managed to stay calm. President Liu has already led people to chase them. The two guildmasters. Please wait patiently. Wait. If we wait any longer, the entire Ghost Island will sink into the sea. President Fei Li shouted until his voice broke. President Yatin's tone was low and very compelling. Each dungeon was developed from divine inspiration. After it went online, the main creators died one after another. The 4 dungeons have never suffered such a huge damage. It is still unknown whether they can be repaired. Can Yu Longyan afford this responsibility? Yu Fengqiu's blood vessels were throbbing at the corners of his forehead. And he slammed the table. He could no longer control his panic. And his face was distorted. Is it only your Ghost Island that suffered losses? To be honest, 5 minutes ago, the entire Spirit Realm dungeon collapsed. And the possibility of repair is 0. When he received the news, he was completely stunned. News blockade, public opinion control, player appeasement. All follow-up measures were arranged almost instinctively. Before he could react to what happened, the special police solved the case. John Qingse was found in the surveillance. The servers of the 2 major copies of Ghost Island and Empty Valley are all in the hands of the copy development country. The so-called copy fusion is just setting up a second controller in China. If an emergency occurs, China can directly intervene. John Qingse secretly turned on the second controller, causing the Ghost Island copy to suddenly recover. And he himself died in the holographic cabin for unknown reasons. The entire office suddenly became quiet. All the big guilds present had infiltrated each other offline and arranged many spies in other camps. Coincidentally, after Yu Fengqiu's outbreak, the presidents of various guilds received information about the collapse of the Spirit Realm copy. Although the Spirit Realm camp was fully controlled by Long Yin, only China was damaged. But the sudden collapse of one of the 4 major copies inevitably made them feel uneasy. President Gar swallowed his saliva and broke the silence. What happened? Such a disaster cannot be concealed. Yu Fengqiu was feeling suffocated. No matter how high his professionalism was, he needed a place to vent. He was completely depressed. His throat was hoarse. The Spirit Tower is missing. And the Chaos Star formation has disappeared. President Gar opened his mouth in disbelief. What about the Spirit Realm Wanshan? Suddenly losing the magnetic traction, Wanshan derailed, collided, and broke into pieces under the inertial force of high-speed operation. From a high position, falling into dust. In comparison, the loss of the Spirit Realm players was the smallest, only losing a chance to revive, having their life value cut in half, and experiencing another severe phantom pain of self-healing. When they go online again, at worst they can go to the first headquarters of Lungyan, Lungbing City, to continue the game. President Oli stood up suddenly. Where are the potions? Can the Spirit Realm still produce potions like this? Yu Fengqiu was stunned. With such a big thing as the copy crashing, the other party actually only considered potions? Anger replaced frustration and rolled in his chest. Fortunately, President Yatin pulled the topic back. These situations can be dealt with later. The most important thing now is the Ghost Island copy. According to the speed of the Nightmare Forest, it may have rushed to the core level 1 island. Is there any way to stop it? With the loss of Longyan in the past, his attitude has softened a lot. And he looked at Yu Fengqiu. Team leader Yu, I know you are under a lot of pressure, but things should be prioritized. If the Ghost Island collapses like the Spirit Realm, the equipment output to other camps will be cut off. At that time, whether Lingbing City or Gahunj can operate normally is unknown. Lingbing City is the largest dungeon, and the number of players even exceeds the total of the remaining 3 dungeons. The cooperation between Lingbing City and Guidao is the closest. Yu Fengqiu took a deep breath in silence, and his eyes regained firmness. President Yatin, President Fei Li, please mobilize all players on Guidao to intercept the Nightmare Forest. I will continue to contact President Liu and cooperate with Guidao to attack from both sides. Yu Fengqiu walked out of the meeting room, stopped suddenly at the corner, and supported the wall. The pressure was too great. Under normal circumstances, the pressure would not be on him, but on the shoulders of President Long Yen. However, Shishijin was not there. He could not contact Shishijin. After learning that the Spirit Realm copy had collapsed, he immediately rushed to Shishijin's office. When he came to his senses, He had unplugged the power of the holographic cabin. Strangely, Shishijing did not wake up. Yu Fengqiu was shocked and hurriedly plugged in the power, only to find that the person in the cabin was still breathing and had not died suddenly. There is only one reasonable explanation for a person who is alive but cannot wake up after the power is cut off. Shishijing is in a coma, but Yu Fengqiu cannot confirm whether this is the reason. After all, it is unreasonable. Moreover, in the current situation of collapse, Shishijing cannot be in a coma, no matter how bad the ending is. Someone needs to take the blame. This person can only be Shishijing. Before that, what can he do? Cheat Guidao and wait for Guidao to collapse? Yu Fengqiu couldn't help grabbing his hair, completely ignoring the image of the leader of the Dragon Breath group. Got it. He paused and rushed to the game building. When you accept that everything is going to the worst, you will calm down. After settling down all the panic, Cao Cao finally realized that he was cheated. He was cheated by the boss. From the abandoned small farm to the 5th camp, every plan made by the boss was perfect and successfully implemented. When the time came, he used a plan full of loopholes to cheat him. Save my brother from the Ghost King and help the boss establish good negotiation conditions. This plan failed. Kick yourself out of the game and never go online again. The boss's real intention behind the plan has been achieved. This late realization made Cao Cao silent like a piece of wood, until he was taken to a game room by the special police. When the members reach a certain level, Long Yan will gather them together for management. The game building with dozens of floors of the holographic command center is for this purpose. This single-player game suite is an inconspicuous one in the building, but the person half lying in the game cabin in the room is definitely very eye-catching. Yu Fengqiu, who had just met Cao Cao a few hours ago. Yu Fengqiu nodded to the SWAT, who escorted Cao Cao to the game cabin, held Pepeo's hand, and reached for the biosensor. Cao Cao suddenly realized that the other party wanted to log into the game with his account. His game character was still in Yong'an Farm, and the other party wanted to use his relationship with the farm to sneak into the farm. Cao Cao suddenly burst out with all his strength, retracted his hand, and elbowed the SWAT behind him. Don't dream. Don't dream, he screamed. Chapter 161. In order to encircle and suppress Yangon, most of the high-level players above the gold level on Ghost Island have been sent out. There are still many players left on the archipelago, but the level of the guild players is not very high. The high-level wild players, when faced with an unprecedented large-scale disaster, are also like birds of the jungle, and they only care about fleeing in all directions. Before the arrival of the United Army, the defense line that Ghost Island hastily pulled up was just a fragile egg, and was crushed by the impact of the Nightmare Forest. After crossing the sea, the roots of the Nightmare Forest were all pulled out. The roots are intertwined, and the height of the roots alone is dozens of meters. Wherever it passed, shorter buildings and people were caught in the roots, crushed to pieces, and squeezed out bright red blood plasma. Taller buildings were like straw, easily broken. Fortunately, the size of the Nightmare Forest was limited after all, and only a straight line was carved out on the central axis of the Ghost Island. It was like a big black forest cake, cut in half in the middle. At the top of the forest, two silks stretched 100 meters high, supporting Princess Banwei and Anru. The princess looked back at the mess on the road and murmured, "The 5th copy should be hopeless, right?" And Ro looked at the endless dark sea ahead, wondering what she was thinking. The princess suddenly laughed and said, "I checked the news when I suddenly went offline. The news that the soul-guiding song was shut down again was not on the headlines." "Do you know what the headlines were?" she asked herself and answered. It was the Duo Church. Many countries jointly launched a thunderbolt attack and destroyed the Elders' Council before the Duo Church used nuclear weapons. The action was so swift. It seems that various countries have been secretly cooperating to guard against Duo. And Ro, you are the one who pressed the button. And Ro looked at her expressionlessly. The princess put away her smile. For me, the failure of the 5th copy may not be a bad thing. You severely damaged the empty valley, and the real world lost a time bomb. This trip to destroy the Ghost Island, maybe the situation will change for the better. And Ro understood what she meant. She brought the farm to destroy the game, and the real world would most likely benefit. And the end of this logic is that she destroyed the game and let everything in the real world return to normal. Given the princess' personality, she didn't point it out directly, but chose to hint, which shows that she felt a little guilty about herself. But the princess had already made it clear which was more important. No matter how good the impression was, she couldn't give up the whole world for someone she had just met for a few days. And Ro looked away expressionlessly. What I said counts. With a loud bang, the nightmare forest completely passed through the ghost island and fell into the sea. The lightning flashed in a circle, which not only did not hinder the high speed of the forest, but made it faster. It's not that high-voltage electricity can become the energy of the Valley Rainbow, but that something behind the unexplored copy boundary is becoming more and more attractive to the forest. And Ro vaguely had this feeling. In the past, the princess would also feel curious and excited to explore the unknown places in the game. But at this time, she already thought that the game had signs of collapse, and her curiosity dissipated. She frequently looked back at the huge blue light cover of the ghost island. The ink removal and the spirit tower have disappeared. Do you know what happened? And Rose certainly didn't know that without Baofu's help, her night vision was far inferior to that of the princess. When the two followed out, there was no trace of the spirit tower in the night sky. Where's Baofu? Hasn't he woken up yet? The princess said something else. It looks like something big is going to happen. It may not be easy to deal with it without it. You can kill me anytime you want. And Ro didn't look at her, but there was a hint of smile in her tone. Of course, while Baofu hasn't woken up yet, the success rate will be higher. A trace of shame flashed across the princess' eyes, and she laughed dryly. Look at what you said. To take action against Enro, at least 2 prerequisites must be confirmed. The game world is indeed about to collapse. Killing Enro will make the end of the game a foregone conclusion. 5 years of life have made her understand that many things should be done even if they go against one's will. The electric light below dimmed. The high-voltage electricity in the sea water disappeared, and the surrounding light dimmed at the same time. The princess squinted her eyes and distinguished. We should have reached the border of the Ghost Island dungeon. This place is called the Deep Sea Area by Ghost Island players, and there is no high-voltage electricity. The seafood sold to other camps is all caught from this area. The Deep Sea Area is not very wide. From the Power Sea Area to the border, the total length is only 5 kilometers. At the speed of the Nightmare Forest, it will hit the wall in at most 1 minute. Don't slow down. Is there anything hidden outside the border of the Ghost Island? Before the princess finished her words, there was a bang, and a large piece of glass shattered in front of her. She immediately opened up a high-level martial arts space to protect Enro. Outside the gaps between the silk and silk, a large wave of light really appeared. It was as if a hole was knocked open in the endless black screen, and strong light entered from the hole and extended layer by layer along the screen to the surroundings. The light was strong enough to blind them, forcing them to close their eyes at the same time. When the light and shadow on their eyelids dimmed slightly, they opened their eyes at the same time. This was a cold and white world. All they could see were icebergs one after another. The sky was pale. The cold wind was howling, and the cold light reflected by the ice was everywhere. Where is this? The princess asked in shock at the 100,000 icebergs. And then she heard Enro's low answer. The Infinite Sea. The Infinite Sea mentioned by the Ghost King is the location of the Nightmare Forest. The Infinite Sea? The princess opened the light screen map. On the map, the area she located was still pure black without any signs. On the top of the iceberg. Look at the top of the iceberg. And Ro's breathing began to quicken. The princess looked at the nearest iceberg and noticed that the top of the iceberg was not sharp, but was broken into a small section, more like the shape of a crater. The mountain pass was gushing with a thin white wind, and the wind was carrying countless pure white snowflakes. Snow? The princess looked up and saw no snowflakes falling nearby. She turned her attention back to the mouth of the iceberg, chasing the strong wind and raising her sight. The cold wind carried the snowflakes to a very high place, and the faint white spread all the way to the east, like a chimney, catching up with the west wind. The princess was confused and didn't know that at this moment. And Ro's eardrums were almost broken. A grand, unparalleled soul-calling song. It's not snow. It's a ghoul. And Ro couldn't control her hands and covered her ears. All the ghouls in the soul world. No. All the ghouls in the soul world. Come from here. The singing made her heart beat faster and suffocated, and she bent down in pain. It was the first time that the princess saw her like this, and she didn't care to observe the ghouls, and supported her shoulders. And Ro, what's wrong with you? And Ro's body was very stiff. The princess looked at her face worriedly, and found that she was staring down blankly. The princess followed her line of sight, and was also stunned. The forest was stranded on the glacier, and the glacier was melting rapidly with the forest as its center. Under the dark and quiet sea, corpses emerged one after another. Their skin was so pale that they had lost all vitality. Their limbs were twisted, and many faces were frozen with open mouths and wide eyes. The fear before death. That is, before the princess could ask. She suddenly found that the treetops below began to shake. Ain, who was fixed on the two nightmare trees, suddenly lost its fulcrum and began to fall with the two people. All nightmare trees lost their lives at the same time. The leaves turned yellow and fell. The trunks lost their moisture and shrank rapidly. In just a few blinks of an eye, the farm in the forest was exposed. The princess then noticed that the nightmare trees began to desertify from the root system. And now the trunks crowded around the farm were empty. They were gradually turning into thin silver sand, which was blown away by the cold wind and disappeared. The princess used her skills, and the moon blade on the sill pierced into the tallest building on the farm in time, allowing herself and Enro to land steadily on the top floor of Huaman building. No rootless flowers were picked tonight. As time went by, the small white flowers were also withering, and the tender flower stems were also showing signs of yellowing. The princess could not help but look at the stone statue in the center of the pond. The hollow rainbow was quietly suspended in the hands of the stone statue. The colorful streams scattered everywhere were as thick as water and seeped into the ground of the farm. It seemed that the energy of the hollow rainbow melted the glacier. The light shield blocked the strong wind from entering the farm. After the Ghost Island copy was restarted, the residents who disappeared in the farm all came back, as if nothing had happened, and they slept as before. At this moment, the girl's cry suddenly sounded, breaking the silence of the farm. Enro came to her senses, and saw a black shadow rushing into the courtyard and quickly bringing Meng Zisha out. Meng Ziyu also arrived and took Meng Zisha from Zhang Da's hands. He parasitized in Khan's body and easily held his sister in his arms. What's wrong? What's wrong? Sha. Why are you crying? Auntie Qiao is gone. Just now I thought of ye, and I vaguely felt that Auntie Qiao was holding me, but she suddenly disappeared. Woo. Meng Ziyu glanced at Huaman Lu and looked aside. Zhang Da had already used the fog city to quickly search the entire villa. He shook his head at Meng Ziyu. I can't find it. Meng Ziyu looked at Huaman Lu again. The night turned into day, and the nightmare forest suddenly disappeared. No one would believe that Xiao Jia's disappearance had nothing to do with these. But he didn't ask Enro because his sister in his arms was still crying. Sha. Don't cry. Brother will help you find Xiao Yi. Woo. You are not my brother. Where is my brother? Is my brother missing too? Meng Zisha cried so loudly that she soon woke up the residents in the nearby buildings. More people noticed the change in light outside the window and woke up from their sleep. Many residents yawned and walked out of the door, following the sound of Zisha's crying. And Yonyan was the first to run out of the gate of the villa. After being awakened by Zisha's crying, he ran to the next room as soon as possible and looked around by himself. But he really couldn't find Qiajia. And Rose saw his panic and wanted to run downstairs immediately. Unexpectedly, when she turned around, she saw Chu Mo. Chu Mo turned his back to her and looked at the glacier outside the farm. She should have disappeared. Who? The princess asked on behalf of Enro. That Aunt Xiao? Chu Mo was speechless, which was considered as acquiescence. The word disappeared pierced into Enro's mind like a sharp arrow, stirring up a memory. In the dark coal shop, she saw Fu for the first time, and used the tiger roaring gun to block the bone knife that was stabbing at her, and said to him, Listen to me. You won't disappear. Chu Mo slowly turned around and stared at the silent Enro. The rainbow of the valley warmed her soul. She passed away peacefully. Don't be sad. The princess took a few steps to his side, looked at the melting glacier, and exclaimed, Enro, come and see. Those bodies are disappearing. Like a nightmare forest. Like the scene when an NPC died. The bodies floating from under the ice gradually turned into light silver sand. Chapter 162. After being properly appeased, Qiujia's disappearance did not cause panic on the farm. In order to escape the pursuit of the United Army, the residents stayed in the house for a day and a night. Now they can finally go out. And the farm is very lively. Compared with the noisy streets, the atmosphere in the dance hall is very cold. The princess rubbed the rim of the cup with her fingers. Her eyes turned around in Ro and Chumo's faces, kissing the relationship between the two, and looking forward to the next conversation with trepidation. The secret of the soul-calling song is right in front of us. Chu Imo wanted to let her go, but Enro insisted on letting her stay. Just as Enro promised before. She was very honest. To be honest, Chu Imo regretted telling Enro the truth about Xiao Jie's disappearance. But at that time, he felt sad just by looking at Enro's back. In the past, Enro always complained that he turned a blind eye to her emotions. Now, he gave up looking at the distant place shrouded in fog and just wanted to look at her at the moment every moment. Enro's choice made him suddenly realize that telling the truth about Xiao Jie's disappearance would push her to the edge of the cliff. And she would be caught in a dilemma. Across from her, Enro suddenly picked up the cup and took a sip of wine. 10 years have passed. And you are still the same as before. Without a mouth. Chu Imo raised his eyes and met Enro's extremely clear eyes. Do you think I don't know why Xiao Jie disappeared if you don't tell me? The corpses in the Wuji Sea are all people who lived in the soul world before. Right? In a sense, they are not completely dead. Their souls, or their fate stained with resentment, under the arrangement of the game rules, either become ghouls or NPCs, and survive in a different form. Isn't that right? Chu Imo looked at her, and after a while he asked in a dry voice, "Did he tell you?" Enro did not answer, but turned to look at the princess. The corpse in the Wuji Sea has completed the last piece of the puzzle for me. Princess, since this guy doesn't want to talk, I will tell you the truth about the soul world that I speculated. The princess sat up straight. The soul world is a different world, full of luck, just like the sunlight in the real world. It is the foundation for the survival of all living beings. For some reason, the luck of the soul world began to dry up. Not only could the people inside not survive, but the entire world was facing doomsday. The soul world is still a world with gods. From the current clues, this god has not appeared in front of the world, and has been hidden behind the scenes. It can be called Heavenly Way. The Ghost King is the spokesperson of Heavenly Way. The luck is exhausted, and Heavenly Way believes that it is a man-made disaster. So it simply exterminates everyone and freezes them in the bottom of the Wuji Sea. But although humans died, they did not return their own luck to Heavenly Way, and became some kind of energy body similar to Soul. The Soul world still cannot escape the threat of doomsday. So the Heavenly Tao came up with a way to grab luck from other worlds. I am an ordinary person, and cannot guess how it was done. But it is not important. What is important is that he found our world, and gave birth to the game in a divine way. The Spirit Realm is the first copy of the Soul Guiding Song. I guess the background design of the Spirit Realm is very similar to that of the Soul world. We can completely get a glimpse of what the Soul world looked like before the end of the world. Luck. Luck. This word sounds very similar to the aura in novels. Right? Heaven makes the holographic game a bridge between the two worlds, and selects players with strong luck through the destiny value mechanism, attracting them to challenge the ultimate mission, so as to plunder their luck. The so-called Ghost Ruins is the only way to the real soul world. Do you know why so many legendary players disappeared? You guessed it right. Everyone died. Not because of the failure to challenge the Ghost King, but because of the plane crushing. Ghost Ruins is the real soul world, in the territory of the Ghost King. No matter how powerful the players are, they cannot compete with him. After the Spirit Realm dungeon was launched, it immediately caused a sensation and became popular all over the world. But this dungeon is too small. The number of players it can accommodate is limited, and the luck it brings to the soul world is not enough. So the Heavenly Tao used the same old trick again, and sent down divine revelations in different countries. Perhaps because of dealing with more players, the Heavenly Tao has also learned to be smart, and no longer continue the Spirit Realm style. Instead, it used the background that is closer to the country where the dungeon was developed to create different dungeons. This is why the background of the Soul Guiding Song is mixed. But the basic rules are the same. Tian Dao is an outsider after all, and he only knows the superficial aspects of the real world. In addition, as a person who carries divine revelation, it is inevitable that he will miss information or create secondary works. So the final product looks messy. Tian Dao also discovered this. He was worried. So he split a second spokesperson from the Ghost King and tried to send him to the real world. Yes, it is the guy sitting in front of you. His name in reality is Yin Shou. He's a murderer. The last short sentence made Chu Imo stiffen. The princess widened her eyes and looked over. Murderer? And Rose sneered. After all, they are two worlds, and there is a virtual game world in between. The Heavenly Tao cannot transmit physical objects, but can only transmit will. He transmitted his will to the real world and descended on a little boy named Yin-shou, erasing the child's own consciousness. If he is not a murderer, then what is he? Chu-mo lowered his head. His throat slipped, and he was unable to refute. The princess suddenly realized the number 1 on the destiny list is actually from the Soul Realm, not the Soul Realm god. If this matter is told to others, well, no one will believe it. I'm afraid even Long Yin himself won't believe that the divine revelation he has been pursuing for more than 20 years is actually right under his nose. And Ro poured a glass of wine and pushed it in front of Chu-mo. The glass touched Chu-mo's pale fingers, and he shrank back as if he had received an electric shock. So, Chu-mo, the reason why I don't call you Yin-shou is because you are not Yin-shou at all. And Ro said, since it's fake, let's let the past sink in. How about that? Ro. And Ro interrupted him. I just want you to tell me one thing. If you have a chance to kill the Ghost King and end the game now, will you do it or not? Chu-mo shook his head subconsciously. No. Then you will. Chu-mo. And Ro said seriously, even if you are not a real person, you have lived in our world as a human for more than 20 years. Judgment according to your heart. Is our world worth destroying? Are the people in the world who have fallen into the same fate as the people in the soul world their own fault? Chu-mo opened his mouth. The princess' heart suddenly lifted, realizing the weight of Amber's question. The future of the real world is likely to be determined by whether Chu-mo nods or shakes his head. She knows that many players are afraid of Chu-mo, but they will laugh at Chu-mo privately for being the first on the list for so long and not opening the ultimate task. But as the second on the list, the princess knows Chu-mo's strength better than any other player. If the player level can be further subdivided, Chu-mo is definitely not the current 99 level super god. The real fighting power is beyond the reach of any legendary player in history. This judgment was made before Ro revealed Chu-mo's true identity. With the bonus of the soul world's luck, Chu-mo's strength is indeed expected to strangle the Ghost King. However, the young man opposite did not answer. The bar was silent for a long time, and was broken by Ro's helpless laughter. As expected of the spokesperson of the Heavenly Tao. You are so cold. Ro took a sip of wine. I don't think I am a good person. I am selfish and never consider the principle of saving all living beings. But I'm still not as good as you. Chu-mo noticed something was wrong. What do you want to do? Ro smiled slightly. She looked pale after not eating, drinking or resting for a day. You know, I lost my parents when I was young. My biggest wish is to have a family who cares about me and stays with me. No one can do it in reality. But Yonyan did it. Ro put down the glass and walked to the door. I can't bear to see my father soaking in the cold sea water and continue to suffer. The farm once again held a buffet, which was larger and more grand than any previous one. Yongyan Street, Yanru Lane. Long tables like dragons, running through 2 streets and 1 lane. All residents were assigned tasks. Slaughtering pigs and sheep, washing fruits and vegetables, cooking, arranging bowls and chopsticks. Yongyan Restaurant, Yongyan Hotel, Yongyan Villa, Yongyan Bazi Shop, Yongyan Yuanshao Shop. All places that could open fires at the same time. And enough food for 400 or 500 people to eat was put on the table one after another. Many people who were not fully awake were immediately refreshed by the lively atmosphere. Ro changed into a cheongsam that she had not worn for a long time, and walked from the beginning to the end of the street, and then from the end of the street to the beginning. Her high heels stepped on every bluestone brick in the second street and the first alley, and she smiled and greeted every resident she saw. Many people asked her what day it was today that required such a grand celebration. Ro replied, to celebrate the rebirth of the farm, so that it would no longer be chased by the destiny. So everyone was even more happy. She finally walked into the kitchen of the other courtyard and found Yonyan, who was busy, because Chuji was missing. And Yonyan was a little absent-minded. It took him a long time to see his daughter, and he forced a smile. This was not the time to act like a spoiled child. But Ro acted like a spoiled child. Dad, I really want to eat the meat buns you made. Oh, okay. Dad will make them for you right away. I don't want the ones made here. I want to eat the ones made in the bun shop. Ah? Is there any difference? We have everything here. There is a difference. The first time Ro saw Yonyan, he was wearing an apron and squeezed into the small bun shop with his chubby body. And Yonyan couldn't persuade his daughter after all, and was dragged to the bun shop by Ro. Everyone in the kitchen was politely asked to leave by Enro, leaving only the father and daughter in the shop. Enro leaned on the kitchen door frame, watching him busy in the kitchen. And in a trance, it seemed like she was back in Jeongsu town. If I had known this day would come, I would have honestly been a bun that everyone bullied, hiding in a remote town in Lingbing City, knowing nothing and not having to worry about anything. How good it would be. But if so, how could she know that under Yeonyeon's cheerful appearance, there is a soul that has been tortured by reincarnation? Ro. I heard from Tian Rui that the destiny person will not chase us anymore. And Yeonyeon asked while making stuffing. Yes. Finally, he won't chase us anymore. That's good. That's good. Once Xiaoqiao is found, we can live a good life on the farm. After so much hardship, we finally waited for a good life. How can it be gone just like that? Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely find her back. And Ro turned her face away, squeezed away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and turned her head again. Dad, I want to eat another bowl of wontons. Okay. Dad will make it for you. Perhaps the atmosphere of celebration was too warm, and no resident in such a large farm noticed that the magnificent rainbow on the stone statue in the pond had disappeared. Chapter 163. There were too many people, so the main table was placed in front of the courtyard. The round table was large, with a circle of familiar faces sitting around it. Other tables had already started eating, and were in a festive mood. Only the main table seemed a little restrained because Enro was sitting there. She was not good at saying goodbye, and she kept smiling, and she couldn't say the prepared speech. The others also waited quietly, and no one urged them. Seong-sa, who was opposite, suddenly stood up, holding a wine glass, and walked around to Enro. In life, is there anything more comfortable than having food in your stomach and money in your pocket? For this, farmer, I offer you a glass. Enro was slightly surprised and glanced at the pond. She had forgotten that Seong-sa had been guarding the column to activate the light shield. The column was blocked by the stone statue, making her completely forget Seong-sa's existence. As an NPC, did Seong-sa guess what she was going to do? This question may become an unsolved mystery, because Seong-sa didn't wait for Enro to speak. She drank the wine in the glass and sat back in her seat. Enro looked at her deeply. The elderly woman had already scooped a spoonful of boiled peanuts and started to peel them. Enro smiled slightly, picked up the wine glass, and looked at the people at the table one by one. Mei Hong, Lung Hanli, Hung Ba Tong, Hung Bo Bao, Tian Rui, Manager Liang, Shopkeeper Jean, Chef Li. Most of these familiar faces from Jeongsu town were strangers, but they had accompanied her all the way to now. When Enro saw them pick up their wine glasses at the same time, the draft in her mind was completely eliminated. No need to say goodbye. No need to say much. Just get together and have a simple meal. That's good enough. She drank it all in one gulp and said with a smile, "It's rare to have time to have fun together. I'll go to other tables to toast." And Yeonyeon hurriedly followed and said, Ro. Drinking is harmful to your health. Eat something first? It's okay. Dad, have you forgotten that I've stuffed 2 big buns? And Ro said, pushing him back to the chair. Smiling at the others, everyone, start eating. The food will get cold soon. As the rainbow of the valley moved away, the life force left on the farm gradually dissipated. The more sensitive residents had already felt a slight chill. Fortunately, the warm atmosphere at the banquet dispelled the cold that seeped in from the outside world. Enro picked up a pot of wine and was about to leave when Ling Hanli suddenly asked softly, "Farmer, why didn't you go to the secretary on such a festive day?" Hung Bobeo was also wondering, and immediately pricked up his ears when he heard it. Enro paused and smiled and replied, "He is worried about Chijia, so he went out to look for her first and will be back soon." "Don't worry." Hung Bobeo secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hummed unconsciously, "It's like this again. And I didn't even say hello in advance." Yu Fengqiu suddenly opened his eyes, and countless glowing tentacles came into view, not only above his head and on all sides, but also under his body, which felt soft. He turned his eyes and saw the light spot on the nearest tentacle. The little man, who was only 1 finger long, emitted a white jade light. He jumped up, took out his weapon, looked around, and found that there was no way to go. This seemed to be a confined space with no exit at all. Yu Fengqiu suppressed his frantic heartbeat and looked at the ground not far away. There, above the dense tentacles, There was a teleportation array. He suddenly understood how those players died after the spirit realm was temporarily suspended. They were all teleported into this strange space. Those spirit realm players lost their game qualifications. In other words, this was the ghost magic space of the ghoul? Yufengqiu panicked. As a member of the Dragon Breath group, he had played the game before, and his level was not low. But he had lost his game qualification for many years. He didn't know how to leave here. And in a panic, he only thought of one way, to log off before being devoured by the ghoul. Only in this way can he keep the opportunity to go deep into Yong'an and replace someone with more game experience. He made up his mind and immediately turned on the light screen. Unexpectedly, tentacles from all sides suddenly surged over and surrounded him tightly. Those little light figures gathered together and turned into a human figure about the same height as him. "Run! Run!" the other party said in a gentle voice. "You are back." Outside the farm wall, there was a thermal ship parked. The driver was Zhanda. The passenger was Princess Banyu. And the cargo was the Rainbow of the Valley. The energy of the Rainbow of the Valley was too high, and even the metal deck of the thermal ship could not bear it. The princess could only use a few silks to drag it behind. If Enro came a little later, even the silks would not be able to hold on. The princess clearly noticed that her purple weapon, the 1,000 hands flying blade, had cracks. She certainly wouldn't complain about Enro. After all, what Enro sacrificed was far more than a high-level weapon. Enro boarded the ship and nodded to the princess without saying a word. The thermal ship started, but instead of flying high into the sky, it flew forward in parallel for a while. The farm arrived at the edge of the infinite sea. The nearby glaciers were melted by the energy of the valley rainbow. No bodies floated up from the sea, and the pale floating corpses on the sea surface were nowhere to be seen. Just looking at the deep sea nearby, it is extremely calm, and even the whistling cold wind can't stir up a ripple. This does not mean that there are no corpses on the seabed. At the end of the Soul World, there are hundreds of millions of humans frozen in the Wuji Sea. At this moment, most people are still buried deep under the glacier, and the souls bound by resentment keep crying out in pain. Not far away, on the melting glacier, dense corpses continue to emerge from the sea and see the light of day for a short time. When the energy of the hollow rainbow warms their souls, dissipates their resentment, and assimilates their remaining luck, they will be free from the cage, turn into silver sand, and completely dissipate. As for whether they were willing or not, whether they could rest in peace, Enro could not think too much, and had no way of knowing. Helping them escape from the current pain was the limit of what she could do. The thermal ship approached the glacier in front, and the melting speed of the ice was obviously much faster. The edge of Wuji Sea was not a suitable place, and the central sea area covered by thousands of icebergs was the most appropriate place. The thermal ship rose a distance and went deep into the icebergs. Each iceberg had a round mountain pass, and cold winds gushed out of the mountain pass, and the wind carried countless ghouls. Zhang De glanced at his master quietly. As a ghoul, he couldn't hear the soul-calling song, but he knew that his master would always frown when he saw too many ghouls. However, Enro's expression was unexpectedly calm, and her pale skin even had a faint blush under the baking of the hollow rainbow, just like when he left the pickle jar and opened his eyes for the first time in Jiangsu town. He saw the Chongsam woman. Enro was staring at the ghouls on the top of the iceberg. With the attraction of the hollow rainbow to ghouls, they didn't break away from the trajectory and rush over at such a close distance. Which could only mean one thing: they couldn't break free from the cold wind coming out of the iceberg. The cold wind is the rule of the game, carrying the ghouls to the 4 camps and the land of no life, fulfilling their mission to evolve into ghouls. They are actually fragments of the souls of the people in the soul world. So they are ignorant, but they have their own selves. Finding the self is the instinct of all people. So they follow their instincts and continue to devour other soul fragments. In this process, as the soul fragments increase, they have thoughts and open up spiritual wisdom. This is the underlying logic of ghouls devouring souls. The heavenly Tao used the game to package all of this as evil. The princess flew Ling Luo to a high altitude, looked around, and then landed on the deck. Almost. This is it. The center of the Wuji Sea. Enro closed her eyes and enjoyed the last piece of the game world. The princess did not urge her. On the contrary, words of persuasion and retreat had been lingering in her mind for a long time. She couldn't say it after all. Enro suddenly asked with a smile, after leaving the game, Where do you want to go? Back to your hometown? Or stay there to retire? The princess shook her head slowly. Even if the connection between the two worlds is cut off, the real world can immediately return to normal. What should have happened has happened. And what should be repaired still needs to be repaired. I should stay in school and take good care of this class of children while I still have the energy. I hope there will be no next class. And Ro nodded. Ban you. I admire you very much. The princess still shook her head. No. I admire you. No matter what the reason. You have only been in the game for 3 months. And you have done what I couldn't do in the past 20 years. And even dared not do. As she spoke, a faint light flashed in her eyes. That was the look that elders would have when looking at their juniors. Considering their real ages, the princess was indeed old enough to be Ro's elder. However, being touched and loving could not shake the princess's choice. And Ro looked at the ice surface reflecting the cold light. Let's do it. The silk stretched out, and the moon blade at the end carried the rainbow of the empty valley, and slowly fell to the ice surface. Before it touched the glacier, the rainbow energy had melted a hole in the ice. A row. Black lines fell from the sky, and the sword of Yoshi held up the rainbow of the empty valley. Chu-Imo hovered in front of the thermal ship and looked at Ro. He shook his head, his hoarse voice and facial features that rarely showed any expression all revealed a sad plea. No. Don't do this. Then how should I do it? And Ro slipped a short blade from her sleeve and pressed it against her throat. Kill me? No. No. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? The guild can't tolerate me. The Ghost King can't tolerate me. And they all want to kill me as long as this game exists. What's the difference between fighting with you and fighting with myself? Chu-Imo shook his head vigorously. It's different. No matter how far you go, I will protect you. I won't let anyone hurt you. Come on. Chu-Imo, do you think your situation is better than mine? At least my real body is not controlled by others. What about you? Whether you live or die is always under the consideration of the guild's top leaders. Chu-Imo was speechless. If it was before, he could at least discuss cooperation with Shishing. But now Shishing has been parasitized, and he really has no one to rely on in reality. But he still couldn't accept Ro's choice. Then you don't have to do this. If you ruin the game, you'll ruin yourself. And Ro sneered and looked at Chu-Imo with a mocking look. Chu-Imo, until now, you still don't know who I am? That night on the Black Market Island. Didn't you ask me if I wanted to kill everyone? I'm telling you now. Yes. As long as I can survive, I can kill everyone, including you. You don't think that I want to melt the Wuji Sea because I'm compassionate and save all living beings, right? If you really think so, Chumo, you deserve to lose the fight against the Ghost King. Chumo didn't understand the meaning of the words, and murmured, then, why? And Ro shook her head helplessly, as if looking at a dog that could neither be tamed nor made smart. There is always a way out. If the way of heaven really wants to end my way, what else can I do? Of course, drag the soul world and the bullshit way of heaven to be buried with me. Chumo was shocked by the coldness in her voice, and opened his mouth, not knowing how to react. He understood what Ro meant. Melt the Wuji Sea, eliminate all the corpses and their imprisoned souls, and cut off the game. In this way, even if Tiandao finds a different world again, he cannot use the same trick to plunder the luck. What awaits the soul world is only destruction. Let him wait for time to pass. Watch the luck decline, and endure the torment of death approaching day by day. This is Ro's revenge. The so-called burial with him. Princess, don't worry about him. And Ro's tone returned to calm. Princess Banyua's complicated gaze turned over the two of them several times, and finally moved the rainbow of the valley and left Yochi's sword. All the silks were retracted at the same time, and the rainbow of the valley slowly sank into the glacier. Thick white mist quickly emerged from the layers of ice, engulfing Chumo's sluggish figure. On the sea, the thick ice layer was melting little by little from bottom to top, and the sea water under the ice layer began to churn. Countless corpses were crowded together, and they surged up with the waves. And because the ice layer had not completely melted, they were pressed under the glacier. Their faces, torsos, palms, and limbs were crowded together. They were forced to stick to the ice, but it seemed that they stretched out their hands and feet to scratch the ice that had imprisoned them for countless years. Finally, with a cracking sound, the ice broke, and the bodies poured out from the cracks and squeezed to both ends along the cracks. The first iceberg began to sink. The bottom of the mountain lost its support, and the entire iceberg was surrounded by sea water and gradually sank into the sea. The first crack and the first sinking iceberg were like the first domino to fall. The shattering of the glacier and the sinking of the iceberg quickly spread to the entire Wuji Sea. The thick fog began to dissipate, and countless corpses floated on the rolling sea. According to the order in which they saw the sunlight, they began to turn into silver sand. The silver sand that each person turned into was actually only a faint wisp. But so many corpses were crowded together, making the entire Wuji Sea area float with a layer of silver fog. At first glance, this layer of fog was extremely pure. If you stare at it for a while, you can find that it refracts colorful light under the pale sunlight, brilliant as a living life. A land without life. The huge army rushed and finally arrived at the coast of Ghost Island. After many confluences, the number of the army has exceeded 1 million, and they are lined up along the winding coastline, which is extremely spectacular. Wanduwang narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the huge light shield covering the entire Ghost Island 1 kilometer away. A thermal ship passed over the heads of the crowd, and a Ghost Island player, Xiaoda, jumped off the ship. Wait a moment. I have notified Tuadao to open the plank road, Xiaoda said. No matter how many thermal ships there are, they can't transport many people. Opening the plank road is the fastest way. Xiaoda hesitated for a moment and asked, "Where is President Liu? I haven't seen him since the instance was restarted." Wan Dohuang subconsciously opened the light screen and glanced at the destiny list. After destroying the Ghoul Tide, Shi Shijing's level jumped to the Super God High level, and his ranking on the destiny list also came from behind and ranked third in one fell swoop. The speed of the rise was far beyond everyone's imagination. The president has a high level and a fast speed, so he should have caught up with the front, he said. Xiaoda nodded, turned around and looked at the slightly rippled sea surface. Frowning, "Why haven't you raised the plank road yet?" As he was muttering, someone in the army suddenly shouted, "Forum! Everyone, look at the forum!" Arousing the attention of a group of people in confusion. The man simply shared the light screen. All NPCs disappeared. The crowd was silent, as if no one understood the meaning of these words. At the same time, more people saw the changes happening on the other side of the coast. Wan Dohuang touched Xiaoda with his elbow. His eyes widened. Light shield. The light shield of the Ghost Island disappeared. The archipelago full of steel forests was fully displayed in front of everyone, revealing a strange silence and panic. There was no one on the nearest Tua island. Xiaoda didn't bother to open the forum, and shouted to the thermal ship above his head, "Go and open the plank road." The thermal ship quickly flew to the archipelago. After a while, with a tooth-grinding metal creaking, the plank road across the 1 kilometer sea surface slowly emerged from the sea. Xiaoda called another thermal ship, took Wan Dohuang with him, and rushed into the archipelago. Below, the plank road had clearly appeared, but no one stepped on it. Everyone stayed on the coast, unable to get rid of the shock. Xiaoda and Wan Dohuang didn't care about them. The thermal ship flew over Tua Island, but no one was seen on Tua Island. Continuing forward, entering the secondary island group, the high-rise buildings were shrouded in an indescribable silence. But the streets at the bottom were crowded. They were all overwhelmed Ghost Island players. The thermal ship landed quickly, and Xiaoda jumped down from the air, grabbing a random person. "What's going on? What happened?" The person looked confused, disappeared. All NPCs disappeared. Next to him, another player was extremely excited and almost screamed. Not only the Ghost Island, all the NPCs and ghouls in the camp disappeared. The soul-calling song collapsed. At this moment, only the players were left in the huge soul world. This holographic game that aims to strangle ghouls is already dead in name only. The residents of the Lushui banquet disappeared one after another. The first one to turn into silver sand was the shopkeeper Jean. This shopkeeper, who has been welcoming guests for many years, always greets people with a smile when he comes to the farm, and is quite popular with everyone. He was patting Chef Li's shoulder to persuade him to drink. And as he was patting, Chef Li felt his shoulder suddenly lighten. Shopkeeper Jin's smiling face froze, and his narrowed eyes were still looking at him. After a few seconds, they all shattered into light silver sand. Everyone at the table witnessed this scene, and was stunned for a while. On the street not far away, the laughter and noise of others did not change at all. No one panicked. Chef Li picked up the wine glass, toasted to the empty seat beside him, and drank it all in one gulp with a smile. Then, he toasted to manager Liang, who had also disappeared, to Tianrui, and to Xiang So. Before he finished toasting everyone, it was his turn. The wine glass lost its fingers and fell to the ground, with a crisp sound reaching Mei Hong's ears. Mei Hong took over and picked up the wine glass. Hung Bobeo turned his head, his beautiful face bathed in the morning sun, looking out of the farm. "Goodbye, Pao Pao," she said in her heart. But she didn't feel sad. Lung Hanli and Hung Batong each held one of their daughter's hands, looked at each other, and smiled at each other. The family of three turned into strands of silver sand at the same time. Finally someone spoke. Mei Hong calmly swept around the round table, and her eyes fell on Yonyan's face. "We are the only ones left. Cousin should have left earlier than the rest of us. Right?" And Yonyan smiled and nodded. But his eyes were cast outside the farm. In that direction, a thermal boat slowly approached and hovered above the wall. Mei Hong followed his gaze, and for the first time, she smiled sincerely and brightly at the people on the boat. The wine glass fell to the ground, and she disappeared. And Yonyan seemed to have heard nothing, just looking at the wall and calling softly, "Ro Ro," on the thermal boat. And Ro responded to his call, "Dad." She suddenly raised her head, trying not to let the tears flow down. And she didn't want to see the last scene. However, she quickly lowered her head, blinked away the tears on her eyelashes, and tried her best to see the figure sitting alone at the round table in the distance. "Dad, have a good journey." And Yonyan laughed, and his little eyes narrowed into a slit as always, and froze. So, the Soul Realm is a real alien world covered with the skin of a game, and the people in it rely on luck to practice. And you are the last sword god in the Soul Realm, called Jia Xian? That's right. Yu Fengqiu was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. The pure white figure sat on the ground in front of him and asked, "Still don't believe it?" Yu Fengqiu came back to his senses and shook his head. As the leader of the Dragon Breath group, and has been cooperating with the work of the second elders of the game, he naturally knew about the divine revelation. "It's just that I can't think of it." The so-called divine revelation sounds so ridiculous. The more accurate name of the rich now is Jia Xian, who sighed deeply. "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The most important thing right now is to rescue your brother. Pao Pao, your brother is parasitized by the Ghost King, and the situation is extremely critical. There is only one way to save him." "What way?" "Kill me and open the Ghost Ruins." Yu Fengqiu immediately understood. According to Jia Xian, although the game world is full of illusions, there are many hidden rules in it that even the Ghost King cannot break. Once the Ghost Ruins are opened, according to the rules, the Ghost King must enter the Ghost Ruins and wait for the player to challenge. According to Jia Xian, in this case, the Ghost King must end the parasitism, and Shijing can get control of the body. Yu Fengqiu calmed down and quickly got into the state. There are two problems with doing this. First, Peopeo's game character level is only high-level gold. Even if he kills the SSS level Yanan Ghoul, he may not be able to surpass the Great God and Super God in one fell swoop and become a legend. In short, it may not be possible to open the Ghost Ruins. Second, even if the Ghost Ruins are opened, he, Pao Pao, must enter the Ghost Ruins. The Ghost Ruins is the territory of the Ghost King, which means that he himself is in danger. Saving Shijing is a life for another life. You should be able to see that I'm not an ordinary top-level ghoul. Killing me will open the Ghost Ruins. I'm more certain than anyone else. Jia Xian said. It can be said that all the ghouls in the game combined don't have as much experience rewards as me. As for whether you will enter the Ghost Ruins, you can rest assured. He stood up, put his hands behind his back, and looked up at the sleeping ghouls above his head. The light on these little people was dimming a little bit. It's not my original intention to focus on cultivation and cause the soul world's luck to decline. However, everyone's experience is caused by me. I should give them an explanation. Yu Fengqiu tried to figure out what he meant, and asked in confusion, "You want to kill the Ghost King?" From the perspective of game logic, a ghoul wants to kill the Ghost King? Yu Fengqiu just learned the truth about the soul world, and for a moment, he couldn't believe this. Jia Xian looked into his eyes with pure white eyes. You players like to say a sentence. Use magic to defeat magic. The final battle is a scam. Only I can kill the Ghost King. Yu Fengqiu was convinced. He was about to agree when he suddenly thought of a question. And Ro, the owner of Yong'an Farm, is she your Clone left outside? Xia Xian's hesitation allowed Yu Fengqiu to determine the answer. Yu Fengqiu frowned. It is said that Enro is your master. You want to end the game. Did she agree? Xia Xian was silent for a long time and said softly, this decision was made by her. Enro stood at the intersection of Yong'an Street. The street was very quiet. Only the mess of cups and plates on the long table like a dragon told the excitement a moment ago. Zhang De and a group of ghoul employees stood behind her. Meng Zio had returned to the boy's body and came late, wiping his eyes. He was the only ghoul who attended the banquet. For the first time, he accompanied his sister to taste all the dishes. He also sent her off quietly. Meng Zio seemed to have changed into a different person. From a carefree little boy to a polite man. He clasped his fists and bowed to Enro. I am very grateful for saving my sister from suffering. Enro was slightly surprised. Do you remember? Meng Zio straightened up and smiled slightly. And his expression was frozen from then on. After a few seconds, he, who was parasitic in the NPC's body, turned into a wisp of silver sand. Enro looked back at Zhang De and the others. The player's parasites seemed to delay their disappearance. And they were all still there. Enro took a bottle of lotus white from the table next to her, walked towards Zhang De, and said with a smile, thanks to you for this period of time. I won't say much about farewell. I'll toast you a glass. She didn't take the glass, but raised her head directly, and the clear wine poured out from the bottle, burning her throat. Enro wiped the wine on her chin and handed the bottle to Zhang De. Zhang De was silent for a moment, and just as he was about to take it, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the wall. On the top of the wall, a figure appeared. Sure, she was staring at Enro from a distance. His expression sometimes resentful, sometimes mocking, and finally turned into a joke. I'm so sorry to disturb the farmer's life and death. Before he finished speaking, Zhang De rushed over. Seeing this, the other ghoul employees followed closely. Shi Shizhen raised a cold smile, waved his hand, and his arm turned into an iron wing. Several iron feathers turned into streams of light, accurately piercing the eyebrows of all the ghouls, including Zhang De. All the ghoul employees froze, and then turned into strands of silver sand. Enro didn't care too much. The Ghost King couldn't harvest luck from the ghouls, and Zhang De and the others would leave sooner or later. It was just a pity that he didn't finish the wine she toasted. Shi Shizhen jumped off the wall and walked towards Enro step by step. He glanced around and asked casually, why don't you see Chu Mo? It's already this time. And he didn't come to be your dog. It shouldn't be. Enro smiled. I told you that he is a dog that can't be tamed. I don't know where he went. Oh. In that case. Shi Shizhen waved his iron wings. I can only vent my anger on you. A few more iron feathers shot towards Enro. Be careful. A silk thread sprang out at a very fast speed, entangled Enro, and pulled her into the air. The 1,000 flying blades were all activated, and the princess was like a gorgeous spider with extremely long legs, perched on the roof of the business. The silk thread brought Enro to her side. Enro smiled and said, don't be nervous. The Ghost King is parasitic in Shi Shizhen's body, and he is also a Ghost King. I am not a real NPC, but I am also an NPC, so he can't hurt me. Right, Mr. Ghost King? Shi Shizhen squinted his eyes and stared for a moment, then suddenly smiled, and his other arm turned into an iron wing and flew into the air. Princess Banwe, the second on the list. Well, although you are a woman, I have coveted your body for a long time. He looked down at his body. Shi Shizhen is a waste, and he has been fed so much experience. But his luck is not as good as yours. And Ro's eyes darkened, and she whispered to the princess, you should log off quickly. The rules of the game are still the same. Outside the Ghost Ruins, the Ghost King cannot harm NPCs and players, but can parasitize the princess. Shi Shizhen's words clearly meant this. The princess refused. What will you do if I leave? In fact, she had been offline after the Wuji Sea melted. The entire network was full of explosive public opinion about the collapse of the Soul Song. But for some reason, she couldn't spit out the anger that she had been holding in her heart for many years, because of Enro. So she chose to log into the game again. Whether she was alive or dead, she felt guilty for not being able to see Enro's ending. Just like Enro said that the Ghost King could not hurt NPCs, even if the princess believed it. She couldn't stand by and watch when she really saw the attack skills attacking Enro. Yeah. If she leaves, you will be so lonely. Shi Shijing smiled and said, "Stay and accompany you." Before he finished speaking, the iron wing stretched out wildly, suddenly wrapping the entire roof of the business building. The business building was like tofu, and was easily cut in half. High-level martial arts space. And it is a high-level martial arts space with its own attack attributes. The iron wing continued to cut the space inside, and chain-like metal gray shadows quickly approached the two. Shi Shijing's weapon was also a purple weapon, and the power of his skills was not inferior to the Thousand Hands flying blade. The princess pulled Enro up and ordered Ling Luo to clear the way, trying to break through the high-level martial arts space. However, Ling Luo had been seriously damaged in order to transport the Valley Rainbow, and was almost broken under the iron wings. The princess looked around, but could not find Shi Shijing under the heavy iron wings. There was no other way. When the iron wings were close enough, she quickly activated the high-level martial arts space of the Thousand Hands flying blade, trying to break through the space with space and break out a way to escape. However, the fate of each Ling Luo was no different from the previous one. Under the extremely high attack power of the iron wing, the Thousand Hands flying blade had no chance to open up space. The colorful ribbons were scattered into space with a cold metallic light, like a rain of flowers. And Rose suddenly exerted force and pulled the princess behind her. Shi Shijing's face suddenly appeared not far away, and his eyes met hers. His smile was full of malice. "Do you think you can save her by yourself?" And Rose raised the corner of her lips, to be precise. "It depends on my brain." Shi Shijing's expression froze, and he turned his head suddenly. Across the gaps between the iron wings, a fist-sized black dot appeared in the gray sky. The black dot was like a living thing, devouring the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye, and gradually opened up. An indescribable force gushed out from it, enveloping Shi Shijing's entire body. The high-level martial arts space suddenly stagnated. The iron wings no longer extended. The clanging metal sound stopped, and the sparks produced by the friction between the iron feathers also extinguished. "You?" Shi Shijing gritted his teeth, only had time to spit out one word. His hideous face was frozen, and his resentful eyes lost all their spirit. A figure separated from him, and a faint water light flashed by. Then, the high-level space disappeared, and the real Shi Shijing fell to the ground. His eyes were blank for a moment, and then he quickly regained his clarity, raised his head, and looked at the roof. And Ro lowered her eyes and looked at him from a distance. After chasing Yondon for so long, it was the first time that Shi Shijing saw this special NPC in person. Apart from the clothes and makeup, it was exactly the same as in Ro's photo in real life. That's right. They are the same person. Shi raised his hand and clicked the light screen, and his raised upper body fell down again. And Ro retracted her gaze and looked at the princess. The princess stared at the light screen in front of her in disbelief. The screen showed the world channel, with 3 identical sentences printed on it. World announcement. Congratulations to the player, Pow Pow, for being promoted to legend. And the ultimate battle of Ghost Ruins begins. World announcement. Congratulations to the player, Pow Pow, for being promoted to legend. And the ultimate battle of Ghost Ruins begins. World announcement. Congratulations to the player, Pow Pow, for being promoted to legend. And the ultimate battle of Ghost Ruins begins. World announcement. Congratulations to the player. Run. Promoted to legend. Start the ultimate battle of Ghost Ruins. Run? The princess tried to organize her words. He's online? Did he kill Bofu? Without waiting for Enro to answer, the princess pulled her up and ran. Without weapons, she still had the ability to move. In the blink of an eye, she passed through the buildings of an entire street and landed on the roof of the staff dormitory. There was a person standing in the open space outside the dormitory, and in front of him was Baofu's half-frightened face. There was a snow-white long sword stuck on Baofu's forehead. The horrified face had not disappeared, and Baofu had not turned into a pool of corpse fluid. But the system recognized Peo's reward. This means that Baofu is indeed dead, killed by Pow Pow. The princess couldn't help but look at Enro, who had no expression on her face, just staring quietly below. Above her head, the entrance to the Ghost Ruins had been fully opened, and the invisible force pulled Pow Pow slowly into the air. Enro, you knew it a long time ago, and you arranged all this? The princess reacted, but she didn't understand. The game crash was a fact. Why did Enro let Pow Pow kill Baofu? For Enro, Baofu was so important that even she, who had just been in the farm for a few days, could see it. And Ro's voice was very calm. Originally, you should have completed this step. But before I told you, he came back. Just in time. But the princess couldn't say it, so she could only shout to the people below. Pow pow. Quickly pick up the phoenix flame. As the second on the list, she naturally recognized the white long sword, which was once the famous weapon of the old man on the third on the list. With the phoenix flame in his hand, Pow Pow might have a 1 in 10,000 chance to kill the Ghost King after entering the Ghost Ruins. Without the phoenix flame, he would have just lost his life in vain. Pow Pow did not look up, but he obviously heard her reminder. He did not make any move, and the phoenix flame sword was automatically drawn out, turning the tip of the sword with a long cry, and rushing up. But it flew straight past Pow Pow, and flew towards the Ghost Ruins. The princess was startled, and looked in the direction of the afterimage left in the air, and suddenly found another black light. Yoshi sword. Remove ink. 2 lights, 1 black and 1 white, arrived at the entrance of the Ghost Ruins at the same time, and collided with each other at a very fast speed. They were like 2 objects with extremely high energy. After the collision, a shocking storm was set off. Clouds and mists gushed. Lightning and thunder roared. The bright sword light penetrated everything and reflected in the pupils of the princess. And a figure appeared with it. The man with white robe and long hair. The man and the sword were one. And before he sank into the Ghost Ruins, he seemed to look back at the bottom of his eyes. The Ghost Ruins disappeared in an instant. And then Pow Pow, who was floating in the air, fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The princess was completely stunned. He's just a key. The sky returned to normal. And Enro retracted her gaze. Only when the Ghost King dies can we really eradicate the roots. All the tricks are naturally for the purpose of killing the gods of the soul world. But you? Half a month. Enro interrupted her, and shook her head gently. Go offline. Don't come back again. I want to be alone in this last bit of time. After she finished speaking, she ignored the princess, and jumped directly from the roof. The goose feather boots could not slow down the momentum of the fall, causing Enro to stumble when she landed. She ignored her sprained leg, sat on the ground, and gently stroked the huge forehead. There was no blood on the forehead pierced by the phoenix flame. Only a black hole. There was no burning sensation of the white flames. But it was cold. Just like the first time she climbed onto the back of this crazy ghoul. And she felt so comfortable that she wanted to lie down immediately. Chapter 164. The sky and the earth were dark. The mountains were silent. And only the endless wind swept everything wantonly. There were countless greedy lips and tongues hidden in the wild wind, rushing madly towards the only figure on the earth. If luck could shine, that person would be the most dazzling star in the soul world. But the invisible hand that grabbed luck was cut off by a long sword. The long sword had a white base, and a circle of pure black on the outer edge. The black part had fine lightning patterns, and the lightning patterns were wrapped in pure white flames. Just like their current master, the Yoshi Phoenix flame merged into one, lingering at the height of the master's chest, and slowly danced. The sword light is the only light in the soul world. The bright blue and white light illuminated the face of the flying sword owner. Sometimes it was Jia Xian with a calm smile, and sometimes it was Chu Mo, who was as calm as a well. The dark sky in the distance blocked Jia Xian's sight. He glanced around quietly, and his smile was a little more indulgent. Since it is Jia who came, the Ghost King is still trying to be mysterious. Isn't it unnecessary? Before the voice fell, Yoshi Phoenix flame spun rapidly, shooting a sword shadow in all directions. Those sword shadows were so fast that they seemed to reach the highest and farthest border of the soul world in the blink of an eye, lighting up the whole world. A giant appeared in the sky. He only had the upper body, and his face with uncertain contours had only narrow eyes and a sharp wide mouth, as if a child had cut it casually on white paper with scissors. He looked down at the ants on the ground and said in a thunderous voice, "How dare you speak nonsense in front of the heavenly Tao?" Jia Xian seemed to have heard some joke, laughed, and looked at the barren mountains in the distance. "Heavenly Tao? Are you talking about you? Or the one who gave you birth to the soul world?" He nodded. "That's right. Among the 3 of us, you have the best luck, so you can inherit the heavenly Tao." "Nonsense. Tian Tao is immortal," the Ghost King roared, extending 2 huge claws. Jia Xian was unmoved. His smile and voice suddenly turned cold. "Tian Tao has been dead for a long time. The claws paused. Xia Xian's face, the ink removal that was briefly visible, also showed a shocked expression. Xia Xian did not let him stay for too long, completely controlling his body, his facial expression. Every contour revealed pride. Otherwise, I am here. Can he sit still? Can you let me, Xia Xian, be assured? Or, you have been using my identity for too long, and you have forgotten who was the one who severely injured Tian Dao, and who led the Soul World Masters to kill the gods. Suddenly, thunder exploded in the sky, covering his voice. That was the Ghost King's anger. However, the thunder soon faded away, replaced by the Ghost King's unbridled laughter. You said it yourself. I am his creation, a god above you humans. You are ridiculous, stupid, and ridiculous for trying to use your tricks to manipulate people's hearts against me. Xia Xian. The Ghost King paused and laughed strangely. Shuimo. You don't know yet, right? Xia Xian deceived Enro and indirectly used you by manipulating her. I said you were stupid, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Xia Xian's eyes darkened, and he chuckled, hee hee. Don't you claim to be a god and look down on people who manipulate people's hearts? Why do you go to great lengths to alienate me and Chumo? Are you scared of seeing me and Chumo join forces? Chumo's face struggled to appear, but disappeared faster than the last time. The Ghost King was in a happier mood, and his entire outline began to wriggle. Chumo believed it. This guy was separated from me by cutting flesh and scraping bones, and he knows which of my words are true and which are false. As he spoke, Xia Xian's body began to change, sometimes in white robes, sometimes in black. The luck of the two had not yet completely merged, and Chu Imo tried to separate from the fusion state. Xia Xian's smile finally disappeared. His brows slightly frowned, and he whispered, Chu Imo, don't listen to his nonsense. End the game and strangle the Ghost King. These decisions are made by the Master. You know it very well. If you retreat now, the Master will only sacrifice in vain. No matter how low his voice was, he could not escape the eyes and ears of the Ghost King throughout the Soul World. The Ghost King started laughing again. Yes, you are absolutely right. Every decision and every action was Enro's idea. She discovered the truth of the game step by step, and stepped into the trap you designed step by step. Xia Xian, when did you complete your soul and find yourself again? Kill the medium with Phoenix Flame, or use Phoenix Flame to attack me in Fengyu Temple? No. Earlier? Maybe it was when I found Enro just after leaving Zhongsu at Yan'an Farm, and that little thing bit me for the first time? You devoured the soul of the old man and awakened you from your slumber. My appearance made you completely remember your identity. Right? TSK. Amazing. I rarely praise people, but I have to admit that as the first person in the Soul World and the last sword god in the Soul World, you are really amazing in both your brain and the means of controlling people's hearts. You hid in the little thing's body and made Enro believe that you are it, and it is you. From Lingbing City to the spirit realm, one thing after another. After so many dangers, you still hid yourself tightly. Chu Imo and I have been in Yong'an for so long, but we didn't find anything. It's not that Enro is stupid. The smarter a person is, the more likely they are to be fooled by their own wisdom. The less trustworthy a person is, the more doomed he will be once he trusts someone. Huang Yanyochi was shaking violently and kept crying. A mass of black mist struggled to pour out of Xia Xian's body, slowly condensing into another vague human figure. But there were still countless connections between him and Xia Xian, like scooping a spoonful from a ball of extremely thick syrup. Chumo, calm down, Xia Xian said in a low voice. He knows he can't fight against our combined strength, so he deliberately provokes you. Once we separate, no one can deal with him. That's right. I am trying to sow discord between you and destroy your fusion state, the Ghost King admitted generously, with a strong sense of pride in his voice. It's just that Chumo has his own judgment on whether what I said is true or false. Don't you humans like to say that the truth is clear? If it's not true, Xia Xian, why are you so anxious to explain? I see. Is it because of this? Hee. Do you want me to tell you why Chumo struggled? It's very simple. With Enra's personality, why would she sacrifice herself to help you? Or to make an analogy, why would Chumo sacrifice himself to save Enru? TSK. If it were me, I would be willing to die for you if I found out that my beloved was deceived. And even if I died, I wouldn't know I was deceived. Human love is enough to drive me crazy. The Ghost King lowered his huge head and approached Chumo. Chumo, what about you? Before he finished speaking, Yochi Huangyan suddenly stopped. And then, with lightning speed, it smashed the Ghost King's head. Chumo's blurred figure also paused for a moment, and suddenly stretched out his arm, with 5 fingers forming claws. Yochi, come back! Chumo was roaring. The flying sword split into 2, and the black long sword turned around quickly. Jia Xian gritted his teeth, turned his body and hugged Chumo, pointing his sword to the sky. Huangyan, raise your sword. Happy to meet. The Huangyan sword chased back at a faster speed, caught up with Yochi in an instant, and passed through Yochi's hilt. White flames rose up, enveloping the long black sword. The 2 swords were shrouded in flames, without any pause, and pierced through Jia Xian's back. Chu Imo was startled and looked at his chest. The 2 swords combined to pierce his heart. The blazing white flames poured into his body through the swords. In front of him, Jia Xian was wrapped in white flames and burned at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to see. Jia Xian was left with only a face and the dark eyes that finally appeared on it. Looking at him, it's not true, he said. Kill the Ghost King. Chu Imo opened his eyes wide, and after a few words, the last bit of Jia Xian's face disappeared. Not true? Did he make the wrong choice again? This was the last question that flashed through Chumo's mind. And it was also the last remaining memory of him as a human. His consciousness suddenly went dark, and he fell into a bottomless abyss. In the eyes of the Ghost King, Chu Imo, who was completely black, was wrapped in white flames. The flames gradually disappeared from top to bottom, and the people who appeared in the flames also gradually revealed their traces. Jia Xian, he had a calm and composed smile on his lips, and with his arrogant eyes and his tiny body, he looked down upon the headless god in the sky. Thanks to you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have found a chance to take advantage of the situation and eat up the luck of Chu Imo. The Ghost King's head solidified again, and his simple facial features revealed an unbelievable look. Jia Xian pressed his sword finger on his forehead and slowly pulled out a tiny flying sword. The black and white colors blended and flowed, as if representing yin and yang, integrating life and death. He smiled and said, your speculation is correct. I have long since awakened and recovered my memory. I opened up a void similar to the soul world in its body, so that Enro thought I was its soul. I deliberately gave the Nightmare Forest its will. Because you know the reason. The Nightmare Forest is a dream created by the soul world creatures, and it can find their bodies. Before Enro discovered the sudden death of the player, I desperately absorbed the luck I could devour. When she began to doubt, I reluctantly gave up half of my luck and let them live. You said it was Enro who saved me and gave me the opportunity to return to the top? No. It was my forbearance that saved me. Otherwise, with her intelligence, she could have exposed my true identity long ago. Not to mention that she softened her heart and offered herself voluntarily. Oh, do you know that she has always regarded you as a copycat of Jia Xian? Oh, opponents are often the people who know themselves best. Let me clear your name for you. When you play me, you are at least 90% similar. The 1-point difference is in your character. I, Jia Xian, have never been willing to surrender to anyone. Even the Heavenly Tao can't do that. This sentence finally made the Ghost King react, and the sky was filled with his furious thunder. You are not seeking revenge, but you still want to replace the Heavenly Tao. Jia Xian nodded calmly, and his smile deepened. So, Enro's sacrifice was not in vain, and she was buried on the first step under the throne of God. Delusion. Wishful thinking. In the roar, the huge outline of the Ghost King disappeared, and the sound waves, wrapped in murderous intent, came from all directions. Jia Xian glanced at him calmly. Phoenix Flame. Raise your sword. Pao Pao was handcuffed to the door handle, and the door was locked. He struggled for a long time in vain, leaving only deep scars on his wrist. A few meters away, the hatch of the holographic cabin was pushed open, and a person suddenly sat up. Yu Fengqiu gasped, and his mood had not yet calmed down from the excitement and anxiety of opening the ghost ruins. He saw Pao Pao, and he didn't even bother to put on his clothes, and strode over. He fell when he approached. What happened? Tell me what happened. Pao Pao noticed something was wrong with him. Yu Fengqiu opened his bloody handcuffs while panting. President, the president is indeed parasitized by the Ghost King. The game crashed, and the higher-ups will definitely order the server to be shut down. Crashed? Pow Pow grabbed the other's shoulders tightly. What about the boss? Unro? I don't know. At this time, Yu Fengqiu's cell phone rang. He hesitated for a moment before walking over and glimpsed the caller on the screen. It's your brother. In the office of President Long Yin. Sure, she was bloodless and pale like a vampire. He obviously didn't have time to tidy himself up. And the hem of his shirt was not even tucked into his trousers. Got it. I've already notified all the dungeons to shut down. And there are still 5 minutes. He put down the phone and checked the time. Just as Yu Fengqiu pushed the door open, Pow Pow rushed in. Brother. Sure, she was covering his mouth and glanced at the special police outside the door. Don't make a sound. Go to my room. After the door was closed, he spoke before Pow Pow and shut Peo's mouth with one sentence. And Ro asked me to find you. After regaining his freedom, Sure Shijing heard Ro's voice in his mind during a brief look. Sure Shijing walked to the table, and Ro asked me to tell you not to worry about the end of the game. You didn't say goodbye properly before, so I wanted you to enter the game again. Don't worry about the end of the game? What do you mean? I don't know either. Sure Shijing shook his head and pointed to the extremely heavy laptop on the table. This is the simulator of the development team. It contains the core codes of the 4 copies and can simulate the game scenes on a small scale. The computer was already turned on. And sure, she was calling up a search interface. And Ro asked you to go to Wujihai. He typed the 3 words Wujihai in the search bar. Yu Fengqiu was puzzled, but there is no Wujihai in all the addresses in the copy. Sure, she was pressing enter, and a red box appeared on the screen. Positioning error. Pow Pow suddenly said, Yongnan Farm. Try Yongnan Farm. Sure enough, after typing Yongnan Farm, 3 simple words popped up on the screen. Loading. Then, the black screen lit up, and a colorful 3D layout appeared. Sure Shijing and Yu Fengqiu looked at each other, and both of them were surprised. The simulator can only locate the original location when the copy was first launched. Yongnan Farm obviously appeared not long ago. Pow Pow grabbed Sure Shijing's hand. I saw it. Brother. I saw the boss. In the narrow Yanru lane, there was a very small figure in the light cherry pink. If the other party was not moving, it would be impossible to see that it was a person. Sure Shijing glanced at the time. There is 1 minute left before the server is shut down. Although the simulator is independent of the server, the login channel is shared. Shiming. Hurry up. He handed over a pair of holographic glasses. The glasses are very bulky and are a product that has long been eliminated from the market. The holographic experience is not even 1% of that of the holographic cabin. It is convenient and fast, and is most suitable for developers. Sure Shijing helped Pow Pow press the switch of the glasses. After a dizzy burst of colorful light, Pow Pow came to the gate of the farm. The doorhead was newly made, and the old doorhead with the farm sign was still in Baofu's belly. Pow Pow raised his foot, but failed to move forward. Instead, his toes hit something and it hurt. Use the panel, not your body. Sure Shijing's voice came into his ears, sounding a little far away. Pow Pow then discovered that there was a small direction panel in front of him. He pressed the forward button, and as the distance got closer, the door opened automatically. Boss! Boss! The direction panel moved too slowly. Pow Pow knew that Enro was in Yanru Lane, but he couldn't help shouting when he saw the Yan'an commercial bank cut in half. His heart sank. Just as he was about to speed up, the picture suddenly became messy. When the picture froze, a familiar smiling face appeared in front of him. Here? Enro reached out and touched his head. A little amused. Why did it turn into a soybean? What kind of ancient machine is this? It turned out to be a pixel man. Peo's tears flowed like a spring. But unfortunately the pixel man could not cry, and the real tears blurred the picture in front of him. He blinked hard, and when the picture became clear, he found a short wooden table in front of him. There was a stove on the table, with a pot on top of it, and red soup boiling in the pot. Beside the stove, and on the bluestone slab under the wooden table, there were a lot of ingredients. Pow Pow opened his mouth. Boss. You? What? Don't you know hot pot? And Ro raised her chin. Sit down. I thought you could come back to have a meal with me. But it seems that you have prepared too much. You don't even have a mouth. Pow Pow subconsciously touched his face, and it turned out that the plain people really didn't have a mouth. Only then did he realize that his fingers were so short. And Ro couldn't help laughing. Then sighed, why didn't we think of opening a hot pot restaurant? Dad is not here. I just made the hot pot base randomly. She picked up a piece of mutton and put it into her mouth. Her eyes opened. Well, it tastes good. It seems that the boss is eating his last meal. The last meal in the game. And Ro keenly noticed his depressed mood in silence. And knocked the pixel man on the forehead with the chopsticks. Why are you crying? I tell you. Your boss is in a good mood. Don't spoil the fun. The game is over. What's good about it? Pow Pow muttered. His eyes began to heat up again. Isn't it a good thing that the game is over? No guilds are chasing me. No Ghost King is secretly doing bad things. The sky is high and the sea is wide. I can swim freely. And Ro said. But it's too early to say it's over now. Let's see if these two can beat them. Them? And Ro poured the beef slices with very average knife skills into the pot and nodded. Yeah. Jia Xian and Chu Mo Jia Xian? Isn't Jia Xian the Ghost King? Didn't I tell you long ago that the Ghost King is a fake Jia Xian? Boss. The Jia Xian you are talking about is Brother Baofu? Pow Pow looked at the unusually peaceful sky. Brother Baofu and Chumo went into the ghost ruins together. And Ro shook her head. Bao Bao is Bao Bao. Jia Xian is Jia Xian. That shameless guy has been pretending to be the soul of Bao Bao. Do you want to eat beef? The beef raised in Kongdu is very tender. Even if he had a mouth like a pixel. Pow Pow would not have the time to eat. He blinked his blue pixel eyes. What? What do you mean? Boss. I don't understand. Isn't the soul of Brother Baofu? And Ro smiled and glanced to the side. Bao Bao. You can talk to him yourself. A huge terrified face suddenly appeared on the ground. And the dark eyes rolled towards Pow Pow. Gulu. Brother Baofu. The pixel man jumped down from the chair, spread his limbs, and lay on Baofu's forehead. It's really Brother Baofu. But Yu Fengqiu said that he killed Brother Baofu. So he opened the ghost ruins to save my brother. What's going on? Use your academic brain to think about it. What else can it be? And Ro pointed at him with chopsticks. Of course I'm performing it for them. They? My brother and Yu Fengqiu? And Ro rolled her eyes. Ghost King. Chu Mo. Jia Xian. Pow Pow took a moment to react. Then changed to a mournful tone. Boss. Tell me. I don't understand. He couldn't figure it out. And it was normal not to understand. After all. And Ro only figured out the key point at the end. A conspiracy set up by Jia Xian against her. Which had started a long time ago. The core of the conspiracy is to disguise Baofu's soul. There is no such creature as ghoul in the real soul world. Ghouls are the incarnation of residual souls, and luck in the game world. Baofu itself contains many soul fragments. And Jia Xian is one of them. Perhaps Baofu devoured too much luck. And Jia Xian was the first soul fragment to awaken his will. He lived in Baofu's body, quietly devoured other soul fragments, and madly absorbed the devoured player's luck through Baofu. He completed the incomplete soul, and found his memory and self. But he also noticed in Ro's unique soul world luck, and worried that his identity would be exposed. So he simply took advantage of the situation, and opened up a small soul world in Baofu's body, and continued to deceive in Ro's trust with the posture of Baofu's soul. And Ro guessed that he used her for two purposes. One is to use the farm to stir up the situation, continue to devour the player's luck, and strengthen himself. The second is to use her power to destroy the Wuji Sea, and release all the residual souls in the soul world. This does not mean that Jia Xian is compassionate, but the existence of residual souls is harmful to him. First, the remnant souls are in the hands of the heavenly Tao, which can enhance the power of the Ghost King. Second, I am afraid that once he appears in the soul realm, those remnant souls will attack him instead of the Ghost King. After all, the exhaustion of luck and the collapse of the soul realm are the real culprits of the sword god Jia Xian. The world is unpredictable. From the perspective of humans, the world is constant. From the perspective of the heavenly Tao, the birth and destruction of a world, like the universe, has a beginning and an end, even if it travels through eternity. And no one can escape. The heavenly Tao of the soul realm understands this. And everyone in the soul realm understands this. So the soul realm has long established the law of prohibiting cultivation, trying to use limited luck to delay the arrival of the collapse of the soul realm. Jia Xian understood this even better. So he decisively broke the rules, trying to monopolize all the luck, steal the position of the heavenly Tao, and then use his powerful strength to look for the way to immortality. He is indeed a once-in-a-million-year cultivation genius. Hiding in the dark, using the speed that others can't react to, forging a heavenly cultivation, and becoming the last sword god. The soul world's massive killing of gods. The initial target was not the heavenly Tao, but him. Jia Xian died after all. But the trend of the soul world's collapse could not be reversed. His ideas inspired, or spread like a virus to the heavenly Tao. So the divine revelation that descended on the real world appeared, brewing a holographic game of harvesting luck. All the soul world humans were sunk into the Wuji Sea. They all hated the heavenly Tao. But they hated Jia Xian even more. They hated him for betraying everyone for his own selfish desires. Therefore, in addition to the two goals, Jia Xian also had an ultimate goal, to weaken the power of the Ghost King by destroying the Wuji Sea and regain the position of the heavenly Tao in the soul world. He wanted to be the god of the soul world, especially after discovering that Chu Imo was against the world for Enro. He became more determined in his strategy. He used helplessness, pain and regret to cover up his true face, and took advantage of Enro's feelings for the sudden wealth, and indirectly took advantage of Chu Mo's feelings for Enro. The Ghost King's luck is strong, and he alone cannot match it. Once the Ghost King's power is weakened, the luck of Chu Imo is integrated, and the Yochi Huangyan double swords are in hand. Great success can be achieved. So he became the soul of Brother Baofu. He has been lying to you since he left Lungbing City? Pao Pao looked at Baofu's big face, and couldn't believe it. And Rose shook her head and rinsed a cilantro. No. It should be earlier. He appeared after Baofu swallowed Yali. Going back further, I suspect that he woke up after Baofu ate the old man on the list. Too scary. Boss, how did you find out? And Rose's cheeks flushed from the spicy coriander. She fanned herself and said, when Ghost Island was shut down, I entered Ghost Ruins, the real soul realm, and the Ghost King reminded me. At that time, the Ghost King was in a state of extreme emotional rage. His original intention was to kill her, but he showed extreme anger towards Jia Xian from beginning to end. Undoubtedly, the Ghost King inherited the most of the will of heaven. It can be said that when heaven is hidden behind the scenes, the Ghost King is the real god of the soul realm. Would a god hate a person so much? After the confrontation, Enro never spoke again after Jia Xian and Chu Imo appeared. She had been thinking deeply, because there were too many confusing points in the conversation between the three. The Ghost King said to Jia Xian, for the sake of one person's realm, he deprived millions of people of their luck. He also said, who is the real winner? Perhaps it was a conditioned reflex. And the words spoken by the Ghost King always made Enro subconsciously think about the deep meaning behind them. She suddenly realized that the Ghost King who was deliberately trying to kill her had a contradictory side. He hated humans. But when he was on the farm, his favorite food was human food, especially the dishes cooked by Nyongyan. When he looked at the farm residents inadvertently, he didn't hate them too much. And he even showed a little pity. This side of him could perhaps be explained as divinity. Tian Dao is the supreme existence in the soul world, the creator of the soul world. So the soul world humans are the creations of Tian Dao. Would the creator naturally hate his creation? Just like parents naturally hate their own flesh and blood? It doesn't make sense. Compared to the Ghost King, the reactions of Jia Xian and Chu Imo were simple and clear. Jia Xian kept asking Chu Imo to merge in the name of protecting the master. But Chu Imo refused. Chu Imo also understood Jia Xian, but he was not as convinced as the Ghost King. Jia Xian was still the same Jia Xian as before. Baofu's identity and Enro's trust in Baofu interfered with Chu Mo's judgment. Another point, Jia Xian's awakening from hibernation was too coincidental and too strange. It was so coincidental that it seemed as if he had not been in hibernation at all, but was lurking in the dark, observing the development of the situation. Also, the upgrade of the ghoul to SSS has reached the top, and it is illogical to hibernate. Of course, these are just external factors that cause Enro to be suspicious. The real reason for Enro to wake up is still intuition. I have Phoenix Flame. These 4 words of Jia Xian reveal an indescribable pride. If he really blamed himself for the collapse of the soul world and lived in pain, how could he say this? Master, don't be afraid. I'm here. I just want to protect the master. I don't care about other things. These 2 sentences are also contrary to the pain that Jia Xian had shown before, especially the deep affection between the lines, which made Enro couldn't help but get goosebumps. Or for those who live in the soul world era, they will be moved by these two sentences. But Enro grew up in the information age and only had one feeling, too greasy. This feeling immediately connected with the strangeness that had appeared long ago, making Enro sober. After Yinshou disappeared, she didn't let herself get involved in any intimate relationship. She preferred to be with cats and dogs rather than people. So she likes to be rich and trusts it completely. The soul of the rich, Jia Xian, appears and makes her feel awkward. For no other reason. It is because the soul is in human form. And as the secrets of the soul world are exposed, it becomes more and more like a person. It should be said that the soul's previous life was indeed a man. Enro, who often PUAs men, was PUA'd by a man for the first time in an unprecedented way. She used to be completely unaware and often reflected on her fear of intimacy at night, wanting to be braver and face her inner feelings. At the same time, she also tried to get rid of this nauseating feeling. For example, when she asked Jia Xian about the relationship between the soul and the body, Jia Xian dispelled her doubts with an unexpected answer. At that time, she laughed at herself for being suspicious and stupid. She was really stupid, and was fooled. What was even more stupid was that she didn't realize that Jia Xian had suppressed her consciousness and actions of real wealth. After thinking about this and putting Jia Xian in the right position, the other party's conspiracy was like a complete puzzle, placed in front of her. In addition, that confrontation also made Enro discover another most important thing. Tian Dao is dead. Jia Xian appeared in the soul world intact, facing this scourge that once caused the soul world to collapse. Tian Dao was indifferent. Only the Ghost King came out to deal with him. Does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. So there is only one explanation. Tian Dao is dead. But the Ghost King and Chu Mo didn't know anything. Only Jia Xian saw it. The luck of the soul world has long been dispersed. And most of the luck is concentrated on 4 people. Ghost King, Chu Mo, Jia Xian, and her. This is a bold conjecture, which may not be verified. But as soon as the thought came to her mind, Enro determined this fact. Because she had exerted the power that she could not exert, which she vaguely felt. In the moment before the opening of Ghost Island, the birth, prosperity and decline of the soul world, and the light and shadow of millions of years flooded into her mind. In the blink of an eye, she saw the flowers in a hurry, which was messy but not chaotic, because Enro realized that she was already part of the soul world's heaven. In short, she was a god. Enro concealed her divine awakening and only analyzed the findings from the confrontation. Pao Hao was speechless for several times, and finally murmured, "Boss, your brain, isn't it really AI?" As soon as the words came out, his eyes went dark, and there was only darkness in his vision. Pao Pao shook his head vigorously, and Shi Shijing held his shoulders. He hurriedly took off his glasses. What's wrong? Why did it suddenly break? Shi Shijing and Yu Fengqiu also looked puzzled, staring at the black computer screen. Yu Fengqiu tapped the keyboard with his 10 fingers flying, staring at the code and shaking his head. The simulator code is fine. But the scene suddenly disappeared. Try to input Yong'an Farm again? No. Positioning failed. Yu Fengqiu then input the middle building of Longyan headquarters, and the scene was quickly loaded successfully. Only Yong'an Farm seemed to have completely disappeared from the game. The wind and clouds surged. Rocks filled the sky, and the entire soul world seemed to have entered the final destruction of the doomsday. The flying sword traveled through the chaotic world at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. When it suddenly stopped, Jia Xian, a man in a white robe and long hair, appeared behind the hilt, and the outline of the Ghost King slowly emerged on the blade. The phoenix flame of the abandoned Ghost King pierced through his forehead. With a whisper from Jia Xian, white flames burst out from all directions of the world. Burn the heavens. Each white flame enveloped a part of the Ghost King's body. Jia Xian curled his lips. This sword move was originally used to deal with the heavenly Dao. But unfortunately, it was not used last time. This time he is gone. The Ghost King's luck was taken away by the white flames. He could no longer speak. There was only endless anger in his paper-cut eyes. Jia Xian's tone revealed a sense of certainty. I said that one day, I will become a god. Is that so? A sweet voice with a crisp sound suddenly rang in his ears. What a pity. There will be a day. Not today. Jia Xian was startled, and suddenly found that he could not move. He quickly looked inside his body, and found a small sword in his dantian. The silver-gray small sword emitted a faint cold light. covering his internal organs and 8 extraordinary meridians. The sword light was rapidly devouring his body, condensed by his luck. In other words, devouring his luck. 7 Soul Sword. How could it be possible? How could a second-rate flying sword have such a terrible sword energy? A figure slowly floated into his field of vision, with a familiar smile on Ro's face. The other party actually caught the doubt in his heart and pretended to be surprised. Second-rate flying sword? How could my favorite weapon be a second-rate flying sword? At least, it can't be worse than your Yochi Huangyan, right? Before the voice fell, the 7 Soul Sword suddenly split into an illusion, penetrated Jie Xian's body, and cut off Yochi Huangyan in the middle. This action was not to save the Ghost King, because the Ghost King had been completely devoured by the white flame and was powerless to save the situation. It was more like Ro was showing off her power, her incomparable divine power. The white flame devoured the Ghost King's luck and flowed to Jie Xian. The 7 Soul Sword devoured Jie Xian's luck and flowed to Ro. With every passing moment, Ro's power increased. Shock, confusion, annoyance, anger, all kinds of emotions blended in Jie Xian's eyes. Ro stretched out a finger and lifted up the long hair hanging from Jie Xian's forehead with disdain. Do you know where you are wrong? She leaned close to Jie Xian's ear. It's simple. I hate men with long hair the most. The sword light was so bright that it instantly engulfed Jie Xian's wide eyes. For unique fortunes finally merged into one. Ro looked around and gently raised her hand. Flying sand and rocks fell at the same time, and the violent wind and clouds dissipated in an instant. All the light dimmed, and this world turned into a dark and silent soul world again. Of course, she didn't tell Jie Xian the real reason. Otherwise, even if Jie Xian was just a sped force, he would have a chance to fight hard. Because power does not come from becoming a god, but from God. She is already a god. Ghost King and Chu Mo dare not call themselves gods. And Jie Xian's heart is always thinking about becoming a god. One word difference, one thought difference, is the fatal shackle that blocks the power of heaven. After inputting it countless times, the screen pop-up window suddenly changed to loading. I'm back. The farm is back. Pow Pow cheered and quickly put on the holographic glasses. What he saw was still the sumptuous hot pot. And the boss was sitting in the chair, smiling. I was scared to death. Boss, what happened just now? The farm seemed to have disappeared from the game. Ro picked up a piece of beef and put it in his bowl. Nothing happened. I went to finish something. However, the farm is indeed not in the game. I moved it to the Soul World. Soul World? Ro nodded and put down her chopsticks. The farms you see now are all illusions of luck. Well, it consumes too much luck. So I have to leave. It's good. I had a hot pot with you before leaving. Although she was the only one eating the whole time. Pow Pow was a little anxious. Boss, where are you going? To the Soul World? Can you take me with you? Andrew burst out laughing. Don't be silly. Why are you leaving your good life behind and going to the apocalypse with me? Oh, there are no monsters or zombies over there. It's just a very boring and desolate world. And there's no Hungbobeo. But Pow Pow didn't know what to say and lowered his head. Enra touched his square head, whether the countries are willing or not. The game has ended, and the real world will slowly return to normal. I don't like the current messy society, but everything will get better. Believe me. After a while, Pow Pow finally nodded. Is there anyone accompanying the boss? Brother Baofu? Will he go to the Soul Realm as well? Enra smiled widely. Of course. Although there is no one there. Yondon Farm will continue to operate. You are still my best partner. The sun was shining brightly, and there was a slowly moving castle on the barren land. Yondon Farm. For golden characters sparkled in the sun. At the front of the farm, at the end of a thick neck, there was a flat, terrified face. From a distance, it looked like a platform extending from the farm. A driver sat on the platform, guiding the direction of the farm. Ro was the driver. Of course, she didn't have to do anything because the farm was self-driving. She lay on Baofu's forehead board and looked at the high, towering mountains in the distance. Bao Bao. How long will it take to reach Wulyong Mountain? Baofu grumbled. 1 month? Enra's expression was exaggerated. You are so big, but your speed is too slow. 1 month is too long. So boring. This is unfair to Baofu. Before leaving, She clearly told him to take it slow, and not to consume too much luck. Otherwise, with Baofu's long legs, there is no need for a turtle to crawl. Enru was helpless. Since she became the heavenly Tao of the soul realm, she knew clearly how much luck she had. Using lifespan to measure. Before Jia Xian made trouble in the soul world, the lifespan in the soul world was nearly 10,000 years. After the disturbance, the lifespan plummeted to less than 1,000 years. The 1,000 years of luck that the Ghost King plundered through the soul song were not only used up, but also lost half of the original capital because she insisted on moving the farm to the soul world. When she came to the soul world with her sudden wealth and the farm, the lifespan in the soul world was less than 500 years. And Ro was also dissatisfied with the darkness of the soul world and imitated a famous church classic. Let there be light. Pinch out a sun. There must be stars and a moon. Pinch out a moon and thousands of stars. As for fertile land and thriving life, forget it. The remaining luck can't be wasted. And the lifespan in the soul world is only 200 years. Calculate where the luck will be used in the future. And make a margin. It would be good to live through 100 years. 100 years is enough. Huh? And Ro discussed with Baofu. I will be 124 years old in 100 years. I never thought I could live to 80 years old. How could Baofu object? The money was spent. Fortunately, the farm was moved to the soul world intact. With cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, grains, vegetables and fruits. The business also has a huge stock of clothing. Enough to wear for hundreds of years. But there is no electricity. Enru looked back at the farm, sighed, and discussed with Baofu. Bao, you have long claws. So let's go and find out if there are any coal mines underground on the way. It doesn't matter whether it is anthracite or not. Just dig some out and try. Gulu. Hee. I knew it was right to bring you along. You'll work hard without complaint. Gurgle. And Ro turned over and lay on Baofu's fair forehead. The heartbeat in her chest became obvious. One after another. Steady and confident. There was another reason that made her truly distinguish Baofu from Jia Xian, which she also did not tell Pao Pao. That reason, or the sign that foreshadowed Baofu's true identity, had already appeared in Zhongsu town. Wangda said, the reason why I am who I am is because of you. And Wangda carried Baofu's will. She had already carried the fate of the soul world. And Baofu existed because of her. In other words, Baofu did not belong to any history, but was a brand new creation she created unconsciously. Bao had no heart. She was its heart.